Chapter 201 You are still alive. Xingyue, you misunderstood, how could I possibly love him? I certainly wouldn't worry about his life or death. To be honest, I hate him to death. What I meant by that just now was that I wanted to know if he was alive, to see what Mr. Tang's character and temper were like, and to see if he would take his anger out on us. There was really no other intention. This Yi Tianqi is a jinx, look at what kind of people he has offended. This is simply a matter of life and death. You don't really think I'm so stupid as to be with a suicidal guy like him, do you? Sun Xiaoya quickly explained that she had also encountered trouble and was in a state of confusion. If she didn't pull Lin Xingyue along, what else could she do? If she relied on herself alone, she would probably go crazy now. No matter how jealous she was of Lin Xingyue, Sun Xiaoya had to admit one thing, that is, Lin Xingyue had indeed experienced much more than her, and was also much more ruthless. She felt a little more at ease being with Lin Xingyue. Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya and sneered, that's right, otherwise, I really don't know whether you are a fool or a lunatic. As for Yi Tianqi, besides being good-looking and having a bit of temperament, what else does he have? Useless, stirring up trouble, a worthless miracle doctor. Without this identity, I'm afraid Mr. Tang may not necessarily pursue us. Just wait and see. I feel that the possibility of Yi Tianqi coming back is not great. The possibility of coming back is slim, which means the chance of surviving is slim. Sun Xiaoya's face turned pale when she heard this. She looked at Lin Xingyue and said, Xingyue, then this won't implicate us, right? Then does Mr. Tang really dare to kill someone? Lin Xingyue sneered at this and said, I don't know if it will implicate us, but do you dare to kill people? Sun Xiaoya, with your brain, do you really think that many of these bigwigs are kind? In the eyes of these people, human life, even if it's not worth a ton of grass, is pretty much the same. To them, killing someone doesn't require them to do it themselves. They can make someone bankrupt and make their life worse than death with just a word. Why do you think I'm working so hard to make more money and climb the social ladder? That's because I know all this. So, I don't want to be an ant. I don't want to be reduced to a plaything without even the ability to resist, a dead person. If someone takes a fancy to me or dislikes me one day. Do you understand? I want to be high and mighty. I want to be respected and respected. I want to live a good life and be noticed by everyone. Am I wrong? So, I look down on Yi Tianqi and regard him as a shame in my past. You all think I'm ungrateful, repaying kindness with enmity, and cruel and ruthless, but I don't care. I only care about the result. Lin Xingyue's words sounded righteous, and those who didn't know her would think she was very righteous. But at this moment, Sun Xiaoya felt the same way. Because this is also what she is working towards. Because of this, he has already fallen out with Lin Xingyue. However, having said that, now is not the time to talk about this. Sun Xiaoya can understand why Lin Xingyue suddenly felt emotional. This is also a way of self-comfort and self-regulation. However, it is useless. Now everything depends on whether Yi Tianqi can come back and whether Tang Yunhai will pursue it. Xingyue, I understand, I really do. I understand you very, very well, but what we should be thinking about now is how to get through this hurdle today. If Yi Tianqi comes back, then everything will be fine. The mission can be completed. We can just pretend that nothing happened. At most, we've lost the opportunity to meet Mr. Tang. But if Yi Tianqi can't come back, then we have to worry about whether we will be targeted as well. At the same time, there is also Shi Shao. Without Yi Tianqi, can the mission be completed? If we fail to accomplish this, young Master Shi's plan to become king of the eastern province will be ruined. What if young Master Shi gets angry at us too? What should we do then? This isn't just Mr. Tang's problem, there are many problems involved. It would be fine if I didn't think about it, but once I thought about it, I felt like there was no way out. Lin Xingyue gritted her teeth, her eyes almost spitting fire. Damn Yi Tianqi, he really deserves to die. If it weren't for him, how could there be so many troubles? But what can we do now? We can only hope that he will come back. If he comes back, everything can be saved. Otherwise, Master Shi's plan will be ruined. Even if President Tang doesn't come to find us, Master Shi will definitely not let us go. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more aggrieved she felt. Lin Xingyue was so angry that she picked up the teacup on the table and threw it against the wall. But even if you destroy a room, it will be useless. There was nothing they could do except wait and pray. In this way, Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya spent about half an hour in agony. The doorbell finally rang. Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya looked at each other. They both knew that the only person who could come here at this time was probably Uncle Leopard, and the news that Uncle Leopard would bring would determine whether they would cry or laugh next. You, go open the door. At this moment, Lin Xingyue didn't even have the courage to open the door, for fear that the worst would happen. Sun Xiaoya had no choice but to muster up her courage, take a deep breath, run over and open the door. But what he saw was not Uncle Bao, but Yi Tianqi. Yi Tianqi was unharmed. At this moment, Sun Xiaoya didn't know what she was feeling, tears immediately flowed out of her eyes, and she couldn't hide her excitement. Moreover, this scene was too easy to be misunderstood. People who didn't know the situation might think that she was crying because Yi Tianqi was still alive, but in fact, she was crying because she finally didn't have to worry about weather, crying and getting excited because of being taken out on others. Yi Tianqi was also a little confused, but then he immediately understood, but still smiled and said, "What, are you too excited to see me? Did you miss me that much?" Without waiting for Sun Xiaoya to answer, Lin Xingyue, who heard Yi Tianqi's voice, hurried over. Although she was not as excited as Sun Xiaoya and cried with joy, she could not hide her excitement. You piece of trash, are still alive? How is this possible? I thought Mr. Tang would never let you go." The words were really harsh. He was a waste as soon as he opened his mouth. I don't know if Lin Xingyue just called him that for fun or if she never took Yi Tianqi seriously from the bottom of her heart. Yi Tianqi just glanced at Lin Xingyue indifferently and said in a cold voice, "Why, are you disappointed that I'm still alive? He won't let me go. I didn't provoke him. Why wouldn't he let me go?" Lin Xingyue, if I died, would it be of any benefit to you, or are you just looking forward to my death? Hearing Yi Tianqi's somewhat unfriendly tone, Lin Xingyue didn't care about anything else at this moment. Joy was greater than anger, and her previous worries could finally disappear. "I won't argue with you, a piece of shit. Tell me what happened. Why would Mr. Tang let you go?" 202, Chapter 202, Shake Hands and Make Peace? Yi Tianqi was angry. How could Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya not know it? In such a dangerous situation, they once again abandoned Yi Tianqi and left him to face the danger alone. Who wouldn't be angry? However, they didn't care what Yi Tianqi thought at all. The reason why Lin Xingyue didn't care about Yi Tianqi's attitude now was very simple. She just wanted to know what had happened and whether there was any possible danger. If there is, then I'm sorry, Yi Tianqi must leave immediately and get out. She can even personally find someone to tie Yi Tianqi up and send him to President Tang. Anyway, she doesn't feel any guilt about this kind of thing. Yi Tianqi glanced at Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya calmly, then sat directly on the sofa and said, "Pour a cup of tea, I'm thirsty." This posture almost made Lin Xingyue explode. What does this mean? He wants people to serve him. Yi Tianqi, I think you are crazy. I asked you to speak, but what are you doing? Hurry up and speak. You even poured me a cup of tea. Don't you have any hands or feet? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi just said coldly, "You asked me to tell you, so I will tell you. If you want to know, why didn't you stay? Why did you run away so quickly?" There is resentment in his heart. Indeed, there is resentment. Lin Xingyue didn't want to indulge Yi Tianqi's bad habits, but before she could say anything, Sun Xiaoya quickly pulled Lin Xingyue's arm and whispered, "Xingyue, don't worry about these trivial matters at this time. I'll go pour tea." After saying that, Sun Xiaoya quickly ran to pour a cup of tea and handed it to Yi Tianqi, saying gently, "Tianqi, Xingyue is also worried. Don't be angry. Tell us what happened. Otherwise, you will always be worried and scared, which is very uncomfortable. There's no need to pretend to be anything more than just a spoiled child." After all, Lin Xingyue now knows that, at least for now, even if it is fake, Sun Xiaoya and Yi Tianqi are a couple. Yi Tianqi laughed and put his arm around Sun Xiaoya's shoulders, causing her body to instantly stiffen and her face to turn her at the same time. She felt very awkward. Moreover, this happened in front of Lin Xingyue. The feeling was too much to describe. Sure enough, when Lin Xingyue saw this scene, her eyes widened with anger. "What are you showing off your affection for? Have you never seen a woman before? Hurry up and finish the job. I don't care how you two want to be intimate. It's an eyesore. Not disgusting enough." Disgusting? Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, not caring at all, and said calmly, "What happened? It's nothing. When you saw me come back, you knew that the situation was not as serious as you thought." Things are not as serious as they imagined? Yi Tianqi really dared to say this. They are not fools, and they didn't leave from the beginning. I am still scared about how they left at that time. So many people were just lying on the ground. The seemingly frail Master Lao Wu was actually fighting like a wild beast. Was this a joke? Tang Yunhai, the young master of the Tang family, suffered such a great loss that his eyes were red and he wanted to kill someone. How could this be fake? If this is considered nothing, then what is the real problem? Lin Xingyue immediately became angry and pointed at Yi Tianqi's nose and cursed, "Yi Tianqi, who are you fooling here? What happened when we left? Do you think we didn't see it? Things have developed to that point, and you still say that nothing is wrong. Don't forget that this matter now involves us. Not only that, it also involves young Master Shi's claim to the throne of the Eastern Province. If you delay, can you bear the responsibility? Tell us the situation now. We have an idea of what's going on, even if it's difficult to deal with. We can talk to Master Shi about it and think of a solution." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi laughed and said, "If something really happened, do you really think young Master Shi could help you find a solution? Don't forget how big the gap is between young Master Shi and Tang Yunhai. When young Master Shi was mentioned, he took a long time to think about it, and in the end, he probably looked at Yi Zhao's face. Will it really help if you ask young Master Shi for help?" Lin Xingyue blushed when she said this, but Shi Xiao was indeed the most important person she knew. Moreover, if his plan to become the king of the Eastern Province could be realized, his future achievements would be even greater. But now, what Yi Tianqi said was not wrong at all. Tang Yunhai really looked down on Shi Xiao. Even if he said this in front of Shi Xiao probably wouldn't dare to say anything more. The hierarchy was there, and Shi Xiao was afraid that if he boasted, it would get to Shi Xiao's ears, and then he would be the one in trouble. But what right does Yi Tianqi have to say these words? "Stop talking nonsense to me. You're so bold now that you even dare to make up stories about Master Shi. Yi Tianqi, are you really going to hold your breath until you see the coffin? Okay, tell me now." Sun Xiaoyao also gently pushed Yi Tianqi at this time and said in a low voice, "Just tell me, I'm scared too." Yi Tianqi then smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. After you left, the matter was almost settled. Everyone is alive and no one is dead. We can't just shake hands and make peace. Anyway, Tang Yunhai left today, and Master Lao Wu is still running the shop. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. As for why, it might be related to a phone call. I don't know the content of the call, but that's about it. There's not much else to say. Oh, by the way, what you're most concerned about is whether Tang Yunhai will pursue this matter. He said no, and he'll pretend it never happened. Now, you can believe it. You have to believe it even if you don't want to. This is the best result, though. The result was unexpected. After all, it was a fight to the death, and it was obvious that one of them was going to die, and now it ended like this, which was still quite surprising. Lin Xingyue touched her chin, thought for a moment, and said, "Then it seems the problem lies with that phone call. Someone must have persuaded them, and they had to give face to that person, so the matter was settled. As expected, this world is too deep, with too many capable people, and it's unfathomable." Seeing Lin Xingyue's sigh, Yi Tianqi said calmly, "Since you know that there are many extraordinary people in this world, and there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers that are unfathomable, why are you still so arrogant?" Lin Xingyue could still listen to some of what others said, but she couldn't say a word when it came to Yi Tianqi. No matter how well-intentioned his words were, to Lin Xingyue, that was just irritating. "Yi Tianqi, I think you don't learn from your mistakes. You've forgotten who you are. Even if I, Lin Xingyue, am arrogant, I'm only arrogant when I should be. I know you're talking about me towards you, but what are you, a rare talent, a crouching tiger or a hidden dragon? This world is too complicated. What does it have to do with you? You're nothing but a piece of trash. Oh, that's right, you're hiding it. You have some medical skills, but that's all. Just based on that, you dare to bring it up? How dare you mention this in front of me? You're out of your mind." "Alright, stop talking nonsense. Since there's nothing else to do, let's get ready to go. We need to finish the task at the Bai family quickly. Let's go our separate ways. I feel sick just looking at you any longer." 203, Chapter 203. Did you steal the watch worth 80 million? Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Xingyue and said indifferently, "Don't worry, it's mutual." As soon as these words came out, Lin Xingyue was so angry that she almost burst into cursing. "What do you mean by mutual?" She felt disgusted when she looked at Yi Tianqi. Isn't it just that Yi Tianqi also felt disgusted when he looked at her? Is this also something Yi Tianqi can say? Sun Xiaoyao also felt extremely tired at this time. Of course, she wanted to see Lin Xingyue suffer a setback. It would not do her any harm, but it would not be good either. But I have to pretend to be on the same page with Yi Tianqi, which is so awkward. Okay, Tianqi, stop talking. You know Xingyue's temper. Don't be angry. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi seemed to listen to Sun Xiaoyao's words very much. He actually nodded without saying a word. As for what Lin Xingyue said about hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and what strange people, it's hard to say whether Yi Tianqi is one of them. It's really hard to say, however, in this world, how many so-called strange people, so-called hidden dragons and crouching tigers, dare to be arrogant in front of him? To him, if it is a dragon, it must coil up, if it is a tiger, it must lie down, this is the real thing. It's a pity that Lin Xingyue doesn't know about this yet, but by the time she finds out, it will be less than 2 days. We just need to go through the motions with the Bai family today, and then we just need to wait quietly for the day of Mr. Bai's birthday to arrive. And if he wants to return to the imperial capital, whether for revenge or to save Tang Xingyu, it will take some time, since he has to solve the problems in the Heavenly Palace sooner or later. He has to take a good look at what they are trying to do this time. Yi Tianqi stood up from the sofa, stretched, sighed, and said, Go. You still have to continue acting. It's really tiring. Fortunately, after today's performance, you don't have to continue acting. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyue sneered, Do you think I really want to play a trick on you? You know better than anyone that I hate you the most. Even smiling at you makes me feel sick, but for young Master Shi's cause, I endured it. You look so well dressed, like a human being. However, you will never have a place in my office. You're wearing a suit worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Remember this, when the birthday party is over and your work is done, take off your clothes. I'll throw them to a beggar rather than let you wear them. These words are really hurtful. He would just throw it to a beggar instead of giving it to Yi Tianqi. Hearing this, Yi Tianqi glanced at Lin Xingyue indifferently and said, Don't worry, I won't accept it even if you kneel down and beg me. After saying that, Yi Tianqi took out the handbag he had brought with him, and then opened the box in front of Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya. The moment he opened it, Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya's eyes almost popped out of their heads in shock. If this isn't the pair of sky-high priced couple watches they had seen in Master Lao Wu's shop before, what else could it be? At that time, Lin Xingyue offered 800,000, but Master Lao Wu didn't even look at her. She thought it was 8 million. But then Tang Yunhai personally told her the value of the watch, which was 80 million. A sky-high price that Lin Xingyue would never dare to think about. Is it worth it? It's definitely not worth it. She even wanted to say that Master Lao Wu was a lunatic who was crazy about money. However, if these words came from Tang Yunhai's mouth, and he said it was worth it, then it must be worth it. Lin Xingyue thought it was not worth it, but that was just her lack of vision. Young masters like Tang Yunhai, who come from big families and hold high positions of power, have much more knowledge than Lin Xingyue. Besides, are there any suckers for people like them? That can only be Lin Xingyue's ignorance. Yi Tianqi, you are crazy. How come this watch is in your hands? Did you steal it? Lin Xingyue's face turned pale. She couldn't think of any other reason. It could only be that Yi Tianqi stole it. What else could it be? Did Yi Tianqi buy it? Even if he sold it, it wouldn't be enough to make a small amount. As for the gift from someone else? This is even more outrageous. Who would give a stranger a gift worth 80 million for no reason? Even if their brain was squeezed by the door, they would not do such a ridiculous thing. Sun Xiaoya was also instantly furious. They were thankful that he didn't implicate them, but now he was stealing his things? Was he thinking his death wasn't fast enough? Yi Tianqi, you, what have you done? Hurry up and return it to them, quickly. Yi Tianqi looked at the panicked Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya, smiled calmly, and said, This was not stolen, it was given to me. Deliver? Who believes it? Who can believe it? Who dares to believe it? Lin Xingyue gnashed her teeth as she stared at Yi Tianqi, pointing at the watch on the table, and angrily said, Yi Tianqi, you're telling a lie without even thinking about it. Even if you're going to lie, could you please say something convincing? They're given to you. You haven't forgotten the value of this pair of watches, have you? 80 million. This is something worth 80 million. At who the hell are you? They'd give you a watch worth 80 million? Are you kidding me? Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoya nodded quickly. At this moment, she seemed to want to sever ties with Yi Tianqi. There was no other way. She wanted to make Yi Tianqi sad and miserable, but she didn't want to die with Yi Tianqi. This is something worth 80 million. What's more important is that neither Tang Yunhai nor Master Lao Wu are good people. Killing them is as easy as crushing an ant. Yi Tianqi, return it quickly, return it quickly. Sun Xiaoya's voice was filled with tears. Yi Tianqi sighed. These days, if you tell the truth, no one will believe you. But think about it, who would give away something worth 80 million so easily, especially to a stranger? Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya are also very interesting. When I saw this pair of watches before, my eyes were wide open, but now, the desire in my eyes is still there, but I regard it as a beast. I want it, I am afraid, I long for it, and I am collapsed. Forget it, since you don't believe this was a gift for me, that I didn't steal it. Master Lao Wu lent it to me, okay? Don't forget, I just came back from there. If I really stole it, do you think I could steal a box? Do you think people wouldn't find out? You were kidding me. Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya felt that this explanation was somewhat reliable, and their worries were relieved a little. After all, as long as it was not stolen, that was fine, otherwise, they would have wanted to die. But, borrow? A watch worth 80 million yuan, can you lend it to me just like that? Why borrow, on what basis? You said the boss lent it to you, why would he lend it to you? It's worth 80 million. Hearing Lin Qingyue's words, Yi Tianqi smiled faintly and said, but it seems that everything in his shop is worth at least 10 million. Is 80 million a lot? Lin Qingyue, don't impose your own ideas on others, I've reminded you so many times. Besides, why couldn't he lend it to me? I helped him, so he took it as a thank you. Is there anything wrong with that? He saw that I didn't have a watch on my wrist, and he knew that I came to the watch store to choose a watch, so he offered to lend it to me. There should be nothing wrong with that, right? This reason is really impeccable. As for what Yi Tianqi did to help Master Lao Wu, what could he do to help him? Lin Qingyue frowned and said, the boss was injured, did you heal him? This was the only reason Lin Qingyue could think of. After all, no matter how ferocious Master Lao Wu was, Tang Yunhai's men were not pushovers. Moreover, Master Lao Wu was not young anymore, so it was normal for him to suffer injuries. Yi Tianqi was too lazy to talk nonsense, Lin Qingyue thought, so that's it anyway, there seems to be nothing wrong with saying this. That's about right anyway, there's no need to waste time on this nonsense and make such a fuss. This isn't stolen, so you can rest assured. 204, Chapter 204. It soon became clear who would cry. Yi Tianqi, you swear that you are not lying, and I will believe you. Lin Qingyue was still a little worried. She always felt that people like Yi Tianqi would never be able to turn things around in this life. They were just useless. Even if he had real abilities, it would be useless. But the current result made her a little unwilling to accept it. She had personally experienced the cold attitude of Master Lao Wu, and even Tang Yunhai didn't take him seriously. So who are you, Yi Tianqi? But now, not only did Yi Tianqi return safely, but he was also lent a pair of watches worth 80 million. This drastic contrast was unacceptable to Lin Qingyue. But, she asked Yi Tianqi to swear, and Yi Tianqi sweared? Looking at Lin Qingyue, Yi Tianqi sneered and said, Lin Qingyue, I realize I've given you face, I've ignored you time and time again. Do you really think you're so high and mighty that you can humiliate me and order me around at will? Get lost, believe it or not, but remember this, from now on, keep your mouth shut, or I'll give you a big slap in the face. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Qingyue was stunned. Her expression turned blue and white, showing both shame and anger. Since when did Yi Tianqi dare to talk to her like this? He totally didn't take her. Lin Qingyue, seriously, what else could he say? Should he slap her in the face? In this life, Lin Qingyue has never suffered such grievances in front of Yi Tianqi. Lin Qingyue immediately gritted her teeth, glared at Yi Tianqi, and said, Yi Tianqi, you are so powerful now, you even want to slap me? Come on, slap me and let me see. Have you forgotten that your life is still in my hands? You can live until now. That is my kindness to you. Otherwise, do you think you can still live? You think Uncle Ba was being so kind to you because he thinks highly of you. I'm telling you the truth. He'd kill you with just one word from me, and you're still acting so arrogant. What qualifications do you have to act so arrogant in front of me? You even dare to speak loudly to me and even think about beating me up. You're really rebellious. From the moment Yi Tianqi started talking to her like that, Lin Qingyue felt humiliated, and at the same time, she felt a sense of frustration of being abandoned. Yi Tianqi had never spoken harshly to her in his life, but now he dared to do so. She felt a little unbalanced. Seeing that Lin Qingyue was really angry, Sun Xiaoya quickly pulled Lin Qingyue and persuaded her, Qingyue, don't be angry, don't be angry. It's important. Young Master Shi is still waiting. That if you really have an affair with Yi Tianqi, and young Master Shi blames you, we can't afford it. Still, this is useful. Only after hearing Shi Shao's name did Lin Qingyue slowly suppress her anger. This was a top priority and could not be delayed. However, she did understand why Tai Ningqi dared to speak to her like that. Isn't this just relying on the fact that I still need him? That must be the case, otherwise, how could he dare? Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingyue looked at Yi Tianqi and said, Okay, Yi Tianqi, you're just relying on the fact that young Master Shi still needs you. Okay, I'll tolerate it. But you'd better remember this, don't provoke me again, otherwise, after this is over, I'll let you know what it means to be unable to live or die. I, Lin Xingyue, have given you enough face and mercy, yet if you don't want it, then you can just give it a try. After hearing this, Yi Tianqi burst into laughter. Did Lin Xingyue save face for him? Still being kind to him? This is really a lie with open eyes. That's not right, perhaps for Lin Xingyue, being alive is the greatest mercy. Ridiculous, and sad. Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Xingyue, sighed softly, and said, Lin Xingyue, I don't want to say anything more to you, let's wait until this is over. By then, I really want to see how you can make me want to live but cannot, and want to die but cannot. Seeing that Yi Tianqi still dared to talk back, Lin Xingyue gritted her teeth, pointed at Yi Tianqi, and said, Okay, Yi Tianqi, just be tough when the time comes, just don't cry and beg me. After saying that, without even looking at Lin Xingyue, she went straight to take the watch on the table that she had been thinking about. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianqi immediately stopped Lin Xingyue and sneered, You are mistaken, this is mine, not yours. Besides, didn't you already tell me that this was borrowed? If you deliberately damage it, who will be held responsible? 80 million is no small sum. Do you have the money? Of course, the most important thing isn't the money, but are you sure you can afford to offend Master Lao Wu? Can you afford to offend? She certainly couldn't afford to offend him, she couldn't afford the money, and she couldn't afford to offend the person either, but she just wanted to wear the watch, even if it was just for a few days. Lin Xingyue didn't think that these were Yi Tianqi's things at all. She sneered and said, You are still wearing clothes that I bought for you, how dare you say this to me? Besides, this is a couple's watch. If you wear it and I don't, who will wear it? Sun Xiaoya, do you think it's appropriate? Don't forget, we both have to act, and there can't be any mistakes. Don't worry, I definitely won't deliberately trip you up or damage this watch. If I want it, I'll buy it myself. It's only 80 million, I can't come up with that much cash right now, but soon, 80 million won't be a big deal to me. When saying this, Lin Xingyue was full of confidence. After all, the situation was very good for her right now. As long as she could proceed steadily and nothing went wrong, her wealth would increase exponentially in the future, and her status and position would be even higher. If she could really marry Mr. Chen Wu as she wished, wouldn't everything be even better? Of course, now Lin Xingyue has met more important figures, and Mr. Chen Wu seems to be nothing, but the key question is, do other important figures want to marry her? However, she could see that young Master Chen Wu liked her. Moreover, they knew each other very well and had known each other for a long time. Therefore, until a better choice appeared, Lin Xingyue would not give up young Master Chen Wu. As for Mr. Shi, she did want to, but unfortunately, she knew very well that Mr. Shi would not marry her. Looking at Sun Xiaoya's eyes that were about to burst into flames, Lin Xingyue sneered, Xiaoya, Yi Tianqi is immature, you must be aware of this, right? Just now he said that we should distinguish between the important and the minor, have you forgotten now? This watch, you decide whether I should wear it or not. If you've made up your mind, just tell your man directly. Sun Xiaoya wants to wear it, who wouldn't want to own such a precious and beautiful thing? However, as Lin Xingyue said, this watch can only be worn on Lin Xingyue's hand. Tianqi, Xingyue is right, just let her wear it, otherwise, it won't be very suitable. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi frowned and said, Okay, then this is to give you face. After saying that, he stopped trying to stop Lin Xingyue. Lin Xingyue didn't care about anyone else's face, she picked up the watch and couldn't let it go. When she put it on her hand, it looked so beautiful. No matter how she looked at it, no matter how she looked at it, she felt that this was something that should be worn on her hand. 80 million, it's just this little thing, but it's worth 80 million. If I tell it to others, who would believe it? After putting on the watch, Lin Xingyue's mood seemed to improve. She didn't bother with Yi Tianqi, and the two of them went out to visit the Bai family. Success or failure depends on this one move. At the same time, Mr. Zhou's confidant was completely frightened by Yi Tianqi. The honest little wolf who didn't dare to get angry at all was now looking for Yi Tianqi like crazy, and even went to Boss Leopard. He wanted to stop being crazy, but he couldn't stop being crazy. It's simply life-threatening. Mr. Zhou, his boss Mr. Zhou, the Mr. Zhou who was well known in the whole East Province, was now, unexpectedly, stripped naked and left at the gate of a club. This is such a great shame, such a great shame. 205, Chapter 205 Save Mr. Zhou. When it comes to information channels, whether it's Boss Leopard or young Master Shi, neither of them has worse information channels than Little Wolf, but the key point is that they are all busy with their work now, and they don't have time to do anything else. But the Little Wolf is different. From the moment Mr. Joe was thrown out of the private club, he knew it in a short while. Don't forget, Mr. Joe still has his men in the imperial capital, and they drove him there. He was there to watch the fun. When he heard that Yelong was dealing with people, he took a look out of curiosity, and then he saw the disgusting scene. But he didn't dare to do anything, and couldn't do anything, because Yelong's men were still guarding there, and it was obvious that they had no intention of letting anyone take Mr. Joe away. What a huge hatred, they were trying to force him to death. He didn't dare to do anything, but he immediately passed the message to the little wolf. When the little wolf learned about it, he didn't believe it at first, but after seeing the video, how could he not believe it? Angry, so angry that I want to kill someone. There is no such thing, there is no such thing. But Xiaolang had no way out. The only person he could think of who had this ability was Yi Tianqi, only him. He believed that this was definitely not done by Yi Tianqi, but there was no one else who could help Mr. Zhou. But he couldn't find Yi Tianqi, and he knew that Yi Tianqi was busy with something, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go find Boss Leopard. At least, compared to Boss Leopard, it is easier to find him. When Boss Leopard was found, he was not at home, but was meeting guests in a private club. When he learned that Little Wolf was looking for him, Boss Leopard just frowned slightly and came out on his own initiative. It's impossible to let the Little Wolf run in. Master Chen Wu was still here. Don't let him let something slip and affect the matter. Boss Leopard, you are finally here. I am sorry, I am really sorry, but I was too anxious, please forgive me. The little wolf looked at the indifferent face of Boss Leopard and felt a little uneasy in his heart, but at the moment, he could no longer care about these things. Boss Leopard frowned slightly, pointed at Little Wolf's car, and said, "Let's talk in the car." Afterwards, the little wolf quickly opened the car door and asked Boss Leopard to get in, and then he followed him into the car. What's the rush? The little wolf quickly told what he knew, and tears were about to fall. Boss Leopard, this is probably what happened. Please ask Emmer.ye to save Mr. Zhou, I beg you. Save Mr. Zhou? Trying anything possible when desperate is the case is what Xiaolang is in now, not to mention that Boss Leopard and Yi Tianqi have never had a good impression of Mr. Zhou. What's more, it seems that Mr. Zhou went to the imperial capital to betray Yi Tianqi. Even so, why should we save him? Are you out of your mind? However, Boss Bao didn't say that. Instead, he frowned and said, "Where's Zhou's photo? I sent it to you, let me see it." That photo was extremely shameful and humiliating. Little Wolf didn't want anyone to see it if there was even a slight possibility. So, he was a little embarrassed for a moment. When Boss Leopard saw this, he immediately laughed and shook his head, saying, "You are indeed loyal to your boss, but don't you think that other people would have already taken great photos of you? Haha. Even if I want to hide it, can I? I was just too busy before and didn't pay much attention to the news in the capital, but if I wanted to, I could control 100 times more photos and videos than you do. Do you believe it? Besides, are you sure you can keep it a secret? If nothing unexpected happened, I'm afraid the entire Dragon Nation would have known about it long ago. At the very least, everyone who should know would have already known it. You're dreaming if you want to save face for the Zhou family. This is really true. The person was thrown at the gate, and even the little wolf could get the photo. Is it possible that others could not get it? This was clearly intended to completely embarrass Mr. Zhou, and no one was stopped from taking photos or videos. The little wolf was so anxious that he even ignored this point. However, the more this happened, the more grief and anger grew in the little wolf's heart, so much so that it almost drove him crazy. Please, Mr. Leopard, save my Mr. Zhou, I beg you. As long as you can save my Mr. Zhou, from now on, my little wolf's life will be yours. The little wolf was shaking with anger or perhaps sadness. He knelt down at the feet of Boss Leopard in the car and kept begging. His loyalty was very touching. But Boss Leopard just shook his head. It was not that he didn't want to save him, but that he couldn't save him. Even if he couldn't save him. Who is Mr. Zhou? To put it bluntly, considering the treatment you are receiving now, is this considered a desperate situation? No, not even close. Boss Leopard wants to deal with him, but he hasn't got the time yet. If Mr. Zhou had to take Yi Tianqi into consideration and cooperate with Yi Tianqi's time, he would not only end up like he is now, but his end would be 10 or 100 times worse than it is now. Boss Leopard has 10,000 ways to deal with him. Now, let him go and save people? Ha, just kidding. It's good enough that you don't kick someone when they're down. Of course, Boss Leopard did not tell all this to Little Wolf, because Little Wolf must be able to understand, otherwise, he would not have looked for Yi Tianqi first. But, is it useful? Boss Leopard looked at Little Wolf and said indifferently, get up. If you're asking for help, then you don't have to. Besides, let me make it clear to you, Mr.Ye has his own things to do right now, and if you dare to disturb him over such a trivial matter, you will know what regret is. Also, Xiaolang, have you forgotten something? What did Zhou do in the imperial capital? Could it be that you forgot? These words made the Little Wolf at a loss as to what to say. Doesn't he know? If he didn't know, he wouldn't be so entangled. He knew, not only he knew, but also Boss Leopard knew, Yi Tianqi also knows. Mr. Zhou went to the imperial capital just to betray Yi Tianqi and expose that Yi Tianqi was Qi Tian. Mr. Zhou knew it before, however, for the so-called interests, Mr. Zhou naturally would not reveal anything, but when he found out that Yi Tianqi and Tang Qingyu were actually in a relationship, and after Yi Tianqi knew Tang Qingyu's situation, he had no intention of letting it go. Mr. Zhou weighed the pros and cons and knew what to do. Especially, this matter involves Yi Xiao, the Yi family, the Tang family and the Qi family. Can Yi Tianqi really be worth more than these three major families and so many people? Instead of making friends with Yi Tianqi, who he already had some difficulty getting along with, it would be better to use Yi Tianqi to exchange for more generous bargaining chips. And no matter what, Mr. Zhou did not think he was wrong in this matter. As for why he became like this today, and why he ended up in such a state after running to the imperial capital, at least, no one can draw a conclusion before there is definite news. But one day, both Boss Leopard and Little Wolf knew clearly. Mr. Zhou did not go there to help Yi Tianqi, but to harm him. This is the truth. 206, Chapter 206, it's not Mr. Zhou's face that's being hit. Seeing the Little Wolf's grief-stricken look, Boss Leopard couldn't help but sigh that no matter what, Mr. Zhou at least had a loyal subordinate. This means she is willing to risk her life for him, otherwise, would the Little Wolf dare to come to him directly like this? Although he didn't think Zhou was qualified to have such subordinates, his existence was justified, and Boss Leopard couldn't say anything. Patting the Little Wolf's shoulder gently, Boss Leopard sighed and said, alright, you've done what you should do, you can't help him with anything else. Don't forget, even Zhou was dealt with like this, what else can you do? Get up. Up. You have no say in this matter. Little Wolf's eyes were red as he stared blankly at Boss Leopard and said, is there really no other way? Hearing this, Boss Leopard sneered, don't worry, he won't die, the humiliation he suffered can't be reversed. But that doesn't matter, someone will come to his aid. Actually, your worries are unnecessary, and there's no need for you to seek help. If you think about it carefully, you'll understand that you're just too worried right now. Hearing what Boss Leopard said, Little Wolf was stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked at Boss Leopard and said, you mean? Boss Leopard nodded, his eyes becoming extremely cold as he sneered, that's right, although I don't like this Zhou guy, this time, he went to the capital to represent certain people, not himself. Even so, someone dared to strip him naked and leave him at the gate for people to watch. He's simply courting death. Just wait and see, whoever did this will pay a heavy price. The Heavenly Palace cannot be humiliated. Although we are extremely disappointed with some people in the Heavenly Palace, this does not mean that anyone can humiliate the Heavenly Palace and its people. Okay, go back. I have something else to do. Just wait and see that you've already received the news. I'm afraid everyone who should know it has already known it. In fact, there is no need for Boss Leopard to remind the Little Wolf of these words. He can think of them by himself, but he is just too confused by the situation. Now he was suddenly clear-headed and knew immediately that Mr. Zhou would not be in any danger. Of course, the humiliation he suffered could not be reversed, but there would naturally be someone to avenge him. Or maybe, it was not about revenge for him, but to save their own face. But no matter what, someone was in charge of Mr. Zhou's affairs, and that was the fact. Little Wolf said goodbye and left immediately. Although he didn't see Yi Tianqi and couldn't ask Boss Leopard for help, it was indeed not necessary. Next, he just had to wait quietly for the result. I just hope it can be faster and faster. After Xiaolang left, Boss Leopard sneered and immediately made a phone call, asking someone to send him some video footage of Mr. Zhou in the imperial capital. Then, he passed it directly to Yi Tianqi and called Yi Tianqi directly to briefly explain the situation. At this time, Yi Tianqi and Lin Qingyue were sitting in the car, still some distance away from the Bai family. Both of them were good at acting. When they were in the hotel, they were about to make a scene, but when they got out of the house, Lin Qingyue put her arm around Yi Tianqi's arm without any hesitation, looking very affectionate. But after getting in the car, he returned to his cold look. However, compared to before, Lin Xingyue was staring at the women's watch on her wrist with her eyes shining. I can't put it down, I really can't put it down, I can't take my eyes off it. Unfortunately, this watch does not belong to her, she is just wearing it temporarily, which makes her feel even more unhappy. If only this watch was hers, how great it would be. The most important thing is that, I don't know if it's an illusion, but Lin Xingyue always feels that after wearing this watch, her body seems to have become a little different. Although the weather was not warm, she felt warm and comfortable, and her energy became abundant. But how is this possible? It's just a watch, how can it have such magical effects? She felt that she was overthinking it. But she didn't know that if she was willing to ask Yi Tianqi, and if Yi Tianqi was willing to tell her, then she would know that all this was not an illusion, but a fact. Why do Master Lao's things often cost tens of millions, and in fact, almost all of them are already pre-ordered? Here is the reason. It is spiritual energy, the spiritual energy that improves physical fitness. Although it is thin, it does exist. Wearing it for a long time is definitely good for the body. It's not just the watches made by Master Lao, the 8 brothers are all considered craftsmen by others, but what they make is unique and cannot be made by others. This is also one of the reasons why many people will not provoke them, not only because of their fighting power, but also because they are almost irreplaceable. The 8 of them are of the same blood, and offending one is offending all 8. At this time, Yi Tianqi received a call, then he chuckled and looked at the video data on his mobile phone. He looked very happy, but besides being happy, there was a cold light in his eyes. Just as Boss Leopard said, Mr. Zhou went to the capital to find trouble for himself. He betrayed himself, abandoned himself, and wanted to harm himself. For Yi Tianqi, if something happened to him, he would not feel any psychological burden. Even if he died, he deserved to die. But the problem is that Zhou went to the imperial capital not on his own behalf. He must have obtained some kind of permission, and even went to discuss things on behalf of certain people, and the result is just this? If it was just rejection, that would be fine, but they stripped me naked and threw me out. This is more than just a slap in the face, is a complete humiliation. Humiliate whom? It's not just Mr. Zhou who is humiliated, but also the people behind Mr. Zhou. Of course, Yi Tianqi could also imagine that people might not believe what Mr. Zhou said, or it was very likely that Mr. Zhou didn't have time to say anything, but no matter what, Yi Tianqi didn't believe that Mr. Zhou would not reveal his backers when faced with such a situation. If he had this kind of backbone, he would not be Mr. Zhou. Having said that, if you still dare to treat people like this, it is worth pondering. Even if you don't believe it, you should still ask for confirmation. What if it is true? In the end, there was no verification, just like that? That's really arrogant and too rampant. And those people, no matter whether they are still in the same mind with Yi Tianqi or not, are actually all Yi Tianqi's former subordinates. Tiangong is Yi Tianqi's power. Yi Tianqi is the 10th throne that dominates the world, the abandoned emperor of Tiangong. But if you really think about it, this seems to be no different from slapping him in the face. Oh, really, ignorance is fearless. Yi Tianqi whispered to himself. Lin Xingyue had already frowned when she saw Yi Tianqi staring at his phone and laughing. When she heard this, she immediately said, "What are you talking about? Also, what were you looking at just now? Let me see." 207, Chapter 207. You should worry about yourself. Yi Tianqi glanced at Lin Xingyue and said calmly, "Nothing. Wasn't young Master Shi looking for Mr. Zhou before? Now he has found him." "Found it? Where is it? Tell Master Shi right away. This is great news. Master Shi's plan really cannot do without this person." Lin Xingyue immediately became happy, thinking that she had a chance to do something meritorious and please Master Shi. Yi Tianqi sneered and said, "In the imperial capital, but Mr. Zhou's situation doesn't seem to be very good. Don't you want to see it? Then take a look." After saying that, Yi Tianqi handed the phone to Lin Xingyue. Lin Xingyue took the phone and frowned when she saw what was on it. Her face didn't turn red, but what was this? A man stripped naked, lying on the ground, and surrounded by people. Why show her this? At this moment, she never imagined that the person who was embarrassed in the phone in front of her was Mr. Zhou. It's not her fault that she couldn't think of it. No one else could have thought of it. Because it is impossible to think in that direction, and I dare not think about it. Who was Mr. Zhou? He was a well-known figure in the East Province underworld. In the East Province, he was a powerful figure. Even in other places, he was no unknown rookie who could strip such a figure naked and throw him out for the public to see. Who would dare to do this? It was simply unbelievable. Yi Tianqi, are you sick? Didn't you say you wanted to see Mr. Zhou? Why did you ask me to look at this? Lin Qingyue frowned, thinking that Yi Tianqi did it on purpose. Yi Tianqi pointed at the man lying on the ground on the phone and sneered, "Isn't this Mr. Zhou?" When these words came out, Lin Qingyue was stunned, with a look of disbelief on her face. "You're saying, this is Mr. Zhou, this guy lying on the ground, stripped naked, with people watching him, is Mr. Zhou? Yi Tianqi, you're crazy. Who are you trying to fool? How could this be Mr. Zhou?" Lin Qingyue still didn't believe it, because she couldn't believe it. In fact, the most important thing was that she didn't want to believe Yi Tianqi at all. Therefore, no matter whether what Yi Tianqi said was true or not, she would look at it with suspicion. At this moment, Uncle Bao, who was driving, seemed to be a little emotional. He turned the car sharply and almost hit someone. Uncle Bao quickly apologized to Yi Tianqi and Lin Qingyue, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. He heard everything Lin Qingyue said just now, but Lin Qingyue didn't believe it, but his Uncle Bao did. Because Yi Tianqi would never joke about such a thing, so as long as Yi Tianqi said yes, then it must be true. However, Mr. Zhou, a prominent figure in the East Province's underground world, was actually stripped naked in front of others in the imperial capital to watch. This was a major event that shook the entire East Province's underground world. I dare not even think about it. Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Qingyue and didn't want to explain anything more. He just said calmly, "If you say it's not true, then it's not true anyway. This is what Boss Bao sent. If you think he can admit his mistake, then he can admit it." When Lin Qingyue heard the name of Boss Leopard, she immediately fell silent. She dared to confront Yi Tianqi and look down on him, but she never dared to do that to Boss Leopard. Boss Leopard said that. Why would Boss Leopard tell you this? Yi Tianqi shrugged and said, "How should I know? Why don't you ask Boss Bao?" These words made Lin Qingyue angry. She thought that Yi Tianqi was deliberately using Boss Leopard to pressure her, but she couldn't say anything. Should she really ask Boss Leopard? She thought that she had to be brave enough to do it. To put it bluntly, her fear of Boss Leopard almost exceeded that of young Master Shi. She didn't know what young Master Shi was like, but she had seen with her own eyes how fierce Boss Leopard was. "Should I ask Boss Bao?" "Yi Tianqi, I think you're just looking for trouble on purpose, okay? I won't bother with you anymore. If you get angry now and lose control of your emotions later and reveal the truth, I can't afford it. Since Boss Bao said so, then it must be true. But what's going on with Mr. Zhou? He wouldn't get drunk like this. Did he offend someone? Even if he did, how deep is the hatred? It's worse than killing someone." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi said calmly, "Who knows? Perhaps he just offended someone. Or perhaps, for those lawless and arrogant people, doing such things doesn't seem to require any reason. For example, if you step on an ant to death, do you need a reason?" This was indeed true. Lin Qingyue looked at Yi Tianqi and said, "You understand it quite thoroughly. If you had understood it earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this." "Oh, ant, are you calling Mr. Zhou an ant?" "You might call him an ant, but Mr. Zhou is a big shot in the Eastern Province underworld. How can he be considered an ant?" At least, in Lin Qingyue's cognition, the words Mr. Zhou and ant are two completely different things. And no matter what, Mr. Zhou can't be an ant. In response, Yi Tianqi simply shrugged and said, Then how do you know that in the eyes of others, Mr. Zhou is not an ant? In your opinion, Mr. Zhou is one of the bigwigs in the Eastern Province underworld. He has connections and money, and he's ruthless and untouchable. You think that even if he were to go outside, even if he couldn't have his current status, he wouldn't be looked down upon, let alone treated like this. But, for those truly powerful forces, Mr. Zhou, are you really anything? Haven't you met Tang Yunhai before? Without saying anything else, I just want to ask you one question. Do you think Mr. Zhou is an ant in the Tang family and in front of Tang Yunhai? If Tang Yunhai treats Mr. Zhou like this, do you think Mr. Zhou has the ability to resist, and does the Tang family need to take Mr. Zhou into consideration? After hearing Yi Tianqi's explanation, even Tang Yunhai was brought up, and Lin Qingyue was speechless. Because the Tang family really doesn't care about Mr. Zhou, and there is no need to consider Mr. Zhou's feelings, and Mr. Zhou is far from being like them. But Lin Qingyue still didn't give up, always feeling as if she had been taught a lesson by Yi Tianqi. But how many Tang families, how many Tang Yunhais are there in the entire Dragon Country? He can't be so unlucky as to run into one and offend him. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi took back his phone and sneered, but that's the imperial capital, and the facts are right in front of us, Lin Qingyue. What can you do if you don't believe it? The facts are the facts. Seeing that Lin Qingyue was about to refute, Yi Tianqi pointed to the front and said lightly, the Bai family is here. Do you still want to continue arguing with me? Besides, is it meaningful? How is Mr. Zhou? Is that something you should be worried about? Compared to this matter, I think you should be more worried about whether you will be exposed and be discovered by Bai Yilong. Then, if he finds out that you are working for Master Shi and deceiving him, I think the consequences of this should be more serious. 208, Chapter 208. Who is the ungrateful white-eyed wolf? This sentence is really useful. Rather than worrying about Mr. Zhou's situation, what Lin Qingyue should be most worried about right now is why Mr. Zhou has fallen to this point. In the past, the Bai family could be considered her backer. After coming to Dongzhou, Bai Yulong also helped her. She should have tried to curry favor with him, but everything changed because of the appearance of Shi Shao. Lin Qingyue naturally didn't dare to offend Master Shi, a young master from the imperial capital, who had powerful backers, and even the fifth Master Qian wanted to curry favor with him. Moreover, she had to find ways to please him. But the key point is that Shi Shao and Bai Yulong have now become sworn enemies. That was young Master Shi.asa result. He came to the Bai family with full confidence, but not only did he fail to reach an agreement, he also lost all his face. It would be strange if he could swallow this. The result is that young Master Shi now wants to deal with the Bai family, become the king of East Province, improve his own status, kill two birds with one stone, but he regards Lin Qingyue and Yi Tianqi as people who come to the Bai family to seek support from Old Master Bai. In other words, even if Old Master Bai does not support him, it is enough as long as he does not oppose him. No matter which one, it is equivalent to going against the white fish dragon again, that's for sure. Bai Yulong didn't even care about Shi Shao's face, so what was Lin Qingyue to him? If Bai Yulong really found out that she had deceived him, would there be a good ending? Therefore, Yi Tianqi's words hit the nail on the head. She hadn't thought much about it before, but now that she was about to enter the Bai family, Lin Qingyue felt more and more guilty, always feeling that she was stepping into a dangerous place. Looking at Yi Tianqi's indifferent expression, Lin Qingyue felt that she was embarrassed in front of him, and it was really hard to accept. Yes, if I am exposed, my fate will not be good. So, will you, Yi Tianqi, have a better fate than me? If you want to deliberately let Bai Yilong find out, then I also advise you not to forget that we are now grasshoppers on the same rope. I can't run away, and neither can you. Yi Tianqi laughed when he heard this. Now we are all on the same page. How shameless. Where can I run to? Why should I run, Hana? Isn't it just acting? It's just acting. Who can't do it? What's more, I came here to visit Mr. Bai. Why should I run? As for other matters, we're just going to see the situation first. I will do what Master Shi says, but the specific outcome is beyond my control. So, Lin Qingyue, do you think you can influence that? To Lin Qingyue, these words sounded irresponsible, extremely irresponsible. What does it mean to be able to do something but not be responsible for the results? What are you doing here if you are not responsible? The assigned task must be completed, otherwise, will Master Shi agree? It sounds simple, but the problem is that things are definitely not that simple. Lin Qingyue looked at Yi Tianqi with gritted teeth and said, Yi Tianqi, do you think this is just a child's play? It's not just about doing it, but you have to do it, otherwise, will Master Shi forgive you? You can die if you want, but don't drag me down with you. I haven't lived enough. I think your attitude is wrong, you clearly don't take it seriously. Yi Tianqi, I'm reminding you one last time, don't do anything that will make you regret, otherwise, there's no need for Master Shi to take action. I will make you wish you were dead. After saying that, Lin Qingyue looked at Uncle Bao and said in a cold voice, Uncle Bao, if Yi Tianqi dares to take it lightly or even deliberately cause trouble, then you should be prepared. As I said before, make sure he is unable to speak and thrown into the Mingzhou mental hospital. That he is not a miracle doctor, so I think he will just be treating the mentally ill in the mental hospital from now on. Uncle Bao didn't dare to respond to this. He was just kidding. If you, Lin Qingyue, have the ability, go by yourself. Uncle Bao hasn't lived enough yet. Uncle Leopard also truly admired Lin Qingyue. She obviously had such a powerful husband, and she even knew that Yi Tianqi was not a waste. She even knew that the foundation of her fortune was due to Yi Tianqi. What's the result? Even if you don't love someone at all, you still have to change a little. Anyone should do the same. Even if you are not grateful, at least don't slander or insult. However, Lin Xingyue did the opposite and humiliated Yi Tianqi even more, as if only in this way could she find her self-esteem. This was simply speechless. Stupid, but not that stupid. Every time I see Lin Xingyue being so disrespectful to Yi Tianqi, Uncle Leopard feels a chill on his back. Ignorance is fearless. It really is true that ignorance is fearless. However, what scares Uncle Leopard the most is Yi Tianqi's indifference. The more indifferent he is now, the more ferocious he will be when he explodes. Uncle Bao didn't dare to imagine what Lin Xingyue would look like when she knew the truth, knew who Yi Tianqi was, and knew what she had missed. Yi Tianqi didn't even need to do anything to Lin Xingyue. Lin Xingyue would probably collapse and go crazy. Uncle Bao, didn't you hear what I said? What are you worrying about here? Do you really think that just because I acted with him, he will really have a relationship with me? Or do you think that he can turn things around just by saying a few words to Master Shi? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. As long as I'm here, he will never be able to turn things around in his life. And you, find out who helped you and whose business you belong to. If it weren't for me, Lin Xingyue, would your Uncle Bao dare to set foot in Dongzhou? It would be strange if Boss Bao didn't kill you. Remember, you must be grateful. Don't be that fickle villain who is ungrateful and shameless. You will definitely suffer a great loss. Who are you talking about? Uncle Bao didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. Should Lin Xingyue scold him? Should she give him some advice? No matter how Uncle Bao listened, he felt that Lin Xingyue was talking about him, and even described his own fate. Also, why doesn't Boss Leopard bother with me? Who does he rely on? Isn't it possible that Uncle Leopard doesn't know? This is ridiculous no matter how you look at it. Yi Tianqi, however, did not shy away from it. He laughed directly, then looked at Uncle Bao and said, President Lin is right. As a human being, we should know how to be grateful. Okay, no more nonsense. Get out of the car, it's time to set off. Lin Xingyue, don't worry, I will never intentionally cause trouble. I will do what you said and do my best. As for you, you should worry about yourself. After all, people are all cunning. If others see through your hypocrisy, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. Lin Xingyue snorted coldly and said, you don't need to remind me, just don't make any mistakes. It's just acting. I'll just treat it as if I stepped on a pile of dog shit. I'll just accept it. After saying that, Lin Xingyue took a deep breath, and when she looked at Yi Tianqi again, the indifference on her face had been replaced by a gentle smile. It's about to start from this moment. There are so many people outside. Let's get out of the car, husband. Yi Tianqi got goosebumps when he heard the word husband. Changing faces so quickly. It's a pity not to go filming. 209, Chapter 209, Unexpectedly Smooth. The Bai family is now under tight security. There are 8 security guards in black at the gate, observing everywhere with sharp eyes. It can be imagined that the security behind the gate will only be tighter. All this seemed to confirm that Bai Yulong felt uneasy after taking over the Bai family. Stop, who is it? As soon as Yi Tianqi and Lin Xingyue got out of the car, they were stopped by security personnel. Lin Xingyue quickly smiled and said, hello, we are here to visit young Master Bai Yulong and old Master Bai. We have already made an appointment with young Master Bai Yulong. Can you verify it? This is true, so Lin Xingyue doesn't feel any pressure. The real pressure comes after meeting Bai Yulong and when persuading old Master Bai. The security personnel did not make things difficult for Lin Xingyue. They went back to verify directly, then opened the door and explained to the people inside. And next, the 2 security personnel inside sent Lin Xingyue and Yi Tianqi to where the white fish dragon was. The white fish dragon seemed to take it very seriously and actually came out to greet him. Lin Xingyue immediately felt nervous. After all, the so-called simple visit was just an excuse. Yi Tianqi, on the other hand, looked calm. He thought everything was just acting and there was no need for him to be nervous. Hello, Mr. Bai, nice to see you again. I'm Lin Xingyue, and this is my husband, Yi Tianqi. You should have met before, right? Lin Xingyue looked at Bai Yulong with an indifferent expression and quickly began to introduce him. After saying that, seeing that Yi Tianqi didn't seem to react much and didn't even speak on his own initiative, he suddenly became anxious. Don't mind, my husband doesn't socialize much, so this might be a little rude. Bai Yulong didn't mind at all. He took the initiative to extend his hand to Yi Tianqi and said with a smile, hello, Dr. Yi. It's been a long time since we last met. The old man has always been thinking about you. I'm very happy that you can come here to see me this time. I'm already waiting for you. Do you want to go over now? These words made Lin Qingyue feel a little bewildered. Was it so fast? Moreover, was Yi Tianqi allowed to meet her so easily? She was not even ready yet. However, this is not a bad thing. After all, we don't have to face the white fish dragon, which avoids the risk of being exposed. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi nodded and said with a smile, "In that case, I'll trouble young Master Yulong to lead the way." Bai Yulong smiled and shook his head, saying, "The old man is angry with me, so I won't go. How about this? I'll let Shuqing take you there." After saying that, Bai Yulong shouted into the room, "Bai Shuqing, didn't you see Divine Dr. Yi arrive? Why don't you come over and see Divine Dr. Yi?" Afterwards, a person really walked out of the room. The it was Bai Shuqing. After the two sides met, there was no excessive courtesy and they took Yi Tianqi to meet Mr. Bai. As for Lin Qingyue, she was now more happy than surprised. It went smoothly, unexpectedly smoothly. The main purpose of coming to the Bai family this time was to find Mr. Bai and Bai Shuqing, to convey Mr. Shi's goodwill and express Mr. Shi's support. As a result, it has been completed directly now. It was so smooth that it was unimaginable. However, Lin Qingyue also noticed that there seemed to be some estrangement between Bai Yulong and Bai Shuqing, and Bai Yulong said that old Master Bai was angry with him, which made her almost certain that Shi Xiao's analysis was correct. Good, that's great. I'm afraid this task has a very high possibility of being completed. Mr. Bai, my husband, and I will go and say hello to the old man. Lin Qingyue wanted to go with Yi Tianqi, compared to staying here to deal with Bai Yulong, where she might be exposed at any time. She wanted to leave quickly. Unfortunately, her wish was not fulfilled. Bai Yulong looked at Lin Qingyue, smiled faintly, shook his head and said, "Forget it, the old man is in a bad mood and just wants to see Dr. Yi. You don't have to go. Let's chat. It just so happens that there are some things I want to ask you." Hearing this, Lin Qingyue's heart sank. Bai Yulong actually kept her here. What was going on? She had some questions to ask him. What she feared most now was that Bai Yulong would ask too many questions, so she decided to stay silent if possible and just get this matter over with as soon as possible. That would be the most perfect thing. But she didn't dare to refuse. People had already said that the old man only wanted to see Yi Tianqi, but she still insisted on going. What was going on? Helpless, Lin Qingyue could only nod with a bitter smile, then looked at Yi Tianqi with a gentle smile and said, "Hubby, in that case, I'll chat with Bai Xiao first. When you see the old man, you must give him my regards and check on his health. Don't get carried away and forget your status just because Bai Xiao and the old man respect you." Lin Qingyue's words had a hidden meaning, reminding Yi Tianqi that he would have to speak on his own from now on, and asking him not to forget the mission he came here for. Yi Tianqi nodded, said something to Mr. Bai, and then followed Bai Shuqing to find Mr. Bai. Lin Qingyue stared at Yi Tianqi's back with longing eyes, and this time, the reluctant look in her eyes was real. "Mr. Lin, please come in, let's chat in the tea room." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyue nodded quickly and followed Bai Yulong to the tea room. Yi Tianqi looked at Bai Shuqing and said with a faint smile, "You two brothers are quite good at acting." Lin Qingyue was no longer around, so Bai Shuqing didn't need to pretend anymore. He smiled and said, "Mr. Now that I know what you mean, how can I not put my heart into acting? But when it comes to acting, I think Lin Qingyue has great acting skills." Yi Tianqi smiled slightly and said softly, "Let her act. When she gets restless, let's go and have tea with the old man. It's not many days until the old man's birthday party. After coming to the Bai family this time, there will be nothing to do next. We just need to wait for the birthday party to start. Alas, it's a bit sorry for the old man. His birthday party is so good. I'm afraid it will be a mess by then. Chaos is inevitable. I'm even afraid that this time Mr. Bai's birthday banquet will attract worldwide attention." The old man's birthday became a trivial matter, while the events that happened in between were earth-shattering events, and it could even be said that they were major events that affected the overall situation of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Let's not talk about anything else, just say that now, young Master Shi wants to be the king of East Province, and there will inevitably be a catharsis at that time, and behind him, young Master Shi, is Yi Xiao of the Yi family. Mr. Zhou also wants the underground world of the Eastern Province to be unified. By then, the Heavenly Palace, which is only outside the country but not inside the country, and the forces headed by the Eastern King will officially march into the Dragon Country. This will be another earth-shaking event. Of course, the reappearance of Yi Tianqi, the revelation of Qi Tian's identity and the identity of the Lord of Heavenly Palace, whether it can be concealed at that time, is another matter. Especially in terms of Yi Tianqi, his appearance will have an extremely far-reaching impact, and may even change the fate of many people. Among all these events, which one is not more important than Mr. Bai's birthday party? The old man's birthday party became a stage for various forces to perform, so how could it not be chaotic? 210, Chapter 210. Dr. Yi has a deep background. It will definitely be messy. If I were to say I'm sorry to Mr. Bai, I could say that, but Mr. Bai himself wouldn't care about it. Moreover, from another perspective, Mr. Bai will not be harmed from the beginning to the end of this birthday party, so there is no question of whether it is right or wrong. In another sense, he will become famous. After entering the room, Mr. Bai couldn't stop smiling when he saw Yi Tianqi. Amr.ye, for this performance, do you need me to meet this smart Mr. Lin Xingyue? These words sounded a bit strange. Obviously, Mr. Bai knew the situation, so he was extremely dissatisfied with Lin Xingyue. It would have been fine if she was not grateful for being married to Yi Tianqi and becoming his wife, but after becoming rich, she wanted to abandon her husband. Not only that, she even betrayed and hurt him more. It would be strange if such a person could be respected. Even if it wasn't related to Yi Tianqi, even if a stranger was treated like this, Mr. Bai would be extremely disgusted with a woman who did such a thing. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, no need, just let her suffer a little at Yulong's place. I don't want to bother putting on a show for her. After we leave, I'll just tell her that it's done. This does save time and effort. Even if Lin Xingyue is not very reassured, she has no other choice. Besides, she may not want to be too deeply involved. Since Yi Tianqi confidently said that everything has been done, she can push the responsibility away from Shi Shao. This is only beneficial to her and has no harm. As for the white fish dragon, Lin Xingyue was indeed very nervous, although she was worried about Yi Tianqi at the beginning. When she faced the white fish dragon alone, thinking of the white fish dragon's ferocious power, it would be a lie for Lin Xingyue to say that she was not afraid. She came here on the orders of Master Shi with a mission, but the problem was that the young Master Bai Yulong Bai in front of her didn't even give Master Shi face. If he really discovered any clues, he would not show any mercy to deal with Lin Xingyue. Miss Xingyue seems a little afraid of me. What's wrong? Am I really that scary? When we met before, I remember Miss Xingyue wasn't so afraid of me. After Bai Yulong entered the living room, he pointed at the sofa, motioned Lin Xingyue to sit down, and then spoke with a smile. Lin Xingyue was stunned for a moment, then gave a dry laugh and said, really, maybe young Master Bai misunderstood. After all, I'm from a small town, and meeting a big shot like you alone, even if I'm a little scared, it's understandable. Upon hearing this, Bai Yulong narrowed his eyes and chuckled, really, that's true, but I think there's no need for Miss Xingyue to be afraid of me. It's just that we haven't met enough. If you get to know me more, Miss Xingyue will understand. Bai Yulong may look a little cold, but I'm still a very gentle person, especially towards my own people. I'm extremely kind. Miss Xingyue said before that the Bai family is your backer, so you are naturally one of them. Now that you are here with Divine Dr. Yi, you are even less of an outsider. So, Miss Xingyue, just relax, There is a difference between our own people and our enemies. For enemies, it doesn't matter how much harm they do to us. Miss Xingyue, you understand this, right? Even if I kill my enemies, especially those who betrayed me, I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart. I need ruthless methods to deal with such people. Unfortunately, my family has produced several such people, so I punished some of them with my own hands. Perhaps the murderous intent has not subsided yet, so I hope I didn't scare Miss Xingyue. Lin Xingyue was terrified after hearing this. He kept calling them his own people, and was gentle and kind to them, but he would turn around and be ruthless to his enemies, especially when he talked about the betrayal and selling out of his so-called own people. The murderous aura was almost overflowing from his mouth. Lin Xingyue felt very uncomfortable and sweaty after hearing it. They say Lin Xingyue is one of their own, so what she is doing now is a sellout, a betrayal. If this falls into Bai Yulong's hands, what good will it do? But now, Lin Xingyue could only suppress her trembling heart, force a smile, and agree with Bai Yulong. Miss Xingyue, this watch is quite nice. It's obviously very expensive. It seems that Miss Xingyue has really become rich. Bai Yulong looked at Lin Xingyue's restless expression and turned the topic directly to the watch. This also made Lin Xingyue feel relieved. It was good that the subject could be changed. Mr. Bai, you're too kind. This watch was given to me by my husband, Yi Tianqi. I'm not sure how much it's worth, but I don't think it should be very expensive. Mr. Bai is truly rich and unparalleled. It's just a watch. As long as Mr. Bai wants it, he can have it any time. Hearing this, young Master Bai looked at Lin Xingyue and chuckled. That may not be the case. This watch is not cheap, and it's not something you can buy just by having money. Was it given to you by Divine Dr. Yi? That makes sense. It seems that Divine Dr. Yi really dotes on Miss Qingyue. I remember that Miss Qingyue's company was developed thanks to Divine Dr. Yi. Miss Qingyue, you must cherish him. Divine Dr. Yi is usually very low-key, but his background is extremely profound. Of course, I don't need to remind you of this. You two are so loving, you won't care about these things, right? Won't you care? They have already divorced and even become enemies. Can this be called not caring? It's just that the white fish dragon doesn't know it yet. Moreover, was Bai Yilong praising Yi Tianqi a little too much? He was just a so-called miracle doctor who knew a little bit of medical skills, nothing more. Lin Qingyue, I looked down on her. Only Lin Qingyue didn't dare to say anything else in front of Bai Yilong. Mr. Bai, you are too kind. Tianqi only has some medical skills and was lucky enough to save the old man. He doesn't deserve such praise from Mr. Bai, let alone any background. Compared with the Bai family, Tianqi is just an ordinary person. Mr. Bai can summon him at any time if he needs him. Lin Qingyue thought that what she said was correct. She was praising Bai Yilong, improving the status of the Bai family, and even promised to summon Yi Tianqi at any time. This is a way to please, but it won't offend the white fish dragon. But what she didn't expect was that after Bai Yilong heard Lin Qingyue's words, although his expression did not change, his tone became much colder. Why does it sound like Miss Qingyue is a bit dismissive? Could it be that she looks down on Divine Dr. Yi? As an outsider, I can't say anything about the affairs between you two. However, it's better to have a long-term perspective. Sometimes, being too clever can backfire. But there is one thing, Miss Qingyue, since you already know this, I'll add one more thing. Since Divine Dr. Yi saved my grandfather, he is the savior of our Bai family. How heavy is this? I hope Miss Qingyue, you will weigh it carefully, otherwise, don't blame Yilong for not giving you face, hee. 211, Chapter 211. How could such a powerful person think so highly of you? A threat, this is absolutely a threat through and through. But this kind of threat is now too lethal to Lin Qingyue. She couldn't afford to offend him, so why was she still weighing it? She could just say that if Lin Qingyue did something wrong to Yi Tianqi, she would be offending Bai Yilong and the Bai family. How could Lin Qingyue not know what the consequences would be? Bai Yilong has changed. Although she has not had much contact with him, she knows that this young master Bai is unruly and difficult to approach, but compared to their previous meeting, this time, she always feels that Bai Yilong seems to have hidden meaning in his words. Moreover, is he overestimating Yi Tianqi? But Lin Qingyue couldn't say these things, nor did she dare to say them. Fortunately, she knew that Master Shi was going to deal with Bai Yilong, so the dissatisfaction and fear in her heart would soon disappear. When the day came that Bai Yilong was nothing, when he happily celebrated his grandfather's birthday, everything would be clear. Don't worry, Mr. Bai, Tianqi and I are husband and wife. We are very loving. Moreover, I, Lin Qingyue, am a person who knows how to be grateful. Putting aside the gratitude, I will not let Tianqi down for his love for me. We are in a free love relationship and it is true love. When Lin Qingyue said this, her face didn't turn red at all, and she spoke with such sincerity, as if she loved Yi Tianqi so much. If Bai Yilong hadn't already known the actual situation, he would probably have been fooled by Lin Qingyue's acting skills. He also had to admire Lin Qingyue's shamelessness. How shameless could she be to tell such a lie? Wouldn't she even blush? Of course, Bai Yilong would not expose Lin Qingyue. For him, Lin Qingyue's fate had already been determined, and it was personally designated by Yi Tianqi. In fact, Lin Qingyue took every step by herself. Yi Tianqi gave her chances more than once, but she was the one who led herself further and further down the road to greater and greater misery. Until the day when the truth comes out, all the results will come out. Okay, I really like it. Miss Qingyue. As I said before, cherish Divine Dr. Yi. He will be a treasure that will benefit you throughout your life. He can bring you everything. Lin Qingyue sneered at this statement. She didn't believe it at all and didn't want to listen to it. She really couldn't help but want to refute Bai Yilong. She wanted to see who this Yi Tianqi was and who could give her endless wealth and everything she wanted. Bai Yilong, do you know what Lin Qingyue wants? Is that something Yi Tianqi can afford? I wouldn't even dare to think about it in my dreams. With Mr. Shi's status and position, and Mr. Qianwu's wealth, Lin Qingyue could only consider him a good match. What was Yi Tianqi? Fortunately, at this moment, Bai Shuqing and Yi Tianqi came over. Not too much time passed, but for Lin Qingyue, every second was torture. Not only did she have to act and not reveal her true identity, but she also had to listen to Bai Yilong's warnings, both explicit and covert, and listened to him bragging about how powerful Yi Tianqi was. Lin Xingyue felt that even if she didn't reveal her true identity, she would have to reveal it because of Yi Tianqi. Mr. Bai, I just checked on the old man, he's in good health. As long as he gets enough rest and doesn't work too hard, his health isn't a problem. It's especially important to maintain your mindset, you can't overwork yourself, and you can't overexert yourself. Mr. Bai, please pay attention to this. Yi Tianqi spoke with a smile. Bai Shuqing seemed determined to carry on with his acting. After sending Yi Tianqi over, he didn't even bother to say hello to Bai Yulong and just left. Bai Yulong didn't seem to take it seriously. Instead, he looked at Yi Tianqi and said with a smile, "Thank you, Divine Dr. Yi, please rest assured that I won't let my grandfather work so hard in the future. The old man has worked hard all his life. It's time for him to enjoy his retirement." These were obviously words full of filial piety, but when Lin Xingyue heard them, they became a major crime of Bai Yulong. What does it mean that Mr. Bai won't have to work hard anymore in the future? What does it mean that he can enjoy a peaceful and leisurely life? To put it bluntly, isn't it just about sidelining people and taking away all the power? It sounds really nice. Unfortunately, the happiness won't last long. Lin Xingyue looked at the relaxed smile on Yi Tianqi's face and felt that the matter should be settled. Indeed, the Bai family is so huge, almost covering the entire eastern province. How could they just give it up like this? No one would be willing to do that. Looking at Yi Tianqi chatting with Bai Yulong, Lin Xingyue showed a gentle smile, took Yi Tianqi's arm, and said sweetly, "Husband, we have been disturbing you for a while. Mr. Bai is busy with official business, why don't we leave first? Anyway, we will come to the old man's birthday party in a few days. Also, husband, Master Bai thinks highly of you. He's been praising you to me just now and told me to treat you well. You should really thank Master Bai. It's your honor to be valued so much by Master Bai." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi smiled and nodded, then looked at Bai Yulong and said with a smile, "Really, thank you very much, Master Yulong. However, I think you are also very busy, so we will not disturb you. We will take our leave first." Bai Yulong laughed heartily and shook his head, No, I'm busy and I have to accompany Divine Dr. Yi. I originally wanted to invite Divine Dr. Yi and Miss Xingyue to dinner, but now it seems that we really have to postpone it. In that case, let's postpone it. We're in Eastern Province anyway, so we have plenty of time. When the time comes, let's not leave until we're drunk. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly and nodded, "That's right, there's plenty of time. When we finish our work, we won't leave until we're drunk, Master Yulong, we'll take our leave first." Afterwards, Bai Yulong did not force Yi Tianqi and Lin Xingyue to stay any longer, but sent them to the gate of Bai's house and watched Yi Tianqi and Lin Xingyue got into the car and then left. After getting in the car, Lin Xingyue's expression changed immediately. The gentleness and sweetness just now disappeared completely, leaving only indifference and disdain. "Yi Tianqi, I can't believe that Bai Yulong really values you so much, and he holds you in such high regard, huh? My acting wasn't exposed at the time, and I almost let the cat out of the bag because of you, because I really couldn't stand his flattery and respect for you. Did you give Bai Yulong some kind of magic potion? Otherwise, why would this dignified young master of the Bai family, who now single-handedly controls the entire Bai family and is now a new generation of heroes, look at you differently? Moreover, he even dared to threaten me for you. This is really unreasonable." Lin Xingyue was furious, not knowing whether it was because Bai Yulong valued Yi Tianqi more than her, or because she was angry because Bai Yulong threatened her because of Yi Tianqi. Or maybe, both. Yi Tianqi didn't say much, but just said lightly, "If you don't want to listen, you don't have to listen. I have said it long ago. Whether I, Yi Tianqi, am a waste or not is not up to you now. Do you understand?" 212, Chapter 212, Don't understand people's hearts? Don't understand strategies? These words, this tone, and this attitude made Lin Xingyue, who was already unhappy, even more annoyed. It was as if Yi Tianqi didn't know what kind of person he was, and he still pretended in front of him. What was he pretending for? Would pretending be useful? Would pretending make him less of a waste? "Yi Tianqi, you're out of breath when I call you fat, right? Just because Bai Yulong praised you a few times, you think you're such a big shot. You just saved his grandfather. Don't you know what his situation is like? He's trying to pretend to be a good person, a loyal and righteous man who knows how to repay kindness. That's all. You, Yi Tianqi, just happened to be there by chance. Do you really think that Bai Yulong simply admires and respects you? What are you daydreaming about? Otherwise, I would say you are a waste. You are completely brainless. When people praise you a few times, you become arrogant and forget your own limitations. It's speechless. They have a purpose. Can't you see it at all? At this moment, Lin Xingyue was like a strong woman who knew everything. Looking down on Yi Tianqi from a superior position, she was also frightened at first. But now when she saw Yi Tianqi, she felt that she had come to her senses. She hadn't figured it out just now, but now she understood it more and more. Isn't that the case? Why does Bai Yilong value Yi Tianqi so much? Why does he keep expressing his importance to Yi Tianqi? Don't forget that he doesn't even give face to Shi Xiao, but gives face to Yi Tianqi. This is not normal in itself. There is only one explanation, that is, Yi Tianqi was the one who saved his grandfather, and now, although Mr. Bai and Bai Shuqing were forced to hand over power, they still have influence. Bai Yilong has no choice but to appease them. Why Yi Tianqi is the best person to appease people's hearts, this is the fact. Lin Xingyue immediately told Yi Tianqi what he was thinking, asking him to stop being complacent. He was just a tool that was temporarily of some use to Bai Yilong. When he was no longer useful, would Bai Yilong still pay attention to him? Yi Tianqi listened to Lin Xingyue's logical arguments. To be honest, if he didn't know the truth, he would have almost been convinced. Raising a thumbs up, Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Xingyue and smiled. I can't believe your analysis makes so much sense. If that's the case, then why were you scared just now? There's absolutely no need for that. Lin Xingyue glanced at Yi Tianqi coldly and said, don't try to please me. It's useless. I won't even bother with you. As for why you're afraid, why aren't you afraid? That's the white fish dragon. He didn't even give young Master Shi face, and he even took away the family's power at will. What else is there that he wouldn't dare to do? I, Lin Xingyue, am not as superficial as you think, nor as ignorant as you think. I can clearly tell who I can afford to offend and who I can't. However, the world is constantly changing. When Master Shi has everything in place, except for the east wind, the high and mighty white fish dragon today will be nothing more than a pitiful prisoner in the future. By then, who will be the high and mighty one? After Lin Xingyue finished speaking, she frowned at Yi Tianqi and said, I was so busy talking about you that I forgot to ask, how is it going? Did Bai Shuqing and old Master Bai agree? What did they say? Let me tell you, Bai Yilong didn't let me see them this time, so if anything goes wrong, you will be solely responsible. I have done everything I should have done. If it didn't work out, you can think about how to explain it to Master Shi. Although Lin Xingyue was almost certain that Yi Tianqi must have done it, otherwise it wouldn't be so easy, but before getting a definite answer, she was still a little worried. After all, in her mind, Yi Tianqi was an unreliable person. Yi Tianqi heard this, looked at Lin Xingyue and nodded gently, saying, it's agreed, and I have conveyed Master Shi's intentions. It can't be said to be smooth sailing, but the result is always good, and now everything depends on Master Shi completing the layout. As long as Master Shi's side goes smoothly, Master Bai's side will not be a problem. This was actually the best result, but Lin Xingyue, who wanted to show off in front of Master Shi, was not satisfied. What do you mean? As long as everything goes well for young Master Shi, there will be no problem for old Master Bai. Isn't this good for Mr. Bai? They can regain control of the Bai family and punish their unfilial descendants. Just for this reason, shouldn't they pay something? Why do you have to wait until everything goes well for Master Shi? What's the difference between this and sitting and waiting to eat peaches? Yi Tianqi, you've been talking for so long and this is the result. It's the same as not talking at all. There's no clear answer at all, no word on what they're going to do, and no word on what kind of help they're going to provide. It all sounds like they're waiting for us to finish so they can leverage our strength and reap the benefits. Lin Xingyue frowned, very dissatisfied. She kept calling him we, which seemed to have put her and Shi Xiao on the same side. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi simply said, then go and talk. Do you think you can get a better result? The current situation is like this. It's reasonable for old Master Bai to say so. Besides, being able to agree is already a very good result. Lin Xingyue, do you not believe that everything will go smoothly for young Master Shi? Or what do you mean? Who doesn't know how to put accusations on others? Yi Tianqi certainly knows how to do it. Lin Xingyue immediately became furious and pointed at Yi Tianqi and said angrily, Yi Tianqi, how dare you put the blame on me? You are so capable. Let me tell you, of course I believe that everything will go well for young Master Shi. What I mean is that Mr. Bai should do more. This will also reduce the pressure on young Master Shi. Isn't this for young Master Shi's sake? Also, you're right, if I were to talk to, if you say so, I can definitely negotiate a better result than you. What do you know? I've known you for so many years. What do you know? Oh, right. It seems that you only know some worthless medical skills. What else do you know? Do you know how to do business? Do you understand people's hearts? Do you know how to negotiate? If I don't tell tell you, you don't know your own strengths and weaknesses. Even if I tell you, you still refuse to accept it. You have high expectations but low skills. Let me tell you, there are so many tricks involved, and you don't understand anything at all. Aren't Mr. Bai and Bai Shuqing anxious? I tell you, I don't need to meet them to know they are more anxious than anyone else. They all want to turn the tables, but they are not completely sure our appearance has brought young Master Shi's sincerity, and they now have someone to back them up. This is simply great news for them. Lin Xingyue spoke eloquently, and seemed to have completely grasped Mr. Bai's mentality. When you're feeling sleepy, someone offers you a pillow and a bed. Who wouldn't be happy? At this point, they won't object to anything you ask them to do, but they're smarter than you, and they'll bargain, trying to figure out the best deal. They'll try to pay as little as possible, but when you, a clueless person, think this is all they need, how can they not happily agree to it? After all, if you can get everything you want without paying anything, who wouldn't be happy? Yi Tianqi, believe it or not, I'm secretly happy right now. Besides being happy, I'm also grateful for having run into a sucker like you. You're still smiling and thinking you've done something great. You're just so stupid. Lin Xingyue said these words with great determination, as if she had already determined that this was the case. But after hearing these words, Yi Tianqi sneered repeatedly, and Uncle Bao, who was driving, broke out in a cold sweat. This girl is really going to extremes and there's no way to stop her. And you still say Yi Tianqi knows nothing? And you say Yi Tianqi doesn't understand people's hearts, doesn't know how to scheme, doesn't know how to negotiate? It is true that this is Yi Tianqi, but he is not just Yi Tianqi. 213, Chapter 213. Believe it or not, Yi Tianqi has never been just Yi Tianqi. He didn't understand strategy, didn't understand human nature, and didn't know the human heart. How could he influence the rise and fall of a top family when he was only a teenager? The alliances and calculations involved are so terrifying that it makes one's scalp tingle just thinking about it, but Yi Tianqi did it, a miracle that is almost a miracle. If he doesn't understand, who will understand? The noble son of the Qi family was banished to the mortal world. To be banished to the mortal world was like having half of the country. This statement might be a bit exaggerated, but at that time, almost most people agreed with it. Perhaps, it is a bit exaggerated, but it is enough to show how glorious and respected Yi Tianqi was back then. Could it be that those who gave such comments and are still active in Dragon Country and can be regarded as giants, also know nothing? So, it's ridiculous, ridiculous to the extreme. Does Yi Tianqi need to think about anything for these little things in front of him? In other words, with all the things going on right now, does he really need to spend all his time and energy calculating anything? He is not only the noble son Yi Tianqi, the banished immortal, he is also the one who relied on force to break countless records in one fell swoop and successfully ascended to the 10th throne, the lord of the heavenly palace, the abandoned emperor. His name was known throughout the world. When he was the 10th throne abandoned heavenly emperor, it was hard to say whether he had many strategies. However, he used his almost overwhelming force to tell everyone that he, Yi Tianqi, could control the world if he wanted to. If he didn't want to, he could also use force to rule the world. This is the real Yi Tianqi. Lin Xingyue could have happily seen Yi Tianqi and enjoyed the supreme glory brought by him. Unfortunately, it was better for her not to know. Otherwise, when she learned that she, who should have entered heaven, would fall into hell because of her own reasons, or even into the 18 levels of hell, the cruelty would make people shudder just thinking about it. Unfortunately, Lin Xingyue didn't know any of this, so now she could criticize Yi Tianqi complacently, and even treated Yi Tianqi as a fool. Yi Tianqi just doesn't care about Lin Xingyue now, treating himself as a fool and a waste up. It's okay. No matter how he vents these words or emotions, he will make up for it in the same way when the time comes. Looking at Lin Xingyue, who thought she was extremely clever, Yi Tianqi frowned slightly and said, "According to what you said, I really was deceived by Mr. Bai. If that's the case, then what are we waiting for? Turn back. We can't afford to lose money. How can we let them reap the benefits without any effort? No, this won't do. I didn't do it well. But it doesn't matter. Don't let me get you into trouble. It would be a big sin for me." Yi Tianqi showed a hint of nervousness or dissatisfaction in his cooperation, and was about to turn around and go back to renegotiate. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xingyue became even more dissatisfied. She immediately shook her head and said firmly, "No, you can't go back. If Bai Yilong didn't doubt it before, then going back now is clearly abnormal. Isn't this just walking into a trap and giving people a warning? What is it, Yi Tianqi? I told you that you don't understand anything, and you really don't understand anything. Forget it, let it be anyway. at least it's not the worst outcome, and now I can only hope that Master Sure won't blame me. I don't ask for any credit, but I just hope I won't make any mistakes, otherwise, just wait. Lin Xingyue said this, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that if she had met Mr. Bai, the outcome would not be like this, and she would definitely be able to gain greater benefits. What about the fire snake? Have you mentioned the fire snake? Did Mr. Bai give any information? Lin Xingyue thought of the fire snake. If old Master Bai could give some support on this point, then this trip of the Bai family would be considered a merit. After all, the fire snake was one of the giants in the underground world of East Province, and was also a die-hard member of the Bai family. If the fire snake could be won over, Bai Yilong would lose a great helper. Yi Tianqi nodded after hearing this and said, I've mentioned it before, the answer is the same as before. When we launch this attack and can ensure that it is foolproof, Mr. Bai will personally take action on the fire snake side. In short, even if he can't help this side, he won't side with the white fish dragon. It was another answer that seemed to be non-existent, and Lin Xingyue was almost mad with anger. Pointing at Yi Tianqi, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Okay, Yi Tianqi, you are really capable. Okay, I won't say anything more to you. When the time comes, when young Master Sure blames you, you can explain it yourself. After saying that, Lin Xingyue closed her eyes angrily and didn't even want to pay attention to Yi Tianqi. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianqi shrugged his shoulders and ignored Lin Xingyue, but the amusement in his eyes became more and more intense. They didn't talk all the way, and soon they returned to the Bai family hotel. Otherwise, how could one say that Lin Xingyue was professional? As soon as she got out of the car, her face immediately changed to a gentle and sweet expression. She took the initiative to hold Yi Tianqi's arm, as if she was afraid that others would not know that they were a happy couple. Only after entering the room did Lin Xingyue immediately let go of his hand in disgust. Sun Xiaoya had been waiting in the room for a long time. When she saw Yi Tianqi and Lin Xingyue coming back, she hurriedly asked, Xingyue, Tianqi, how was the trip? Did it go smoothly? Yi Tianqi smiled and nodded. However, before Sun Xiaoya could be happy, Lin Xingyue immediately sneered, you still have the nerve to nod, you're so easily satisfied. If you're not held accountable, that's your blessing. Master Sure is so magnanimous. If you're held accountable, it's entirely your own fault. I'll go report to Master Sure first, you can take care of yourself. After saying that, Lin Xingyue returned to her bedroom with a look of arrogance, closed the door, and went to call Shi Shao. Sun Xiaoya looked at Yi Tianqi with a bewildered look on her face, said, Tianqi, is this not going well? Yi Tianqi smiled slightly and shook his head, it's okay, at least it's not a failure. As for Lin Xingyue's reaction, don't pay attention to it, she has a deep prejudice against me now. She seems uncomfortable if I don't target me. This is true. If this is the reason, Sun Xiaoya immediately felt relieved and a smile appeared on her face. That's good, as long as nothing happens, otherwise, it will be really unlucky. Sun Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief, her rosy little face patting her chest, looking quite attractive. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi smiled intriguingly and said, do you have the same lack of confidence in me as Lin Xingyue? It's not too late to change the relationship between us now. After all, we just met and nothing has happened yet, otherwise, it will be too late. I can't bear to meet another Lin Xingyue. If Lin Xingyue heard these words, it would be strange if she didn't have a big quarrel with Yi Tianqi. Looking at Yi Tianqi's somewhat ambiguous eyes, Sun Xiaoya's heart suddenly beat faster and she became a little flustered. 214, Chapter 214. You dare to harm me. It is understandable that Yi Tianqi doesn't want to meet another Lin Xingyue, doesn't want to be abandoned or hurt again. But the key to the problem is that Sun Xiaoya has now determined that her purpose is to continue to hurt Yi Tianqi, to make Yi Tianqi fall in love with her, and then abandon him again and hurt him severely in order to relieve the hatred in her heart. Yi Tianqi couldn't give Lin Xingyue what she wanted, but what Sun Xiaoya wanted was no less than Lin Xingyue, so Yi Tianqi naturally couldn't give it to her either. The toad is extremely hungry and wants to eat swan meat. But I look down on toads. Of course, Sun Xiaoya would not say these words now. She has to speak out at the most critical moment, only then can she gain the greatest benefit. Tianqi, what are you thinking about? I am already your girlfriend, how could I betray you and abandon you? Don't you trust me? Sun Xiaoya pretended to be aggrieved and threw herself directly into Yi Tianqi's arms, looking weak and pitiful, as if she was completely hurt by Yi Tianqi's words. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi sneered, patted Sun Xiaoya's shoulder gently, and said softly, how could I not believe you? It's just that I don't really believe in so-called feelings, Xiaoya, you can understand me on this point, right? After all, you know what I've been through during this period, once bitten by a snake. You'll be afraid of the rope for 10 years, you won't blame me, will you? Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoya nodded quickly and said, No, how could I blame you? Hey, I know you are sad and upset, and I also know that it is unlikely that you will be able to untie the knot in the short term. It doesn't matter. As long as I am with you, you will find my sincerity, and then you will believe me. Tianqi, I feel so sorry for you thinking about how you've been hurt like this and you don't dare to believe in love anymore. I feel so sad. Don't worry, I will never hurt you, absolutely not. Sun Xiaoya's words were firm and decisive, yet full of deep affection. Who wouldn't be moved after hearing them? Yi Tianqi seemed to be moved when he heard this, and smiled gently. I believe you. If you can still choose me when I am down and out, since you asked me to believe you, then I will believe you. Moreover, not only do I believe you, I'm telling you that I didn't lie to you. As long as you don't do the same thing as Lin Qingyue, and as long as you are sincere, you will definitely get what you want. You will have what Lin Qingyue has, and you will also have what Lin Qingyue doesn't have. This is what I said, and I mean what I said. At this point, Yi Tianqi revealed a subtle expression and said, Of course, I also know that what I say now is actually more like bragging to you, but it doesn't matter. Time will reveal a person's true character sooner or later. You will see it. You can regard this as another revenge on Lin Qingyue. As long as you choose me unswervingly and don't betray me, then letting you live a better life than Lin Qingyue is my revenge on Lin Qingyue. Now, you can also believe me and understand me, right? This is much simpler. Sun Xiaoya didn't believe that Yi Tianqi would change so much. He said he fell in love with her. He didn't love her earlier or later, but chose her now. This is not a joke. But if these are related to revenge against Lin Qingyue, then it is completely excusable. It's a pity that she could understand Yi Tianqi's hatred and anger towards Lin Qingyue, and was willing to believe that Yi Tianqi wanted to give her a better and more superior life in order to take revenge on Lin Qingyue. However, you can dream, but forget about daydreaming. Just relying on Yi Tianqi? Sorry, Sun Xiaoya doesn't believe it. Between Yi Tianqi's empty words and the real benefits and threats from Lin Qingyue, it seemed that she didn't even need to think about what to choose. Tianqi, I have always believed in you. Don't worry, I will never betray you. As soon as he finished saying this, Sun Xiaoya seemed to hear something and quickly moved away from Yi Tianqi with a red face. And then, as expected, they saw Lin Qingyue looking at them with a bad expression, and seemed to be cursing something. Yi Tianqi, come here, Master Shi wants to talk to you. Obviously, Lin Qingyue had already reported the situation to Shi Shao. Yi Tianqi nodded, walked to Lin Qingyue's side, took the phone, and the phone was showing the image of Shi Shao. Master Shi, you're looking for me. Shi Shao looked at Yi Tianqi with an indifferent expression and said calmly, I've heard Lin Qingyue tell me the specific situation. You did a good job. However, according to what Lin Qingyue said, you could have done better, but you didn't succeed. I want to hear the reason. Sure enough, he filed a complaint. But what reason does he need? Yi Tianqi said calmly, young Master Shi, Mr. Bai has already agreed. He only needs to wait for you to complete the layout, and he will act accordingly. I think this result is the best one, and it can only be done this way. As for what Lin Qingyue said to you, I don't know exactly, but I can guess roughly. I just want to ask Master Shi, do you really think it's a good thing for Mr. Bai to take some action now? I think you know very well who Bai Yilong is, and as far as I know, the Bai family is now completely under Bai Yilong's control, especially for old Master Bai and Bai Shuqing. They are being watched all the time. Too much is as bad as too little. If we act too drastically, we will increase the risk of being discovered. By then, I'm afraid Bai Yilong will be on guard, and the effect of surprise will be reduced. Master Shi, do you think I'm right? After saying this, Shi Shao fell into deep thought, then nodded and said, You are right. Bai Yilong is a man who should not be underestimated. Although he is crazy and violent, he is thoughtful and meticulous in his work. Nothing can go wrong, as can be seen from the fact that he was able to unexpectedly win control of the Bai family. Okay, you did the right thing. You really can't create unnecessary complications, otherwise, things will become much more troublesome. Okay, Dr. Yi, you've made a great contribution. I'll remember it, and when the time comes, you'll definitely benefit from it. That's it, then, you guys take a good rest these 2 days. I'll take care of the rest. You just need to avoid being discovered and wait quietly until the birthday party. Also, I already know what happened to Mr. Zhou in the imperial capital. I will handle this matter. That's all, goodbye. After saying that, Shi Shao hung up the phone. He had no intention of saying anything more to Lin Xingyue. Lin Xingyue's face turned pale at this moment. She felt like she was being betrayed. She looked at Yi Tianqi with anger, thinking that this was another revenge of Yi Tianqi, a conspiracy, and an intentional attempt to harm her. Yi Tianqi, did you do this on purpose? Yi Tianqi frowned slightly and looked at Lin Xingyue and said, intentional? What do you mean by intentional? Looking at Yi Tianqi's innocent face, Lin Xingyue said angrily, why are you pretending to be innocent? Don't you know what you did on purpose? Why didn't you tell me what you just said? Did you deliberately want to embarrass me in front of Master Shi? You are simply vicious and hateful. 215, Chapter 215. A miracle doctor can also be a poison doctor. Now I can see what unreasonable means. Didn't Yi Tianqi say that before? Everything was what Lin Xingyue thought in her own mind. Why Yi Tianqi did not hide anything. Moreover, Yi Tianqi was also taught a lesson and was described as brainless, unkind, etc. What about now? Lin Xingyue said that Yi Tianqi deliberately made her look bad. How could this make sense? Lin Xingyue, what are you crazy about? I've already told you everything before. It's all just your imagination. You're saying I'm hurting you. If I wanted to hurt you, do you think I'd need to use such a crude method? I told you a long time ago, don't be too clever and fool yourself. Don't think that you are the smartest person in the world. I know you are very resentful of me now, but honestly, have I, Yi Tianqi, ever let you down? It's all because of your own pride. If I have to say sorry, it should be you, Lin Xingyue, who has let me down. Now I don't bother to pay attention to you, but you keep causing trouble for me again and again. Do you really think that I, Yi Tianqi, am made of clay and have no temper at all? Get out of here now, or I won't be polite to you. Yi Tianqi could tolerate Lin Xingyue, but tolerance did not have no limit. He was just too lazy to argue with Lin Xingyue, otherwise, Lin Xingyue would have been in trouble long ago. Yi Tianqi's sudden outburst left Lin Xingyue stunned, but what followed was not fear, but anger and humiliation. Yi Tianqi, a loser whom she looked down upon, actually dared to yell at her. He even dared to be rude to her. This was simply outrageous. Are you going to rebel? You actually dared to scold me. You actually dared to yell at me. Have you forgotten that your life is in my hands, and you still want to be rude to me? Come on, let me see how you can be rude to me, you ignorant thing. Do you really think I am afraid of you? When facing other people, Lin Xingyue can bow her head to anyone who is stronger than her, but when facing Yi Tianqi, she can't do it at all. In her world, only Yi Tianqi can submit to her. When will it be Yi Tianqi's turn to yell at her? This is humiliating. Even though Yi Tianqi's expression was very impatient at the moment, he still couldn't scare Lin Xingyue. Sun Xiaoyao was about to try to persuade him, but Yi Tianqi sneered and waved his hand, telling her not to speak. Lin Xingyue, my life is in your hands. Have you forgotten one thing? I'm a miracle doctor as others say. So, tell me, whose life is in whose hands? Miracle doctor? Lin Xingyue didn't expect Yi Tianqi to say such a thing, and then sneered. Why, you are a miracle doctor, so what? I, Lin Xingyue, can't even ask you for help even if I am sick, let alone not being sick. Why Yi Tianqi, you are really good at flattering yourself. Can't you find it? Yi Tianqi laughed heartily, his smile full of ridicule and contempt. It seemed that Lin Xingyue really didn't understand what the so-called miracle doctor was all about. Sighing softly and shaking his head, Yi Tianqi said calmly, a miracle doctor is one who is proficient in medicine and pharmacology. So, how easy do you think it would be for a miracle doctor to kill someone? Perhaps, there is no need for poison, just the simplest combination of ingredients, and you will be poisoned to death. Or perhaps, what you ate today is okay, but a casual drink of water can cause the poison to kill you. He wants you to die without knowing it, and no one can find out what's wrong with you. Do you really think this is difficult? I don't even need to do it myself to poison you. If I didn't want you to die, you wouldn't have to go through the trouble of finding someone to teach me a lesson or lock me up in a mental hospital. I can just turn you into a lunatic. Do you believe me? For example, if I give you a needle in a certain acupuncture point on your body, or simply tap you, you will become unconscious. Do you think this is impossible? Lin Xingyue, you can try to see if I'm exaggerating or trying to scare you. If you want to continue challenging my patience, I'm sorry, but my patience is almost gone. Oh, by the way, even if I don't treat you like this, but I don't want to cooperate with you, then I will leave and this drama won't have to go on. Don't use the name Shisha to pressure me. Do you really think I'm afraid? So, now, you only have two choices: either apologize to me immediately and behave yourself from now on, and I'll accompany you through this drama. Or, there's no need to perform this drama, and you, from now on, start worrying about your own survival. After Yi Tianqi finished speaking, he sat down on the sofa indifferently, looking at Lin Xingyue with a cold expression, as if waiting for Lin Xingyue to make a decision. He was not lying. As long as he wanted, he could turn Lin Xingyue into a madman or a dead person anytime and anywhere, and no one would even be able to find out the problem. This has never been a difficult thing for him. Miracle doctor? Ha, every miracle doctor is also a poison doctor if they are willing. In fact, Yi Tianqi has never been a miracle doctor. The most he has learned is the art of poisoning. At this moment, Lin Xingyue was stunned, and Sun Xiaoya was also stunned when they heard Yi Tianqi's words. They both felt a chill on their backs. Is this fake? This is true, because what Yi Tianqi said makes so much sense. If you think about it carefully, isn't that the case? It would be too easy for the miracle doctor to harm people. Thinking of this, even though Lin Xingyue was unwilling, her hands still trembled at this moment. Her originally furious mood was like a flame, but at this moment, it was extinguished, leaving only fear. But, an apology? Let she apologize to Yi Tianqi. This was harder for her than killing her. Moreover, she didn't believe it. She really couldn't believe it. Would Yi Tianqi really dare to do anything to her? Sun Xiaoya reacted quickly. She was also afraid. She was not afraid at first, but now she had to be afraid. She was even more afraid than Lin Xingyue. After all, she was also deceiving Yi Tianqi like Lin Xingyue. Xingyue, come here, I want to talk to you. After saying that, Sun Xiaoya quickly pulled Lin Xingyue into the room. Even after closing the door, I was still in shock. Apologize, Xingyue, you have to apologize to him. I know you are angry, but you must endure it. It's just for these few days, you must endure it. It's terrible. It's really terrible. Why Yi Tianqi? He is such a crazy lunatic. It's really terrible. Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya's cowardly expression and said with gritted teeth, if I don't apologize, will he really dare to do anything to me? I don't believe it. Sun Xiaoya showed a bitter expression and said, it's already this late, and you still don't believe it? What if? It's better to be safe than sorry. Even Clay can get angry. Just bear with it. It's just a few days. Everything is going well. We just need to wait until the old man's birthday party, and then everything will be over then. You can decide how to deal with him, but don't push him too far these few days. Otherwise, even if he doesn't make a move, if he really gives up, how will you explain it? To Master Sure? Xingyue, a little impatience can ruin a big plan. Let him be arrogant for a while. So what? The more arrogant he is now, the more miserable he will be in a few days. Before, I thought he could still live, but now, I support you with all my strength. He must die. If he doesn't die, I'm afraid neither you nor I will be able to sleep well. After saying this, Sun Xiaoya patted her chest, looking terrified and extremely frightened. Lin Xingyue didn't know whether she was scared or angry. Her hands were shaking. Then she gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words. He will die. He will definitely die. I want him to die. I want him to die without a burial place. 216, Chapter 216. A showdown that isn't a showdown. Lin Xingyue was almost going crazy now at why Yi Tianqi actually dared to threaten him. Moreover, it seemed that it was not just a threat, but something he was very likely to do. Yes, this madman has been crazy for a long time. He has been crazy since the moment he dared to attack his own family. Lin Xingyue once again regretted not getting rid of Yi Tianqi in advance, which resulted in it being too late for her to say anything now. What a disaster. This had left her with a huge disaster. Miracle doctor, poison doctor, what's wrong with Yi Tianqi? Why is he a miracle doctor? Now, Lin Xingyue has no choice. She can't afford to take the risk. If Yi Tianqi could really make her die or go crazy without anyone knowing, then everything would be ruined. She had to endure it. She could only endure it. She had to endure it. She had to endure it until the day of the birthday party. By then, she would no longer need Yi Tianqi. The humiliation she suffered today would definitely be returned 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Xingyue, be quiet, don't let him hear. He's already going crazy, but we can't go crazy with him. Just bear with it for a few more days. Sun Xiaoya didn't want to implicate innocent people, so she could only persuade Lin Xingyue. At worst, everyone should try to talk less and see each other less during these few days. Once you can get through these days, everything will be fine. Lin Xingyue took a deep breath, looked at Sun Xiaoya, and said coldly, are you happy now? Haven't you been wanting to see me get humiliated for a long time? Are you satisfied? Don't gloat over other people's misfortune, and don't forget that you are Yi Tianqi's girlfriend now. Do you think he is dangerous now? He was a waste before, but now he has become a man-eating evil ghost. Sun Xiaoya, I'm afraid you are playing with fire and getting burned. After hearing this, Sun Xiaoya wanted to die. Yes, who knew that Yi Tianqi would suddenly become like this? Isn't he a man-eating evil ghost? When he was talking just now, he looked as if human life was worthless. Thinking about it now, Sun Xiaoya still felt a chill on her back. If she knew that she was just teasing him, Sun Xiaoya couldn't imagine what kind of fate she would face. She was not Lin Xingyue, that why Yi Tianqi would not show mercy to her, let alone any consideration. Xingyue, I know I was wrong, I regret it so much now, but it's too late to say anything now. You must find a way to kill Yi Tianqi when the time comes. You must kill him, otherwise, he will retaliate against us. Sun Xiaoya knew that even if she didn't ask Lin Xingyue for help at this moment, Lin Xingyue would not let Yi Tianqi go. But she had to ask for help. If she didn't ask for help, she would feel uneasy. Lin Xingyue glanced at Sun Xiaoya coldly, then looked fiercely at the closed bedroom door, as if she could see Yi Tianqi through the wooden door. Are you scared now? Humph, I don't want to say anything more to you. Anyway, you can take care of yourself, Sun Xiaoya. I can endure it today. It doesn't matter for Master Shi and for the overall situation. It's nothing for me, Lin Xingyue. To body Yi Tianqi once. If I can't bear this little grievance, how can I achieve great things? But remember this, what to do in the future is up to you. After saying that, Lin Xingyue didn't even look at Sun Xiaoya. She opened the door and walked out, looking at Yi Tianqi, who was sitting on the sofa with great indifference. Her heart was raging with anger, but she could only force a smile on her face. Yi Tianqi, after all, we are now in the same boat. A falling out will not benefit anyone. It's just an apology. I will apologize to you. Lin Xingyue, promise that from now on, I will not provoke you. Is that okay? Is this an apology? Is there such an apology? However, for Lin Xingyue, this was the best she could do to bow to Yi Tianqi, and it was a great humiliation for her. Sun Xiaoya also laughed at this time and said, Tianqi, Xingyue has apologized, so don't be angry. We are all family, there is no need, it's really unnecessary. Yi Tianqi revealed a hint of a cold smile, looked at Lin Xingyue and said, our own people, you wish the other party would die, right? You look so reluctant. Do you think I'm blind? But it's up to you. I know what you were thinking. Do you remember what I reminded you? Think about it carefully. I have reminded you many times, and given you many chances, but you insist on seeking death, then you can't blame others. Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but those brought upon oneself are unforgivable. I know what you are thinking, but the result will surely disappoint you greatly. So take care of yourself. After saying that, Yi Tianqi snorted coldly and was about to push the door and leave. This scene shocked both Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya. You've already apologized, why are you leaving? Yi Tianqi, where are you going? Haven't I already apologized to you? Do you still want to expose our discord and ruin Master Shi's plan? Lin Xingyue was startled and was really a little anxious, so much so that she didn't even care about the words Yi Tianqi said that made her angry. Yi Tianqi looked at Lin Xingyue indifferently and said, everything that needs to be done has been done, where I go has nothing to do with you. You and I didn't come here together, and I, Yi Tianqi, am not someone who has nothing to do to. I only told you to accompany you to the Bai family to get things done, but I didn't say that we should stay together for the next few days. Even if I did, so what? No one can control or stop me from doing what I, Yi Tianqi, want to do, and as for what I, Yi Tianqi, don't want to do, no one in this world can force me. No one has been able to force me since a long, long time ago. Just stay in your room quietly. I won't expose you. This is all a play, and I'll play along with you, but, until the end, who knows who the clown is, These words made Lin Xingyue feel somewhat relieved. As long as Yi Tianqi didn't expose it, there would be no problem. But she didn't expect Yi Tianqi was so arrogant that he spoke in such a loud voice. There's still a play going on, and we still don't know who the clown is. How conceited. Who else could it be? Could it be that Yi Tianqi is not the clown, and she, Lin Xingyue, is the clown? Is this possible? Lin Xingyue didn't say anything, but glanced at Sun Xiaoya. Sun Xiaoya quickly said, Tianqi, where are you going? Are you not taking me with you? Yi Tianqi looked at Sun Xiaoya, who was still pretending, and suddenly felt a little tired. He even wanted to expose everything and solve it all now, but then he calmed down and looked at Sun Xiaoya indifferently without saying a word. His eyes were indifferent, as if he could see through people's hearts, as if, without emotion. This made Sun Xiaoya's scalp tingle. Tianqi, why are you looking at me like that? I'm your girlfriend. Girlfriend? Yi Tianqi chuckled, shook his head, looked at Sun Xiaoya, and said lightly, okay, since you said it, then I will definitely remember it, but, do you still remember what I said? Then I'm giving you another chance. I'm reminding you again, remember not to do things you shouldn't do. Don't be another Lin Qingyue. As long as you behave yourself, you will get what you want in the end, but if you're not honest and insist on doing something you shouldn't do, then I won't do anything. You'll know the consequences yourself. So, let's meet again on Mr. Bai's birthday party. On that day, this farce will come to an end, and everything will come to an end. When the time comes, I will see with my own eyes the answer. After saying that, Yi Tianqi opened the door and left without even looking back. Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya looked at each other, and saw anger and frustration, shame and murderous intent in each other's eyes, but they did not see repentance. Perhaps, there is a hint of hesitation and doubt, but only a hint. The deep-rooted impression made it impossible for them to believe that a mere Yi Tianqi could do anything earth-shattering. 217, Chapter 217. The big show was finally about to begin. How furious and hysterical Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya would be after closing the door, or even how they would scold him, was no longer something Yi Tianqi wanted to care about. Whether they wanted to complain or do something else, Yi Tianqi would let them do as they pleased. The next time they met would be at Mr. Bai's birthday party, and these past few days, Yi Tianqi was too lazy to see them. The result is already determined. As for Sun Xiaoya's situation, he made a promise after all, but he was actually betting on people's hearts. Sun Xiaoya, what choice she will make will determine what her future will be like. Yi Tianqi will not go back on his word, but Sun Xiaoya, can she get it? At least, Yi Tianqi didn't believe it. Compared to now, he is more concerned about the situation in the imperial capital. Mr. Zhou should be sober now. The scene of him being stripped naked and thrown at the door has probably spread all over the place. He is really embarrassed. But Mr. Zhou's face is actually not important. The problem now is that he represents Yunting Tianjun, represents Dong Tianwang, and even in a sense, he represents the face of the heavenly palace. Will the Eastern King remain indifferent? Wouldn't Yunting Tianjun be furious? These two have never been easy to deal with, especially now that they actually want to invade Dragon Country. Well, slapping them in the face and losing face is no small matter. Mr. Zhou is nothing and cannot be abandoned, but at least this time, they must come forward to support him. Yi Tianqi did not go anywhere else, but returned to the residence that Mr. Zhou had arranged for him before that. He went back openly and no one could say anything. If someone really dared to say something, Yi Tianqi was not in the mood to deal with it. For some reason, he suddenly became impatient, and had a vague feeling that time was running out. When the little wolf saw Yi Tianqi, he held back his tears and even more so refrained from begging him. This made Yi Tianqi a little strange. It was obvious that he knew what Mr. Zhou had experienced and felt the same pain. How could he resist begging him? This is not like the little wolf's style. From the look on your face I know you have something to say, but you're pretty good at holding it back, he. Yi Tianqi took the tea handed to him by Xiaolang and spoke with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Little Wolf said with a pained expression, I thought about looking for you before, and even went to Boss Leopard, but Boss Leopard said that there was no need to tell you about this kind of thing, and even if you knew, you wouldn't get involved. Besides, Mr. Zhou went to the capital to deal with you and betray you, so I don't have the face to ask you for help. Originally, even if it meant risking my life, I'd still ask you for this. At least, doing so would make me feel more at peace, but Boss Bao said that no one needs to step forward, someone will do it because Mr. Zhou isn't representing himself this time. I understand that, I just want to know when those people will step forward. As far as I know, Mr. Zhou is still lying unconscious at the gate. Mr. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but Mr. Zhou saved my life, even if he has all sorts of faults. It's not my place to point fingers. I saw Mr. Zhou stripped naked and thrown at the gate to be humiliated. I felt that it would be more satisfying to just kill him with a knife. This is too much bullying, really too much bullying. As the little wolf spoke, his eyes turned red and tears fell down. He really felt that this was too bullying and humiliating. Rather than doing this, it would be more satisfying to just kill the person. Moreover, he had already begun to worry about how Mr. Zhou would face the reality after he woke up. What will I do if I can't think straight at that time? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi immediately burst into laughter. Looking at Xiaolang, he said, You're overthinking it. Your Mr. Zhou doesn't have such a strong character. He'd rather live on his knees than die standing. He's definitely humiliated, and he's definitely felt aggrieved, and now he's completely famous. But I still say that he'd rather live like this than die. As for your concern that he won't be able to face life after waking up, or that he won't be able to get over it. That's completely unnecessary. Don't worry, he'll be fine. It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. When saying this, Yi Tianqi was sitting on the sofa, holding a teacup, smiling, with a look of sarcasm on his face, as if he was just watching a show. To put it bluntly, this is very disrespectful, especially since this happened in front of a little wolf who was suffering because of the torture Mr. Zhou was suffering. How does the little wolf cope with this? If it were someone else, Xiaolang would have been furious long ago, but the person in front of him was Yi Tianqi. And no matter how dissatisfied Xiaolang was, he didn't dare to show it. What's more, it was Mr. Zhou's fault. After all, Yi Tianqi was the one who was betrayed. It was good enough that he didn't add insult to injury. How could he expect sympathy from him? Seeing Xiaolang silent and unhappy, Yi Tianqi chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I don't mean to mock you, my savior, because I have never taken him seriously. Everything he does is under my control. Betrayal or selling out, I don't want him to do it. Can he do it? Just him, huh? I'm just telling you one more fact. He won't die if he's just the way he is. And no matter how well he disguises himself in front of you, he can't hide it from me. I can see through his true nature at a glance. Believe it or not, it's up to you." This sounds exaggerated, but if the person who said this is Yi Tianqi, then it must be true, because Yi Tianqi has no need to lie, and he would not lie to Xiaolang about such a thing. Besides, you really don't know him? Yi Tianqi looked at the little wolf, drank a sip of tea slowly, and said one sentence, which made the little wolf he couldn't say anything more. Yes, how could he not understand Mr. Zhou? He is a person who is afraid of death. Even though he is facing something like this today, when most people want to die, he still wants to live. Mr.Ye, I understand, I'm just a little sad. Yi Tianqi knew that Xiaolang was a man who valued friendship, otherwise, he would not have been so tolerant of him. Although he was reckless, he was actually a grateful person. He could risk his life for his savior. Just for this reason, Yi Tianqi spared Xiaolang. Of course, Yi Tianqi also has a bottom line, and his patience is not unlimited. Don't worry. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhou will be carried in soon. Don't worry, the humiliation he endured today will determine the price paid by those who humiliated him. As for whether the Yi family can protect the culprit, the Yi family, that depends on the long-lost Dong Tianwang and Yunting Tianjun, their game with Yi Xiao, the entire Yi family, and even more powerful forces will depend on it. Ha ha. Whether it's the Zhou family or that ignorant guy from the Yi family, they are no longer important now. Things have become so serious that they will not be able to interfere from now on. As for me, I'm going to be busy from now on. After waiting for so long, the show is finally about to begin. Great, that's great, I can't wait, ha. Yi Tianqi's eyes flashed coldly, and a hint of playful mockery also flashed across his face. He looked a little crazy. It seemed as if he had been waiting for a very long time. It also seemed that his repressed heart, or the devil deep in his heart, the real him, was finally about to be released. At this moment, there was no intention to kill, but the little wolf seemed to see an endless sea of corpses and blood, and countless hungry ghosts in hell. It's more than just chilling, it's like my soul is torn apart. 218, Chapter 218. Finally take action. Just as Yi Tianqi said, the little wolf didn't have to be frightened for too long. Almost at the same time, Xiaolang's cell phone rang. The number was from the capital, and it was the person who had always been with Mr. Zhou. Xiaolang glanced at Yi Tianqi, and after getting Yi Tianqi's consent, he immediately answered the phone. And then, in just over 10 seconds, Xiaolang hung up the phone, looked at Yi Tianqi in shock, and said, Mr.Ye, you were right just now. A large group of people suddenly came and surrounded the entire club. Then, they almost forcibly controlled everyone and carried Mr. Zhou into the club. Yi Tianqi seemed to have anticipated this. He smiled faintly and said, "Now you know, don't worry, many things are more complicated than you think, but also simpler. If Zhou is just representing himself in the imperial capital, this time he will be humiliated and may not even survive, but if he is representing the people of the heavenly palace, then it will be different." Speaking of this, Yi Tianqi's eyes were somewhat profound, and he said with emotion, "Tiangong, it's great, these old friends will be able to see each other soon when the time comes. What kind of expressions will they have when they see me? I hope I won't disappoint them." After saying that, Yi Tianqi waved his hand, signaling Xiaolang to leave. It seemed that after mentioning the heavenly palace and his former subordinates or friends, he no longer had much other mood. The little wolf didn't dare to disturb them and left quickly. Yi Tianqi was the only one left in the room. Yi Tianqi sat on the sofa, motionless, with a half-smile on his face, but it was unclear whether the look in his eyes was amusement, mockery, expectation, or bitterness. No matter No matter what these people's purpose is, no matter what purpose they had in coming to his side, there is one thing that cannot be denied, that is, they are all brothers who once fought side by side with him. This is something that cannot be erased by anyone or anything. They are all brothers who once fought side by side and went through life and death together. If that accident had not happened, perhaps they would still be together now, and the heavenly palace would be even more glorious and terrifying than it is now. Unfortunately, there is no if in everything. Yi Tianqi has no regrets, because he has no choice. As for those former brothers, what they thought and whether they understood, Yi Tianqi had no control over it. And at this moment, outside the Dragon Country, an island country in Southeast Asia, on the outskirts of a house in the most prosperous city center of the island country, soldiers armed to the teeth are patrolling everywhere, and inside the mansion, which covers an area so large that it is larger than the presidential palace, there are both visible and hidden sentries patrolling everywhere. This is the base of the heavenly palace in this island country, or in other words, this is the residence of the King of the East in this island country. It is no exaggeration to say that this mansion is larger than the presidential palace, because this mansion itself was once the presidential residence. However, when the King of East Heaven chose to settle here, it became the King of East Heaven's residence, and the presidential residence was moved elsewhere. It sounds incredible, but it is the truth. The island nation's land area is smaller than that of a province of Dragon Country, and its population is just over 10 million. Although its economy is decent, its armed forces are indeed insufficient, and the power struggle on the island has even reached a fever pitch. It was because the King of the East chose to settle here that the disputes were settled in one fell swoop. So, let alone a presidential palace, here, it is not an exaggeration to say that the King of the East is a local tyrant. What's more, such a small place is more than enough for the King of the East to settle down. At this time, the King of East Heaven was meeting with the president of the island country in his residence. Yes, he was meeting with him. No one knew who was the real owner of this island country. Yunting Tianjun happened to be on this island today. He rushed here quickly after finishing other things. In addition, he was about to go to Longwa, so he had to come. At this moment, in the palace of the Eastern Heavenly King, Yunting Tianjun was chatting with someone in a small courtyard. He was in high spirits and smiling, until a phone call came. Yunting Tianjun's smile immediately disappeared from his face, and his brows were even tightly furrowed. When the picture on the mobile phone was displayed, Yunting Tianjun even stood up from his chair. He had just come down from the battlefield, and he was full of murderous intent. He immediately released his murderous intent without any scruples. At the age of over 30, he has already become the heavenly sovereign of the heavenly palace who guards a place and is feared by the world. You should know that among the 4 heavenly kings, 8 heavenly sovereigns, and 36 guarding generals in the heavenly palace, he is one of the heavenly sovereigns, a true high-ranking official. These people didn't get to the top by relying on connections, they fought their way up step by step through their own outstanding military achievements. His name Yunting is extremely famous in the world, especially in the area under his jurisdiction, where he is the sky. Nowadays, there are not many things that can make him furious, but today, he was more than furious, he was simply furious. The scene in the video was nothing but the scene of Mr. Zhou being stripped naked and standing at the door, being humiliated and mocked by others at will. This really has nothing to do with him, but when Mr. Zhou went to the imperial capital on his behalf, and even on behalf of the King of the East, and all this happened, then all of this is inseparable from him. The person who was talking nearby was also surprised when he saw Yunting Tianjun suddenly stand up and burst out with murderous intent. He quickly said, "Tianjun, what's wrong with you, did something happen?" Yunting Tianjun thought that this was the residence of the Eastern King, gritted his teeth, slowly restrained his murderous aura, and calmed down his rage. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not calm down the anger in his heart. "It's nothing, just a little accident, a small matter, just a small matter, hee." That forced smile on his face made him say it was a trivial matter, but no one really dared to treat it as a trivial matter. Yunting Tianjun frowned and said, "I won't chat with you anymore, I'm going back to my room first." After saying that, Yunting Tianjun left immediately. This time, no one dared to frown. After all, everyone could see that Yunting Tianjun was very angry at the moment. At this moment, Yunting Tianjun had no intention of telling the Eastern King about this matter. He just wanted to solve it himself. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to return to the room, but would have gone to the Eastern King to discuss the matter as soon as possible. It's not that he made the decision on his own, but he had already made the decision on his own. After all, Mr. Zhou discovered Yi Tianqi's identity as Qi Tian, and he did not report this to the King of the East. Mr. Zhou made the decision to go to the imperial capital on his own. Now that something has happened, it will definitely be a disgrace for Mr. Yunting Tianjun. He had to solve the troubles he had caused, or the problems he had encountered, by himself. He couldn't ask the King of the East to help him clean up the mess. He can't afford to lose this person. 219, Chapter 219 Subordinates, Guilty. Yunting Tianjun, when have you ever lost face like this? He is one of the 8 celestial kings in the Heavenly Palace. With this status, he is definitely a high-ranking official in the Heavenly Palace. Wherever he goes, who won't give him face? Although the 10th throne-abandoned emperor has long since disappeared without a trace, the prestige of the Heavenly Palace has declined significantly compared to before, but this does not mean that the strength of the Heavenly Palace has weakened much. What's more, the Eastern King has been continuously climbing up the battle power list without a single defeat. His current reputation is even beginning to catch up with that of the abandoned emperor. Therefore, the Heavenly Palace is still the same Heavenly Palace. Even if there are some internal disagreements or even estrangements, it is not something that anyone can underestimate. Although the Heavenly Palace has never been involved in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom due to the order of Emperor Qi Tian, this does not mean that the Heavenly Palace has no prestige at all in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. You have to know that this is the Heavenly Palace, a behemoth that terrorizes the world. Let's not talk about anything else, just say that Tiangong has completely controlled this island country. This island country has always had good economic strength, and its consortium is even on the world's list. Do they dare not listen to Tiangong? And they are not unconnected with the major forces within the Dragon Country. From this, we can actually see many things, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. Therefore, for Yunting Tianjun, although Longhua has never been their sphere of influence, this does not mean that there is no one within the territory of Longhua who obeys his orders. After returning to the room, Yunting Tianjun, although there was still murderous intent flashing in his eyes, he managed to calm down. He took a deep breath and started making phone calls to find out what had happened. The first thing he wanted to figure out was, Mr. Zhou, why did it become like this? With all his hair plucked out and still standing at the door, how humiliating is that? This humiliation happened when Mr. Zhou mentioned the Heavenly Palace, or when he did not mention it. If he did not mention it, then Yunting Tianjun would not be so furious. After all, it was not that others did not give him face, nor was it a slap in his face. Mr. Zhou himself was stripped naked and thrown out. That is his personal matter. Although this is a bit far-fetched, after all, Mr. Zhou is their man, and he will lose face no matter how hard he tries, but at least it can calm his anger a little. However, if Mr. Zhou mentioned it and others still dared to do so, then Yunting Tianjun would not just be furious, this would be a complete lack of respect for them. No, not only a lack of face, but also the humiliation of pressing their faces to the ground and spitting on them. No matter who it is, Yunting Tianjun will never accept it, Dong Tianwan will never accept it, and even the entire Heavenly Palace will probably be united in hatred of the enemy. Even if people who don't agree with them will laugh at them, they will never accept this kind of thing. Soon, Yunting Tianjun knew what had happened. Although it was not in detail, he at least knew one thing. Mr. Zhou became like this because of the work of the Yi family. Mr. Zhou did not meet Yi Xiao or anyone else from the Yi family. Instead, he met Yi Lang, the playboy of the Yi family. No one knows what they said to each other, which led to his downfall. But this made Yunting Tianjun even more puzzled. Based on his understanding of Mr. Zhou, he knew that Mr. Zhou was not a person who did not know the importance of the matter and did not know how to live or die. Did he have the courage to offend someone from the Yi family? Impossible. There is no possibility of this, especially when it is the first time we meet. Therefore, there must be some hidden story behind this. As for what the hidden secret was, Yunting Tianjun didn't know, but he was sure of one thing, that Mr. Zhou went to the imperial capital on his orders to find people from the 3 major forces and seek cooperation. This was because Yi Tianqi's identity was Qi Tian of the Qi family, which was the basis of their cooperation. So, in this situation, Yunting Tianjun made the decision himself. Mr. Zhou is not a fool. It is impossible for him to wait until he has fallen to this point without revealing who he represents. So, he must have said it. After saying it, he still ended up like this. If this is not disrespectful and intentional, then what is it? After Yunting Tianjun got a general understanding, he was furious and almost gave the order to kidnap the people and start a war. Others were afraid of the 3 major forces, but Yunting Tianjun was not afraid. What's more, this time, only the Yi family was his enemy. However, after calming down, Yunting Tianjun gave up the idea and now, he could no longer hide this matter. The king of East Heaven still didn't know about it because he was meeting with the president of this island country, otherwise, his information channels would be much larger than his own. Mr. Zhou was not the most important chess piece, but he was their chess piece that ultimately led to this fate. King Dong Tian had no reason to ignore it. Taking a deep breath, Yunting Tianjun calmed himself down and immediately went out to meet the Eastern King. No matter who comes forward to resolve this matter, he must inform the King of the East and even apologize. After all, this matter was related to his making decisions and issuing orders on his own. In the reception room of the mansion, at this moment, the King of East Heaven was talking to the president of the island country with a gentle face. In fact, they were not discussing any major issues, but the Asian president in his 60s was very clear about who was the one who had the final say here and who would keep him in this position. Therefore, he knew even better what to do. It is inevitable to come here from time to time to report and express one's respect for the King of the East. Otherwise, there would be someone else who could be the president on this island. Fortunately, the King of the East is also very kind and gives people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. It is not very stressful. Moreover, he almost never interferes in the internal affairs of the island country. Is this a better thing? The president had originally planned to stay here today to see if he could have dinner and communicate more with the King of East Heaven, so as to try to persuade the King of East Heaven to come forward and eliminate the rebels, when Yunting Tianjun came over. The president quickly stood up and greeted Yunting Tianjun with a smile that he was not someone else but Yunting Tianjun, so how could he not know him? Although Yunting Tianjun had a faint smile on his face, his eyes were more or less filled with a hint of anger and murderous intent. How could a person who could be the president not see this? He quickly said goodbye and left, leaving the space to Yunting Tianjun. Dong Tianwang looked at Yunting Tianjun and said calmly, "What happened? You seem to be feeling a little off. It would be strange if emotions could be right." Yunting Tianjun gritted his teeth and knelt on one knee in front of Dong Tianwang. "Sir, I am guilty." 220, Chapter 220 Wrong Choice. Yunting Tianjun is the confidant of the King of the East. It can even be said that he was already one of them before they joined the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, the King of the East never doubted Yunting Tianjun's loyalty. Although the two are superior and inferior, they are still brothers, and this is a fact. Therefore, when Yunting Tianjun knelt on one knee to apologize to him, Dong Tianwang knew that the matter was serious. Frowning slightly, the Eastern Heavenly King looked at Yunting Tianjun and said, "Stand up first, what happened?" Since Yunting Tianjun had come, he had no intention of hiding anything, nor did he dare to hide anything. He immediately reported all the details to Dong Tianwang. As for the King of the East, his brows furrowed more and more as he listened. After hearing the last part, his eyes turned cold and an aloof aura emanated from him. The Eastern King is not young, but not old either. However, his hair is already a little gray. However, this does not affect the Eastern King's power. On the contrary, it increases his pressure. When he gets angry, he really looks like an emperor with a majestic aura. In fact, in terms of the power that the King of the East holds, he is more imperial than an emperor in many ways. Asshole, do you still have me in your eyes? You dare to make decisions on your own, you are so presumptuous. Even though Yunting Tianjun and Dong Tianwang are brothers, no one knows better than him that Dong Tianwang is only kind on the surface, but in fact, he is decisive and murderous, and he does not recognize any relatives. Immediately, Yunting Tianjun knelt down again and said with some trembling, "I know I am wrong. I am guilty. It is my fault that I failed to do my job well, and I have caused your reputation to be damaged. I deserve to die. But please rest assured, I will definitely resolve this matter. I will regain all my reputation. Even if I die, Yuntang will not let you suffer with me." Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King looked at Yuntang coldly. Finally, he shook his head, sighed, and said helplessly, "What do you think I'm worried about? Is it because of the damage to your reputation? Yes, that's really infuriating. At this critical moment, all the forces in the Heavenly Palace are already eyeing me covetously, extremely dissatisfied, and have long been suspicious of me, and yet you chose to stir up this mess. Just tell me, how big of a mess have you gotten yourself into? Believe it or not, within a day, all the forces will question me. How will I answer then? I am still the Eastern King of the Heavenly Palace, and the rule set by Emperor Qi Tian is that people from the Heavenly Palace cannot interfere in the affairs of the Dragon Kingdom. How do you think I should explain this? During the years since Emperor Qitian disappeared, various forces have been ready to make a move. Factions abound within the Heavenly Palace, but no one dares to violate this rule. Although everyone has their own thoughts, Emperor Qitian's reputation remains. He is missing, not dead. Yunting, don't you understand? Originally, everything was done quietly. Even if someone discovered it, we could keep it a secret, but what about now? I made such a big show, so brazenly, and even brought out the name of my heavenly palace, only to be stripped bare and thrown at the gate. What kind of a shame is this? This is an utter disgrace. How are you going to resolve this? How are you going to clean up the mess? How are you going to make amends? The Eastern King was not overly excited, but every word he said was heartbreaking, making Yuntang tremble with fear. Yuntang is a general, and he is not stupid, but he rarely thinks about these things. Now, after hearing what the Eastern King said, he finally understood that the disgrace to his reputation that he was worried about was only one of the things he would have to endure next. The others were the most critical, especially the accusations from other factions in the Heavenly Palace. If he failed to handle them well, all his previous efforts would probably be in vain. Thinking of this, Yunting Tianjun became even more panicked and felt that he had missed the important matter of King Dong Tian. Heavenly King, I deserve to die. I am willing to die as an apology. Please punish me. Talking about death is not an excuse. If death can be an atonement, Yunting Tianjun will really be willing to die for the King of the East. His loyalty to the King of the East is beyond doubt. The Eastern Heavenly King knew this very well, so even if Yunting Tianjun made a mistake, he could not punish him too much. Besides, who said that bad things could not turn into good things? What's more, what he was angry about was not the damage to his reputation, nor was he worried about being blamed by other factions, but Yunting Tianjuan's self-assertion. The most important thing was that this result was not what the Eastern Heavenly King wanted to see. Dong Tianwang sighed, shook his head, and said, "Get up, and now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying more. I'm not angry at anything else, but at you. You did something wrong and acted on your own, which is fine, but the key is that you chose the wrong direction. How could you let Mr. Zhou betray Yi Tianqi? Yuntang, you already know that Yi Tianqi is the noble son of the Qi family who amazed the world 10 years ago. Then how could you not know how amazing and brilliant this exiled immortal Qi was back then? Now that you know, what are you thinking about, giving up on him, or even betraying him?" Having said that, the King of the East sighed with some regret, as if he was very sorry. These words made Yunting Tianjun a little confused. King of the East, you are not angry about anything else, but angry about this matter? But did he make the wrong choice? On one side is a person, yes, this person was once brilliant and desperate, but he also offended the three major forces. If you want to protect this person, you will inevitably have to become an enemy of the three major forces. If you can throw this person out and let him end up well with the three major forces, then, isn't that the best choice? Yunting Tianjun believes that he is not wrong because this is how it should be. King, do you think I should not give up Yi Tianqi? However, if I choose to protect Yi Tianqi, then the result will inevitably be to become an enemy of the three major forces. This is different from our interests are not aligned. I also asked if Yi Tianqi could continue to hide his identity. It wouldn't be impossible to keep him, but after he learned that his fiancée was forced to marry Yi Clanzi Shao, he decided to return to the imperial capital for revenge. So, I can't keep him. Heavenly King, did I make the wrong choice? Yunting Tianjun was not questioning, nor did he dare to question, but he really didn't understand where he had made the wrong choice. The Eastern King looked at Yunting Tianjun, shook his head and sighed. Was he wrong? In fact, there is no right or wrong. No matter which choice is made, there are pros and cons. What's more, Yunting Tianjun just made a so-called correct choice that almost everyone would make when faced with the same problem. What's wrong with that? But, here lies the problem. The King of the East, however, felt that this choice was wrong. Because, in his opinion, a person who was only in his teens at the time, but was able to perform earth-shaking actions and had tremendous strategies, would only be more valuable. That kind of value is immeasurable. Back then, they were able to form alliances and use great strategies to create a top-tier wealthy family who would dare to say that after so many years, they have not made any progress but have regressed? Unfortunately, people's vision is always short-sighted. 221, Chapter 221, Can you underestimate him? Yunting Tianjun did not think he had done anything wrong. He believed that the choice he made was the best one, but Dong Tianwang clearly meant that he was wrong. This made him confused. Even though he didn't dare to directly contradict King Dong Tian, he still expressed his doubts. The Eastern Heavenly King looked at Yunting Tianjun, and it was hard to say whether he was disappointed or not. Yunting Tianjun was not from a strategic background, and his vision was a little lacking, but he was loyal enough. Based on this point, the Eastern Heavenly King could not say anything. It's not that you did anything wrong, but you didn't do it right either. You have your own understanding of this matter, and perhaps most people share your understanding. After all, giving up the opportunity to befriend the three major forces for the sake of one person is not worth it. Moreover, if we choose to protect this person, not only will we lose our friendship with the three major forces, we may even cause them to become enemies, thus affecting our plans. In this respect, you are not wrong. You did the right thing. Yunting Tianjun finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least, the Eastern King did not scold him directly. Of course, he knew that the Eastern King had not finished speaking. There must be a but behind this. Otherwise, the King of the East would not have had such an attitude just now. Sure enough, the Eastern King immediately spoke up, but, as I just said, a young man who was only in his teens can astonish an entire era. What does this mean, do you know? A long time has passed. No one knows whether the current Yi Tianqi is stronger or weaker than the Qi Tian of the past, but even if he is weaker, how much weaker can he be? If I had to choose, I would rather offend the three major forces than become his enemy. In my opinion, the benefits he can bring me may far exceed the benefits of being on good terms with the three major forces, and if I were to become his enemy, I am even sure that the threat he poses is definitely no less than the threat of the three major forces becoming our enemies. When the Eastern King spoke, his expression was extremely serious. He was not joking. However, such a high evaluation still left Yunting Tianjun a little stunned. He could understand that the King of the East valued talents and wanted to recruit such a genius for his own use. However, it was a bit too exaggerated to elevate Yi Tianqi to the level of the three major forces. Are you serious? How is this possible? Even if Yi Tianqi is incredibly talented, he's still just one person. Moreover, he can't even get revenge. Now he's been hiding his identity for so long. Does he really deserve such a high evaluation from you? It's not that Yunting Tianjun wants to question Dong Tianwang, but this evaluation is really too high. Dong Tianwang glanced at Yunting Tianjun indifferently and said, "Are you questioning my judgment?" As soon as these words were spoken, Yunting Tianjun's face changed drastically and he shook his head hurriedly. He knew Dong Tianwang too well. If this lord really got angry, it would be like a volcano erupting. Although Yunting Tianjun was in a high position and had great power, and even dared to talk back to other bigwigs, he really didn't have the courage to do so in front of Dong Tianwang. The Eastern Heavenly King snorted coldly and said, "You won't understand even if I tell you. If that's the case, let me explain it from another perspective and you'll understand. We're entering the Dragon Nation sphere of influence. Do you think this is a good thing for the three major forces? Maybe, or maybe not. Even if it is, don't forget, this is their territory. No matter how famous and powerful my heavenly palace is, it has never been used in the Dragon Nation. It's not surprising that some people are arrogant and don't recognize us. Even if we make friends with them, will they really help us wholeheartedly? I don't think so, but I'm afraid they'll use us more likely. But it doesn't matter. We'll just use each other. Just because they're our enemies, do we really fear them? Although it's troublesome, if this trouble can win the heart of this exiled immortal, it's worth it to me. Anyway, I think he's worth it. Also, are you really sure that such an extremely intelligent person like him doesn't have any backup plans for himself? Yunting Tianjun, even if he had some ideas, did not dare to say anything more, and now seeing that Dong Tianwang valued Yi Tianqi so much, he immediately said, "Then, why don't I hurry up and contact him now and tell Zhou not to say anything? I also think that he hasn't said anything yet, otherwise, it wouldn't have turned out like this. It's not too late to save the relationship now." Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King immediately said in a cold voice, "Foolish, is there still time? Do you really think it's still time? As I just said, this noble young man is incredibly intelligent. He certainly knows who's behind Mr. Zhou. He's even more aware of the consequences of exposing his true identity and hatred to Mr. Zhou, yet, he still did it, and without any haste or impatience. Do you think he didn't expect Mr. Zhou to report it to us? He was observing us, watching what choice we would make, but the answer is already there. He's been betrayed and abandoned. At this point, even if you ask Mr. Zhou to shut up, it's too late. The rift has already been created and it can't be mended. What a shame, what a pity." The King of the East sighed slightly, seeming to be very regretful. Yunting Tianjun was stunned. He looked at Dong Tianwang and said in confusion, "He is actually observing us. How could he know? How is this possible?" Dong Tianwang looked at Yunteng Tianjun's expression, shook his head, patted Yunteng Tianjun on the shoulder, and said, "You, all these years, have been busy charging into battle, but not using your brain." How could he not know? From the moment Mr. Zhou boarded the plane to the imperial capital, he already knew everything. At this point, the Eastern Heavenly King sighed and said, "This kind of person is very scary. He soared to fame when he was young, and he endured for so many years. People like him are rare in the world. It's a pity. I don't know if the relationship can be repaired. If not." A cold light flashed across the eyes of the Eastern Heavenly King, and he said, "If that's not possible, then we can only cut the grass and eradicate it completely. Decisive killing is what the King of the East is all about. You will not leave any opportunity for the enemy to grow, otherwise, there will be endless troubles. It is certain that Yi Tianqi has been offended and a rift has been created. There is probably only one option left, and that is to restore the friendship, which is probably unlikely." Upon hearing this, Yunteng Tianjun gritted his teeth and said, "Heavenly King, I will set off for Dragon Country immediately and I will personally deal with him." Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King shook his head and said, "No need, this time, I will go myself. I heard that the Bai family's birthday banquet is likely to be very turbulent. Well, it was originally scheduled for that time, but it's a good opportunity to see it with my own eyes and show it to the Dragon Kingdom. But before that, the reputation of my heavenly palace, the reputation of my Eastern Heavenly King, and your heavenly sovereign, must be restored. Yi family, you dared to strip Mr. Zhou, whom you sent, naked and humiliate him in the street? Ha, you don't give me an explanation. Is that possible?" 222, Chapter 222. They must give me an explanation. Mr. Zhou's usefulness to the King of East Heaven is not as great as imagined. What's more, the King of East Heaven has more than just Mr. Zhou as his chess piece. One less or one more is not a very important matter to him. However, Mr. Zhou's current situation is related to the reputation of the King of the East. This matter is different, and he has no choice but to take care of it. Yunteng Tianjun looked at Dong Tianwang and was a little hesitant to speak. After all, it was he who sent people out to find the three major forces, and Dong Tianwang was originally unaware of this decision. Now that he knew it, he did not agree at all. Now, the task of cleaning up the mess has fallen on the head of the Eastern King. How can he not be troubled? Heavenly King, otherwise, I'd better go to Longguo myself. If the Yi family is too bullying, they must give an explanation. When had Yunteng Tianjun ever suffered such humiliation? Outside the country, in the territory he controlled, he was like a local emperor, and he was surrounded by stars wherever he went. When did the Yi family become so bold as to not only not give him face, but also dare to humiliate the people he sent? He can't afford to lose face. Upon hearing this, the Eastern King said calmly, "No need to, I'll handle it myself. Also, don't underestimate the Yi family, and don't underestimate the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation is different from some small countries. This country is more complex than you and I imagine, and there are more extraordinary people. Do you understand? Okay, go back and get ready. We'll leave in 3 days for Dongzhou to attend Mr. Bai's birthday party. That's fine. Zhou has been humiliated like this by the Yi family. The Yi family, you have to give me an explanation now. It's unacceptable. Then, let's liven things up." After saying that, the Eastern Heavenly King waved his hand and let Yunteng Tianjun leave. If he shows up in person, Mr. Zhou's life won't have to worry, and as for his face, he will definitely be able to get it back. If he, the King of the East, doesn't even have this face, then all these years have been in vain. Moreover, if no one gives him face even if he shows up in person, then he really doesn't mind and will directly march into Longguo in a big way. The first thing he will do is to attack the Yi family. Others are afraid of the Yi family and are wary of the Yi family, but he, the King of the East, is not afraid. After Yunteng Tianjun left, Dong Tianwang took out his phone and made a call. He said calmly, "I'll give you 10 minutes, find the head of the Yi family or Yi Xiao and have them call me back. Tell them that the man who was stripped naked and humiliated on the street by the Yi family is my man. Ask them if they want to be my enemy, or the enemy of the Heavenly Palace." After saying that, Dong Tianwang hung up the phone. Then, it's time to wait. The person he called was a hidden agent. He had been laying in ambush for a long time. At the same time, he was also a core figure in a big family in the imperial capital. He had the contact information of the head of the Yi family or Yi Xiao, so he could be considered a person who could have a say. At least, he would not be refused to see him or have his phone calls rejected. The reason why King Dong Tian did not make the call directly was very simple. His status and position were there. Of course, it was not that he could not take the initiative. After all, The status of the Yi family was extraordinary. However, now it was the Yi family who slapped him in the face and humiliated him first. This involved a question of who was right and who was wrong, and who took the initiative. He called not just to question, but ultimately to discuss cooperation. Since Mr. Zhou has been humiliated and Yi Tianqi has been offended, the only thing we can do is maximize our interests. At this moment, the imperial capital. On the bustling street stands a newly built 38-story building. The 4 big words Yes Group are printed on the building and can be seen at a glance. And this is the headquarters building of Yi Group, with a total of 38 floors. The Yi family was not weak to begin with. After its rapid rise in recent years, the Yi Group expanded even more rapidly, eventually becoming a behemoth. At this moment, in the conference room on the 28th floor of the Yi Group is holding a high-level meeting at the director level, and above, the host is the president of the Yi Group, Yi Xiao. That's right, Yi Xiao is the absolute controller of this huge business empire. Although there is a board of directors above him, Yi Xiao is so young and yet he can sit in this position. It is conceivable who has the final say. What's more, the chairman is his father, who actually doesn't care about the business at all. Here, it is Yi Xiao who has the final say. In the huge conference room, the youngest was in his 30s and the oldest was in his 50s, but at this moment, they all sat upright and listened attentively to Yi Xiao's speech. This even includes Night Owl's uncles and aunts. Yi Xiao didn't seem to be in a very good mood, and the atmosphere in the venue seemed a bit solemn. General Manager Yi Beishan, I'd like to ask you, how did your restaurant group lose market share in nearly 5 southern provinces, including Shanghai, in just 3 months? It even led to a significant decline in reputation and numerous store closures. Can you give me an explanation? Yi Beishan, who is in his 40s, is the cousin of Yi Xiao's father and also Yi Xiao's uncle. He can control the catering group alone. It can be imagined that he is a confidant. But at this moment, Yi Beishan's forehead was sweating. He was really afraid of Yi Xiao. The reason was very simple. When Yi Xiao turned against him, he would really not recognize his relatives. Sometimes, even if the head of the Yi family personally interceded, it would be useless. But it is impossible not to submit to Yi Xiao. He is the definite next-generation successor of the Yi family. At the same time, he is also a rising star with strong foundation and potential. Yi Xiao is capable of having equal dialogue with the patriarchs of many old families in the imperial capital. Boss Yi, this is due to a poor decision by my subordinates. I have already severely punished them. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to restore my reputation. Night Owl frowned slightly. He raised his eyebrows and said coldly, recover? How can you recover? It's been 3 months, and things haven't improved at all. Instead, they've continued to deteriorate. Is this your attempt to recover? What do you want to do? Do you want to completely ruin the entire restaurant group before you tell me you can recover? Alright, I don't want to say anything more. I'll give you another month. If you can't salvage the situation, then you can retire. It's not that I don't know a lot of things, but I just don't want to bother with them. However, everything has a bottom line. If this bottom line is crossed, then no one will save face. This matter is directed at you, and at everyone. Remember this clearly. I don't care who you are, how senior you are, or how close our relationship is. I only care about the results. If the results are not good, you know my temper. Retirement is the best outcome. At this moment, Yi Xiao's phone rang. Looking at the phone, Yi Xiao hung up directly. He didn't like answering the phone at this time, and the person who called was not important enough for him to leave the meeting and answer it. However, less than a minute later, a text message appeared on his mobile phone. Looking at the content of the message, Yi Xiao's face changed instantly. Anger began to flicker in his eyes. Dismissed, everyone, get out. Yi Xiao stood up immediately, and without finishing the meeting, he announced the adjournment of the meeting. Everyone felt relieved and left one after another, but they were also wondering what had happened that could make a figure like Yi Xiao's face change so drastically and even interrupt the meeting directly. 223, Chapter 223 Night Owl and the Eastern King. The message on Yi Xiao's phone made his face change drastically. With his status and position, there are really not many people and things that can make him change color, but that doesn't mean there are none. The content displayed on the mobile phone at this moment is the key point. The envoy of the Eastern King of the Heavenly Palace was stripped naked by Yelong of the Yi family and thrown into the street to be humiliated. The Eastern King was furious, and the Heavenly Palace was furious. Just this one sentence. It's just a simple sentence, but the meaning it represents is chilling. Yelang could say that the Heavenly Palace was nothing and this was Dragon Country, and he could also question the authenticity of Mr. Zhou's identity, but now, Ye Xiao knew that nothing needed to be confirmed. The Heavenly Palace was furious, and the Eastern Heavenly King was furious. This one sentence alone is enough to represent everything. Although Tiangong has never invaded Longhua, how important is Tiangong and how powerful is Tiangong? How could Ye Xiao not know and understand it? The Eastern King, as one of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Heavenly Palace, is also the representative of the largest force in the Heavenly Palace after the disappearance of the 10th King, Emperor Qi Tian. He is also the one with super combat power, even the Night Owl can only respect his power. But now, the Eastern Heavenly King was furious even though he knew some of the inside story of the Heavenly Palace, and knew that the Heavenly Palace was no longer the same as it used to be, and even that there were many powerful factions inside. The mere faction that the Eastern Heavenly King's envoy was humiliated was enough to make these people in the Heavenly Palace let go of their hatred and unite against the enemy. This blow not only humiliates the Eastern Heavenly King, but also the entire Heavenly Palace. Night Owl gritted his teeth, slammed his fist down on the conference table, and couldn't help but yelled asshole. Then, he immediately called the person who sent him the message. He wants to know what happened first. What exactly happened? The call was connected as soon as it was dialed. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Ye Xiao immediately shouted angrily, "What do you mean by the text message you sent? Explain it to me immediately, otherwise, I will make you pay for it." Night Owl, at least he has the right to express his temper, and no one dares to say anything. No matter how powerful or famous the person on the other end of the phone is, compared to Night Owl, he can only stand there and smile. Immediately, this person told Ye Xiao everything he knew. Afterwards, he gave Ye Xiao the phone number of King Dong Tian, and King Dong Tian said that the Yi family must give him an explanation within 10 minutes. Now, there are only 7 minutes left. 7 minutes, just 7 minutes, Ye Xiao must figure out everything, and at the same time, analyze and weigh the pros and cons. It seems that there is nothing to say whether to make this call or not. As long as he does not want to create such a powerful enemy for the Yi family, then this call must be made, and he must only make it. But the problem is, he doesn't even know what's going on. How can he fight? Even if the people sent by the Eastern Heavenly King were really stripped naked and thrown out by Yelong, then is there any hidden secret? Ye Xiao, you must find out this. Night Owl is not a reckless man who only acts recklessly. His mind is working fast. At the same time, Ye Xiao started calling Yi Lang, but no one answered, and still no one answered. In the end, Ye Xiao was almost collapsing. The rage burned even more fiercely, and he even had the urge to kill. Unable to get through to Yelong's phone, Ye Xiao immediately dialed other numbers. These people belong to the security team of the core figures of the Yi family. They must know where Yelong was. Soon, a security team leader returned the call. Ye Xiao asked directly, "Where is Yi Lang?" "Master Xiao, Master Lang, he's drunk and I'm going to call him right now." Night Owl gnashed his teeth and said through gritted teeth, "Tell me where he is. Also, tell me what happened today. Did he give the order to strip someone naked and humiliate him in the street?" Yelong's security personnel did not dare to hide the truth from Ye Xiao and quickly replied, "Young Master Lang is still in the club, and he did give the order to strip him at the gate right now." Sure enough, it's true. Ye Xiao took a deep breath. In fact, there was no need to ask what happened in the middle, because there was no need. As long as Yi Lang did such a thing, then even if he had 10,000 reasons, it would be useless. Stripping someone naked and humiliating them, what other reason is needed? The facts are right before our eyes. Immediately, seal off the entire clubhouse. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Also, check everyone in the clubhouse today to see if they have taken any video footage and leaked it. Check immediately. Send everyone back to their rooms immediately. Also, wake up that bastard Yelong. I'm coming right over. After saying that, Ye Xiao hung up the phone. This series of orders gave Yelong's security team a headache, but at the same time, it also made them realize immediately that something big had happened. Otherwise, Ye Xiao would never have made such a big fuss. You know, the people who come in and out of this club are all rich or noble, and their identities are extraordinary, but Ye Xiao actually wants to seal off the entire club, and at the same time, he wants to investigate the mobile phones of all the people who come in and out of the club today. This is no joke. Once this incident comes out, it will definitely be an explosive news and will offend everyone. It is impossible for Night Owl not to know this, but at this moment, he simply cannot care about it. Compared to these, what he cares more about now is whether the Eastern King and the Heavenly Palace can reconcile. After all, Yelong has completely offended people this time. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xiao immediately made a few more calls. The platoon quickly provided support. After that, Yi Xiao took a deep breath and dialed Dong Tianhuang's phone number. There was no deliberate delay and the call was connected quickly. Yi Xiao forced a smile and said into the phone, "Excuse me, is this His Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King?" Yi Xiao, from the Dragon Kingdom's Yi family, sends his regards. Ordinary people would never see Yi Xiao's attitude and tone, but now, Yi Xiao was speaking to the King of the East in an almost humble tone. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be that serious, but first of all, he just wants to keep a low profile. The voice of the Eastern King also came over quickly. "Oh, greetings, I dare not, how could I deserve it, how could I bear it, the Yi family is so majestic and domineering. My envoy from the Heavenly Palace went to ask for an audience in person and revealed his identity. Not only was he forced to drink, but he was also stripped naked and left on the street. Good, very good. My Heavenly Palace has dominated the world for so many years, and I, the Eastern Heavenly King, have dominated the world for so long. But I have never suffered such injustice or humiliation. Young Master Yi, your Yi family is indeed majestic and domineering." His tone was indifferent, without any anger or hysteria, but every word was filled with the dissatisfaction of the Eastern King. Moreover, he directly escalated the conversation to the Heavenly Palace and had a direct dialogue with the Yi family. Yi Xiao knew that this matter would not be easily resolved, so he immediately said, "Please understand, King of the East, I am not aware of this matter, but I, Yi Xiao, swear that this was not the intention of my Yi family. My family has long admired the Heavenly Palace and King of the East, but we have never had the opportunity to meet them. How could we possibly humiliate your envoy? There must be some misunderstandings. I, Yi Xiao, promise you that no matter what, whether it's a misunderstanding or something else, I will investigate this matter to the end and punish you severely. I promise to give you an explanation. Your Excellency Dong Tianhuang, please calm down for now. Let me investigate everything first. Please don't let this matter become a barrier between us. What do you think?" 224, Chapter 224 Crazy News. Yi Xiao is a man of great courage and even greater ambition. At the same time, he is insidious, cunning, tyrannical, and capricious. However, the fact that he has come to where he is today, where he is like a fish in water and enjoying unlimited glory, shows that he is not a person who acts recklessly and only cares about face when he is impulsive. He was well aware of the background of the Heavenly Palace and had heard of the Eastern King Long Ago. In the years when the 10th throne-abandoned emperor was away, the strongest person in the Heavenly Palace was the Eastern King. Moreover, both his strength and influence were expanding rapidly. Such a person was comparable to a giant in the entire world. No matter how proud and conceited Yi Xiao was, he knew that there was still a gap between him and the Eastern King. And this gap is actually quite large. The Yi family is indeed very powerful and is one of the most prominent families in the entire Dragon Country. However, that is all of the Yi family has risen to prominence in a very short time, and their foundation outside the country is not very deep. However, outside the country is a vast world that no major force will give up. If Yi Xiao wants the Yi family to go further, then they must have a foundation outside the country. After all, the foundation is not deep enough. The current glory of the Yi family is only on the surface. In fact, the foundation is too shallow. If there is an absolutely powerful person who wants to turn against them and deal with them, they are not completely helpless. Moreover, if the backers behind them want to abandon them, the Yi family will have no power to fight back. Yi Xiao had guessed this a long time ago and had even been making preparations, but he had no better way. After all, time was too short. 10 years was not enough for the Yi family to become so entrenched that no one dared to move. But if you take the Tiangong, it will be completely different. Therefore, this is why Yi Xiao has special respect for the King of the East. King Dong Tian also realized that Yi Xiao wanted something from him. It seemed that some things were easier to achieve than imagined. Young Master Yi is so sincere. It seems that there is indeed some misunderstanding. Then I will leave the matter to you to investigate and handle. I believe that there should be friendship between us, and we should be able to become good partners. I hope that these trivial matters will not cause us to lose the basis for cooperation or even become enemies. When the Eastern King said the words, becoming enemies, his voice was indifferent, as if he didn't care, but the threat was real. He is the one who has enough confidence, even without the Yi family, he can still enter Longbo, but without him, Yeshua will have a hard time going outside the country. At the same time, with such a big enemy as himself, Yeshua's life will surely be difficult. Upon hearing this, Yi Shao smiled and said, Your Excellency, Tianwine, don't worry, I'm looking forward to our cooperation, so I won't let anyone ruin it. Even if we can't cooperate, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. I, Yi Shao, have admired you for a long time. Anyone who dares to humiliate you, whether intentionally or unintentionally, I will not let go, even if it's my cousin. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, Tianwine, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Yi Shao said it and he did it, not to mention his cousin, even his uncle would have to pay the price for such things. They've already revealed their identities, yet they're still being reckless. If you don't believe me, at least don't bully me, and what's the result? You stripped me naked and threw me out. Isn't that humiliating? I never thought, what if it is true? If you make this kind of mistake, it will only cause trouble if you keep it. When the king of the east heard what Yi Shao said, he simply corrected him lightly. The heavenly palace has not yet been torn apart. I am still the eastern heavenly king of the heavenly palace. You have to give an explanation not to me, but to the entire heavenly palace. Next, I will face the accountability of other senior officials. I hope you can give an explanation as soon as possible so that I can deal with their accountability, otherwise, it will be difficult for me to explain myself, and I am afraid it will be difficult for the Yi family to explain either. Young Master Yi. You understand, right? This was not a threat, although it sounded unpleasant, but King Dong Tian was speaking the truth, and Yi Shao also knew that it would be impossible to fool him this time. If you offend the Eastern Heavenly King, you offend the entire Heavenly Palace, and it is a slap in the face of the entire Heavenly Palace. If you don't explain the whole thing and don't calm the anger of the Heavenly Palace, the consequences will not be what the Yi family wants to see. Your Excellency, please rest assured. I will handle this matter personally, and I will go there immediately. Also, I just want to know, Your Excellency Tianwang, did you arrange for someone to come to me? Is there something going on? Now that we've been in touch, why don't you just tell me directly first? I should still be able to make the decision on the Yi family side. Since Mr. Zhou came all the way to the imperial capital, he definitely wasn't just running around for fun. He must have something going on. However, before he could say anything, he was forcefully drunk, stripped, and thrown out. This was simply stupid. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King simply said, Nothing much, just a little cooperation matter. Oh, and I'll also give you a piece of news that your Yi family and other families are looking forward to. It's not impossible for me to tell you. As for the rest, it depends on your sincerity. Qi Tian, still alive. Qi Tian, still alive? After hearing these words, Yi Zhao's expression finally changed completely. However, apart from some shock, there was no fear on his face. Instead, there was some anticipation and trembling with excitement, and his eyes became crazy. Qi Tian, Your Excellency, are you talking about Qi Tian, the Qi Tian from the Qi family back then? Is this true? Is he still alive? Where is he? Yi Shao was very excited, extremely excited. Others were afraid of Qi Tian. To be honest, he was afraid too. Back then, this exiled nobleman dominated a generation of human fear. At that time, what was Yi Shao? What was the Yi family? They hadn't risen yet. However, the more they understood what the name Qi Tian meant. Even the Yi family had once suffered from an innocuous disaster. Although Qi Tian was not responsible, Yi Shao still held this hatred against Qi Tian. This was why Yi Shao always wanted to surpass Qi Tian and also hated him. He envied Qi Tian back then, who was able to become the one that everyone looked up to at such a young age, and became what others called a peerless nobleman, an immortal banished to the mortal world. He finally came to this point, but he knew that even though he had great prestige in the entire Dragon Kingdom, even surpassing the oppressive feeling that Qi Tian once brought to people, he would never become Qi Tian, and there would always be people who would not submit to him. He wants to prove in front of everyone that he is stronger than Qi Tian. Therefore, he wanted to marry Tang Xingyu, and he also wanted to let everyone know that what Qi Tian could not do, Yi Shao could do. He also wanted to let everyone know that as long as Yi Shao wanted, he could get everything that Qi Tian had. If possible, he would let everyone see with their own eyes how he, Yi Shao, defeated Qi Tian with his own hands, and how Qi Tian became a stray dog under the hands of Yi Shao, and how he groveled and knelt down to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, there was no news about Qi Tian, and now, he finally got it. How could he not be excited? He was so excited that he was about to die. Although, amidst the excitement, a hint of fear and dread unconsciously flashed in his eyes, but more of it was excitement and madness. 225, Chapter 225, Rushing to the. The excitement and madness in Yi Xiao's tone reached Dong Tianhuang's ears directly through the phone. King Dong Tian immediately felt that Yi Xiao valued Yi Tianqi, who used the alias Qi Tian, more than he had imagined. In fact, this was better. If this is the case with Night Owl, then the same might be true for the Qi and Tang families. Although King Dong Tian still felt a little regretful, since he had no choice, this was the best option now. The person I sent will naturally know where the person is. If you want to ask, just ask him directly. As for other matters, it won't be too late to discuss it after I see your Yi family's explanation. Well, I will be going to Longhua soon. If we can meet, we can talk in detail. Of course, whether there is a chance to meet or not, it will be with you, not me. I have something else to do. That's it for now, Master Yi, I'm waiting for your news. After saying that, Dong Tianhuang hung up the phone. Next, he just had to wait, and he didn't need to think too much to be sure that the Yi family would give him a satisfactory answer. Just as Dong Tianhuang thought, Yi Xiao's eyes were red at this moment, and his originally handsome face became distorted and even hideous. The madness and extreme excitement in his eyes made people feel creepy when they saw it. Chu Tian, he, ha, I finally found you. You are still alive, alive, good, this is really great, this is great. There's been no news for so many years, and everyone thought you were dead, but I know you're not going to die. How could you die? How could you die? Even if you were to die, you could only die in my hands. Lucky star, because you are alive. I have contacted the Eastern Heavenly King, and I can also fulfill my long-cherished wish. I can't bear to kill you. Right, how can I kill you? How can I let you die? I want to let you live compared to death. If you, a noble son of the Qi family, can submit to me, what a sensation it would be. That would prove that I, Night Owl, am stronger than you, much stronger. Yi Xiao walked back and forth in the conference room frantically, talking to himself. It seemed that he could not control his emotions at all. It was as if he was a beggar who had been begging for a living for many years and suddenly became extremely rich. He was even a little at a loss. Yes, and Tang Qingyu, the woman you once loved the most, your fiancé, has now become my fiancé and is going to marry me, Yi Xiao, and become my woman. How would you feel? I want you to watch with your own eyes as the woman you love the most marries me. I even want you to personally send her off and hand her over to me personally. Only in this way, will it be exciting enough, crazy enough, and make everyone understand that no matter how awesome or powerful you were before, in the end, you are just a dog of mine, Yi Xiao, a dog, Night Owl seemed to have imagined that scene, and his body was shaking with excitement, as if everything had become a reality. The hatred and madness revealed in his words were incomprehensible, because in fact, Yi Tianqi didn't even know him at all. But this is how the world is, with some people and some things. Trouble won't come to you unless you cause trouble to others. Sometimes, envy and jealousy will turn into hatred. The more talented or crazy a person is, the deeper the hatred and the more unreasonable it will be. Night Owl covered his face with his hands and laughed wildly, but he was suppressing his emotions. He is a self-controlled person normally, he can calm down quickly even if he loses his composure, but this time, the stimulation seemed to be too great, so much so that he didn't even want to control his emotions. Calm down, it's not time yet. The most urgent task now is to calm the anger of the Eastern Heavenly King in the Heavenly Palace. We must first meet with the Eastern Heavenly King's messenger and ask him what he wants to say. He also needs to ask where Qi Tian is. The rest is not important. Night Owl muttered to himself, and slowly his body stopped shaking. Although there was still madness in his eyes, he finally calmed down a little. Afterwards, Yi Xiao immediately walked out of the conference room. Outside the conference room, his security team and confidants were waiting. Although the door of the conference room was closed, it couldn't stop Yi Xiao from being too crazy just now, which made them all wonder if Yi Xiao was crazy. Fortunately, Night Owl came out, although his face showed a ferocious expression from time to time and his eyes flashed with madness. Fortunately, he was fine and seemed to be quite normal. Leave for the club immediately. At the same time, call the Tang family tonight. Yes, tonight, I'm going to the Tang family. I'm going to see Tang Qingyu. It might not be early, but today, I must see Tang Qingyu. Ask the Tang family to be prepared. At the same time, tell them that I have something important to tell them. Please wait for me, Patriarch Tang. Although Yi Xiao is not the head of the Yi family, he is qualified enough to say this based on his current status and future potential. After all, the Tang family is still inferior to his Yi family. In terms of potential, there is no need to say more. What's more, Yi Xiao is now the future son-in-law of the Tang family. The Tang family has to give this face whether they want to or not. As for the Qi family, of course, they had to go there too. Who was Qi Tian? He was a taboo within the Qi family back then. Qi Tian had single-handedly catapulted the Qi family to the top tier, a leap in social status that was unimaginable. But what was the result? Qi Tian was removed from the family tree, expelled from the family, and even hunted down. This, so far I'm afraid it's all a mystery, and only a few people know the truth. However, it is these few people who control the power of the Qi family. If they knew Qi Tian was still alive, would they sleep well? Of course, Yi Xiao is not afraid of the Qi family, but in a sense, there is still some cooperative relationship between Yi Xiao and the Qi family. It is not impossible to go further in the future, and the Qi family also needs to take sides. Night Owl's mood suddenly became very good and refreshing, as if he had suddenly won the lottery, and all kinds of good things came one after another. Of course, all of this requires solving the current problem first, otherwise, what will be brought to him will not be good things, but misfortunes that will be faced one after another. Originally, this was not necessary, but who made him have such an unreliable cousin? Thinking of this, Night Owl's eyes flashed with cold murderous intent and anger. Idiot, without a brain at all, otherwise, how could things have come to this point? What cousin or not, he has ruined Yi Xiao's important plan. Even if he is his biological brother, he still needs to be punished. At this moment, when Night Owl was rushing to the club was almost in an uproar. Pairs of Yi family security personnel quickly took control of the club. At the same time, Yi Xiao even mobilized some official armed forces to blockade it. This method was something only Yi Xiao could use. Those who might come in and out of this club are all rich or noble people. Even if these big shots are afraid of the Yi family and Yi Xiao, they are unwilling to suffer this grievance. All of a sudden, the club became lively. 226, Chapter 226. Kneeling in the hall and waiting. If these big shots hadn't still cared about Yi Xiao and the Yi family's reputation, they would have probably started fighting long ago. Of course, even so, qualified people began to make phone calls, looking for connections, or simply to find out what had happened. In response, no one paid any attention to the Yi family's security personnel and the armed forces that came here to blockade the place. They only obeyed Yi Xiao's orders, especially the royal guards who were armed to the teeth. They were not mobilized privately, but obeyed orders. After all, Yi Xiao also served as the royal guard. What's more, even if there are real big shots in this club today, these big shots will not make a fuss over such things. In contrast, they would rather take a good look here to see what happened that made Yi Xiao so angry that he even caused such a big commotion and even closed the club. Considering that someone had just quickly carried Mr. Zhou, who was stripped naked and still outside, into the club and began to check everyone's mobile phone, it can be imagined that this incident might have something to do with Mr. Zhou. But that makes people even more curious. Yelong had just stripped the man naked and thrown him out, which obviously meant that Yelong did not think that Mr. Zhou was a threat, but the result was that not long after, Ye Xiao directly blocked the club and wanted to check everyone's mobile phones to see if there was any video footage. This was not normal. It can only prove one thing: Mr. Zhou is not an ordinary person, but a person who is valued by Night Owl. No, it is not how powerful Mr. Zhou is, but the person behind Mr. Zhou is probably too powerful. After all, they are not ordinary people. Mr. Zhou has been humiliated like this. Who can't find out his background? He is nothing special, and at most has some minor abilities, but in front of the Yi family, he can only be bullied. This is how these bigwigs in the imperial capital evaluated Mr. Zhou. He was just a somewhat famous leader in the underground world of Eastern Province, nothing more. Of course, if Mr. Zhou could really make the underground world of Eastern Province uniform, perhaps he would be looked up to by these nobles. Unfortunately, he has not done it yet. Some smart people, at this moment, have begun to frown, imagining which link has gone wrong. Some people even began to actively inquire about the various details of what happened at that time and what Mr. Zhou said. They wanted to find clues here to judge what happened. The only people who can become big shots here, apart from some second-generation rich kids and playboys, are those who have real abilities. These people are very smart. Soon, they found out some details, or even guessed them. After guessing it, everyone's pupils trembled, and they finally understood why Night Owl made such a big fuss. Just kidding, how could they not do this? After all, if all this is true, and now it seems to be true, then the consequences are really not simple. Heavenly Palace. That's right, at that time, Mr. Zhou, who was stripped naked and still outside, said that he was from the Heavenly Palace. However, no one cares, and no one even takes it seriously. It's not that the Heavenly Palace is not scary, but that too few people know about it. At the same time, the Heavenly Palace does not operate within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Who would dare to believe that someone suddenly appeared and said that he was representing the Heavenly Palace? The most speechless thing is that even if you don't believe it, you shouldn't treat it so lightly. It's so humiliating. According to what happened at the time, this man surnamed Zhou treated Yelong very respectfully, but what happened? I don't know what's wrong with Yilang. It seems that he deliberately made Mr. Zhou drink so much white wine, and then stripped him naked and threw him out. This is a serious offense to people. He even seemed to be making arrogant remarks, saying that the Heavenly Palace was nothing, this was the Dragon Kingdom, this was the imperial capital, and their Yi family had the final say. Those who learned what happened at that time and guessed the truth of the matter can only say that they are speechless at this moment. Many people still understand Yelong. On weekdays, he doesn't seem to be like this. This fate, when you are destined to offend someone, it's too late to hide. The rapid rise of the Yi family attracted many people, but they also offended many more people, not to mention those who wanted to make fun of the Yi family. Now, they have no choice but to watch the joke of the Yi family. They don't know how it will end, but considering Yi Zhao's personality and what he is doing now, I'm afraid Yilang will definitely be in trouble. At this time, Yelong was still sleeping in the club. This was almost his lifestyle habit. He had several drinks a day, accompanied by different beauties every day, and had fun every night. He drank when he woke up, slept after drinking, and continued to eat, drink and have fun when he woke up. He lived a very comfortable life. At this moment, in the room of the club, 3 young and beautiful women with different styles were lying next to Yelong. This kind of happiness was commonplace for Yelong. As for whether Yelong has the ability to satisfy these beauties, that is another matter. In short, he looks thin and weak, and it is obvious that he has indulged in alcohol and sex too much. It is impossible not to be suspicious. Bang! With a loud bang, the door was kicked open, and then Yelong's security team rushed in. The 3 beauties were frightened and screamed loudly. Yelong was also startled, and the drunkenness had been scared away a lot. When he saw that it was his security guards who broke in, he immediately became furious. Assholes, what are you doing? Who let you in? How dare you kick the door? Are you crazy, or do you want to die? After saying that, Yilang looked at the 3 beauties who were so scared that they rushed into his arms, and immediately hugged them distressfully, constantly comforting them. Don't be afraid, my dears, just wait and see how I deal with them. They are all my men. Don't be afraid. They are the security team sent to protect Yelong. On weekdays, they mainly follow Yelong's orders, but today, Yexiao's orders are much more important than Yelong's orders. Excuse me, young Master Lang, please get dressed immediately and come with us. Upon hearing this, Yelong immediately pointed at the security team and roared, "What do you mean? Who gave you the guts to order me around? Are you trying to rebel? Get out right now, or I'll make sure you all pay for it." The security team had blank expressions and looked fearless. They didn't know what had happened and could only make a rough guess, but they were sure of one thing: Yelong was probably finished. Yi Xiao was really angry, and when Yi Xiao got angry, he would not care about anyone. They had seen this a lot in the Yi family over the years. Looking at Yilang, who was still yelling and showing his ignorance, the security team members flashed a trace of contempt and disdain in their eyes. They said indifferently, "The courage we have to wait for was given by Lord Yi Xiao." Lang Xiao, Lord Yi Xiao is on his way. It was he who ordered us to wake you up and kneel in the hall to wait for him. Do you understand? Do you still want to continue to resist? Hearing Yi Xiao's name, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. In an instant, Yilang became completely wilted and no longer had the arrogance he just had. "But, I still can't believe it. My brother, did you hear wrongly? My brother had no problem finding me, but you said he made me kneel in the hall?" 227, Chapter 227, Anxious. Yelong certainly couldn't believe it. Although his elder brother was cruel and ruthless, and sometimes even heartless, he still trusted and was close to his cousin. Yelong thought that he had not done anything to offend Yexiao and make him so angry, so how could he be forced to kneel in the hall? This is a shameful matter. What is lost is not only the face of Yelong, but also the face of the Yi family. Of course, if it was Yi Xiao who made him kneel, it would not be considered a loss of face for the Yi family. It would only mean that Yi Xiao was heartless and cold-blooded. "You must be lying to me. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Whose money did you accept? Have you been bribed to harm me and the Yi family?" "I'm telling you, you're all very aware of my brother's methods, and you're even more aware of the power of the Yi family. No matter who you work for, if you dare to betray our Yi family, you'll face a miserable end. You know it yourself, and now is the time. Explain everything to me immediately. I can even plead for you, otherwise, even the gods can't save you." Yi Lang didn't know whether he was still confused or what, but he still couldn't believe that this was true. He even suspected that these security teams had betrayed the Yi family and been bribed. The members of the security team looked at Yi Lang indifferently, as if he were a dying clown. Young Master Lang, you know clearly whether you have made any mistakes or offended anyone, but it's okay if you don't want to admit it. Now, don't force us to do it ourselves. When Master Shao arrives and doesn't see you kneeling in the hall, I think you are also very clear about the consequences. Yi Lang is not a fool. Of course he knows that his family's security team cannot be bribed. They are all well aware of Ye Xiao's ruthlessness. If anyone dares to betray the Yi family, losing his head is a small matter. Besides, this time they weren't kidnapping me, let alone trying to kill me. Instead, they were making me kneel in the hall and wait for Night Owl. If this was a lie, it would be exposed with a single poke. How could it be possible? So, I'm afraid it's true. However, the more it's true, the more afraid Yi Lang becomes. Yi Xiao came in person and ordered him to kneel in the hall and wait. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Everyone knew that if the head of the Yi family was angry, there might be hope, but if Yi Xiao was angry, it would be almost over. If I don't die, it will probably be worse than death. Yi Lang shuddered involuntarily when he thought of this. He looked at the security guards and said, "What on earth happened, my brother? Why is he so angry? Do you know? Tell me, help me, and I will definitely repay you." His expression changed very quickly. He knew there was no other way and could only beg for mercy. Any more information he could get could be life-saving news for him. At least, it would allow him to think more about what he had done wrong. The security team remained silent, saying indifferently, "How could we possibly know what Master Shao was doing? Young Master Lang, please go ahead. If you don't go now, it might be too late. If Master Shao sees that you're not kneeling in the hall waiting, he might mistakenly think you're not obeying Master Zhao's orders. He'll probably get even angrier then." When Yi Lang heard this, he immediately realized that he would not be able to get anything out of the security team. He also knew that he could not wait any longer, otherwise, if Ye Xiao arrived first, then everything would be over. Thinking of this, Yi Lang quickly stood up and was about to find clothes to put on, but then he thought, why bother wearing clothes? Not only would it be a waste of time, but it would also make him look less embarrassed. So he just went in his bathrobe, with his hair disheveled and his face dirty, so that he could show how obedient he was. After thinking it through, Yi Lang put on a bathrobe and ran out. The security team followed behind Yi Lang. They didn't care what Yi Lang was wearing or what he was thinking. That was a matter between him and Yi Xiao. As long as Yi Lang could kneel in the hall and wait, their mission would be accomplished. At this moment, everyone in the club didn't know that the Yi family had sealed off the club. Why Yi Xiao even came in person. Everyone knew that something big had happened, but many people didn't know what exactly had happened. But Yi Lang ran out in an inappropriate bathrobe, and who couldn't tell that it was probably related to Yi Lang. When Yi Lang arrived at the hall of the club, he immediately saw that all the guests who had been entertained at noon and stayed in the club to rest were now standing trembling in the hall, shaking and shivering with panic-stricken expressions. They didn't know what they had done wrong, but they were arrested and treated like prisoners, almost forced to kneel in the hall. Now that they saw Yi Lang, they felt like they had found a life-saving straw and almost burst into tears. Master Lang, what's wrong? Why did you capture us? Yes, young Master Lang, please save us. We haven't done anything wrong. What on earth is going on? At noon, they were drinking and chatting like brothers, but within 2 hours, they were almost prisoners. Who wouldn't be anxious? Yi Lang was also extremely anxious at this moment. When he saw that these people were also brought here, he was suddenly shocked. This must be serious, otherwise, Ye Xiao would never do such a thing. Moreover, after arriving at the hall, Yi Lang had already discovered that the entire club was now blocked off. This was an extraordinary scene. Not only was there Yi family's security team blocking it, but even armed forces were mobilized. How could this be a trivial matter? Even before the night owls arrived, Yi Lang had already felt a cold murderous intent coming at him, making his legs feel weak. What on earth is going on? What on earth is going on? Yi Lang muttered to himself, feeling that disaster was about to happen. At this time, he had actually guessed something. Yi Lang was not a fool, and considering the rumors along the way, how could he not know that something must have gone wrong during lunch? Thinking of this, Yi Lang suddenly looked at Boss Gong, who was standing beside him, trembling and pale, and shouted, "Mr. Gong, come here." Upon hearing this, Boss Gong immediately trembled and ran to Yi Lang, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He said, "Young Master Lang, what is going on? You give your orders, you give your orders." Yi Lang immediately pointed at the gate and said through gritted teeth, where's Joe? Wasn't he lying at the gate? Now that he's gone, I won't ask anything else. I just want to ask you one question. Who is this Zhou? Who is he? Yelong finally reacted and realized that Ye Xiao's anger today was probably related to Mr. Zhou, whom he had humiliated. 228, Chapter 228. The Night Owl arrives. Yelong is still a little confused and doesn't know what went wrong, but Boss Gong and the others, even if they don't know what happened specifically, now at least know that Mr. Zhou from the underground world of East Province has been carried into the club, and is even accompanied by medical staff. Well, we can actually guess roughly what happened to many things. Mr. Zhou's experience is probably the reason why Night Owl was angry this time, otherwise, it would never happen. But then the question arises, why, how is it possible, Mr. Zhou, where did he get such a huge amount of respect that Night Owl would be so furious, even going so far as to take such a drastic action as to lock down the entire club? This is totally unreasonable and shouldn't happen. However, that is the reality. Now Yelong angrily asked Boss Gong who Mr. Zhou was. Boss Gong was also extremely confused that he had never deceived Yelong, nor did he have the courage to deceive Yelong. How could he not know Mr. Zhou's identity and background? It was precisely because he knew it, and because he thought that Yelong could help him vent his anger, that he said some slanderous words in front of Yelong. But now, what was going on? Don't say Yi Xiao was furious because he felt Yelang's treatment was unfair. That's nonsense. Why Yi Xiao is famous for not recognizing his relatives, but he's also famous for protecting his children. Haven't the Yi family bullied enough people? There are people of higher status than Mr. Zhou who have been bullied even worse, but in the end, what happened? It seems nothing happened. However, no matter how much you say, it is useless. At this moment, the fact is that Night Owl is angry. Boss Gong had been frightened to the point of losing his soul, and now, he was desperate to find some comfort. He quickly shook his head and said in panic, Mr. Lang, I didn't lie to you. I really didn't lie to you. What I said is all true. It's all true. You can investigate this. Also, when we were having dinner, someone knew Zhou and they knew his background very well. He's just a somewhat famous gang leader in the underground world of Eastern Province. He's not a big shot at all. At least, in front of you, he's just an ant. This is true. Boss Gong seemed very aggrieved and almost cried. He really didn't dare to lie to Yelong, and everything he said had someone to testify to, but now, it was useless to say anything. Facts proved that the problem was probably Mr. Zhou's fault. Yelang gritted his teeth and glared at Boss Gong. He slapped him hard in the face, no longer showing the friendly attitude he had shown before. He cursed, remember this. If it weren't for this incident involving Zhou, it would be fine, but if it's really because of him, you wait, I won't have a good ending, and I guarantee that you won't have a good ending either. This slap made Boss Gong see stars and blood flow from the corner of his mouth, but Boss Gong did not feel dissatisfied at all. He did not need Yelong's threat. If it was really because of the problem with Zhou, there would be no need for Yelong to take action. Zhou would not let him go either. If we were to say who is the most regretful now, apart from Yelong, it would probably be Boss Gong. He is just bored, absolutely bored. He has nothing to do, so why would he deliberately harm Mr. Zhou? Revenge is good, but now, not only has it failed, but I have also gotten myself into trouble. Moreover, judging from the situation, if it really happened because of me, the outcome would probably be much worse than I imagined. At this time, a lot of people gathered in the hall, many of whom were children of large families. Naturally, each of them was no match for the Yi family. However, some people had a bad relationship with Yi Lang and could still say a few words. After all, it was impossible that they couldn't afford to offend everyone in the Yi family. Now, these people saw Yelong running into the hall in such a mess, and knew that the incident seemed to be caused by Yelong. Without saying anything else, it was okay to just laugh at him a few times. Yelong, young Master Lang, what are you wearing? Are you here for a bathrobe party? This is not like your style. Also, young Master Lang, who did you offend? How come you got us locked up here too? We're not allowed to go in or out. If your brother Yi Xiao wants to cause trouble for you, don't take us with him. We haven't offended your brother in any way. Young Master Lang, this is not right. Young Master Yi Xiao usually loves you very much, and you keep saying that you are your brother's confidant, but looking at the way you are acting, it's clear that you are treating an enemy. Yi Lang's face flushed red as he listened to these people's sarcasm. When had he ever been humiliated like this before? He immediately shouted angrily, get the hell out of here. No matter what I do, no matter what my Yi family does, it's not your turn to mock me or make irresponsible remarks. Normally, these young masters would spoil Yelong, let alone now. It was obvious that Yelong was going to suffer a great loss, and it was so satisfying for them to kick him when he was down. The two sides humiliated and mocked each other, yelling at each other, but it was definitely impossible for them to resort to violence. Yi Lang didn't dare to do that now, for fear that he would do something wrong again and make Yi Xiao even angrier. As for the others, there was no need to say anything. The entire club was blocked by the Yi family. If they took action, they would only suffer losses. No matter how much Ye Long offended Ye Xiao, he was still a member of the Yi family after all. Who would dare to move before Ye Xiao gave the order? Just when they were arguing fiercely and both sides were furious, a convoy of more than 10 vehicles drove directly to the entrance of the club. All the people who were blocking the way immediately stood up straight, and the armed personnel stared at the convoy until they saw a young man coming down and immediately began to salute. Everyone else present, regardless of their status or power, held their breath at this moment. They hardly dared to breathe. There was no more laughter or cursing, no more dissatisfaction or anger, only solemnity and silence remained. Because the person who came was none other than the most popular, famous, powerful, and ruthless person in the world today, Yi family, Yi Xiao. After Yi Xiao entered the hall, the first thing he saw was Yi Lang, who was wearing a bathrobe, kneeling on the ground and shivering, with a pitiful look on his face. However, he did not feel any pity in his heart, only coldness in his eyes. If it weren't for this bastard, would I have to be so humble in front of the King of the East? They came to him to discuss cooperation. To put it bluntly, at that time, no matter what the conditions were, even if Yi Xiao couldn't ask for too much, he was still the one who took the initiative. But what was the result? Just because of the stupid things Ye Long did, he had to bow his head and apologize. Although bowing to the King of the East and the Heavenly Palace was not something difficult to talk about, Ye Xiao had never experienced such humiliation. Just based on this point, Ye Long, it would not be too much to die 1,000 times. 229, Chapter 229 Crazy Order. Ye Long knew Ye Xiao too well and could tell at a glance that Ye Xiao's mood was very wrong, extremely wrong. There was no anger in his eyes, but this was the moment he was most angry. With a pang of anxiety in his heart, Ye Long knew that he was probably in real trouble. Without caring about his face, Yi Lang just knelt forward, walked quickly on his knees, and came in front of Yi Xiao, crying bitterly and said, brother, I was wrong, I know I was wrong, please forgive me this time. Did Ye Long know where he was wrong? Definitely not. However, at this moment, it would definitely be a good idea to admit the mistake and show his attitude first. Yi Xiao looked at the pitiful Yi Lang and said indifferently, what's wrong? Ye Long swallowed and stammered, wrong, I was wrong, brother, whatever you said I was wrong about it. I know I must have made you angry, and based on this alone, I was extremely wrong. I beg you to forgive me, brother, I will change, I promise to change. However, this time, what Ye Long received in return was not Ye Xiao's kindness, but a heavy kick in the face, which caused his mouth and nose to bleed and he fell heavily to the ground. This scene also shocked everyone. They had long known that Yi Xiao was cruel and ruthless, and he did not recognize his relatives. This attack was too cruel. Not only did he make Yi Lang kneel in public, but now that Yi Lang had admitted his mistake, he was kicked directly in the face, in front of everyone. That he did not give him any face at all. You know, they are cousins with the same grandfather. Night Owl didn't bother to care what everyone thought. He gritted his teeth and said, you're not good enough to do anything. But you're always causing trouble. You're not wrong, you deserve to die. Come here, take him and all those who dined with him to the reception room. Upon hearing this, the Yi family security team responded immediately, and then dragged Yi Lang away like catching a chick. At the same time, those who had dinner with Yi Lang today were also dragged away, male and female, without leaving a single one out. Even those who had already left the club were all caught back. At this moment, a man who considered himself to be of decent status and whose girlfriend kept urging him to leave, boldly said, Master Yi Xiao, you can handle your own household affairs, but can you please unblock this club? No one can leave now, and there's still a lot of work to do. Can we leave first? After all, this matter has nothing to do with us. Once someone takes the lead, naturally others will follow. After all, no one wants to be locked up like this. Yeah, this has nothing to do with us. Why are you locking us up? Yes, they are all well-known people. This is a bit too much. I don't even know Ye Long, but I've been locked up too. What's going on? People tend to follow the crowd when no one speaks up. Naturally, no one wants to be the first to speak out, but once someone speaks up, everyone, unless they are extremely timid, will start to express their dissatisfaction. It was indeed a joke, and they had seen what they were supposed to see. Next, knowing that they would not be able to see anything, they certainly did not want to stay any longer and be locked up. This legend was not pleasant to hear either. After all, they were all well-known people, and they were locked up by the Night Owl. What was going on? Some people are talking, and naturally some people remain silent. Those who can talk back to Night Owl seem to be of noble status and seem to know Night Owl very well, but in fact, their status is still not enough, and their understanding of Night Owl is even more superficial, otherwise, they would know that they are asking for trouble. Someone in the hall stood in the corner and sighed inwardly and naturally. There were also people in other rooms of the club who knew what happened in the hall through various means. Seeing this scene, these people all revealed a sneer at the same time. Someone is going to be in trouble. Sure enough, Night Owl stopped, turned around and looked at the young man who dared to question him, and then looked at the people who just agreed. His eyes were cold and chilling. People kept losing their courage and kept avoiding Night Owl's gaze. Night Owl, on the other hand, walked up to the young man with an indifferent expression and said calmly, "You want to leave? It has nothing to do with you. Do you have something else to do? Is your business more important than mine?" A thin layer of sweat appeared on the young man's forehead. He swallowed and shook his head, saying, "No, that's not what I meant, I just said." However, it was not his turn to say anything. Yi Xiao simply slapped the young man in the face, not caring at all who he was. It seemed that in Yi Xiao's eyes, it didn't matter who this young man was. The young man's girlfriend was so frightened that her face turned pale and she screamed loudly. Yi Xiao's eyes were cold and he slapped her again without any mercy. Noisy! Seeing this scene, everyone present was so scared that they dared not breathe. This Night Owl was really cruel. He would start fighting as soon as he said he would, and he would not even let women go. And this is just the beginning. The Night Owl is more cruel than they imagined. Looking at everyone, Night Owl said calmly, "I sealed off the club because this matter involves confidential information. No one is allowed to leave without my permission, and before the inspection is complete, anyone who dares to leave will be suspected of collaborating with the enemy and betraying the country. Do you think I came here to joke with you? Are you worthy of me coming here in person and making such a fuss to joke with you?" I said these words with great righteousness, but unfortunately people can refute it. After all, Yi Xiao is not the young masters and young ladies they usually come into contact with, but a core figure who is truly trusted by the royal family and controls a powerful department. How can they afford to offend such a person? Seeing that everyone dared not speak again, Yi Xiao revealed a hint of a sneer and said, "Come here, arrest the man and woman who dared to question them, interrogate them strictly, notify their families, and ask them to come and explain the situation. If they can explain it clearly, the matter will be over. I, Yi Xiao, am not a narrow-minded person, but if they can't explain it clearly, they will be convicted and imprisoned. They will be arrested if necessary, and killed if necessary. As for the others who just spoke, interrogate them one by one. Anyone who refuses to obey or dares to resist will have their legs broken and then be arrested." When this order was given, everyone was shocked. They knew that Night Owl was crazy, but they didn't expect that Night Owl could be so crazy. Who would believe that this is not a personal revenge? Besides, is Night Owl really not afraid? This is simply horrifying, but that's the crux of the matter. Night Owls, I'm really not afraid of them. Yi Xiao's men immediately took orders and started to act, but this time, no one dared to resist. Everyone could see that Yi Xiao was a madman, and he really dared. Everyone was also clear about one thing. It was hard to say what the fate of the other people who had just started to question would be, but the man and woman who took the lead were probably completely finished. It was even possible that their families would be in trouble. This time, no matter whether people knew Night Owl or not, they all frowned deeply. They all saw that Night Owl was in a very bad mood, and by doing such a thing, it seemed that Night Owl was trying to establish his authority. Night Owl ignored what these people thought and said calmly, "Without my order, the clubhouse will remain sealed. Anyone who dares to trespass will be killed without mercy." After saying this, Ye Xia left to look for Yelong, who had caused him so much trouble. As for the consequences and rumors brought about by this order, Night Owl doesn't care. 230, Chapter 230, Disregarding Relatives. Just blocking the club has already caused big news. Now, Night Owl is targeting innocent people. This matter is even more serious. At least, the label of tyranny, madness and lawlessness cannot be taken off. But, is the Night Owl afraid? He is not afraid, and rumors can't do anything to him. At most, it will just make some people scold him, but the result cannot be changed. This time, Yi Xiao once again let everyone see clearly what kind of temper and personality he has. In the reception room, Yelong knelt tremblingly, not daring to stand up. The other people who were with him at noon were all standing. No one dared to sit down, but no one knelt either. When Night Owl walked in, everyone trembled with fear. Yisha didn't say anything else. He just sat down on the sofa, glanced around indifferently, and said coldly, "My brother is ignorant. He's used to a life of debauchery, but he hasn't caused any serious trouble. I just let him do whatever he wants, but because of you, I have to bow my head and apologize, and even give you a satisfactory explanation. You guys are amazing, really amazing. Amazing." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was immediately overwhelmed and finally understood why Night Owl was so angry. That's right, who is Night Owl? What kind of existence is the Yi family? There are very few people in the entire dragon country who can make them bow their heads, and now, because of them, Yi Xiao has to bow his head, admit his mistakes, and apologize. Who wouldn't be angry? Smart people have already guessed the reason. Although they can't believe it, there seems to be no other explanation. What's more, nothing unpleasant happened during lunch today except for the incident concerning Mr. Zhou. Isn't the problem clear now? Some people have begun to beg for mercy and shout that it is unfair, but it doesn't matter whether it is unfair or not. Night Owl looked at the crowd and said calmly, "Come here, strip them all naked and throw them to the gate. Live broadcast for everyone to see. At the same time tomorrow. I want to see them all bankrupt and begging on the streets. Also, pass on my order to search for evidence of their crimes and send it to the local detective bureaus for serious and severe punishment. Anyone who dares to shield them will be beheaded." As soon as Yi Xiao finished speaking, his men rushed directly into the reception room, pulling out everyone who was struggling and terrified. No trial, no need for trial, explanation. This was one of Yi Xiao's instructions to the King of East Heaven. Since Yelong dared to strip the envoy of the King of the East and humiliate him at the gate, then everyone else present at the time, regardless of whether they were innocent or not, must be punished accordingly. Evidence, trial, none. No, Master Xiao, this has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't say a word at the time, really, I didn't say a word. And me, I didn't say anything. Master Xiao, you are very perceptive, It's unfair, it's really unfair. This matter has nothing to do with me. Please, let me go. Woo, stop it, I'm innocent. No matter whether they are men or women, they are all treated equally in Night Owl. It doesn't matter whether they are wrong or innocent. Right now, Yi Xiao is very angry that he needs to vent and find an outlet. These people can't escape. Yelong was trembling with fear. At the same time, apart from Yelong, the only person who was not targeted was Boss Gong. Yeshio had already investigated everything that happened at noon. Therefore, he knew that this matter was instigated by Boss Gong, who wanted to use Yelong to take revenge on Boss Zhou. Therefore, if Yelong was the culprit, Boss Gong would not be able to escape at all. Looking at the miserable appearance of other people, Boss Gong didn't think he would be safe. The fact that he had not been caught now only proved one thing: his end would be even more miserable than these people, and much more miserable. Thinking of this, Boss Gong seemed unable to bear the pressure and passed out. But being in a coma won't solve any problems. Those who kept begging for mercy and saying that they were wronged were unable to break free. They were beaten and scolded, dragged out, and stripped naked. They were left at the gate, and they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Mr. Zhou has become a laughingstock and a clown, so fine this time, let all these people become laughingstocks and be humiliated along with Mr. Zhou. That should be alright, right? Yelong looked at Yexiao, and a fear he had never experienced before swept over his whole body. Brother, I was wrong, please let me go. I won't dare to do it again, I really won't dare to do it again. Yelong knelt down and crawled in front of Yexiao, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Yet he could see that Yexiao didn't care about his relatives at this moment. Yisha didn't kick Yilang away again. Instead, he looked at Yilang with extreme disgust and said, I've been pampering you too much, haven't I? That's why you've become so lawless that you dare to offend anyone. What gives you the right? Just because your last name is Yi, I haven't bothered with you about many things. I don't expect you to make any contribution to the family, but you can't bring disaster to the family, huh? I understand that you don't know Mr. Zhou and want to vent your anger on behalf of your friends who flatter you, but why didn't you care when Mr. Zhou said he was from the Heavenly Palace and came to the Imperial Capital to find the Yi family for urgent matters? The Night Owl's eyes became increasingly indifferent, and the murderous intent in them became increasingly stronger. I understand not believing Mr. Zhou could know anyone in the Heavenly Palace, and I understand forcing him to drink, but why strip him naked and throw him out, to humiliate? Do you really have no brains at all? Have you never thought about, what if it is true? Ha, well said, really well said. You're speaking so arrogantly, even directly saying that the heavenly palace is nothing and that dragon country belongs to the Yi family. What you said is really good. Are you planning to make my Yi family offend not only the world-renowned heavenly palace, but also the royal family and the state council? Yelong, tell me, why didn't I strangle you to death before? That way, I wouldn't have gotten into such trouble. Every word was like a knife, piercing Yelong's heart and making him almost want to die. At this moment, no one regretted more than Yelong. Yes, how could I have been so impulsive at that time and done such a thing? There was no room for easing the tension at all, and as a result, we have the current situation. He brought all this upon himself, who can he blame? But he doesn't want to die. Brother, please let me go. I beg you to let me go. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Yelong could do nothing but beg for mercy. But his plea for mercy was useless. The anger of Night Owl needed Yelong to quell, and the anger of Heavenly Palace needed Yelong to quell. Even this might not be enough. Just when Yi Xiao was about to deal with Yi Lang, the phone rang. It was none other than his uncle, Yi Lang's biological father. Even more, the phone was constantly filled with messages of pleading from members of the Yi family. They all knew Night Owl's temper, and knew what had happened here, so they knew very well what Night Owl would do. Even if Yi Xiao's prediction is correct, his father, the current head of the Yi family, will soon call him and ask him to let Yi Lang go. At the very least, Yi Lang must be spared. 231, Chapter 231. No one can plead for mercy. Yi Xiao showed a hint of sneer at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Yi Lang and said, "Did you see your father's phone call? There are also many text messages on his phone begging for mercy for you. What do you think I should do?" "You, Yelong, why do so many people plead for you? Just because your last name is Yi, you have the blood of the Yi family flowing in your veins. You and I have the same grandfather, and you also have a father who was a core member of the Yi family, so you are so fearless." When Yelong heard Ye Xiao's words, although there was fear on his face, he felt relieved in his heart. He was afraid that the Yi family didn't know. Now that the Yi family knew everything, Ye Xiao, would he still attack him? This is unlikely after all. Although the Night Owl is ruthless and cruel, at least he is discerning among his people. His father almost raised Yi Xiao in his arms since he was a child. Just because of this, Yi Xiao always has to give him some face. This is also the reason why he can be so successful here at Yi Xiao. But this time, he was destined to be disappointed. Yi Xiao sighed softly, patted Yi Lang's shoulder, and said, "Do you think you are saved? Do you think I will let you go and forgive you? If it were in the past, maybe I would, but this time, the mistake you made is really too big." After saying that, Yi Xiao answered the phone directly in front of Yi Lang. "Uncle San, if this is about Yelong, you don't need to say anything more this time. The trouble he caused is too big, and I can't save him." These words stunned Yelong, and at the same time, Yelong's father on the other end of the phone almost swallowed back all the words in his heart. He hadn't said anything yet, but Yi Xiao was so resolute. This was very wrong. They all knew Yi Xiao very well, so they knew best that when Yi Xiao had this attitude, nothing anyone could say would be of any use. But Yelong is his son, he can't help but say it. "Shower, listen to me now. I don't know what happened, but to make you so angry, Yelong must have made an unforgivable mistake. But your uncle is my only son, just this one son. Just raise your hand and spare his life. I will find a way to make up for the crimes he committed and the people he offended, okay?" Pity the love of parents. Uncle San of the Yi family is also a well-known figure. When has he ever been so humble, and to a junior? But today, for the sake of his son, he didn't care about anything else. Unfortunately, he couldn't change what Night Owl had decided. "I'm sorry, Uncle San." After saying that, Yi Xiao was about to hang up the phone. At this moment, a majestic voice came from the phone. It was Yi Xiao's father, the current head of the Yi family. "Shower, give your third uncle some face and spare Yelong's life. We are all blood relatives. Don't let others laugh at you. My Yi family has not reached the point where we would sacrifice our own descendants for their lives just because we offended others. This is not good for our Yi family. It will completely destroy our Yi family's reputation over the years. Shower, don't be confused. No matter who Yi Lang offended, my Yi family can bear the consequences, even if it's the royal family, the executive yuan, or a top power. I will handle it. At most, I will cede some interests. At worst, I will personally apologize. My Yi family will not lose face like this, therefore, I will not allow you to take action against Yi Lang. Do you understand? The voice of the head of the Yi family also reached Yi Lang's ears through the phone. In an instant, Yi Lang felt that his hope of survival increased greatly. With so many people pleading for him, and even the head of the family spoke up himself, Yi Xiao would not really insist on going his own way and making a scapegoat of himself. Yelang also immediately shouted for help and begged for mercy, so that they would know that he was really scared and admitted his mistake. Brother, please forgive me, I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, Master, Dad, save me, please save me, woo, I don't want to die. Yi Xiao looked expressionlessly at Yelang, who was begging for mercy loudly, deliberately letting the head of the Yi family and the others hear his voice. His face remained unchanged, and there was only ridicule and a hint of indifference in his eyes. Without listening to what was said on the phone, Yi Xiao said calmly, without rules, there will be no order. If you make a mistake, you must be punished. Why Yelang is my brother. If I can, I will definitely protect him, but if I can't, then he is the only one to blame. Father, third uncle, I hope you understand that I, Yi Xiao, will not do such a thing unless it is absolutely necessary. After saying this, Yi Xiao was silent for a moment, then said, this time, he didn't offend me, but the Eastern King and the Heavenly Palace. Moreover, he offended them to death. I will explain the situation in detail when I return, but now, you can't stop me, and you can't stop me. Everything I do is for the good of the Yi family. It's not easy for the Yi family to reach this point today. I think you know this better than anyone else. Father, I'm hanging up now. I still say the same thing. If possible, I will do my best to save Yelang's life, but if, in the end, his death is the only way to atone for his sins, then that's all I can do. After saying that, Yi Xiao hung up the phone. He looked so cold and emotionless, but in fact, from the moment he rejected his third uncle and the head of the Yi family, no one could change his mind. Yelang, looking at Yi Xiao, his body was shaking constantly. Yi Xiao sighed and said calmly, come here, drag this gong out, break his limbs, strip him naked and throw him outside. At the same time, immediately send someone to check all his assets and collect everything about him. He actually dared to encourage Yelang to commit such a serious mistake. He must be punished. He didn't even bother asking. Why Yi Xiao simply arranged for someone to take Boss Gong out and deal with him. As he expected, Boss Gong's ending was much more miserable than that of others. At least others were humiliated. He was able to save his life and was not disabled, but this person would be completely disabled. Begging for mercy and admitting mistakes are all useless. Don't you see that Yelang's fate will probably be at least the same as his own? The Yi family members all called to plead for mercy. This is Yi Xiao's younger brother, but in the end, he is going to be punished without any regard for his relatives. Even Yelang is treated like this, let alone others? Boss Gong now only has one thing to regret. He should never, ever have dragged Mr. Zhou into this. But who could have thought that Mr. Zhou would suddenly transform himself and actually have the Heavenly Palace as his backer? If he knew this, he would never instigate anything, and he would even be willing to kneel in front of Mr. Zhou and be a filial son and grandson. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. After Boss Gong was dragged out, before Yi Xiao could take any action against Yelang, his men came to report immediately. Master Xiao, Mr. Zhou has woken up. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately stood up, a flash of excitement on his face. He was about to rush to find Mr. Zhou. However, he stopped just as he reached the door. Looking at Yelang, who was still kneeling on the ground, he frowned and said, drag him out and make him kneel at the gate with all those people. Just keep his clothes, so as not to bring shame to our Yi family. As for how to deal with him, let's wait until I meet Mr. Zhou first. After saying that, Yi Xiao left immediately, and Yelang didn't even dare to beg for mercy. He had lost face long ago, and now the main thing was to save his life. All he could do was hope that Yi Xiao would let him go. 232, Chapter 232. Everyone knows. Today is destined to be an extraordinary day, especially for those who are in the club or have been to the club today. Today is like a dream. Even this dream involved myself. However, for those who are unrelated and cooperative, this dream is viewed from a third-party perspective and is a rare drama that you cannot see on ordinary days even if you want to. But for those who are involved, especially some of those who are participating in it, this drama is a tragedy and even a nightmare. After Mr. Zhou arrived at the club at noon, he knew what a nightmare was. He was self-aware and knew very well that even with the support of the King of the East, he was not qualified to act arrogantly. Therefore, in front of Yelang, he behaved extremely humbly. All he wanted was to meet Yi Xiao, say what he had to say, and complete the task. He also believed that as long as Yi Xiao knew his identity and knew that he came on behalf of the Eastern King or even the Heavenly Palace, he, Mr. Zhou, would receive the proper courtesy. However, the result almost made him collapse. Yi Xiao didn't see it, and Yi Lang even forced him to drink. All this was because of the Bosgong whom he had offended in the past. It was his slander that made Yi Lang treat him like an enemy. After the liquor was poured into his mouth, Mr. Zhou was not actually very drunk. Don't forget, his alcohol tolerance is actually very good, even very good. Although he was forced to drink the liquor in one breath, it is true that he felt uncomfortable, but he was not really drunk. But he had to get drunk, thinking that maybe he could get away with it this way. However, what he never expected was that Yelong was such a bastard that he stripped him naked and left him at the door. He felt humiliated, ashamed and angry, and wanted to die. That moment, Mr. Zhou understood everything clearly. And under this emotional excitement, Mr. Zhou fell into a coma. He was so angry that he fainted. Of course, a coma cannot last too long. In fact, Mr. Zhou has woken up a long time ago. However, even if he woke up, he could not show it in that kind of situation. With his clothes stripped off, he continued to pretend to be unconscious and pretend that he knew nothing. This was the only way. What else could he do? Otherwise, what will he do after waking up? I do want to die in this situation. Anyone would want to commit suicide. It's so shameful, so shameful. But, just like what Ji Tianqi said to Xiaolang, he, Mr. Zhou, is a person who would rather live a miserable life than die, let alone this kind of humiliation. Even if the humiliation is 10 times more, he will live if he can. What's more, how could he not know who he was representing this time? Before he came, he had reported to Yunting Tianjun, and his fate would inevitably reach Yunting Tianjun's ears. By then, he didn't believe that Yunting Tianjun and the Heavenly Palace would not come forward. That was the moment he was waiting for. And sure enough, not long after, the entire club was closed, and someone covered him with a blanket and carried him into the room. At that moment, Mr. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that a turning point had arrived. At this moment, Mr. Zhou was in the room of the club, putting his clothes back on. He was standing at the floor-to-ceiling window, just able to see what was happening downstairs. Seeing the entire club being completely blocked by armed personnel and men in black, and seeing the people who had eaten together at noon being stripped naked and thrown into the yard to kneel, Mr. Zhou finally vented the anger in his heart. Especially when he saw that Boss Gong, who had harmed him, had his limbs broken, was stripped naked and was left outside the door. His resentment was completely gone. Of course, if possible, he even wanted to see what happened to Yelong. After all, Yelong was definitely one of the people who had brought him to this state and brought him such humiliation. But the problem is, Mr. Zhou is also very clear that he may not be able to see this scene. After all, he is a member of the Yi family and is Yi Xiao's younger brother. Even if he made a mistake, would Yi Xiao really do anything to him? At least, Mr. Zhou thinks it won't. Until the moment when Yi Xiao's men opened the door, when Yi Xiao walked in with a smile on his face and was very kind, and said, "Mr. Zhou, you have suffered." Mr. Zhou even wanted to cry that he had never suffered such grievances before. In fact, every second seemed as hard as a year. Finally, someone came to find him. It was the night owl he had been thinking about. He knew that all the suffering was over at this moment. In fact, from the moment the club was sealed off, from the moment he was carried in, and from the moment those people were stripped naked and thrown into the yard, Mr. Zhou knew that there were still people who were here to vent his anger. And the moment Night Owl approached, he knew everything. At this moment, when Mr. Zhou and Yi Xiao finally met, and when someone finally repaid Mr. Zhou for the humiliation he suffered, the situation in East Province was also in an uproar because of Mr. Zhou's affairs. No, it's more than just the Eastern Province. In other words, the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even the entire world, was in an uproar because of what happened in the Dragon Kingdom's capital. Can you hide it from others? The result is that no one can hide it. If Mr. Zhou was just stripped naked and thrown outside, that would be fine, but when the Night Owl started to act, and acted on such a large scale, it meant that everything was wrong, all wrong. There are secrets in this world, but secrets are only for people who shouldn't know. For people who should know, secrets are always open secrets. Don't worry about what the outside world says. On Yi Tianqi's side, someone will report the details at any time, condition. Little Wolf has left. He has done everything he can. At least he has no regrets towards Emra.jo.as for whether others can help. That is not something Little Wolf can control. However, Xiaolang also has his own information channels, or rather, all the information obtained through Mr. Zhou's channels has been passed to Xiaolang, so he knows very well what exactly happened in the imperial capital. From the moment the club was closed, from the moment Mr. Zhou was carried into the club, Xiao Lang knew that what Boss Bao and he sighed about was right. There was nothing wrong with it, all it took was time, and they didn't even need to take action, someone would naturally step in and solve all the problems. It's just because Mr. Zhou does not represent himself, but the people behind him. When the little wolf heard that the club was closed and all the people who attended the lunch banquet were stripped naked and left outside, and even the person who spoke out against Night Owl met a miserable end, the little wolf felt not only a sense of relief, but also a sense of fear. All of this was within Yi Tianqi's calculations. It is precisely because of this that the most terrifying thing is that Yi Tianqi has a calm look from beginning to end, as if there are hundreds or thousands of ways to solve all problems at any time and anywhere. This is very good. But the worst thing is, Mr. Zhou, you chose the wrong path. He chose to be Yi Tianqi's enemy. So, what will be his fate? Little Wolf didn't even dare to imagine. 233, Chapter 233 Who is the laughingstock and who steps onto the altar? From the moment he learned that the imperial city was closed, Boss Leopard rushed to Yi Tianqi's residence as soon as possible, and he came there openly, not afraid of outsiders knowing at all. Firstly, he wanted to report the situation to Yi Tianqi, and secondly, Boss Leopard was always a little worried about the situation in the imperial capital. After all, the Yi family cannot be underestimated, and Yi Tianqi has disappeared for so many years and now, the situation in the Tiangong is still unknown. Boss Leopard, although not worried that Yi Tianqi will be in any danger, but it is necessary to be prepared for everything, especially when it comes to things involving Yi Tianqi. When Boss Leopard arrived, it was already quite late. Yi Tianqi was sitting in the tea room, sipping tea. There was a magazine on the table, and he was obviously flipping through it casually. He looked so relaxed, but there was no tension at all. My lord, you already know what happened in the imperial capital. By now, Yi Xiao should have met the man surnamed Zhou. Your identity can no longer be concealed. Next, do you think we need to strengthen your security measures to prevent Night Owl from being reckless and going crazy trying to deal with you? With Yi Xiao's hatred for Yi Tianqi, it is very likely that he would do anything, although, in the eyes of Boss Bao, this hatred is simply inexplicable to the extreme. But people are like this, some people's brains will always short-circuit at times, and who knows what nerves are connected wrongly. Moreover, in a sense, Yi Xiao is really a madman, but also an extremely smart person. Yi Xiao has made an indispensable contribution to the Yi family's current situation. If such a person is a fool, who can believe it? There is often only a fine line between genius and madness, and what is actually going on in their brains is not something that ordinary people can know. So, the leopard's boss has to worry about this. This is Long Country, where the Yi family has the upper hand. At the same time, the Tang family and the Qi family also want to deal with Yi Tianqi. If these three forces join forces, even Yi Tianqi will probably find it difficult to cope. At least, the current Yi Tianqi will find it difficult to cope. Boss Leopard, Yi Tianqi will not be allowed to be in any danger at all, not even the slightest bit. Hearing this, Yi Tianqi chuckled, pointed to the chair opposite, and said, "Sit down and talk." Strengthen my security measures, you really thought of that? The three families of Yi Xiao are indeed difficult to deal with when they unite. However, if my estimation is correct, Yi Xiao will not attack me before he officially meets with the people from Tiangong. To be more precise, even if he wants to deal with me, first of all, he doesn't want to kill me, instead, he wants to capture me to prove that he, Yi Xiao, is a stronger person than me. I, Yi Tianqi, can only bow down before him. He might even be thinking of having me attend his wedding with Tang Qingyu so he can humiliate me. After all, many people know that Tang Qingyu was once my fiancée, and she's been waiting for me all these years. When I show up, and I can only watch Tang Qingyu marry Yi Xiao, everything will be clear. I will become a laughingstock, and he, Night Owl, will ascend directly to the altar of deity. This is probably his goal. Yi Tianqi expressed his speculations calmly, and these speculations were exactly the same as Yi Xiao's plans. It can be seen that although he did not know Yi Xiao, Yi Tianqi had already made an accurate judgment about Yi Xiao's character based on the information he knew. But Yi Tianqi didn't take these words seriously. When Boss Leopard heard them, he was so angry that he was about to explode. That bastard, who does he think he is? My lord, if you give the order, I will go to the imperial capital immediately and capture him in a matter of minutes. This is simply outrageous. A mere Night Owl dares to have such arrogant thoughts. He is truly fearless. How could Boss Leopard not be angry? In his heart, Yi Tianqi was a godlike existence, whom no one could humiliate or defile. Anyone who dared would be committing a capital crime. Yi Xiao not only wants to attack Yi Tianqi, but also wants to humiliate Yi Tianqi, and even wants to marry Yi Tianqi's woman. He simply wants to die. Yi Tianqi looked at the furious leopard boss, waved his hands, and chuckled. Why are you so angry? He has a brain in his head, how can we control him? Don't worry, he's just thinking about it. When the time comes, I will solve these problems myself. I will make him understand that some things, even thinking about them, are a capital crime. Hee. When Yi Tianqi said this, there was a cold light in his eyes and his expression was indifferent, but he seemed to have seen the fate of Yi Xiao. Boss Leopard certainly believed in Yi Tianqi, but in the end, he was still a little worried. Master, although your analysis makes sense, I think you really need to strengthen your security measures. I plan to have others come. Do you think it's okay? Firstly, it's also to prepare for the three major forces of the Yi family. Secondly, Mr. Bai's birthday banquet is coming soon. I don't know who will come from the Heavenly Palace, but no matter who it is, they will be difficult to deal with. There was another sentence that Boss Leopard didn't say and didn't dare to ask, otherwise, why would he be so worried? Although Yi Tianqi gave up the challenge that year, he was still called the 10th throne. He was a man who created a miracle, even a miracle. The fighting power of the person who can become the 10th throne and be honored as the abandoned emperor can be imagined. Boss Leopard even dares to say that the 18 imperial guards combined, or even the 4 kings of the heavenly palace combined, cannot be Yi Tianqi's opponent. What does it mean to respect him as if he were a god? Only those who have truly witnessed Yi Tianqi's actions will understand that Yi Tianqi is a god. However, perhaps many people don't know, but Boss Leopard is one of the people who knows some secrets. The secret is nothing else but that there is a problem with Yi Tianqi's combat effectiveness. That's right, there is something wrong with Yi Tianqi's combat effectiveness. Boss Leopard didn't know the specific reason, but he knew that Yi Tianqi was now just like a normal person. In some ways, he was even worse than a normal person. However, Yi Tianqi's willpower and combat experience were enough to prevent dozens or even more adult men from getting close to him. However, both his physical strength and power are not as good as before. There is no comparison at all to the combat effectiveness at its peak. Boss Leopard didn't know when Yi Tianqi would recover, but he believed that he would definitely recover. However, he didn't know the time at the moment, and Yi Tianqi didn't say anything either. This is the most important reason why Boss Leopard is worried about Yi Tianqi's safety. Otherwise, if we talk about Yi Tianqi in his peak period, Boss Leopard would not even mention this matter. Because whoever wants to deal with Yi Tianqi is asking for death. It is the enemy that should be worried about. But now, it is not the same as before. 234, Chapter 234. The throne is almost divine. Yi Tianqi looked at the worry in Boss Leopard's eyes, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. However, this trace of sadness was fleeting. He knew why Boss Leopard was worried about him, and he also knew that Boss Leopard didn't dare to say anything because he was afraid of hurting his feelings, but there were some things that could not be avoided. Only Yi Tianqi himself knew what happened back then. It was a fact that his power was forced to be unable to be used, and it was even more true that it was not even 1/10 of what it was at its peak. Yi Tianqi could certainly deal with ordinary people, but just as Boss Leopard was worried, if he had to deal with a giant-level figure like Yi Xiao, or even a strong man like Dong Tianhuang, then there was no need to think about it, he would definitely lose. Yi Tianqi could handle a dozen or even 20 ordinary adults. With his combat experience, it wouldn't be a problem at all. However, what if the men sent by Night Owl were all experienced in combat? How many could he handle? With Night Owl's ability, he can mobilize as many people as he wants, and that's the fact. As long as the Eastern Heavenly King or the Yunting Heavenly Lord don't dare to attack him, nothing will be revealed. But who can say that they really don't dare to attack him? The news of his loss of power was a secret. It was true, but it was not a top secret unknown to everyone. Since Boss Leopard knew it, there were naturally people who would know it, or rather, would guess it. Only then will the danger truly arrive. Therefore, Boss Leopard's worries are not redundant, but extremely useful and necessary. However, since he dared to wait here for the arrival of King Dong Tian and others, and dared to say that he wanted to go to the imperial capital to do what he should have done a long time ago, he was fully prepared. This kind of preparation is not only because of Boss Leopard's loyal subordinates, but also because of other reasons. Although Yi Tianqi was not sure when his strength would be restored, he had found some means. After so many years of continuous exploration. Even if he could not fully recover, he could still temporarily restore some combat effectiveness at the appropriate time, and this was his confidence. Ordinary people simply cannot understand the so-called power of the throne unless they have personally experienced it or witnessed it with their own eyes. It is a power that transcends human limits and can be called divine. Xiaohua, I know what you're worried about. You're afraid that the news of my power loss will leak out, or that I won't be able to protect myself, right? Don't worry, in this world, as long as I don't want to die, no one can take my life. What's more, in this world, true power is far more than just violence. Wisdom is also a kind of power. Sometimes, the power brought by wisdom is even more terrifying than violence. At this point, Yi Tianqi chuckled, shook his head, and said, that's not accurate. If you possess absolutely powerful strength, the power to destroy everything, then you don't have to think too much about it, just rush in. But as far as I know, no one with such power exists. At least, the 9 thrones with the highest combat power in existence may already be called gods, but they have only touched the edge and are far from the power of true gods. Thinking of this, Yi Tianqi shook his head and smiled, somewhat self-deprecatingly. Isn't he also called the 10th throne? In the other 9 thrones, there are people who call themselves gods, as if they have become gods walking in the world. Thinking of this, Yi Tianqi wanted to laugh. But in the end, as he laughed, it seemed that he even laughed at himself, because he seemed to be called the Emperor of Heaven, and his tone was no weaker than that of others, in fact, much louder. Since Yi Tianqi said so, Boss Leopard naturally couldn't say much, otherwise, it would be considered as questioning Yi Tianqi's ability. As for the power of the throne that Yi Tianqi mentioned, he was too far away from it and could only think about it. But Boss Leopard knew exactly how strong Yi Tianqi's fighting ability was. It was really so strong that it made people despair. The most despairing thing was Yi Tianqi's extraordinary talent and the speed of his progress, which almost made people collapse. Of course, Boss Leopard absolutely agreed with the wisdom that Yi Tianqi spoke of, because he had witnessed with his own eyes how Yi Tianqi had caused a huge family that had existed for hundreds of years to fall apart and completely disintegrate without bloodshed or even spending a single soldier. You have to know that this was a terrifying family that had existed on the other side of the planet for hundreds of years and even secretly controlled several small countries, possessing enormous financial resources and power. However, in just less than a year, Yi Tianqi completely destroyed that family. Until now, countless people are still shocked by the sudden collapse of that huge family, and cannot even find any clues. This is Yi Tianqi's ability. Even if he has lost his combat effectiveness, he is still in existence that is enough to make anyone feel fear. Master, then let's do as you wish. By the way, as I said before, I have already settled the underground world of East Province. I settled it in front of Master Qian Wu. However, these people still obeyed my orders in the end, not this ignorant young master. Sure, the stage is set for this young master. Sure, when the time comes, he will just have to take the stage and become a laughingstock. Boss Leopard sneered. All those people who overestimated their own abilities wanted to cause trouble at Mr. Bai's birthday party, but the key question was, did they have the ability to do so? From the moment they disrespected Yi Tianqi, their fate was doomed. The birthday party of Mr. Bai's family was full of ups and downs. Whoever wants to cause trouble can do so. Yi Tianqi didn't feel strange at all when he heard this. If it were someone else, they might really be wondering why Boss Leopard could take over the underground world of East Province so quickly, but for Yi Tianqi, it would be really strange if Boss Leopard couldn't take care of it quickly. As one of Yi Tianqi's most trusted imperial guards and one of the 18 wardens of hell in Yi Tianqi's plan, Boss Leopard's ability is far more than what he shows now. If he had not been lurking in East Province, waiting for Yi Tianqi and unwilling to be too prominent, the entire East Province underground world would have been wiped out long ago. Would it be Mr. Zhou and Mr. Shi's turn to dream this beautiful dream? Yi Tianqi nodded and said with a smile, the Bai family has also made arrangements. If they want to perform, then let them perform to their heart's content. The Zhou family wants to perform, the Tiangong family wants to perform, the Shishao family wants to perform, and the Yi family also wants to join in. Okay, then let them all come together. Let them sing this play, but it's not up to them to decide whether it's a comedy or a tragedy in the end. At this point, Yi Tianqi revealed a hint of a cold smile and said, this Night Owl is even more decisive and ruthless than I imagined. That's right. If he didn't have this kind of character, he wouldn't deserve such a great reputation. Night Owl must be punished, this is the price he must pay. However, when the Night Owl was mentioned, Boss Leopard frowned slightly again. Because he thought of a not-so-good situation, and Yi Tianqi could not ignore this situation. 235, Chapter 235. You owe me, it's time to pay me back. Xiaohua, why are you frowning? If you have anything to say, just say it directly. There's no need to be hesitant with me. How could Yi Tianqi hide Boss Bao's thoughts? With a frown, Yi Tianqi guessed that Boss Bao had something to say, and it was a little difficult to say it, otherwise, he would definitely not hesitate and want to say it but not say it. This is not in line with Boss Leopard's character. Upon hearing this, Boss Bao gritted his teeth, looked at Yi Tianqi, and said, Master, there is something I really need to remind you of. This matter is of great importance and must be guarded against. I know that the master will definitely return to the imperial capital. When the time comes, revenge will be taken, and grievances will be met. Moreover, because of Miss Tang Qingyu's matter, the master and the Yi family will probably fall out. I am not worried about anything else. Even if the Yi family forms an alliance with the other two families, I will not worry. However, there is one thing I cannot help but worry about, and that is the relationship between Yi Xiao and the current crown prince. And the relationship between the Yi family and the royal family. Boss Leopard spoke directly and expressed his concerns. And this worry is something he cannot avoid. The royal family is the royal family of Dragon Kingdom. They have dominated the Dragon Kingdom for hundreds of years, although they once declined and even only had a nominal status. In the end, after unremitting efforts, the royal family once again ruled the earth. Although they now have a share of power with the executive yuan, the royal family still has the upper hand. If you offend the royal family, you will be surrounded by enemies in Longhua, unless the Minister of State Affairs of the Executive Yuan is willing to come forward to guarantee you. There is no one that the royal family can be afraid of. The Yi family is definitely a royalist family. If Yi Tianqi wants to deal with Yi Xiao, he will inevitably have to face the royal family. This is what Boss Leopard is worried about. Can Yi Tianqi now really compete with the royal family of Longhua? This is Dragon Country, not some small country. Once the royal family steps in, many things become complicated. Yi Tianqi was silent for a moment after hearing this. Then, he chuckled softly, picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip of tea, and said, Xiaohua, it seems that the self-cultivation and reading in the past few years have indeed made you grow up. You can even think of this step. Don't worry, since I want to take action, I will naturally make safe preparations. Otherwise, why do you think I don't go to the imperial capital right now? Yi Tianqi's eyes were deep and seemed unfathomable, as if one could be drawn into them at a glance. He was not trying to fool Boss Leopard. If he said he was prepared, then he must be prepared, otherwise, he would not say such a thing. Yi Tianqi has never been a person who brags. The royal family owes me some favors, and I'll have them repay them in due time. As for whether they want to renege on their debts, well, that's not up to them. At most, I'll choose not to help either of us, otherwise, even if they're royals, I'll have to settle some debts with them. Also, even if the royal family falls out, the Minister of State won't sit idly by. To tell you the truth, the Minister of State has asked me to come out of retirement more than once, and I've decided that perhaps I should change my identity and reappear in the imperial capital. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate, wouldn't it? This is Dragon Country, and I'm a Dragon Country person. So there are some Dragon Country rules that I have to abide by. Since I don't want to start a massacre here, I have to learn to be flexible in many things. Otherwise, Xiaohua, do you believe it? The Yi family can use official power to arrest us. Should we resist or not? After saying this, Yi Tianqi drank the tea in the cup in one gulp, with a cold look in his eyes. This is not impossible. This is what Night Owl will inevitably do. If you don't resist, the result can be imagined. If you resist, you will become an enemy of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Whether it is Yi Xiao or the Yi family, they have enough status and power to do so. Unless Yi Tianqi has the same identity, or is even stronger than them. The Minister of Government had already promised him this. Even Yi Tianqi had already been doing some things in secret, but he had never officially taken office or shown up in person. But now, perhaps, it was time. After all, he still has a lot of things to do in Longhua, and an official identity will only benefit him. Yi Tianqi said a lot, but in Boss Leopard's ears, there was only one sentence, that is, the royal family supports the Yi family, and it is very likely that supporting the Yi family will be detrimental to Yi Tianqi. But Yi Tianqi had some concerns. It was not fear. Perhaps for others, they should be afraid, but for Yi Tianqi, it was impossible for him to be afraid. If he had to be afraid, it was because he was a Dragon Countryman and had the blood of the Dragon Country flowing in his body. It was for this reason that Yi Tianqi did not want to go too far by killing people in Long Country. It was also for this reason that he insisted on not entering Long Country and even helped Long Country people abroad more than once and helped Long Country solve many problems. But Yi Tianqi cares about this, But Boss Leopard doesn't care. He only cares about Yi Tianqi. My lord, I don't care about whether they are from the royal family or not, I only know that if they dare to deal with you, I will not let them go, no matter who they are. Boss Leopard, what he says, he does, not only him, but many people have this idea. Yi Tianqi's background far exceeds many people's imagination. Yi Tianqi glanced at Boss Bao helplessly and said, I just praised you for being smarter than before and knowing how to use your brain. It hasn't even been 2 minutes and you're already messing around again. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Anyway, I can handle it. Let's go back. It's getting late. We don't need to worry about the things in the imperial capital anymore. I don't know what kind of deal Yi Xiao and Dong Tianwang can reach this time. An underground world in the East Province. Dong Tianwang wants it, and Shi Xiao also wants it. In the end, who will be the one to take over, and who will compromise with whom? I think Shi Xiao has definitely been abandoned, but let him be happy for 2 days. It's pretty good, pretty lively, hee hee. An underground world in the East Province is nothing to the Yi family. In fact, it is also nothing to the Eastern King. However, for the Tiangong and the Eastern King who have never entered the Dragon Kingdom, this is very necessary. This is their first territory in the Dragon Kingdom, or their first appearance, so they probably won't give it up. But all this is equally unimportant to Yi Tianqi. However, if he doesn't want to give it, no one can take it away. Compared with these problems, Yi Tianqi is most worried about one thing at the moment, which makes him extremely upset. That is, after Yi Xiao finishes talking with Mr. Zhou and communicates with King Dong Tian, he will probably go to the Tang family as soon as possible to tell Tang Qingyu his news. Yi Tianqi even guessed what would be said. In short, it would not be anything good, but would more likely provoke Tang Qingyu. But Yi Tianqi believed that Tang Qingyu's joy must be greater than her sorrow. Because he believed that as long as Tang Qingyu knew that he was still alive, she would be more happy than anything else, and she would never believe that she would allow herself to be manipulated by others. Because he is Yi Tianqi, no, because he is the noble young master of the Qi family, the banished immortal Qi Tianqi. 236, Chapter 236, I give you face, but you don't want it? Everything seemed to be developing according to the trajectory Yi Tianqi had imagined. And Yi Xiao had indeed met Mr. Zhou and learned about Yi Tianqi's situation. At this moment, Night Owl was sitting in the reception room, and Mr. Zhou was sitting next to Night Owl, looking at the smiling Night Owl. Mr. Zhou still felt like he was dreaming. By now, how could he not know what the 2 words Night Owl meant? When he came to ask for an audience with such a big shot, he didn't expect the other party to respect him much. After all, even if he represented Yunting Tianjun in a sense, or more broadly, represented Dong Tianwang, Mr. Zhou himself was nothing in the other party's eyes. But this time, when Yi Xiao saw him, he was not arrogant at all. He even apologized to him in person and promised to give him a satisfactory explanation so that he could vent his anger. All this was because he was humiliated, or in other words, he had lost the face of the heavenly palace. From this perspective, Mr. Zhou can be said to have encountered a blessing in disguise. Of course, as for how to explain to Yunting Tianjun later, that is another matter. Mr. Zhou, if you have no objection to the solution I just mentioned, then I will arrange for someone to carry it out. All of Bosgong's assets will be handed over to you. At the same time, everyone who participated in the lunch break will have to give you half of their assets as compensation. I think this alone will be enough to greatly expand Mr. Zhou's wealth and influence. As for the matter of the East Province's underground world being all the same, don't worry, I will support you. The Bai family is not a problem, and the others are not a problem either. As long as Mr. Zhou is satisfied, everything can be discussed. As for my disappointing brother Yelong, please rest assured, Mr. In my Yi family, there is no such person who only invites trouble. That he is so ignorant of his own limitations that he even dares to look down on the heavenly palace. Even if he is not sincere and doesn't mean it, he should be executed. When talking about the execution, Yi Xiao's eyes were full of indifference, as if there was no emotion at all, as if the person being executed was not his cousin, but an insignificant ant. This immediately made Mr. Zhou clear his mind. Yi Xiao was not a boy who gave away money, nor was he an easy person to get along with. Even though he was so kind to him now, what was the reality? This is an explanation to the heavenly palace and to the king of the East. The problem is that Mr. Zhou actually just wants to vent his anger. It's okay for other people, but if Yi Xiao executes Yi Lang, everything will be completely different. Does it mean that night owls have no emotions? Even if Yi Xiao has no emotions, don't the other members of the Yi family care about Yi Lang's life or death? That's definitely not the case. They are like this now only because they are forced to do so, but if Yelong really died, they might not and dare not ask the King of the East to settle the account, but they will definitely put the blame on Yelong. He cannot bear the responsibility for this crime, and he does not want to bear the consequences, and he dare not bear them. No, Master Xiao, you've done enough. I'm fine, truly fine. Young Master Lang simply believed the slander of a villain. I believe he didn't really want to target me, nor did he look down on the Heavenly Palace. Please let him go, but if you really want to make excuses, a minor punishment is enough. It's far from a death sentence. Mr. Zhou didn't dare not plead for mercy, let alone let Yelong die, even though, in fact, Mr. Zhou had thought about it in his heart at the beginning, and even hated him to the core, but now that he has come to his senses, can he still have such an unrealistic dream? But, he said, it doesn't count. Because, from the beginning to the end, Yi Xiao gave this explanation to the King of the East and the Heavenly Palace, not to Mr. Zhou. Can Yelong not die? The answer is yes. However, if Yelong's death can bring him greater value, allow the Heavenly Palace to see what kind of person Ye Xiao is, and make the Heavenly Palace more cautious and less presumptuous, then it is worth it. What's more, perhaps the current Yi family really needs a deterrent to reorganize itself and reaffirm its status as the Night Owl, not only within the Yi family, but also for the entire Dragon Country and abroad. This was the best opportunity for Yi Xiao to become famous outside the country, so how could he miss it? As for the problems that will be faced after solving Yelong, they are not really a problem. At least, for Ye Xiao, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, and far outweigh them, which is enough. Mr. Zhou, there's no need to say anything more. This matter has been decided. However, Yi Lang's death still requires a reasonable explanation. After all, our Yi family still needs some face, and Yi Lang's death can also be used in some way. So, there's no need to plead for mercy. Looking at Yi Xiao's resolute face, Mr. Zhou felt a chill. This is a ruthless person who should not be provoked. No wonder he can get to where he is today. Without this courage and ruthlessness, it would be impossible. But, are you really not going to beg for mercy anymore? Mr. Zhou still didn't dare. Well, Master Xiao, really, there's really no need for this. This crime doesn't deserve the death penalty. This crime doesn't deserve the death penalty. And then, whatever Mr. Zhou wanted to say next was swallowed back into his stomach. Because the look in Night Owl's eyes, for the first time since he saw him, was extremely cold and unquestionable. Mr. Zhou, have you misunderstood something? I've already given you the explanation I need. As for why I gave it to you, don't you understand? Now, I'm giving an explanation to the Eastern King and the Heavenly Palace. Can you represent the Eastern King, or can you represent the Heavenly Palace? Are you trying to teach me, Night Owl, how to do things? As soon as these words came out, the air in the room turned cold. Lang Ning became serious, but Mr. Zhou was sweating profusely. He immediately stood up from the sofa and shook his head. No, I dare not. I dare not. Night Owl then nodded calmly and said, don't dare, that's for the best. Remember your identity. I can give you face for the sake of the Eastern Heavenly King. If it weren't for this identity, if it weren't for the fact that the Eastern Heavenly King, and the Heavenly Palace still have room for cooperation, would you be qualified to ask me for an explanation today? I've given you face, so you should take it well. Otherwise, if you don't take it seriously, you're being ungrateful. Do you understand? Okay, I won't waste my time talking to you anymore. No one will laugh at you anymore. Go back to where you came from. The underground world of Eastern Province will be yours once you return. As for the rest, you don't need to say anything. I will handle it myself. Just do what you should do. After saying that, Yi Xiao waved his hand. Mr. Zhou saluted quickly, not daring to stay for even a second. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and left. What does it mean to live with the Emperor like living with a tiger? What does it mean to be on the verge of life and death? What does it mean to be truly cruel and ruthless and not recognize any relatives? This time, Mr. Zhou has experienced it thoroughly. It is no exaggeration to say that he has walked through hell. Chapter 237. He was actually abandoned? After Mr. Zhou left, the expression on Yi Xiao's face kept changing between cold and complicated, but it was also mixed with crazy excitement. The news he received was explosive and much more exciting than he had expected. Shi Tian now actually uses the alias Yi Tianqi. Yes, Tianqi, Shi Tian, isn't it just the reversed order? As for where the surname Yi comes from, Yi Xiao has no idea for the time being, but maybe Yi Tianqi just picked up a surname at random. But there is one thing that makes Night Owl excited. The once world-famous young master of the Qi family, Qi Tian Shizishan, had been unknown for so long, hiding his identity, and not only got married, but also seemed to have divorced. No one else knew about this so-called divorce, but when Yi Xiao first knew that Yi Tianqi was Qi Tian, he wanted to know, and there were too many ways to do it. The dignified Shizishan was actually treated as a waste by others. He was actually threatened by a small-time figure like Mr. Zhou, and he agreed to help him get out of seclusion. It was simply unbelievable. You know, a person like Mr. Zhou was once not even worthy of carrying Yi Tianqi's shoes. Of course, none of this matters now. The important thing is that Yi Xiao is really interested in Lin Xingyue. This woman, not only is he interested, he thinks that if Tang Qingyu knew this news, she would definitely be more interested. What kind of woman could make a man like Yi Tianqi willingly marry her? Don't say that it's to hide your identity, that's just an excuse. If Yi Tianqi wants to hide his identity, he doesn't need to use such means at all. Then this marriage, I am afraid, at that time, was the true feelings of Yi Tianqi. Is this considered a betrayal? But what happened after marriage? In the end, I was treated as an incompetent waste and was abandoned. Thinking about it, it was really funny, too ridiculous. Thinking of Yi Tianqi's face when he was abandoned, Yi Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is much more satisfying than killing Yi Tianqi, but why would Yi Tianqi endure it? Yi Xiao wanted to defeat Yi Tianqi, even wanted to conquer Yi Tianqi. These were all true, but he never said that Yi Tianqi was an incompetent waste. Just kidding. Even if Yi Tianqi's IQ dropped 100 times, he would still be beyond the reach of ordinary people. That he was a monster, a huge monster for such a person. If he wanted to take revenge on someone, or in other words, if he wanted to do something, what did he really need to worry about? What was there to worry about? That's impossible. Unless Yi Tianqi did not want to hurt Lin Xingyue, even if he was betrayed and abandoned, he never thought of hurting Lin Xingyue. This is the only explanation, otherwise, there is no other possibility. Feelings? I didn't expect that you, Qi Tian, could also have feelings. Yi Tianqi, good. What a good name, Yi Tianqi. I didn't expect that you would have this day, having thrown away your former glory. Have you really fallen into complete ruin? I don't believe it. If that's the case, you are not worthy of being my opponent at all. You don't even have the qualifications to kneel at my feet and wag your tail and beg for mercy. Night Owl stood by the window, seemingly looking at Yi Tianqi from a distance, talking to himself. The situation in the eastern province is turbulent, and people from the Heavenly Palace will also be there. Well, then let me see whether you, the former Qi Tian, now Yi Tianqi, can stand up again this time. Isn't it fierce enough? Isn't motivation enough? What kind of feelings can make you unable to even take revenge on a woman who betrayed you? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If you are this kind of Yi Tianqi, then I am really, really disappointed. Tang Qingyu, if she knew that you were already married and didn't even have the ability to fight back for a woman who betrayed her, what would she think? I'm really looking forward to seeing this scene. Yi Tianqi, since the fire isn't enough, I'll add more fuel to the fire. Lin Xingyue alone isn't enough, so is Tang Qingyu enough? If I, Yi Xiao, am not enough, then adding the Tang family and the Qi family, your blood relatives who became high and mighty because of you but then drove you out, is that enough? It's such a big drama. I can't wait to see the ending. Night Owl was like a madman, talking to himself, with excitement flashing in his eyes, as if he had not been so excited for a long, long time. Only after slowly calming down his excitement did Night Owl frown slightly. Yi Tianqi was naturally an unexpected surprise, but the trouble that Yelong had brought upon him was also a problem that had to be solved and dealt with right now. Originally, these troubles should not exist, but Yelong was ignorant of the consequences and caused these troubles. Although Ye Xiao did not care, troubles were still troubles after all. Yelong must die. That's right, Yelong must die. Even if the King of the East doesn't pursue the matter, he must die. What Ye Xiao and Mr. Zhou said is definitely not just a casual remark. If you make a mistake, you must accept the punishment, and Yelong's punishment must be death. There is no second choice. In fact, it's not that there is no second choice, but he, Ye Xiao, is unwilling to give him a second result. After all, he is very angry now, and at the same time, Yelong's death can more or less make up for him. As for whether others are happy, willing, or hate him, it is not important. At least, it is not that important to Ye Xiao. Looking at the time, Yi Xiao spoke softly to his confidant who was guarding outside the door, said, "Prepare the car and set off to the Tang family." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's confidant was stunned for a moment, then quickly whispered, "Aren't you going back to the family first?" The head of the family just called and asked you to come home as soon as you're done. Many of the core family members are already waiting for you. Waiting for the night owl? This is certain not why Yi Xiao caused such a big fuss and even wanted to execute Yi Lang, just based on this point. Even though many core members of the Yi family did not dare to say much, none of them were happy in their hearts. Today, Yalan died, but what about tomorrow? Who will die? Yi Xiao is not the head of the Yi family yet. Even if he is the head of the Yi family, he should not do such a thing. So today, many core members of the Yi family wanted to question Yi Xiao. Of course, they could also persuade him, but the point was that they wanted Yi Xiao to understand that he could make enemies and act crazy as he pleased, and even punish some members of the family. However, he could not take action against the core members of the family. This was a taboo. Once the door was opened, it would never be closed. How could the people of the Yi family have their hands stained with the blood of their clansmen? If this were to get out, it would be a huge joke. 238, Chapter 238, Death is the Sentence. Of course, Night Owl understood what these tribesmen wanted to do. Of course he was not afraid. If he was afraid, he would not have made such a decision today, but he could not go back now. Compared to returning to the Yi family and accepting the questioning of his clansmen, he would rather go to the Tang family and the Qi family and tell them the news he knew. After all, Yi Tianqi was not the only one who was worried. Of course, this can be delayed, but Tang Qingyu's expression is what Yi Xiao wants to see most right now. This top talent and beauty, famous in the imperial capital and even in Dragon Country, has always been aloof and ignored by everyone. If it weren't for her family being tied to her, no one knows what Tang Qingyu would do. Now, Yi Xiao is already high and mighty. There are very few people in the entire Dragon Country who are stronger than him or even have greater potential, but even so, Tang Qingyu, have you ever looked at Yi Xiao straight in the eye? Even though they were already engaged, Tang Qingyu never admitted it, and it was impossible for her to marry Yi Xiao honestly. In her heart, from beginning to end, there was only Yi Tianqi, and that never changed. Night Owl, can you bear it? The answer is definitely that he can't stand it. He not only wants to get the halo and reputation that belongs to Yi Tianqi, he also wants to get Yi Tianqi's woman, but he doesn't want to get a woman who doesn't care about him at all, or even too lazy to cooperate with him. What he wants is Tang Qingyu's heart. And now, it seems, the opportunity has come. Therefore, he really couldn't wait to see Tang Qingyu immediately, tell her the news about Yi Tianqi, and then take a good look at her expression. Compared to this, everything else has to give way. Yi Xiao looked at his men and said calmly, "Tell the master that I still have things to do. If you have anything to say, we can talk tomorrow morning. If you insist on waiting, then let them wait. I won't be back early. If it's too late, I won't go back, but tomorrow morning, I will definitely go home and give them an explanation." Hearing this, the subordinate looked at Yi Xiao with some concern and said, "Is that your answer? Will the master be unhappy?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao took a deep look at his subordinate, a sneer on his face, and said, "If you care so much about the patriarch's feelings, you should go home and follow him starting tomorrow. Yi Xiao, only allow those who are loyal to me to be under his command." As soon as these words came out, the subordinate's face changed drastically, and he quickly said, No, I know I was wrong, please give me another chance." But Night Owl sneered, "Chance? We only have one life, let alone a chance. You followed me for so long, but you don't even know what I hate the most. What use is there for me to have you? And if you know and still knowingly commit a crime, it means that in your heart, my status is not as good as others. In that case, what's the point of keeping you? Don't let me say it again, get out immediately. From today on, you return to the family guards. Considering that you have followed me for a while, you will continue to be a foreman. Xing San, you take his place. From today on, you are the leader of my security team." Upon hearing this, another young man standing nearby immediately revealed a look of great joy. He immediately knelt on one knee and nodded heavily, saying, "Thank you, Master. I will swear to protect your safety to the death." This expression of loyalty makes it hard not to see the sincerity. The other one who was dismissed was pale and full of regret. Although Yi Xiao promised him to be a foreman in the family's security team, and the treatment seemed to be still very good, in fact, there was a world of difference in status. The Yi family's security team is not just any ordinary security guards or bodyguards, they are all carefully selected, and some of them can even be assigned to other positions. Among them, the security team of the head of the Yi family and the security team of Yi Xiao had the highest status, power, and benefits. Many things could not even be expressed in words, but now, he had lost them all, simply because he had said one more word out of kindness, and this word was exactly what he, as a security guard and someone who had sworn allegiance to Night Owl, should not have said. Even if he means well, it won't work. Others can do it, but security can't, because it involves people's lives and property, and no one will hire someone who has two minds, or who may have two minds. Yi Xiao didn't even look at the former security leader again, even though he had risked his life to serve him more than once, but now, he was abandoned, and that was it. Xing San, notify the people from the Imperial Court Investigation Department and have them take Yi Lang away. No1 is allowed to approach without my order. At the same time, tell them that I will submit evidence of Yi Lang's illegal activities to them. Death penalty, yes, that's it. Instead of resorting to lynching, Yi Xiao actually used official power to directly sentence Yi Lang to death. This was something many people had not expected. Even though Xing San was shocked for a moment, he immediately nodded and accepted the order. He did not dare to hesitate for even a moment. After all, what happened to his immediate superior was still happening right in front of him. However, when everyone heard that Yi Lang was really going to die, they couldn't help but be shocked. This is serious. Night Owl, it is still the same ruthless Night Owl. Afterwards, Night Owl left the club under strict security protection, and the club was unsealed. As for those who had been punished before, their fate was not over yet. At this moment, in the imperial capital, at the Tang family mansion, although it was getting dark, people were coming and going. The Tang family is a large family with many members and a huge influence. Of course, any large force, even blood relatives, has different levels. The core members are always the smallest. Today, all the core members who were able to return have tried their best to do so. As for those who can't make it back, there's nothing we can do. The Tang family is weaker than the Yi family, not only in terms of current apparent strength, but also in terms of the future development potential. However, the Tang family and the Yi family are now in a marriage alliance. Yi Xiao is also a member of the Tang family. Of course, even so, Yi Xiao is not qualified to directly order all the core members of the Tang family to rush back for a meeting, and the head of the Tang family is not at the point where he would do so just to curry favor with Yi Xiao. However, from the moment Yi Xiao started to close the club without any scruples and punished many people without any scruples, even when the news that Yi Xiao wanted Yi Lang to be killed came back, everyone knew that something had happened, something big had happened. Therefore, even if the Tang family wants to find out what happened, they must wait for Yi Xiao. They all knew very well what kind of person Yi Xiao was. It was conceivable what a big deal it was that he could cause such a big fuss and even take the life of his own cousin Yi Lang. Then, who could make Yi Xiao not even bother to protect Yi Lang, or in other words, could he not protect Yi Lang? No matter who they are, they represent this person or force, and are the existence that Night Owl has to pay attention to. This seems to have nothing to do with the Tang family, but because of Tang Qingyu, the Yi family, especially Yi Xiao's situation, is closely related to the Tang family. As for why Yi Xiao said that he must see Tang Qingyu no matter how late it is tonight, that is another puzzling thing. What does this have to do with Tang Qingyu? 239, Chapter 239 The Tang Family's Doubts. In the Tang family meeting room, the nearly 60-year-old head of the Tang family sat in the main seat, with the core members of the Tang family sitting on both sides. However, what was interesting was that Tang Yunduan, the eldest son of the Tang family, sat in the position below the head of the Tang family. Obviously, this was the most prominent position besides the head of the Tang family. Even in ordinary people's homes, seating arrangements are often very particular, especially in formal occasions. What's more, in a powerful family like the Tang family, no matter how close the relationship is, unless one has a matching status, not everyone can sit wherever they want. However, many core members of the Tang family were only slightly surprised by this. After all, the eldest son of the Tang family, who was famous for the Yunduan group, had already joined the core layer and was in a high position. Everyone knew that if nothing unexpected happened, he would be the next head of the Tang family. It was just a matter of time, depending on when the current head of the family would give up power. Now, it has been completely rectified and is not a rare thing. The head of the Tang family looked at everyone, checked the time, frowned slightly, and said, "You can all speak freely about what Yi Xiao did today. This matter may seem to have nothing to do with our Tang family. However, Qingyu and Yi Xiao's engagement is here. Even though they haven't married yet, it is known to everyone and it is impossible to deny it. So, don't think that this is none of your business. This matter is closely related to my Tang family and everyone present here." The head of the Tang family was not exaggerating, nor was he trying to scare them. The marriage between the two major forces was the best alliance. Although the wedding had not yet taken place, the date had actually been set and announced to the public. This meant that the two major forces had already united, and it would not be easy to distance themselves from it. "Master, Master, I think what Yi Xiao did this time was really too much. It would be fine if he just dealt with some other people, but Yi Lang is his cousin, and he has always had a good relationship with him. He even refused to let Yi Lang go. Isn't this a bit too heartless? Also, as far as I know, many core members of the Yi family have pleaded with Yi Xiao more than once, asking him to let Yi Lang go. Even the head of the Yi family called personally, but Yi Xiao ignored them completely. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Even though Yi Xiao has the support of the crown prince and has made great contributions to the Yi family, and even has the power to be half the head of the Yi family, this time, he wants to offend the entire Yi family. He's not even the head of the Yi family yet, and yet he's doing something like this. That if he really becomes the head of the family, what will happen to the Yi family? Who dares to imagine? That's right, I think Yi Xiao has gone too far this time. And no matter what, Yi Lang is his cousin, and many of his relatives have pleaded for him. How could he do such a thing? Even if Yi Lang made a huge mistake, even if he deserved death, he shouldn't have stepped in to solve it. How will others view him after this? Everyone spoke up, but no one spoke up for Yi Xiao at this moment. It's not that Yi Xiao has offended everyone in the Tang family, nor is it that so many core members of the Tang family hate Yi Xiao. Tio put it bluntly. After all, in this matter, they still think that Yi Xiao has gone a little too far. Who could have thought that this madman would suddenly go crazy and become so crazy to this extent? He's a blood relative, so you just kill him, without considering the consequences? Even if it didn't have much of an impact on Yi Xiao in the end, given his murderous nature, if anyone from the Tang family fell into Yi Xiao's hands in the future, would they be able to save them? How could he expect someone who didn't even spare his own blood relatives to spare others? The Tang family and Yi Xiao's marriage was somewhat forced, and secondly, they also wanted to take advantage of the Yi family. They did not want to be implicated by the Yi family, and they did not want to be cleaned out by Yi Xiao himself. That's why they expressed their not-so-nice opinions about Night Owl. The head of the Tang family did not refute, but listened silently. Compared with others, he considered a little more. Boss, what do you say? Tang Yunduan saw Patriarch Tang call out his name. After a moment of silence, he said, I don't have any opinion on this matter. If you really want me to say something, then I can only say, what do you think of Yi Xiao? Is he stupid? Is Night Owl stupid? Of course, Night Owl is not stupid. Even though they keep saying that Night Owl was inconsiderate and did the wrong thing, who dares to say that Night Owl is stupid? Not only is he not stupid, but he is extremely smart, even crazy. Why Yi Xiao has at least half of the credit for the Yi family's development to where it is today. Who dares to call such a person stupid? Young Master Tang looked at everyone and chuckled. That's right, you all know that Yi Xiao is not stupid. Not only is he not stupid, he is a genius that is rarely seen in decades. The only one who can be compared with him is that person from the past. When he said this, young Master Tang frowned slightly and kept silent, as if names were taboo, but everyone in the Tang family knew who he was talking about, and this was actually a knot in the Tang family's heart. Young Master Tang was still too conservative after all. He was not comparing the so-called person, the so-called Qi Tian and Yi Xiao, but comparing the current Yi Xiao with the former Qi Tian. This so-called comparison was probably because Qi Tian disappeared and Yi Xiao was in his heyday, so this rumor came about. Otherwise, Yi Xiao was still a little bit inferior. So, I think it's pointless for us to discuss here why Yi Xiao did this and whether he should have done so, because what we can think of, Yi Xiao must have thought of it too. And he can think of more than we can. Even the Yi family can't persuade him, and even the head of the Yi family can't persuade him personally. It's obvious that Yi Xiao has thought it through thoroughly. And no matter how much we say, it's meaningless. Since he has made this decision, it must be this. He has a reason for doing so, and we'll know the reason when he arrives. Compared to now, I'm more worried about why he wants to see Qingyu at this time. I always feel that his visit to Qingyu this time is probably related to what he did today. I just don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, but I always have a vague feeling that it's not good. Young Master Tang's judgment was not without basis. It was just based on intuition. He knew Yi Xiao very well, although no one knew how crazy Yi Xiao was in his heart. Based on past understanding, he knew that if there was nothing urgent concerning the Tang family, Yi Xiao would have no need and no possibility to make everyone in the Tang family wait for him no matter how late it was. He even specifically mentioned Tang Qingyu's name. Now that it's mentioned, I'm afraid they must be related. The head of the Tang family was silent for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, he received a call. After receiving the report, he looked at everyone and said, let's not discuss this matter anymore. And no matter what Yi Xiao thinks or does, he is the future son-in-law of our Tang family. He is considered one of our OWN. At this time, what we need to do is support him. After saying this, the head of the Tang family looked at young Master Tang and said, Yunwan, Yexiao has already left and is on his way. Go to Qingyu's courtyard and persuade her again, tell her that this matter concerns the interests of the family and she can't do whatever she wants. She's going to get married soon and should behave like a wife. Yexiao is very murderous today and I don't want any unnecessary trouble. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, young Master Tang was startled and immediately nodded, then went to find Tang Qingyu. Of course, he was not worried that Yi Xiao would do something wrong in the Tang family, and he also knew that Yi Xiao had never used force on Tang Qingyu, but the question was, just because he had never done so before, did it really mean that he would never do so in the future? Night Owl, something is wrong today. 240, Chapter 240. Tang Qingyu, a man as beautiful as jade. The huge Tang family mansion naturally has Tang Qingyu's residence. Not to mention Tang Qingyu's reputation and engagement with Yi Tianqi, even now that she has become Yi Xiao's fiancé, the entire Tang family would not treat Tang Qingyu badly. Of course, as for how this treatment was treated, there was nothing much to say. This marriage was not chosen by Tang Qingyu herself, and she was firmly opposed to it, but the Tang family did not follow Tang Qingyu's wishes. Tang Qingyu lives alone in a small courtyard. The courtyard is not big, but it is decorated very warmly with flowers and plants, which makes people feel comfortable. Moreover, Tang Qingyu refused to have anyone to serve her, and she took care of all her food, clothing, and daily life by herself, but even so, the Tang family still arranged 2 girls to take care of Tang Qingyu 24 hours a day. It would be more appropriate to say that they were monitoring and persuading her rather than taking care of her. At this moment, it was late and the temperature was a little cold, but Tang Qingyu was sitting in the yard. She was wearing a snow-white casual outfit, which made her already fair skin look even whiter. She had a beautiful face and long hair casually tied up with bamboo sticks, which made people unable to take their eyes off her. No matter who sees Tang Qingyu, their emotions will be moved by her every frown and smile. The stranger is like jade, and that refers to Tang Qingyu. Compared with Yi Tianqi's reputation as a banished immortal back then, Tang Qingyu is worthy of it. Since Yi Tianqi was the unrivaled young master in the world, then Tang Qingyu must be as beautiful as jade. Miss, why don't you dress up? The head of the family has sent a message of the son-in-law will definitely come to see you later. It's not appropriate for you to look without makeup. Yes, miss, it took a lot of effort for the son-in-law to come here. Haven't you figured it out yet? In fact, what's wrong with the son-in-law? He is now the future successor of the Yi family. Even now, he is already a young man who is unmatched in the entire imperial capital. His future potential is even more unimaginable. The son-in-law is worthy of you. You are a little too stubborn. This is a good marriage that many people can't even ask for. The 2 girls who took care of Tang Qingyu stood on her left and right, constantly persuading her. Their words showed no sign of concealing their respect for Yi Xiao and their jealousy. It seemed that in their opinion, being able to marry Yi Xiao was a great blessing, and Tang Qingyu was really a little ungrateful. In fact, it was not just these 2 girls who thought this way. Many people thought this way after knowing Tang Qingyu's attitude. They all thought that Tang Qingyu was a little ungrateful. Of course, for the few people who knew more about the situation, they couldn't all blame Tang Qingyu for being ungrateful and looking down on Yi Xiao. They could only say that Tang Qingyu had seen better people before. Even though many people say on the surface how powerful and good Yi Xiao is, those who have truly seen and are familiar with Yi Tianqi will know that the original Yi Tianqi was a true immortal who was banished to the earth. How can Yi Xiao compare with him? But, after all, Yi Tianqi is a thing of the past, while Yi Xiao is a living being, alive and well, and this is the fact. In this regard, Tang Qingyu seems to be a little ungrateful. Tang Qingyu looked at the 2 girls who were trying to persuade him. Without changing his expression, he spoke softly, his voice as sweet as a silver bell, making people feel comfortable. If you 2 like this Night Owl, how about when he comes, I'll talk to him and ask him to take you 2 in. These words made the 2 girls blush immediately. It's not ancient times anymore. Apart from the royal family, how many people can have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Of course, that's what they say, but in reality, behind any truly successful man, there must be women at home and outside of it, and probably a lot of children. With Yi Xiao's status, being able to be his lover or concubine is something that many people would dream of. It would be a lie to say that they didn't have this idea at all, but the key point was that these 2 girls didn't believe Tang Qingyu's words at all. She was just joking, so how could they be grateful to her and take her seriously? That's a bit nonsense. Miss, you are joking. How could the uncle be interested in us? The 2 girls are still self-aware. Tang Xingyu's expression remained unchanged and her voice was still pleasant, but the meaning of her words was not as pleasant. Are you kidding? Why would I kid you? You keep calling him son-in-law and praising him to the skies. Since you like him so much, then just follow him. That you've been watching me all day long, but you can't see him. But if I ask him to take you away, do you think he'll listen or not? When the two girls heard this, they looked at each other, not knowing what Tang Xingyu meant. They actually didn't know much about this eldest daughter who was almost imprisoned in the Tang family, but they knew one thing, that is, this eldest daughter seemed gentle and kind, but was actually extremely difficult to serve. She was once a powerful figure, although no one had heard of how decisive and ruthless this eldest daughter was. A person like this, who could go against the entire family, and in the end the family couldn't do anything to her, and even had to coax, deceive, and threaten her. Could she be a simple person? Looking at the two girls standing there in a daze, Tang Xingyu chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Are you crazy with joy? It doesn't matter. I like to do things that benefit others. When Yishao comes, I will tell him to take you two away. By then, when you are rich and prosperous, don't forget the help I gave you." The more I listened, the more something seemed wrong. It sounded like Tang Xingyu had no bad intentions and really wanted to help them, but something didn't feel right. Two girls, at this moment, she was a little at a loss. She wanted to refuse, but she was afraid that if she really refused and missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, wouldn't their fate remain unchanged? Tangled. Tangled, extremely tangled. But just when they were struggling, they didn't notice that Tang Xingyu's eyes were full of teasing, and seemed to be extremely sarcastic. Tang Xingyu is different from Yi Tianqi. Even though Yi Tianqi has disappeared for so many years, there are still many people who remember him, because he is a man, and also because he has indeed created jaw-dropping miracles. But many people have forgotten that although Tang Xingyu was a girl, she was able to dominate the world when Yi Tianqi was young and still shine brightly when other stars were dim. The reason she relied on was not just her beauty. Even Tang Xingyu helped Yi Tianqi a lot in the miracles he had performed. It's a pity that it's all over. As for Tang Xingyu, due to various considerations or perhaps being forced, she ended up in her current situation. But anyone who underestimates her because of this is truly blind. Xingyu, please stop teasing them. If they really take it seriously, it will hurt them. Just then, a voice was heard, but Tang Xingyu's expression remained unchanged, and she even seemed a little annoyed. 241, Chapter 241, The Rage imprisoned for 10 years. The person who came was none other than Tang Yunduan, the eldest son of the Tang family, who was sent by the head of the Tang family to persuade Tang Xingyu. Listening to his elder brother's words, Tang Xingyu's eyes flashed with contempt and indifference, and he said lightly, "Oh, what are you talking about, brother? I'm just helping them achieve their wishes. How can you say I'm harming them? Isn't this what they want?" Tang Yunduan smiled slightly and sat opposite Tang Xingyu. Then he looked at the two girls and said with a smile, "Who is Yi Shao? Others may not know, but don't we know? If you send them over today, Yi Shao will definitely not refuse your favor, but from now on, their lives will be in dire straits. Even whether they can survive is another matter. This has happened more than once. Don't you know? You know?" As soon as these words came out, the two girls trembled with fear. Tang Yunduan, there was no need and no reason to lie to them, so it meant it was true. Although I don't know why Yi Shao treated the other girls like this, if Tang Xingyu knew it clearly, but still acted nonchalant and tried to help them by sending them away, this would not be giving them wealth, it would be clearly sending them to death. Is this true? The two girls could hardly believe it. Could it be that Tang Xingyu, who was always so gentle and kind, and seemed to never lose her temper, was so cruel? Could she kill people without leaving any blood? I don't believe it. I really can't believe it. However, Tang Yunduan's words forced them to believe it. But no matter what, at this moment, they no longer have the right to speak. Tang Xingyu showed a sneer on her lips, and a hint of mockery flashed in her eyes. Her beautiful face seemed to have become a different person in an instant. When did the eldest young master of the Tang family become so compassionate to women? He treats outsiders like this, but he is so cruel to his own sister. Is he afraid that I won't die? For the sake of a family marriage, the Tang family knew that the Yi family was a hellhole and that Yi Shao was a lunatic and a villain, yet they still ignored my wishes and forced me to marry him. This is truly disgusting. This one sentence is disgusting and includes the entire Tang family. Tang Yunduan frowned slightly, looking at his sister who was incredibly beautiful but seemed to be covered in thorns. Sighing softly and shaking his head, Tang Yunduan said, "Xingyu, you are different from other women. You know this very well that Yi Shao can be cruel and ruthless to anyone, but he can't do that to you. If you marry him, him, you will be his wife, the future mistress of the Yi family. How can it be the same? I know what you're thinking, that you're just still reluctant to let go of Qi Tian, but 10 years have passed, a full 10 years, Qingyu. Just forget it in life, we must always look forward. Qi Tian is dead. He's already dead. The two words Qi Tian seemed to be a taboo in Tang Qingyu's heart. When she heard Tang Yunwan mention Qi Tian and even said that Qi Tian was dead, Tang Qingyu was completely enraged. The next moment, the two girls who were responsible for taking care of Tang Qingyu saw for the first time how terrifying Tang Qingyu was when she was angry. Tang Qingyu stood up immediately, with a flash of pain and burning anger in her eyes. No one would have thought that such deep-rooted hatred and anger was directed at her own brother. Tang Yunwan, you idiot, you are not qualified to carry Brother Tian's name, you are a piece of scum, you are not worthy at all. Do you really think that changing your name to Tang Yunwan will allow you to stand tall above the clouds? Do you deserve it? Do you have the qualifications? You only got your current position through begging and charity. Do you have the right to look down on me, Tang Qingyu? Do you want to die? Over the years, I've given the Tang family enough. I can even say it's too much. I no longer owe them anything. You, the Tang family, have been so unkind and unjust to me, and I've done my best for you. I'll give you the Yunwan group, and I won't interfere with anything else. I won't care about anything, I won't ask anything, and I won't fight for anything. I'll just stay here quietly. You still want to force me to marry Yishao in exchange for your benefits, and you still want to provoke me. What gives you the right? Do you really think that I, Tang Qingyu, can be manipulated by you? Tang Qingyu's resentment seemed to have been accumulated in her heart for a long time, and the angry emotions seemed to have finally found an outlet and broke out completely. Over the years, she has endured enough and given in enough, but it never stops and gets worse. Does he really think that she, Tang Qingyu, is made of mud? Are you just letting them do whatever they want without getting angry at all? Looking at Tang Qingyu, who suddenly became furious, and listening to Tang Qingyu's humiliation of him, Tang Yunwan's face was extremely interesting. He is the eldest son of the Tang family. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the next head of the Tang family. Even now, he is the center of attention and no one can curry favor with him. He has long been accustomed to being high and mighty and being flattered by everyone. When did someone actually humiliate him into the mud? Not only that, but they also kicked him viciously. Who could bear such humiliation? Tang Yunwan raised his hand angrily, and was about to slap Tang Qingyu in the face, but in the end, he just raised it high and never brought it down. Tang Qingyu, you were so outrageous. My family and I have been so tolerant of you time and time again, yet you have only become more aggressive, acting recklessly and spouting nonsense. You are simply so arrogant. I warn you, if you do it again, I will never forgive you. But it would be strange if such a harmless threat could scare Tang Qingyu. Tang Qingyu laughed sarcastically and said, "Fight, my dear brother, you are the one who I've really grown in skill and ability. Not only have I learned to hit women, I've also learned to hit my sister." Huh? Come on, I'll let you hit me. Why don't you try to hit me? Tang Yunwan, you've probably been living too comfortably and have forgotten who I am. Tang Qingyu, I'll let you hit me if you dare. If you hit me today, I'll tell you which hand you hit me with will be broken. Do you believe me? If not, then just try it yourself. Tang Qingyu's words startled Tang Yunwan. He really wanted to slap her hard, but, just like Tang Qingyu said, he didn't dare. That's right, he didn't dare. Even though Tang Qingyu had already become a prisoner, he still didn't dare. It was not only because Tang Qingyu now looked more like a lunatic. No one knew what she had become under her calm appearance after 10 years of imprisonment. It was not because he was afraid that Tang Qingyu would use Night Owl to deal with him. Rather, Tang Qingyu herself may have been hiding some power. Not to mention whether Qi Tian left any backup plan for Tang Qingyu when he left. Let's just talk about Tang Qingyu herself when she was famous in Beijing. Who was Tang Yunwan? When she was dancing with the wind and clouds, her elder brother Tang Yunwan could only look up with his head stretched out. Although Tang Qingyu was overshadowed by Yi Tianqi, the Tang family knew best how brilliant and talented this daughter of theirs was. Tang Yunwan has always envied such people from the bottom of his heart, and at the same time, he is even more afraid of them. Even though, now, he didn't want to admit it, but at this moment, when he was afraid to take action, he knew that he had never gotten rid of his fear of Tang Qingyu. Yes, he was afraid of his sister, and had always been afraid of her. 242, Chapter 242 News of the Qi family's exiled immortal. It is impossible to fight, not to mention whether I have the courage to do so. If Yishao comes and knows about it, he will definitely be very dissatisfied with me because of how I show off in front of Tang Qingyu. Facing the night owl, Tang Yunduan, the eldest son of the Tang family, did not dare to provoke him. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yunduan looked at Tang Qingyu and said, "Qingyu, no matter what, I am your elder brother, how could I hit you? I know you resent the Tang family, and in fact, the Tang family has also wronged you, but what can we do? You are very clear about what happened back then. He gave up and was disheartened. If you stand up for him, it will only hurt you and the Tang family in the end. I have explained this to you many times, and you know it very well. Think about it carefully. If he really cared about you, he should have taken you with him when he left, but he didn't." Tang Yunduan watched Tang Qingyu's expression grow increasingly grim, and dared not say anything more. He simply sighed and said, "I won't say anything else. Yi Xiao will be here soon. With your intelligence, you should know that if he didn't have something urgent, he wouldn't have kept us waiting for him, let alone asked you to wait for him in the middle of the night. I think this matter might have something to do with you as well. Also, I advise you not to provoke Yi Xiao. He's acting strangely today, even crazy. He's even ordered Yi Lang, his beloved cousin, to be killed. And no matter how the Yi family tries to persuade him, it's useless. He's also dealt with many people and forces, so don't offend him at this time." After saying that, Tang Yunduan shook his head and left the courtyard. It's one thing to be ashamed to stay, but if you continue to stay, you will definitely continue to be scolded. Tang Qingyu's words and that disdainful look also hurt his self-esteem, but unfortunately, he really had no confidence in front of Tang Qingyu. He couldn't kill her, nor could he hit her. Moreover, Night Owl had become her talisman. As the eldest young master of the Tang family, he felt extremely overwhelmed and could only sigh. Anyway, the message has been brought up, and he has no control over how Tang Qingyu behaves. No one in the entire Tang family can convince Tang Qingyu, and it is not shameful for him, Tang Yunduan. Seeing the eldest young master of the Tang family leave in disgrace, the two girls who were responsible for taking care of and monitoring Tang Qingyu looked at each other in bewilderment. For a moment, they felt a chill on their heads. They had never seen Tang Qingyu like this before, and it was even more impossible for them to imagine that Tang Qingyu had such a domineering side. However, thinking about what Tang Yunduan had just said, they felt a little scared. Perhaps what Tang Yunduan said was true. Without waiting for them to think anything more, Tang Qingyu looked at the two of them and said calmly, "Are you scared? Don't be afraid. I haven't done anything to you in the past 2 years. Of course, it's right to be afraid. If you are afraid, you will think more before you act or speak. There is no harm in thinking more. At least, it's better than losing your life unknowingly. What do you think?" If he said that he didn't point them out on purpose, the two girls wouldn't believe it. It was obvious that he had always known that they were responsible for monitoring Tang Qingyu, but Tang Qingyu just ignored them. But when he said this today, the meaning was very simple. In the future, don't interfere in Tang Qingyu's affairs, and don't talk, watch, or listen too much, otherwise, they might lose their lives without knowing it. That's the threat. But the two girls could only endure this threat at the moment, and they had to keep it in their hearts, otherwise, they would see clearly that Tang Qingyu could really kill them without anyone knowing, or even make them die willingly in broad daylight. They probably wouldn't even know how they died. "Miss, we understand. Don't worry, we know what to do." Tang Qingyu smiled softly, nodded, and said, "Whether it's sincere or fake, if you think you can deceive me, or if you think who can protect you when I want to deal with you, then go ahead and try your life as your own. If you don't take it seriously, you can't expect others to take your life seriously, right? Alright, do your job well and you will get what you deserve. Go make some tea." The eldest young master of the Yi family came here so late at night and he was quite angry. "It seems that something serious has happened. I am really a little curious." At this time, Yi Zhao's convoy had arrived at the gate of the Tang family mansion. The guards outside the Tang family's door immediately opened the gate and let Yi Zhao's convoy directly into the Tang family mansion. This is a treatment not everyone can have, but Yi Xiao is still qualified. After receiving the report from the guards, all the people in the Tang family, except the head of the Tang family, were waiting outside the reception room to greet Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao also greeted them one by one with a smile, and then went directly into the reception room. "My son-in-law greets my father-in-law. I hope you will forgive me for disturbing you so late." There was a smile on Yi Zhao's face, and there was no sign of the rage and anger he had shown before when he ordered the killing. He was gentle and polite, impeccable, and gave enough face to the head of the Tang family. The head of the Tang family laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, "My dear son-in-law, what are you talking about? Since you asked us to stay here, it must be because you have something important to say. You would wait no matter how late it is. Why bother you, my dear son-in-law? If you need our Tang family's help, just ask. We are all family, and our Tang family will definitely support you." Everyone knows how to say polite words, and the head of the Tang family can do it, of course. What's more, there is nothing wrong with what he says, after all, Yi Xiao is one of their own. The Tang family master saw it as soon as Yi Xiao entered the door. Maybe something happened, but Yi Xiao must have solved it, otherwise, he would not have such an expression. Moreover, Yi Xiao's expression made the Tang family master feel inexplicably. I always feel that Night Owl is not only not in a bad mood because of something, but is even more excited? Yi Xiao didn't hold back. He checked the time, then looked at Patriarch Tang and everyone else, chuckling. It's getting late, so I'll cut to the chase and get straight to the point. There were indeed some problems before, and I'm sure you've all heard about them, but they've been resolved. Yi Lang was ignorant and offended the Eastern Heavenly King. Well, you could say he offended the entire Heavenly Palace. So, I must punish him severely. This isn't just a matter of who he offended, nor is it a matter of whether I can cover it up. It's just that this has had an extremely negative impact on the reputation of my Yi family, and I can't do without it. Of course, I have also reached a reconciliation with the Eastern Heavenly King and the Heavenly Palace, and even a cooperation agreement. The future will be getting better and better. However, there is a piece of news that I have learned, and it concerns the Tang family and Xingyu, so I have no choice but to come and dare not hide it. Everyone in the Tang family was shocked at this moment. They had a lot of questions to ask, but now they knew that Mr. Zhou, who was stripped naked and thrown out to be humiliated, was actually the spokesperson for the King of the East. Wasn't that courting death? The mistake made by Yelong was worthy of death. No wonder Yeshu was so angry. That was the Heavenly Palace and the King of the East. Others might not know about it, but these top forces were all aware of their prestige and strength. But when they heard Yi Xiao say that there was a situation related to the Tang family and Tang Xingyu, they had to prick up their ears. My dear son-in-law, what does this have to do with my Tang family? What does it have to do with Xingyu? It seems that our Tang family has never had any dealings with the Heavenly Palace. Patriarch Tang spoke in confusion. After hearing this, Yi Xiao drank a cup of tea, then looked up slightly at the Tang family head and everyone else in the Tang family. He said, it has nothing to do with the Heavenly Palace. However, this matter is related to Qi Tian. To put it simply, I have learned about Qi Tian. Tell me, does this have anything to do with you, and does it also have something to do with Xingyu? 243, Chapter 243. He actually dared to betray my daughter. Of course the Tang family knew that Yi Xiao was not a man who would sit idle, so when Yi Xiao asked them to wait, they knew that the matter might have something to do with them. However, no matter how related it was, they could never have imagined that it would be this. Qi Tian, this name may have been forgotten by many people. Even if many people remember it, they dare not mention it, but for the Tang family, Qi Tian's shadow seems to have never disappeared. It's because their family has a deep connection with Qi Tian. But those were all stories from the past. For many years, there had been no news from Qi Tian. Everyone thought he was dead, even the Qi family thought so, but now, Yi Xiao actually said that there was news about Qi Tian. How could they not be shocked and even feel their scalps tingling? Qi Tian, still alive, actually still alive. Everyone in the Tang family looked at each other, shocked by the news for a moment, not knowing what to say. Patriarch Tang looked at Yi Xiao, gritted his teeth, and said, my dear son-in-law, are you telling the truth? Do you really have any news about Qi Tian? Is he still alive? Yi Xiao looked down on people like the Tang family head. They all had such status and position, and 10 years had passed. However, when they heard Qi Tian's name, they were still visibly afraid. It was shameful, very shameful. Of course, in a sense, the reaction of the Tang family was normal. After all, Qi Tian's reputation was so huge back then, and they all saw how talented and brilliant Qi Tian was. To put it bluntly, if we say who was the most wronged by Qi Tian, the Qi family is naturally the first to bear the brunt, but the next ones to follow are none other than the Tang family. As for the reason, who doesn't know it? What's more, isn't it clear before our eyes what kind of treatment Tang Xingyu has suffered over the years? Night Owl sneered and said, the news is true. I verified it. Qi Tian is now using the alias Yi Tianqi. He has been hiding his identity for over 10 years and is already married. Do you dare to believe it? Get married? It was obvious that Yi Xiao had dropped another bombshell. He had been hiding his identity for more than 10 years. Of course they knew about it. After all, there had been no news about Qi Tian in all these years. Wasn't that because he had been hiding his identity? But, married? This made them feel a little strange. Qi Tian, are you married? While feeling strange, he also felt a sense of injustice for his daughter. Although the entire Tang family felt sorry for Tang Xingyu, and in a sense, Tang Xingyu even hated them to death, she still cared about blood ties, otherwise the current situation might not be like this. However, no matter whether they are sorry for Tang Qingyu or not, Tang Qingyu has been waiting for Qi Tian all these years. This is a foregone conclusion. It has been more than 10 years. The peerless Tang Qingyu has only been guarding Qi Tian with her heart, but in the end, Qi Tian got married? At this moment, both the head of the Tang family and everyone in the Tang family felt that Tang Qingyu had entrusted her with the wrong person and were even a little angry. If Yi Xiao hadn't been sitting here, it wouldn't have been appropriate for them to lose their temper, especially because of something like this. Otherwise, the anger of everyone in the Tang family would have probably ripped the roof off the house. But they didn't lose their temper, but Night Owl did. Looking at Patriarch Tang, Yi Xiao's expression was cold and his eyes were filled with anger as he said, "Father-in-law, you don't need to hide your anger in front of me, because at this moment, I am also very angry. Qingyu and I are engaged, you all understand my feelings for her. Although Qingyu has many misunderstandings about me, I have never blamed her. I even allow her to keep the good old days in her heart. However, one must always look forward to the future. The past is gone. Qingyu values feelings, which is a good thing. I have nothing to be unhappy about. If Qi Tian died, I would rather Qingyu have him in her heart for the rest of her life, and I wouldn't say anything. But now, Qi Tian is alive. He is still alive, not only alive, but also married. Qi Tian and I have no grudges or hatred. Outsiders say that I target Qi Tian everywhere and want to snatch everything from him, but only I know that I have never had any conflicts with Qi Tian. It's just that I feel a little regretful that I didn't meet him when I was most capable and compete with him. But now, I'm really angry. The first time I heard the news, I felt that I couldn't hold back my anger. It wasn't for me, but for Qingyu. Qingyu worked hard and endured humiliation to wait for him for so many years, but he actually got married. Why did he get married? How dare he get married? He betrayed Qingyu. I absolutely cannot forgive this and I can't forgive it. The more Yi Xiao spoke, the more excited he became, as if Yi Tianqi was right in front of him at this moment, he would tear him to pieces alive. But this excited emotion, in his mouth, turned into standing up for Tang Qingyu, which moved everyone in the Tang family. My dear son-in-law, I am so touched that you can think so much about Qingyu. Qingyu is too sentimental, so she is so persistent. My dear son-in-law, don't blame her. And now, Qi Tian treats her like this. It may not be a bad thing, although it will hurt her. At least it can let her see clearly what kind of person Qi Tian is. In this way, she can let it go. But it's a good thing. This is actually a good thing. Patriarch Tang's words were just enough. Yi Xiao certainly knew what Patriarch Tang meant. If he let go of what he should let go of, he would also accept what he should accept. This is of course the best. But Yi Xiao does not have the Tang family master as so optimistic. But, if you can't get the good thing, Qi Tian, don't even think about getting it. Isn't this a good thing? Yi Xiao looked at Patriarch Tang, nodded gently, and said, Father-in-law, I have never blamed Qingyu. This time, I am just heartbroken. I am even considering whether to tell her about this. I am afraid that she will be sad. However, hiding it from her is not a good idea. Qingyu will eventually move on. The one who wronged her is Qi Tian, not her. If she can't let go of this, her body will collapse sooner or later. Having said that, Yi Xiao stood up and looked at Patriarch Tang. He said, Father-in-law, I'll go see Qingyu first. And no matter what, Qingyu is my fiancé, and I will never watch her get hurt, whether she wants revenge or something else. I, Yi Xiao, will do everything for her without hesitation. As for other matters, let me talk to Qingyu first and see how she feels, then we can discuss it later. How about that? Of course, the head of the Tang family would not refuse, although he still had many things to ask and say. Yi Xiao was right. Tang Qingyu's mood after learning about this matter would even be directly related to whether she was willing to marry Yi Xiao, the improvement of the relationship between the Tang family and Tang Qingyu, and even the future of the Tang family. This was very important. My dear son-in-law, please go over first. Qingyu is in the backyard, waiting for you. I'll leave everything to you, my dear son-in-law. If Qingyu loses her temper and is in a bad mood because of this matter, please forgive me, my dear son-in-law. After the Tang family leader finished speaking, he bowed slightly to Yi Xiao, like a father who was worried about his daughter. Those who don't know the truth would really think that the head of the Tang family cares a lot about his daughter Tang Qingyu. But in reality, the facts are probably not so. 244, Chapter 244. He is married. After Yi Xiao left and went to the backyard, everyone in the Tang family was completely furious. Qi Tian, this is news from Qi Tian. He is alive. He is actually still alive. It has been 10 years. Qi Tian, who has been out of touch for 10 years, has reappeared. If this news gets out, it will definitely shock everyone. However, However, compared to these, everyone in the Tang family was actually very worried. It was not only because of Tang Qingyu, but also because their Tang family's relationship with Qi Tian didn't seem to be very good. Master, what Yi Xiao said is definitely true, there is no doubt about that. I just want to know what to do next. Now we know that Qi Tian is still alive. This is the situation we least want to see, but it has already happened. What should we do next? Qi Tian, if he really comes back, I'm afraid he won't let us go. Moreover, even if he lets us go, can the Qi family let him go? I can imagine what will happen next. However, this is not 10 years ago. Will Qi Tian surrender and let the Qi family do whatever they want like he did 10 years ago? That's right, that's the truth. People will change. 10 years have passed, and everything has changed. 10 years ago, Qi Tian was in his late teens, in the prime of his youth, but now, he is almost 30. After 10 years of hardships, 10 years of enduring humiliation and living in a miserable state, no one knows what Qi Tian has become. But there is no doubt that anyone who treats the current Qi Tian as the previous Qi Tian is probably making a big mistake, because people will change. Things that you could tolerate and give in 10 years ago, can you still tolerate and give in 10 years later? In 10 years, as long as there is no problem with Qi Tian's brain, even if there is no progress, as long as he does not regress, Qi Tian will still be the terrifying Qi Tian. As long as he is given enough time and space to display his talents, no one knows what kind of miracle Qi Tian can create again. This is not alarmist, nor is it a joke. After all, this is Qi Tian. Patriarch Tang looked at everyone, gritted his teeth, and said, "Why are you all panicking? We are not the ones who should be panicking the most right now. Don't forget, this news was brought by Yi Xiao. We know it. Do you think he won't tell the Qi family?" Compared to everyone else, the Qi family is the one who least wants Qi Tian to reappear. According to the intelligence I've obtained, the Qi family has never given up searching for Qi Tian over the years. If they get wind of this, do you think Qi Tian can survive? Just wait, when Yi Xiao comes over from Qingyu, we'll come up with a plan right now. What I want to know most is how Qingyu feels and what she'll think after she learns this news. At this point, the head of the Tang family gnashed his teeth and said, "That damn bastard, my daughter has been fighting with the entire family for 10 years because of him. 10 years, back then, my daughter was so talented and brilliant, but because of Qi Tian, she wasted a whole 10 years. If it weren't for him, my Tang family would probably be many times more prosperous now. But he actually got married to this bastard. He actually got married. My daughter waited for him for 10 years, imprisoned herself in the family for 10 years, and waited for 10 years, and this is the news she got? Asshole, asshole, damn asshole." The head of the Tang family seemed to have become a good father at this moment. His words were all about speaking up for Tang Qingyu. It seemed that he simply could not accept Qi Tian's marriage. Young Master Tang said with a cold face, "Father, don't worry, evil will be punished. This bastard will definitely get his comeuppance. But then again, it may not be a good thing. At least, it can make Qingyu see what kind of person Qi Tian is and change her mind. This is a great thing." Be it the head of the Tang family or everyone in the Tang family, at least at this moment, they all felt that what Tang Yunyuan said was correct. It can be said to be a good thing, at least, it is not a bad thing. The appearance of Qi Tian was beyond the expectations of many people. However, this character made no one dare to take him lightly. It was that simple. The Tang family has gained enormous benefits because of him, but that's all. Tang Qingyu cannot represent the Tang family, and the Tang family cannot represent Tang Qingyu. This is not a joke. Outsiders will not understand the intricacies of this matter, and even those within the family may not understand much. But at least everyone knows one thing, that is, Tang Qingyu has been waiting for Qi Tian, that's all. For this reason, Tang Qingyu, even though she had compromised countless times because of the Tang family, still remembered this incident. This made people unable to understand, and unwilling to understand. Today, no one can say anything about this matter at this moment. The sky was late, clear and noble, and although there was a cold wind, it was only gentle. Tang Qingyu sat in the courtyard, looking up at the bright moon, like a noble goddess who could not be desecrated. Until the night owl came calmly, and everything changed. "Qingyu, there are many things that can be hidden from others, but it's impossible to hide them from you, right? I know you know everything, don't you?" Yi Xiao was not accompanied by anyone. He just stood alone in front of Tang Qingyu. There was no trace of hostility on his face. Instead, he was gentle and full of tenderness. Tang Qingyu simply glanced at Yi Xiao indifferently, then chuckled and said, "After all these years, you finally found the opportunity, but you came to find me the first time. Why did you bother? Are you afraid that I'll be sad, afraid that I'll be upset, or are you afraid that I won't be able to get over it? For 10 years, I have never given up. That I have always been holding on a night owl. You do I believe what you say, even if I do you think I will really care, Tang Xingyu spoke with a smile, as if everything had already been planned, without any surprises, and not even the slightest bit of happiness or dissatisfaction. But these are not the results they want to see. Not at all. This is the picture that Night Owl wants to see. In Yi Zhao's opinion, from the moment she knew about Yi Tianqi's betrayal, Tang Xingyu was either filled with grief and anger, or extremely depressed and in agony, but this was the only thing that could not happen. What is this? Was it anticipated and done willingly? That's nonsense. That's not the way it's supposed to be. Yi Xiao looked at Tang Xingyu, frowned slightly, and said lightly, he was married and divorced, and was even treated as a waste. I understand why he is afraid, but now that he has been discovered, he has no say in whether he is afraid or not. You don't know him, right? Then he has no value to me or afraid. I don't need him to be afraid, I just want him to die, then let him die. 245, Chapter 245. I was almost tricked by you. Yi Xiao was indeed a little angry and embarrassed that he came to tell Tang Xingyu the news, and then wanted to see how hysterical, angry, and heartbroken she would be, but he didn't see any of these. Not only did he not see it, but he saw Tang Xingyu, who was calm and composed, as if Tang Xingyu had known all the news for a long time. How was this possible? Of course, he knew how beautiful and talented Tang Xingyu was. So, Yi Xiao wanted to be with Tang Xingyu not just to get Qi Tian's woman, nor because of Tang Xingyu's stunning appearance. However, when all these were added together, Tang Xingyu became the woman who walked deep into Yi Zhao's heart, the kind that he could not get without. But he had never entered Tang Xingyu's heart. In Tang Xingyu's heart, there is only Qi Tian. From the beginning to the end, there is only Qi Tian. No one else has even a place. She has waited for him for 10 years and endured 10 years of grievances and suffering for him. The more this happened, the more Yi Xiao hated Qi Tian, and the more he wanted to prove that he was a stronger man than Qi Tian, not only stronger, but also more worthy. After 10 years, there was finally news about Qi Tian that he got married, divorced, and was even treated like trash. What good news this was! He couldn't wait to come just to tell Tang Xingyu that she was wrong. She had always been wrong. What's the result? How could he not get angry and embarrassed? He even said that he would kill Qi Tian. Threat? Tang Xingyu looked at Qi Tian and smiled faintly, with some disdain in her eyes. Kill him, Night Owl. I know you've been conceited all these years. I also know you've been targeting him, even hating him, but you couldn't find him. Now, he's finally appeared, and you think you have a chance, but how do you know that your so-called opportunity might just be something he wants to give you? Who is the fool who's kept in the dark? I'm afraid we won't be able to tell until the end. Don't forget, he's Qi Tian, the wise and resourceful Qi Tian who can manipulate the world. Do you really think you're smarter than him, Yi Xiao? Have other people's flattery given you this illusion? It's simply ridiculous. Tang Xingyu didn't tolerate Yi Xiao at all. She just kept on saying all kinds of sarcastic remarks, but what she said was reasonable and there was nothing wrong with it. Not only that, these words actually made Yi Xiao frown, and he couldn't help but doubt whether Tang Xingyu's words were true or false. He no longer cared about Tang Xingyu's ridicule. Instead, he began to doubt how credible Tang Xingyu's words were. After all, that was Qi Tian. He looked down on Qi Tian and thought he was much stronger than Qi Tian. However, the fact that he tried every possible way to compare himself with Qi Tian was in itself a strong recognition of Qi Tian, and otherwise, why not compare himself with others? Yes, back then, Qi Tian was a man who could manipulate the world and create miracles with just his intelligence. For 10 years, no one knew Qi Tian's whereabouts, let alone whether he was dead or alive, and yet, suddenly, he was discovered. Is it that simple? It seems that there is no problem. After all, it has been 10 years, and anyone should let down their guard, but this is Qi Tian. Mr. Zhou knows his identity and knows that Yi Tianqi is Qi Tian. Is it possible that he himself has no defense at all? If not, then it can only mean one thing. Either, after all these years, he is really no longer the same person he used to be. Whether it is his brain power or something else, it has declined too much. But if not, then, what does it mean? This made Yi Xiao suddenly shudder. Did he intentionally reveal his whereabouts? But why? After 10 years of no action, his whereabouts were suddenly revealed. What was he trying to do? Yi Xiao frowned and clenched his fists. He didn't expect that just because of Qi Tian's appearance and Tang Xingyu's words, he would lose his composure and even couldn't guess anything. This was far from his usual ability to strategize and dominate the overall situation. Tang Xingyu, what do you mean by saying these words? Why do you say that? could it be that you already knew this? But that's impossible. You're trying to scare me, right? You're overthinking it, this won't scare me at all. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth, glared at Tang Qingyu, and said, even if Qi Tian deliberately leaked his whereabouts to me, so what? 10 years ago, he was a lost dog, and 10 years later, he is still a lost dog. In 10 years, he has changed so much. The banished immortal of the Qi family has become a coward, Yi Tianqi, while my Yi family has risen to prominence, who dares to provoke me and my current Yi family. What's more, I have the entire royal family standing behind me, plus the Tang and Qi families. And no matter what Qi Tian wants to do or what conspiracy he plots, in the face of absolute power, he is as small as an ant. It is really easy to crush him to death, and now that he is dead, everything is over. Night Owl figured it out. Yes, that's it. In the face of absolute power, no matter how intelligent or strategic you are, it is all useless. But now, when Yi Xiao faces Yi Tianqi, he possesses absolute power, the power to control life and death. So, what does he need to be afraid of? Yi Xiao laughed heartily, looking at Tang Qingyu, and said, you wanted to confuse me. I admit, you did, and you almost hid it from me, huh? All of this was just your own conjecture. In fact, you were the one who was truly confused from the moment you heard the news about Qi Tian, especially from the moment you knew he was married, and even divorced. Your heart was in turmoil. You deliberately said this to provoke me. You are just venting your anger. You are just expressing your anger in another way, but I see through you, Tang Qingyu. You don't have to pretend anymore, I see through you. Yi Xiao was very confident that he was really deceived and was really upset, but he came to his senses and realized that the one who was really upset was not him, but Tang Qingyu. Whether it was hysteria or anger, whatever he wanted to see, Tang Qingyu didn't want to express it, but the way she expressed it was different from others. Tang Qingyu listened to Yi Xiao's words and was silent for a moment, then she looked at Yi Xiao indifferently and said, so what if you can see it? So what if he's married or divorced? It doesn't matter if I wait for him or not. It's my business. It's his business if he doesn't remember me. What does it have to do with you? Even if he has forgotten me, and even if I have begun to hate him, what does all this have to do with you, Yi Xiao? Do you really think that without Qi Tian, my heart will fall in love with you? You are completely wrong. I will never fall in love with you in my entire life. Never. Night Owl, you make me feel sick. Don't you know that? It's fine if you pretend in front of others, but you have to come to me and pretend. Don't you think it's boring, even annoying? Tang Qingyu looked at Yi Xiao with disdain, and was not polite at all. This time, Yi Xiao didn't care at all and instead burst into laughter. Yes, that's it. The more you act like this, the more it proves that your heart is in turmoil. You're so angry that you can't even hold it back. Tang Qingyu, you're angry. You're angry because of Qi Tian. You've even begun to resent him. There's no need to deny it. You can't hide it from me. 246, Chapter 246 Tang Qingyu's Weaknesses. Looking at Night Owl's arrogant smile, Tang Qingyu frowned slightly. Being able to reach this point today and dare to challenge the former Qi Tian, in a sense, he has even created a miracle. The Night Owl is worthy of his reputation. That's right, Tang Qingyu's mind was indeed confused. One could even say it was extremely confused. However, no matter how chaotic she was, she had no intention of letting Night Owl laugh at her. Absolute power? Tang Qingyu actually scoffed at this statement. The statement itself was not wrong, but the person who said it was wrong. At least, for many people, Yi Xiao was indeed a person with absolute power, enough to wipe out many strategies and calculations, but Qi Tian was definitely not among them. Tang Qingyu did not fool Yi Xiao. She was one of the people who knew Qi Tian best. Even though they had not seen each other for 10 years, she could see based on her understanding from 10 years ago that unless Qi Tian wanted to expose himself, how could he be found so easily 10 years later without being found for 10 years? Is this possible? Tang Qingyu looked at Yi Xiao and said calmly, are you done? Now that you're done, you can leave. Yes, I'm upset, but so what? What does it have to do with you? Even if I hate Qi Tian to the core, it has nothing to do with you. I've just said that you, Yi Xiao, will never be able to enter my heart. Do you understand? At this moment, Night Owl didn't seem angry at all. Looking at Tang Qingyu, he smiled and said, how can you say that we have no relationship? Don't forget, you are not Qi Tian's fiancé now, but my Yi Xiao's fiancé. We will be married in less than a month, so how can we have no relationship? I know I can't get into your heart, but that's okay. There's still a lot of time, just take it slow. I just need to marry you home, the rest is not important. Yi Xiao's words stimulated Tang Qingyu. The news of her engagement with Yi Xiao had already spread far and wide, and everyone knew about it. However, she had never intended to really marry Yi Xiao, even if everyone in the family threatened or bribed her, she had no such intention. If you insist on forcing her, the only thing that will happen in the end is her death. I would rather die than marry. This is Tang Xingyu's answer. However, Tang Xingyu said nothing, but looked at Yi Xiao coldly and almost mockingly, as if he was a fool. Night Owl took a deep breath, shook his head slightly, and his expression became a little formal. Xingyu, I won't say anything more to you. I know he's the only one in your heart. Even though you're angry, you still love him, and it's been 10 years, plus the time before. It's been over 10 years. How can feelings just disappear like that? It's okay, I can wait, but I have a suggestion for you to consider. Maybe we should cooperate with each other. What do you think? Hearing this, Tang Xingyu sneered. Cooperation? With whom? With you, Yi Xiao. Why don't you look in the mirror and see if you are worthy of cooperating with me? Get out of here right now. I feel sick just by looking at you. Cooperation? You're dreaming. The words became more and more unpleasant, and the two girls who were taking care of Tang Xingyu couldn't help but tremble. Ever since Yi Xiao came, they had been tactful enough to stay away, but the courtyard was so small that it was hard for them not to hear. I have seen how Tang Xingyu scolded young Master Tang, and I thought that was powerful enough. Unexpectedly, when facing Yi Xiao, Tang Xingyu did not show any good expression at all. This is Yi Xiao, the eldest son of the Yi family, a powerful figure in the dragon country. That he is notorious and ruthless. Just today, I heard that he wanted to execute his own cousin personally. Is this something that an ordinary person can do? But Yi Xiao did just that, and it looked like he had no guilt at all. Of this kind of ruthlessness and indifference was truly amazing. It's hard not to worry about Tang Xingyu. If this night owl gets angry and attacks, Tang Xingyu won't be his opponent, let alone the two of them. Even the Tang family will probably just keep quiet. Fortunately, Yi Xiao seemed to really care about Tang Xingyu and had no intention of taking action. But, what if, given Tang Xingyu's current state, who could guarantee that Night Owl wouldn't be able to hold back as her words became increasingly harsh? Yi Xiao has never been a gentle gentleman, nor is he a good-tempered old man. He has a bad temper, and his character is aloof, arrogant, and vicious. Normally, if anyone dared to contradict him, it was hard to say what the outcome would be, not to mention being humiliated or scolded in person. The only person who did that was Tang Xingyu, but even so, Yi Xiao's expression became a little ugly. Tang Xingyu, you're in a bad mood and want to vent your anger on me. That's fine. It's because I, Yi Xiao, have fallen in love with you. However, you should know my character well. Don't say harsh words or do things too harshly. Otherwise, just because I can't bear to touch you doesn't mean I really can't do anything to you. You, Tang Xingyu, voluntarily imprisoned yourself for 10 years. Even when the Tang family treated you so badly, you chose to endure the injustice and endured it all. Why did you really think I didn't know all this? I, Yi Xiao, can exploit the Tang family's weaknesses. I know your weaknesses very well, so I suggest you think carefully before you speak to me now. Otherwise, when I stop caring about you and want to deal with you, what will be the result? I don't need to say anything more, right? Night Owl seemed very confident in his threat, looking at Tang Xingyu with a cold expression. He dared to bet that based on what he had just said, Tang Xingyu would definitely not dare to say anything more. In fact, it was true. Tang Xingyu's expression changed instantly. Instantly, she looked at Yi Xiao with hatred, but without any threat. Yes, Xiao, whether it's you or the Tang family, one day you will pay the price for your actions. I, Tang Xingyu, swear that you will regret it. Hearing this bland threat, Night Owl laughed heartily and said, okay, I'll wait. If I were afraid of threats, I wouldn't have gotten this far, but you want me to pay the price, at least not right now. In that case, I advise you to cooperate immediately, otherwise, you'll be the only one who suffers. Listen to me and cooperate. It will do you no harm. Tang Xingyu took a deep breath, looked at Yi Xiao, and said lightly, tell me, what do you want me to cooperate with? She compromised because her soft spots and weaknesses were indeed fatal. Otherwise, why would Tang Xingyu imprison herself for 10 years, just because of her feelings for the Tang family? How is that possible? However, the person she cared about the most, her biological mother, was seriously ill and was hidden by the Tang family. She could not find her and could not rescue her, so she could only endure the humiliation. Otherwise, one could imagine what would happen to her mother. Don't think that the so-called family affection is so strong. When interests are more important than family affection, everything is fake. Yi Xiao laughed heartily, knowing that his bet was right. Of course, the Tang family had not told Tang Xingyu about her weaknesses and soft spots, nor had they handed her over to Yi Xiao, but Yi Xiao was not a fool, so he could naturally see that something was wrong with Tang Xingyu. If Tang Xingyu had not been threatened and trapped, How could she have willingly stayed in the Tang family for 10 years? How could she have given everything to the Tang family? This is simply unacceptable. 247, Chapter 247. See if he will come to steal the wedding. This is the right attitude. Don't worry, you won't suffer any loss from this cooperation, and you won't regret it. Because this is definitely not a bad thing for you. Yi Xiao showed a triumphant smile and said, before that, I will tell you everything I know about Qi Tian. Afterwards, Yi Xiao told Tang Qingyu all the information he knew about Yi Tianqi, especially emphasizing Yi Tianqi's marriage, post-marriage, and divorce. After saying this, Yi Xiao smiled and said, I think you are really angry. Of course, you might also say that maybe Qi Tian, who goes by the alias Yi Tianqi, got married out of necessity, or for other reasons, but, whether it's true or not, no matter what the reason is, they're married, and, I think you can hear from what I said that our Qi family's banished immortal really has feelings for this ungrateful Lin Xingyue. Just thinking about this makes me want to laugh. When did the exiled immortal of the Qi family fall to this point? Is he even inaccurate in judging women? Even if he wasn't, with his abilities, it would be easy for him to make Lin Xingyue, who has never seen much of the world, completely devoted to him and never betray him. But, what's going on now? I can only say that even Qi Tian's IQ plummeted when faced with true love, and he became an idiot. What a pity, but, perhaps this is what love is, something that makes people willing to accept it. Yi Xiao sounded a little sarcastic at the end of his words. If it wasn't to irritate Tang Qingyu, Yi Xiao himself wouldn't believe it. It was specifically mentioned that Yi Tianqi fell in love with Lin Xingyue, and was willing to become an idiot for Lin Xingyue and allow himself to be bullied. If this doesn't make Tang Qingyu angry, what is it? Tang Qingyu gritted her teeth, gave Yi Xiao a fierce look, and said, I asked you to talk about cooperation, not to be sarcastic here. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. Let's stop the cooperation now. Seeing Tang Qingyu getting anxious, Yi Xiao laughed and said, okay, I'll tell you right away, the cooperation I want to talk about is also about Qi Tian. I think you will be satisfied. After all, this can actually, in a sense, test your position in Qi Tian's heart and see if it is still important. Originally, I planned to deal with Qi Tian directly and bring him to the imperial capital, but now I think that would be too boring. So, I changed my mind. I plan to ignore him for the time being and let him enjoy himself for a few days. However, it will only be a few days. I will find someone to leak the news of our engagement to him, and I will also tell him about your experience. Don't worry, he will know what you have done for him over the years and how much grievances you have suffered. As for what's next, no matter what the reason, you've agreed to marry me. I want to see how he'll react. Will he be furious for you, Tang Qingyu, and reappear in this world, or will he turn a blind eye and pretend nothing happened? Qingyu, what do you think he will do? Yi Xiao seemed to have thought of that scene, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was to defeat Qi Tian's army, and at the same time, to defeat Tang Qingyu's army. If Qi Tian dared to show up, then how many people would want to deal with him? It is conceivable that Qi Tian now has the ability to do so. Can he resist? Showing up is almost equivalent to death, and showing up actually won't change anything. Of course, there might be a bit of tragedy, which would make Tang Qingyu more moved and thus strengthen her love for Qi Tian. However, that is not important. What is important is that this play must be very good. If he didn't show up and endured it, it could only mean two reasons. Point one is that Qi Tian was afraid of death and chose to give up Tang Qingyu for his own safety. He watched Tang Qingyu marry someone he didn't like, or even jumped into the fire pit. The second is that Qi Tian no longer has any feelings for Tang Qingyu. No matter which one it is, it means that Tang Qingyu's weight in Qi Tian's heart is not as heavy as she imagined. Then, these 10 years of perseverance and grievances will completely make Tang Qingyu realize how deep her love and hatred were, and will even make Tang Qingyu really marry him completely. This is the purpose of the Night Owl. No matter what, he will not suffer any loss, and may even be the final winner. What do I say? From the beginning to the end, you don't need to say or do anything more. The so-called cooperation is just asking you to cooperate with me when needed. Qingyu, don't say no, even if you don't agree. I will do it. What's more, don't you really want to know what he will choose? Don't forget, he's been married to someone else, for 10 years. 10 years is enough to change everything. Don't you really want to know? Tang Qingyu was silent for a moment, then looked at Yi Xiao and said, you've put so much effort into doing this, it must be more than just this simple, right? Speak clearly. Yi Xiao gave Tang Qingyu a thumbs up and said with a smile, it's nothing, actually. I just know you don't want to marry me, but if your dream is shattered, if Qi Tian betrays his feelings for you, leaving you disappointed or even desperate, I hope you can give me a chance and make this wedding a real one. How about that? As soon as Yi Xiao finished speaking, he saw Tang Xingyu about to speak, and immediately shook his head and said, I know what you want to say. There's no need to rush to say unpleasant words, just listen to me. Shi Tian abandoned you, but I think he still has some feelings for you, and you are already engaged to me. Why don't you just let it go and marry me? I can promise, even swear, that after we get married, I will not interfere with your life, freedom. I won't force you to do something you don't like, and I will even help you. I, Yi Xiao, am destined to become a powerful figure in the future, and you, Tang Xingyu, will also be by my side, enjoying countless honors regardless of your weaknesses or soft spots, or your vulnerability. The Tang family can use to threaten you. I promise that I will help you make sure the Tang family can no longer threaten you. Is this sincerity enough? You will become the mistress of the Yi family, and you will get everything you want, whether it's revenge on Shi Tian, saving his life, making him suffer, or making him live a life worse than death. As long as you want, I can help you do it. Xingyu, think about it carefully. It's been 10 years. It's time for you to let it go. If he disappoints you, why would you wait for him so long? After 10 years, if all you get in return is grief, is it worth it? Is he worth all your efforts? Yi Xiao felt that what he said was not a problem and should be able to impress Tang Xingyu. Of course, he also had to thank Yi Tianqi for his assistance, otherwise, he would not even have this opportunity. Tang Xingyu was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled, nodded, and said, Okay, I agree, but I don't want to see you right now. Go away. At this moment, Yi Xiao was extremely excited, as if he saw hope. As for the fact that Tang Xingyu said she didn't want to see him, it didn't matter anymore. The important thing is that he won the bet. He was sure to win. Tang Xingyu would definitely marry him, and Shi Tian would be trampled under his feet. Okay, then you have a good rest. I'm leaving first. Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt him before the result comes out. I want you to see with your own eyes what choice he will make. At that moment, you will be my woman, Night Owl. After saying that, Night Owl left with a loud laugh. Tang Xingyu narrowed her eyes slightly, looked at Yi Xiao's back, and whispered, Idiot. Then, Tang Xingyu looked up and saw that the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the bright moon was already obscured by the clouds. Brother Tian, maybe I'm selfish, or maybe I really want to know what you'll choose, or maybe I want to give you some time to plan, but you won't let me down, right? You definitely won't let me down. You won't watch me marry Night Owl and fall into hell, right? Brother Tian, I'll wait for you, I believe in you. 248, Chapter 248. Whose heart cannot be confused. Tang Xingyu still chose to believe Yi Tianqi. Although it cannot be denied that Yi Xiao's words had a great impact on her, even making her panic and almost lose her composure, she still chose to believe Yi Tianqi. Even if, as Night Owl said, there's no harm in giving it a try. He hasn't shown up for 10 years, but now he is finally showing up. It is definitely not as simple as being discovered by chance. It means that Yi Tianqi is actually ready. Does he know how he has survived the past 10 years? Did he know that he had been waiting for him for 10 years and would be forced to marry Night Owl? If he didn't know before, he will know it all soon. Then, what will he do? What will he choose? Will he set foot in this imperial capital again, which once hurt him so deeply? When I, the woman who has been waiting for him and loves him, am about to jump into the fire pit, will he suddenly appear like a god and save me? Tang Xingyu believed that Yi Tianqi would definitely do it. However, just as Yi Xiao said, it has been 10 years, and 10 years is enough to change everything. She doesn't know what the outcome will be, she only hopes that Yi Tianqi will not let her down. As for the fact that Yi Tianqi is already married, she can wait for Yi Tianqi's explanation, but if she can't even wait for Yi Tianqi, is there any point in explaining it? With a soft sigh, Tang Xingyu stood up and returned to her room. Her back looked a little lonely and desolate. At this moment, Yi Tianqi, who was far away in Dongzhou, was sitting on the rooftop, looking at the vast night sky and sighing softly. News from the imperial capital came one after another, including Night Owl's orders, the treatment of other people, and Night Owl's whereabouts. These messy information allow Yi Tianqi to analyze Night Owl's mentality, thoughts, and temperament. Among these, a lot of information is not important to Yi Tianqi at all, but the moment Yi Xiao stepped into the Tang family, Yi Tianqi's heart became confused. It's not just Tang Xingyu who is in chaos. The mess also includes Yi Tianqi. Of course, he knew about Yi Xiao's inexplicable anger and so-called struggle towards him, and he was even more aware of Yi Xiao's lingering evil intentions towards Tang Xingyu. Therefore, he knew very well that after Yi Xiao went to the Tang family, he would definitely look for Tang Xingyu and tell her about his situation. From the moment Mr. Zhou woke up and Yi Xiao saw him, Yi Xiao already knew everything about him. Of course, the so-called everything was just everything about his identity as Yi Tianqi over the years, but this was enough. At least, for Tang Xingyu, these are enough. He got married, divorced, and was abandoned. He lived in anonymity for 10 years, never set foot in the imperial capital, and never took revenge. However, he married Lin Xingyue, who suddenly appeared, and they fell in love. Can Tang Xingyu, who has suffered so much injustice for him for so many years, accept this? If it were me, even if I could accept it, it would be impossible to say that there was no knot in my heart, and I would not think about it carefully. What's more, Tang Xingyu had suffered for me for 10 years and had waited for me for 10 years. If Yi Xiao's sweet talk and exaggeration were added, Yi Tianqi really couldn't tell where things would develop for a moment. However, he was still willing to believe that Tang Xingyu would understand him. At least, she should be very clear that when Yi Xiao knew who he was, it must have been leaked by him on purpose. As for other things, he could only explain them later. Thinking of this, Yi Tianqi smiled bitterly. Explanation. No matter how easy it is to explain something, it is difficult to explain it when it involves emotions. But if the feelings are deep enough and the trust is sufficient, even the most difficult things to explain will become clear without any need for explanation. Now, it seems, all we can do is wait. It only takes one day for Yi Tianqi to figure out what Yi Xiao wants to do and what Tang Xingyu wants to do. One day, just one day, is enough. When the day breaks, if you choose to take action against yourself now, then everything that is supposed to happen will happen. If you choose another method, there should also be a result. By then, everything will be clear. Looking at the night, Yi Tianqi shook his head, returned to his room and chose to rest. It is destined to be a sleepless night. Other things are not important. Tang Xingyu's mood is the most important thing in Yi Tianqi's heart. However, I'm afraid I can only let her suffer a little more temporarily if the time and opportunity are not right yet. Yi Tianqi no longer paid attention to the news from the imperial capital, except for the news about Tang Xingyu. He just listened to everything else. However, before Yi Tianqi fell asleep, he received a piece of accurate news about Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou flew back from the imperial capital overnight, and this time, Mr. Zhou became famous throughout the Dragon Country, and everyone knew about it. Being stripped naked and thrown out of the entrance to the Imperial City Hotel, and left lying outside for nearly 2 hours, what kind of concept is this? This is humiliation to the core. Many people would probably feel that they can't survive just thinking about it, but Mr. Zhou, as Yi Tianqi said, not only survived, but also lived well. All those who had laughed at Mr. Zhou before, and even those who had saved some bad images, are now facing deletion or liquidation. Even if they still keep them, they can only take them home to enjoy them by themselves and mock them in private. What else? What is a Mr. Zhou? When Mr. Zhou was thrown out, his background was thoroughly investigated by some people, and when Yi Xiao personally stood up for Mr. Zhou, even when his own cousin was to be executed for Mr. Zhou, and when all those involved were severely punished one by one, everyone once again re-investigated Mr. Zhou. However, he was still confused. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't seem like someone with a big background. He was just a big shot who was doing well in the underground world of East Province. In East Province, he was of course a big shot, but in the imperial capital and in the entire Dragon Country, such an identity and status would not allow Yi Xiao to make such a decision for him. There must be a secret background that they are unaware of, and this background just happens to be known by Night Owl. This is the only explanation. Any other explanation is impossible and unreasonable. In this way, Mr. Zhou experienced the ups and downs of life, heaven and hell, all in a short period of time, and the final result was good. He returned to heaven again. The so-called humiliation became nothing but a joke. The more severe the humiliation was before, the more rewards he received now. Sitting on the plane, Mr. Zhou felt a joy he had never felt before, and his ambition also expanded like never before. Now, what he needed to consider was no longer the humiliation he had suffered, nor the affairs in the imperial capital, but what he should do after returning to the eastern province. How should he do it? He must go to Yi Tianqi's side, and he must go there as soon as possible. You have to pretend that nothing happened, and even say a few more words according to Night Owl's instructions, and then you just have to wait. Then, he went to find young Master Shi. Although he didn't know what young Master Shi meant by looking for him, Mr. Zhou was holding the imperial edict. Young Master Shi had to cooperate with all the orders given by Yi Xiao. Mr. Zhou was the one who had the final say. So, what is he afraid of? He is not afraid of anything. 249, Chapter 249, Leaving in Shame and Returning in Glory. Time came to the next day. At dawn, Mr. Zhou had already gotten off the plane at Dongzhou Airport, and this time, Xiaolang personally brought people to pick him up. Coming to pick up Mr. Zhou had Yi Tianqi's permission. When Xiaolang talked to Yi Tianqi before, it was Yi Tianqi who took the initiative to say that Mr. Zhou would be back soon, and then Xiaolang could take the initiative to pick him up. If it weren't for this sentence, Xiaolang would not dare to come even if he had 1,000 or 10,000 ideas in his mind. There was no way that he was really afraid of Yi Tianqi. No matter what advantages others had or what beautiful words they said, Xiaolang had made up his mind that it was best not to even think about becoming an enemy of Yi Tianqi. It's just a pity that he can understand simple things, but other people can't understand them. The moment he got off the plane and saw the little wolf, Mr. Zhou was filled with emotion. He didn't want to experience this kind of wandering between heaven and hell again in his life. Boss, you are finally back, are you okay? When the little wolf saw Mr. Zhou, he immediately stepped forward, his eyes red and he almost cried. Based on this alone, Mr. Zhou knew that what had happened to him, the extreme humiliation he had suffered, was probably known to Xiaolang and the others. He had known for a long time that he couldn't hide it, and it was impossible to hide it, but when he thought about the humiliating treatment he received and that his subordinates knew about it, Mr. Zhou couldn't help feeling aggrieved and even angry. Sighing softly, Mr. Zhou patted Little Wolf's shoulder and said with a smile, "What's the matter? Are you still crying? What could possibly happen to me? I'm back safe and sound. Come on, get in the car and talk." Upon hearing this, Little Wolf nodded, but still couldn't help shedding tears. Although Mr. Zhou's lost face had been redeemed, and there was probably almost no one who dared to mock Mr. Zhou about this matter in person, but humiliation was humiliation, and grievance was grievance. Thinking of that scene, the little wolf couldn't help but feel sad. He still said the same thing. It would be okay to kill Mr. Zhou, but how could he humiliate him like that? It was too humiliating and too infuriating. If it were him, he would probably have committed suicide long ago. Mr. Zhou naturally understood Xiaolang. How could he not know that his subordinate was a man of true character, and moreover, he was loyal to him and was almost someone who would trust his life to him. Now he feels wronged and sad for himself. Although, he was also very sad. Alright, why are you crying? You're a real man, why are you being so fussy? I didn't cry, so why are you crying? As for what others say, let them say whatever they want to. Besides, who would dare to say anything now? When Mr. Zhou said this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. After all, we're still not strong enough, but it doesn't matter. After I come back this time, everything will be different. It's only a matter of time before I become strong. It's only a matter of time before I become so strong that all those who mocked me can only smile in vain. So, just wait, the suffering now is just a prelude to greater glory in the future. Xiaolang, you're my confidant. There are things I'm not afraid to tell you directly, nor am I afraid of you making fun of me. I know from your expression what's happening in the capital. You know everything, and everyone else knows it too, but, so what? I'm back alive, and I've reclaimed the face I lost, 10-fold, 100-fold. That's all that matters. Come on, get in the car, and stop crying. Mr. Zhou actually turned around and comforted the little wolf. The little wolf also held back his tears. There were some things he kept in his heart and couldn't say out loud, but it was good that the person was back. At least, he was alive. As for whether it was a matter of face or not, he got his face back, but the little wolf was afraid that Mr. Zhou would continue to act on his own. Xiaolang knew exactly what he was doing in the capital. He was going to betray Yi Tianqi and sell out Yi Tianqi. Mr. Zhou thought he was doing this in secret, but the key point was that Yi Tianqi knew everything. This master is the one who kills without blinking an eye, and he doesn't even need to do anything himself to kill people. If Mr. Zhou really wants to be an enemy of Yi Tianqi, I'm afraid his current smile will not last long. And who can say that Yi Tianqi will not use the same humiliation that the imperial capital suffered on Mr. Zhou again, or even make it 10 or 100 times more humiliating than before? He can do it, and he won't have any psychological burden. After getting in the car, Xiaolang looked at Mr. Zhou and said, "You haven't had a good rest these past 2 days. Let me take you home first. Why don't you eat something and then have a good rest?" Mr. Zhou shook his head upon hearing this and said, "No need. need, just take me to Yi Tianqi's residence, I have something to ask him. By the way, does he know that I'm going to the imperial capital? This question is unnecessary. Little Wolf didn't lie, because he couldn't hide it at all. He nodded immediately and said, Mr. already knows that you are going to the imperial capital. Mr. Zhou was silent for a moment after hearing this, then he laughed self-deprecatingly and said, so, I'm afraid he knows about my scandal in the imperial capital. If he knows everything, then it means that all the bigwigs in the entire eastern province should know about it. Although he said that his face had been restored, the thought of his ugly appearance of being stripped naked and standing at the gate being known to all the people in Dong province whom he knew, whether they were friends or enemies, made him feel indescribable. Little Wolf didn't know how to comfort Mr. Zhou. After all, back in East Province, it was different from being outside. Even if others wanted to laugh at Mr. Zhou, whether openly or secretly, whether they dared or not, Mr. Zhou wouldn't be upset if he didn't know. But East Province was different. Here, this is his base camp, and he is familiar with everyone here. It would be strange if he wasn't upset. The hurdle in his heart is not so easy to overcome. Even if they knew, they wouldn't dare say anything. After all, the Yi family's final act of venting their anger on your behalf was truly earth-shattering, and your status has been greatly elevated by this one act. Now, I'm afraid no one would dare to make fun of you for this. No? When Xiaolang said this, he felt a little unconfident, because based on his current understanding, there were indeed not many people who dared to make fun of Mr. Zhou, not to mention those who dared to mock him to his face, but just because there were not many people doesn't mean there were none. If Yi Tianqi really falls out with Mr. Zhou, will he care what Mr. Zhou thinks? I'm afraid they don't even take the Yi family seriously. There is another leopard boss, and this little wolf also knows that he is not as simple as he appears. Moreover, he does not listen to anyone except Yi Tianqi. Does such a person care about Mr. Zhou's feelings? Add to that the Bai family and the fire snake who was on good terms with the Bai family, and it seems that every one of the people Mr. Zhou is about to face is really a pushover. Mr. Zhou didn't know this. After hearing what Xiaolang said, he felt much better. Not only that, he also sneered in an extremely arrogant manner. Of course, they dare to laugh at me. They might have been okay in the past, but during this trip to the imperial capital, although I suffered unprecedented humiliation, I also gained unprecedented benefits. Everyone knows that I, Zhou, am now someone the Yi family has to respect. The Yi family is such a powerful entity, they must be crazy to think of offending the Yi family. Even if they can't imagine what kind of background I have that makes the Yi family treat me like this, they definitely know one thing, that is, they can't afford to offend me. Hee hee. This time, I really want to see who dares to laugh at me in person. I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find anyone to perform the surgery after Mr. Bai's birthday party. Now, it's all done, huh? The one who laughs last is the winner. I, Zhou, am the one who laughs last, and history is written by the victors. There was a gleam in Mr. Zhou's eyes, as if he had become that high and mighty being that others dared not look up to. 250, Chapter 250, a bit bloated. The little wolf didn't dare to disturb Mr. Zhou, who was fantasizing about a bright future. He didn't dare to tell Mr. Zhou anything directly, not because he was afraid of dying, but because he was more afraid that after he told it, Yi Tianqi would smash the chessboard directly. At that time, Mr. Zhou would be the first to face the reckoning. If there is still a glimmer of hope now, then if Xiaolang dares to say anything he shouldn't say to Mr. Zhou, he will be dead for sure. This was not something Yi Tianqi warned the little wolf about, but something he observed himself. Yi Tianqi was the most terrifying person, and also the one with the most bizarre personality. When he was calm, he was like the surface of a lake, which made people feel at ease, but if he was unstable, he could immediately transform into the most violent sea and destroy everything. Therefore, the little wolf didn't dare to do so. At most, he could only remind Mr. Zhou in a tactful way from his own perspective, and that was all. Xiaolang, have you been following Yi Tianqi these days? Has anything special happened? Especially yesterday, I went to the imperial capital and didn't understand many things. Does Yi Tianqi know what I was doing in the imperial capital? He definitely doesn't know. Mr. Zhou went to the imperial capital just to betray Yi Tianqi, and how could Yi Tianqi know this? And he shouldn't know this. After all, in a sense, Yi Tianqi is still helping himself. We are all in the same boat. How could anyone want to overturn the boat? This is unreasonable, isn't it? However, precisely because he knew that Yi Tianqi was Qi Tian and that Qi Tian's taboo was in the imperial capital, Yi Tianqi would inevitably think too much about Mr. Zhou's sudden decision to go to the imperial capital, and that's why he asked Xiaolang. What can the little wolf say? He can only say he doesn't know, otherwise, how could he say he knows? I'm not quite sure what you were doing in the capital. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Emmer.ye probably doesn't know either, but, boss, it seems like you just met with Emmer.ye, and after some unpleasantness, you went directly to the capital. If someone guesses something, it's possible. The little wolf gave a wry smile. This was very possible. Previously in the villa, because Tang Qingyu was going to marry Yi Xiao, Yi Tianqi was planning to return to the imperial capital and even become enemies with the Tang and Yi families. Then Mr. Zhou went to the imperial capital and met the Yi family, who wouldn't think too much? Whether it is fact or speculation is irrelevant. Mr. Zhou frowned slightly, shook his head helplessly, and said, I didn't expect this accident. Originally, I went there quietly and returned quietly, without anyone noticing, so it wouldn't be a big deal, but something like this happened, and everyone knows about it. Now, I can't hide it anymore. I can only think of how to find a more suitable excuse. After finishing speaking, Mr. Zhou was also somewhat dissatisfied, gritting his teeth and saying, what a mess, what on earth are these big shots thinking? It's such a simple matter, a problem that can be easily solved, but they have to complicate it and play on people's hearts. What's their intention? If it weren't for this, would I still need to explain anything to Yi Tianqi? Would I still need to find a way to reveal to him the information that Yi Xiao wants him to know? This is simply torture. Hearing this, Little Wolf understood, and neither the Yi family nor anyone else had considered dealing with Yi Tianqi for the time being. It wasn't that they didn't want to deal with him, but rather, there seemed to be a deeper meaning. What was meant by gambling on people's hearts? I'm afraid there was another layer of meaning. It sounded like a gamble, and this gamble was like a game. Somehow, Xiaolang always felt that this method was familiar, as if it was somewhat similar to everything Yi Tianqi had done. In fact, Xiaolang just didn't know how complicated Yi Xiao's hatred and admiration for Yi Tianqi were. To put it bluntly, many people only knew that Yi Xiao was competing with Yi Tianqi, but many people knew, but didn't say, that is, Yi Xiao was actually trying to imitate Yi Tianqi, or the former Qi Tian, all the time and in all aspects. Therefore, it is normal that the methods, ideas, and strategies are somewhat similar. However, it is hard to say what the results, process, and means will be. After all, the same thing, the same method, the same everything, when done by different people, may very likely get completely different results. At the very least, there will definitely be differences. Did anything else happen? I don't know if it's an illusion or what, but I feel like a lot has happened in such a short time. Speaking of intuition, Mr. Zhou's intuition this time was quite accurate. Of course, it was hard to say whether it was intuition or because he had spent a long day in the imperial capital. Xiaolang had nothing to hide from Mr. Zhou. After all, even if Xiaolang didn't tell him, Mr. Zhou could easily find out what happened in Dongzhou. Some major events have indeed occurred. First of all, it's the Bai family. Everyone is saying that there has been a power change in the Bai family. Bai Yilong has taken over the Bai family, and old Master Bai Shuqing, and the others have all become puppets. As for whether this is true or not, I don't know. However, there is one thing I have heard, and I don't know whether it is true or not. That is, the fifth son of the Qian family came, and he came with a so-called Shi Shao from the imperial capital. They went to the Bai family together, and I heard that they parted on bad terms, or even more serious. I don't know the details. Little Wolf had no personal experience, and Yi Tianqi had not told him about it, so he certainly did not know it clearly. However, he knew a little bit. These things could all be found out, especially after Mr. Zhou returned from the imperial capital. No one knew what his next move was. There was no need to hide it from him, and Little Wolf also did not know. I don't want to hide it from him. Mr. Zhou was stunned when he heard this. It seemed that the development of the matter was indeed beyond his expectations. He had naturally thought that there would be changes in the Bai family before he went to the imperial capital. There had already been a commotion. However, it was still beyond his imagination that it happened so quickly. You mean, Bai Yulong now controls the power of the Bai family, and even Mr. Bai has become a puppet? Young Master Shi came to the imperial capital and was also bullied by the Bai family? I know Bai Yilong is tough and has a bad temper, but when did he become so reckless? I know he's unruly, but to say he doesn't respect old Master Bai and even dares to seize power directly, I just don't believe it. Besides, is it so easy to seize the power of the Bai family? That is the Bai family controlled by Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai is not an ordinary person. Mr. Zhou frowned. He knew that the little wolf would not lie to him, but he always felt that something was wrong. However, he didn't have time to think about it. At this moment, the vehicle has arrived at the door of Yi Tianqi's residence. Next, Mr. Zhou needs to face the important matter with all his strength. Boss, we're here, please sit in the car first, I'll go knock on the door first. Also, if you want to know something, ask Mr. Yi, maybe he can get the answer, because Mr. Yi seems to know Mr. Sure and has also been to the Bai family. As for the rest, I don't know. Hearing this, Mr. Zhou raised his eyebrows, then nodded gently and said calmly, well, I understand. Go ahead, knock on the door, pay attention, be polite, and see if Mr. Yi Tianqi is still resting. If he is still resting, I can wait for him, it's okay. After saying these words, Mr. Zhou curled his lips, as if he felt a little ashamed of saying these words. Times are different now, but he still has to pretend. If it weren't for Night Owl's instructions, given his current situation, who in the entire East Province would dare to make him wait? Whoever dares, he will turn around and take revenge. 251, Chapter 251. I definitely didn't betray you. The place where Yi Tianqi lives now is not the Bai family's hotel, nor any other place, but the villa that Mr. Zhou originally arranged for him. The security personnel outside here are still Mr. Zhou's people. Originally, there were people arranged in the villa to take care of daily life or do other things, but Yi Tianqi drove everyone away. He didn't need these people to serve him. After all, it was more like surveillance than service. So, now Yi Tianqi is the only one in the villa. Mr. Zhou certainly has the key, and Xiaolang also has the key. They can open the door and go in and wait, but Xiaolang doesn't dare to do so. Mr. Zhou feels guilty and has been instructed, and now is not the time to offend Yi Tianqi, so he naturally cannot do so. What's more, it is not clear whether Yi Tianqi knows that he has betrayed him. After all, he just finished the trouble here and went to the imperial capital, causing such a big disturbance. When he saw Yi Tianqi, he should hate him to the core. Who wouldn't think too much? Fortunately, Yi Tianqi didn't seem to have the habit of sleeping, and Little Wolf rang the doorbell, and within 2 minutes, Yi Tianqi, who was neatly dressed, opened the door. Of course, when I say dressed neatly, I mean pajamas, not formal attire. After seeing Yi Tianqi, Xiaolang immediately took the initiative to salute and said, Mr. I'm sorry to disturb your rest so early. Yes, Mr. Zhou, I'm back and wanted to see you as soon as possible. Before Yi Tianqi could speak, Mr. Zhou had already stepped out of the car, clasped his fists, and laughed. Mr. It's really a bit presumptuous to disturb you so early. I hope you won't mind. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi looked at Mr. Zhou deeply and said, is it strange? He's already here. What's the point of saying anything else? Besides, this is your house, Mr. Zhou. But if you want to say it's disturbing, it's me who is disturbing. Mr. Zhou, huh? Please come in. At this moment, Mr. Zhou felt relieved. At least, in his opinion, Yi Tianqi's attitude did not seem to indicate that he knew something, otherwise he would not be so kind. Unfortunately, Mr. Zhou still doesn't understand Yi Tianqi, otherwise he would know how ridiculous this kind of fluke mentality is. After entering the room, before Mr. Zhou could speak, Yi Tianqi sat down on the sofa and chuckled. Mr. Zhou is indeed extraordinary. However, that's just how it should be. Anyone who stands out and achieves great things always has to go through hardships that others can't imagine. Only through this can they achieve great things. Mr. Zhou, I admire you. I admire you. There is no need to make this clear. Having said this, who cannot understand what Yi Tianqi is saying? They kept talking about admiration and hardships. It would be funny to say that Yi Tianqi didn't know what was happening in the imperial capital. However, Mr. Zhou did not expect that Yi Tianqi would bring up the matter on his own initiative, even though he did not mention it. Although he seemed to be comforting Mr. Zhou and there did not seem to be any disrespect or sarcasm in his words, it still sounded so unpleasant. At the very least, Yi Tianqi shouldn't have taken the initiative and brought up things that were not related to the topic. This is really embarrassing. However, although he thought so in his heart, Mr. Zhou was at a loss for words. He could only laugh dryly and looked at Yi Tianqi, saying, I'm ashamed. I haven't had such a big scandal in all these years, but I didn't expect that everyone would know about it all of a sudden. Oh, Mr. Zhou, please forgive me for making fun of you. What do you mean by extraordinary? It's nothing more than being afraid of death. Otherwise, if someone else experienced this, they would have taken the initiative to commit suicide. After all, this is worse than death. It is indeed worse than death. It is true, just think about it. Mr. Zhou kept saying that he was afraid of death and didn't care much about his own face. His so-called fear of death was exactly the same as what Yi Tianqi told the little wolf. However, the little wolf standing next to him didn't dare to show any expression. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, who in this world doesn't fear death? As the saying goes, a good death is worse than a miserable life. Death is truly the end of everything, but if you don't die, the outcome will be very different. Take Mr. Zhou for example. You suffered so much humiliation at the time, but in the end, you regained your dignity tenfold and 100-fold. If you die, you won't be able to see all of this, right? So, life is actually very tiring. However, there are always unexpected surprises or tragedies everywhere. You never know when they might suddenly appear. In just a moment. Mr. Zhou should have personally experienced this and can empathize with me. It is indeed a personal experience, and he can empathize with it. After a trip to hell and heaven, Mr. Zhou is now feeling the most. However, Mr. Zhou always feels that something is wrong. Why is Yi Tianqi so weird after all? Especially the words he just said. He always felt that there was something else behind the words, as if he was deliberately mentioning something. Moreover, since Yi Tianqi knew that he had regained his face now, he obviously also knew who helped him regain his face. It would be a bit sarcastic to not mention it. Mr. Zhou thought for a moment, took a deep breath, then looked at Yi Tianqi and said, Mr. There are some things that you may not want to ask, but I still need to explain to you, otherwise, I will feel uneasy. I went to the imperial capital suddenly. First of all, I have to explain that I was definitely not looking for the Yi family, nor was I going to betray you, Mr. Yi. Everything was purely coincidental. Otherwise, I don't think I would have suffered such a great sin, right? So, I must explain this to Mr. clearly, so that he won't misunderstand anything and affect our relationship. This is all a misunderstanding, and meeting the Yi family was just a coincidence. At this point, Mr. Zhou smiled bitterly and said, I know Mr. might be a little skeptical of what I'm saying. After all, I don't really believe it, but this is the truth. Please believe me, Mr. Yi. Zhou, I'm definitely not the kind of person who would stab you in the back or betray your own people. Absolutely not. Mr. Zhou was almost about to swear a poisonous oath to Yi Tian. His expression was so serious that if you didn't know him, you might really be fooled by him. Little Wolf, who happened to be one of the people who knew about the situation, was standing nearby with a complicated expression. Yi Tianqi smiled faintly, looked at Mr. Zhou, and said, Mr. Zhou, I didn't say anything. Why did you start explaining yourself, huh? It seems like I'm being aggressive, but it seems that I never said anything like Mr. Zhou betrayed me from the beginning to the end. Mr. Zhou, you're overthinking it. Yi Tianqi, don't doubt you, nor do I question you. I won't even ask about this matter. Because it's not important really, it's not important at all. Besides, how could I not know who you are, Mr. Zhou? Besides, there aren't many things in this world that I can hide from you that I want to know. 252, Chapter 252. She has been waiting for you. Yi Tianqi's words made Mr. Zhou a little confused about what to say. On the one hand, he said that he believed in his own explanation, and on the other hand, he said meaningfully that nothing could be hidden from him as long as he wanted to know. What was this? Should I believe it or not? It always feels weird. Mr. Zhou believed that Yi Tianqi probably did not believe in him and was just pretending to be nice to him. In fact, it didn't matter as long as he didn't make it clear. Yi Tianqi might still need me now, and I naturally also need Yi Tianqi. It won't be long before this not very pleasant way of meeting can end. Of course, I am very clear about Mr. Ye's abilities, otherwise, I would not have entrusted Mr. with such an important task and handed over all the affairs of the underground world of Eastern Province to Mr. to handle. Of course, I also want to thank Mr. for his trust, otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to explain myself. After all, these things are too coincidental. Even if it were me, I probably wouldn't believe it. Thank you, Mr. However, I still need to explain it clearly to Mr. Yi, otherwise, if you have any doubts in your heart, it will be my fault. Zhou, apologize to Mr. Yi. I don't want our relationship to be estranged because of this misunderstanding. That would be a pity. Mr. Zhou looked sincere, as if he particularly cared about Yi Tianqi's feelings, fearing that he would have the slightest misunderstanding. He even told him about the incident of the Eastern Province being all the same. Yi Tianqi laughed heartily upon hearing this. He picked up the teacup, took a sip, looked at Mr. Zhou, and shook his head, saying, Mr. Zhou, there's really no need. I just said that none of this matters to me at all. This is true. I believe you didn't betray me. Besides, even if you did, I wouldn't care. So, there's really no need for you to explain to me so seriously. There's no need for that. Of course, I also want to thank Mr. Zhou for being so serious. This at least shows that I, Yi Tianqi, still hold a great importance in your heart. You didn't go anywhere else. The first thing you did after returning to Dongzhou was to come here to see me. You were afraid that I would misunderstand, so you hurried to explain. I see your kindness. So, rest assured, Mr. Zhou, everyone has their own secrets, and Mr. Zhou naturally has his too. I understand. Therefore, I will not care about these things, nor will I ask about them. I will not even think about why Mr. Zhou has such a big face. After being humiliated by the hands of the Yi family, he was saved by Yi Xiao. Not only that, but he also punished a large number of people for Mr. Zhou, even executing his own cousin. Many people would have questions about why this is happening, but I wouldn't, and I wouldn't ask. Of course, if anyone tried to deceive me by claiming that Night Owl is a righteous person who can't stand being bullied, that would be a real insult to me. Now that things have come to this, Mr. Zhou doesn't need to say anything more. This, whether explicit or implicit, always feels like it's hinting at something. Moreover, he always felt that something was not right. Ye Tianqi really didn't even ask. He thought that what happened between him and the Yi family was completely a coincidence. He didn't doubt it at all. However, after all, he saw Yi Xiao with his own eyes. Yi Xiao is Tang Qingyu's fiancé, and Yi Tianqi and Tang Qingyu had some unpleasantness in their relationship just 2 days ago because of this matter. Now that he had seen the Night Owl with his own eyes and had a deeper contact with it, Yi Tianqi didn't even ask about the situation. Didn't he even ask about it? This won't do. Regardless of whether Yi Tianqi is pretending or is truly calm, Mr. Zhou must take the initiative to bring up this matter, otherwise many things will not be accomplished. After a moment's silence, Mr. Zhou looked at Yi Tianqi and said apologetically, "Ye, the reason I argued with you before was because of Yi Xiao and Miss Tang, this time in the imperial capital. I kept this matter in mind. I've thought about it. And Ye is right. It is extremely precious to have true love in life. In particular, the relationship between Ye and Miss Tang is enviable and touching." At first, I didn't quite understand it, but after arriving in the imperial capital, I finally understood why Ye cared so much about Miss Tang. He was even willing to save her at all costs, because she was worth it. When Mr. Zhou said this, he seemed very emotional, as if he knew a lot of things, with an expression of emotion and sadness intertwined. The reason for his pause was to arouse Yi Tianqi's curiosity and let Yi Tianqi ask him questions. However, after he sighed for a long time, he saw that Yi Tianqi didn't even ask a question, as if he didn't want to respond, and he was suddenly speechless. Tang Qingyu has been mentioned, and he has revealed this expression. Yi Tianqi, aren't you curious at all? Helpless, since the other party didn't respond, he could only continue speaking. Ye, I support you. Miss Tang really cannot be let down. A girl has endured 10 years of grievances and torture, and has been imprisoned for 10 years, just to wait for the man she loves. This love is so touching that even if I am cold-blooded, I can't help but shed tears after hearing it. What kind of extraordinary woman, what kind of deep friendship, can achieve this? Mr. Yi, you must not let Miss Tang down. So, no matter what decision you make, I will support you, absolutely. As he spoke, Mr. Zhou seemed to become more and more emotional, and even looked like he was about to cry. Yi Tianqi knew that if he didn't speak up, Mr. Zhou would really cry. He knew Mr. Zhou was acting. If he hadn't mentioned Tang Qingyu, everything would have been fine, but not only did he mention it, he also took the initiative to speak and even made this expression. So, to say that there was no other thought involved and that he was simply feeling sorry for Tang Qingyu would be a bit of an insult to Yi Tianqi's intelligence. Before, Yi Tianqi was wondering what decision Yi Xiao would make and how he would deal with him after he knew his news. Now, he didn't need to think about it anymore, because he already knew. Ever since Mr. Zhou took the initiative to come to his house and started to explain, even mentioning Tang Qingyu specifically, without any reservations and even seeming to encourage him, he knew what Yi Xiao was thinking. It turns out that he really wants to play with people's hearts. In other words, Yi Xiao not only wants to play with people's hearts, but also wants to use himself to make a bet with Tang Qingyu. The bet is whether he has Tang Qingyu in his heart and whether he is willing to take risks for Tang Qingyu. As expected, no, it was a foregone conclusion. The news of his marriage and divorce had already been told to Tang Qingyu by Yi Xiao. And he was also using this method to force Tang Qingyu to truly marry him. Yi Tianqi sighed and shook his head slightly. His eyes were a little dim, a little guilty, and even a little impatient. If possible, he wanted to go to the imperial capital right now and bring Tang Qingyu back so that she would no longer have to live this kind of compromising life. Fortunately, he knew that, at least for the time being, before he appeared and before the wedding, there would be no accidents with Tang Qingyu, because Yi Xiao wanted to play this drama to the end and see the ending. 253, Chapter 253, Just a Clown. Yi Tianqi's slightly helpless and lonely expression seemed to give Mr. Zhou a shot in the arm, allowing him to immediately see hope. Ye, you must be feeling very uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I didn't understand you before and even argued with you about it, but now, I fully support any decision you make. I'm not a good person, but I'm also a person of character. This time, I stand by you. Yi Tianqi just watched Mr. Zhou acting calmly. Yes, he was acting, and he was acting on orders. If this wasn't acting, Mr. Zhou, would he have gone to such great lengths to come all the way here and even mention Tang Qingyu specifically? This is totally irrational. If it is said that he is still indignant because of the humiliation he suffered at the hands of the Yi family, that can be explained. But the problem is that Mr. Zhou does not have the courage, nor is he that kind of person. It can only be said that he did this because he was instructed by someone, and as to who it was, it is self-evident. Want to play? Then play. Yi Tianqi smiled, looked at Mr. Zhou, and said, "Why?" And Mr. Zhou went to the imperial capital, and in such a short time, you figured out everything so clearly, you even knew about Whispering's affairs. This is a bit beyond my expectation. However, you are right. Yi Tianqi, will naturally not give up Qingyu, whether it's Yi Xiao or the Yi family. You know who I am. You know I am not just Yi Tianqi, I am also Qi Tian. This is enough. I made Qingyu wait for so many years and suffered so much injustice for so many years. Naturally, I will not let her continue to endure this pain. So, Mr. Zhou, I'm afraid it's time for you to make a choice. Do you choose to trust me or trust Night Owl? In a single thought, the future will change drastically. Mr. Zhou, you'd better take care of yourself. Yi Tianqi's words were his last kind reminder to Mr. Zhou. In front of Little Wolf, he gave Mr. Zhou one last chance. It depended on whether he could seize it. If not, he really couldn't blame anyone else. And Little Wolf, who was right next to him, was eager to give the answer for Mr. Zhou. Because he also knew very well that what Yi Tianqi said was the final ultimatum, the last chance. Mr. Bai's birthday banquet would be held in 2 days, which meant that all the answers and results would appear in these 2 days. If the wrong choice was made, no one could save anyone. One thought could lead to heaven, and one thought could lead to hell. This was absolutely true. Unfortunately, Mr. Zhou didn't know. Not to mention Mr. Zhou didn't know, even if most people were faced with Mr. Zhou's situation, I'm afraid they would make the same choice as Mr. Zhou. Because even if they dare to gamble, they will not gamble irrationally. Yi Tianqi had indeed dominated everything in the past, but the current Yi Tianqi is no longer the Qi Tian of the past. He does not have the support of the Qi family, nor does he have any other halo. Not only that, he has even offended 3 major forces including the Qi family, as well as many smaller forces. It is probably not wrong to say that he is his enemy all over the world. And what about Yi Xiao? It was at the height of his power, throughout the imperial capital, and indeed the entire Dragon Nation. Everyone knew Yi Xiao's name and the strength of the Yi family, and yet, this was far from the Yi family's limit. Based on this alone, the choice seemed a no-brainer. So, what choice do you want Mr. Zhou to make? What else can he choose? Giving up Night Owl, who is almost 100% sure to win, and choosing Yi Tianqi, who is almost certain to lose, is a decision that only a fool would make. Mr. Zhou smiled slightly, feeling a little mockery in his heart for Yi Tianqi's arrogance. Whether it was an ultimatum or a reminder, he felt that Yi Tianqi's words to him in person were absolutely nonsense without any form of judgment. However, it's not time to fall out yet. Does he still think he's asking for help from him? Joke. Rest assured, Mr. I will keep your words in mind. We are all family, and moreover, everyone can see the humiliation the Yi family has inflicted on me this time. Although I don't know why this Night Owl has given me such a big favor, my reputation cannot be bought with such simple favors. The humiliation the Yi family has inflicted on me will be something I will never forget. Speaking of this, Mr. Zhou gritted his teeth, as if he hated it to the core. For no reason, they forced me to be pinned down and force-fed me several kilograms of liquor. That would have been fine, but after that, they stripped me naked and threw me at the door. This kind of humiliation would have killed anyone. It's true that I, Zhou, am afraid of death, but I'm not at the point where I dare not even die. Therefore, this vengeance is irreconcilable and I will avenge it in this lifetime. Mr. We are on the same side. Mr. Zhou spoke with gritted teeth and deep affection, as if it were true. Others who heard this would also feel that Mr. Zhou was not lying. After all, this kind of humiliation is indeed unforgettable and will last a lifetime. Anyone who does not want revenge is almost not a human being. But the problem is, Yi Tianqi is not someone else, and Xiaolang also knows Mr. Zhou, especially in recent times, with the series of events that have happened one after another. Xiaolang's understanding of Mr. Zhou is much greater than before. Or, in other words, he doesn't want anything to happen to Mr. Zhou now, so he has to be more careful in everything. So, the little wolf spoke. Mr. Mr. Zhou is right. Even if this shame is washed away, it will be a stain that will never be erased, unless the entire Yi family receives the punishment they deserve, even if no one speaks out loud. Who knows how many people will say something in secret. In this case, Mr. Zhou will definitely not stand with them, otherwise, he will really become a laughingstock. My Mr. Zhou, although he doesn't have the same power as the Yi family, Mr. You have the ability to compete with the Yi family. When Mr. was suppressing everyone, the Yi family didn't even know where they were hiding. Mr. has been able to remain low-key for so many years now that he is willing to re-emerge. It must have been a well-thought-out decision. It's definitely not an impulsive act at the very least. Mr. has his own confidence, and is not being suppressed by the Yi family. I think our Mr. Zhou was very clear about this. So, this matter is by no means an invincible, unbeatable struggle, rather, it's a situation of evenly matched forces, and even a game of great strategic importance. I can see this clearly, and Mr. Zhou naturally sees it even more clearly. Little Wolf didn't dare reveal it, but he could only remind Mr. Zhou according to his own analysis. After saying this, Little Wolf looked directly at Mr. Zhou and said, "You are right, right?" Mr. Zhou, what could he say? He really wanted to say that there was no need for Xiaolang to say this, it was all nonsense, and he even humiliated himself with his words, but in front of Yi Tianqi, he could only nod and smile. I have to admit that Mr. Zhou actually felt that what Xiaolang said made sense, but he still would not believe Xiaolang and would rather believe his own judgment. After all, Xiaolang was the one who didn't know the situation. Yi Tianqi took a deep look at Xiaolang, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he nodded and said, "That's right, I don't take the Yi family seriously. Yi Xiao is just a jumping clown." 254, Chapter 254, Right or Wrong, Life or Death. So arrogant and domineering. The Yi family, don't you take it seriously? Night Owl, is it just a clown? Mr. Zhou just felt that Yi Tianqi was a little too conceited. That's right, when Yi Tianqi was so powerful and domineering, he was indeed qualified to look down on the Yi family and Yi Xiao. After all, at that time, what was Yi Xiao? Even the Yi family was just a medium-sized force that had not yet risen. Facing Yi Tianqi, the Yi family had no right to resist. But now, things are different from before. 10 years have passed, and Yi Tianqi is no longer the noble son of the Qi family. The Yi family has come from behind and become the top force in Longwood. Yi Xiao is almost equivalent to Qi Tian's status back then. They have long since switched positions. Even with this, you still dare to be so arrogant? Don't you take people seriously? Mr. Zhou felt very speechless. With this kind of mentality, he wouldn't even know how he died. He now increasingly believed that his choice was correct. Otherwise, forget about any benefits. At that time, it would be a blessing if I could not be implicated and killed by Yi Tianqi. Of course, this is what he thought in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, why should he make himself look bad? Originally, he should have cleared himself of all charges. Mr. Yi's words make sense. After all, Mr. was a figure standing on top of the world back then, high and mighty, unmatched by anyone compared to Mr. He still possesses strong self-confidence and confidence. With Mr. Yi's talent and ability, he would never say such a thing without absolute certainty. I believe in Mr. Mr. Zhou himself felt that he was talking nonsense, but he had to tell it anyway. He couldn't just laugh at Yi Tianqi for overestimating his own abilities. If that happened, he would just have to break up with him, then, he would feel good, but Yi Xiao would not let him go. Although the Heavenly Palace helped him, Mr. Zhou received a call from Yunting Tianjun afterwards, who scolded him like a dog. After all, no matter what, Mr. Zhou lost face, and it was a great loss. As an envoy of the King of the East and the Heavenly Palace, he went to visit the imperial capital with a mission, but he was stripped naked and thrown out to be humiliated. How could this happen? Mr. Zhou's reputation is not important, but can the reputation of the Heavenly Palace be lost so easily? It's just funny. The fact that he can still live without worrying about being retaliated against means that Mr. Zhou is still useful. Otherwise, Mr. Zhou cannot imagine what his fate will be. Therefore, even for the sake of his own life, Mr. Zhou has to serve Yi Tianqi well now, so as to avoid making trouble and being accused of incompetence. He will be held accountable for both old and new debts and will not be able to live even if he wants to. Yi Tianqi had seen through Mr. Zhou a long time ago and came here specifically to reveal the information to him and to reassure himself. It goes without saying that he was instructed by someone. Seeing Mr. Zhou's undoubted confidence, Yi Tianqi smiled faintly and said, "Oh, it seems that Mr. Zhou really knows me very well, otherwise, how would he know that I am so confident, huh? That's right, Yi Tianqi, can't be worse than I was 10 years ago, others may not know, but I know exactly how much I am capable of. I know everything about the Yi family and Yi Xiao right now, however, if I'm not completely sure, would I be crazy enough to become their enemy out of sheer bravery, or even look down on them, huh? I don't think I'm that stupid. Mr. Zhou, life is actually very simple. As long as you take the right path at a critical crossroads, you can ensure safety, prosperity, and wealth before the next intersection. I think you must have already chosen your path. Congratulations, Mr. As long as you don't make the wrong choice, nothing will happen. What Yi Tianqi said was half true and half false, but it reminded Mr. Zhou in another way. Of course, it was also a wise saying. And no matter how big or small a person is, if he seizes the opportunity and chooses the right path, his life will enter the fast lane of achieving twice the result with half the effort. As for making the wrong choice, for ordinary people, it may just mean losing an opportunity and making life harder in the future, but for Mr. Zhou, what is at stake is his wealth and life safety. The little wolf was so anxious that his eyes were about to burst into flames. He wished he could grab Mr. Zhou's hand right now and tell him to choose quickly, choose again, choose immediately, and must choose Yi Tianqi. He must not choose any other path. Yi Tianqi was not just joking today, nor was he just mocking him, Mr. Zhou. He was giving him a chance. Although, Xiaolang didn't know why Yi Tianqi suddenly made this choice, maybe it was just to make Mr. Zhou more painful and annoyed when he thought about it in the future, but, opportunity is opportunity. However, when a person is seeking death, no matter how hard you try, you can't save him. Mr. Zhou doesn't think he made the wrong choice. So, looking at Yi Tianqi, Mr. Zhou felt that what he said made sense and was ridiculous at the same time. Is he worthy of being chosen? What Mr. Yi said makes sense, please rest assured, Mr. Yi, Zhou, will never choose the wrong path. Who doesn't want to step on the fast lane of life, huh? By the way, Mr. Yi, I heard from Xiaolang that something big has happened to the Bai family. Bai Yilong has seized power, he's taken control of the Bai family. Also, a young master named Shi came from the imperial capital, and it seems he was also humiliated by Bai Yilong, and he's planning to do something big? I saw there are some missed calls. It seems that this Mr. Shi is also looking for me again. You should have contacted him. Do you know what he wants to do? What does he want to talk to me about? Mr. Zhou seemed not to want to continue discussing issues such as what path or what choice with Yi Tianqi, yet he was afraid that he would accidentally lose control and burst out laughing. After all, in his opinion, it was really ridiculous. The more serious and arrogant Yi Tianqi was, the funnier he found it. Yi Tianqi looked at Mr. Zhou deeply, then looked at Xiaolang, and saw the helplessness and anxiety in Xiaolang's eyes. However, there was nothing he could do. The person who made the decision was Mr. Zhou, not Xiaolang. But he, Yi Tianqi, had given Mr. Zhou a chance. Yes, your information is correct. The Bai family is indeed ruled by Bai Yilong now. As for this Master Shi, I didn't come to you for anything else. It's just that you two have the same idea. You both want to make the underground world of East Province uniform and become the king of the underground world of East Province. That's all I have to say. As for this Mr. Shi coming to me, it's a similar situation. He doesn't know my identity, but he wants my help in dealing with the Bai family. It's just a small matter, that's all. 255, Chapter 255, Not everyone can wade into this muddy water. Yi Tianqi's words did not make Mr. Zhou feel nervous. After all, he had already obtained the authorization of Yi Xiao, and he also knew that Yi Xiao had personally promised to hand over the underground world of East Province to the King of East. So, is it possible for others to get involved? What is your Xiao or not, no matter where you come from, can you compare with Yi Xiao? And if Mr. Zhou remembered correctly, it seemed that this Shi Xiao was still a subordinate of Yi Xiao, so there was even less to worry about. However, Mr. Zhou did not make these words clear to Yi Tianqi. After all, did he have such a deep cooperation with Yi Xiao? Why should Yi Xiao give him such a big face? Besides, he was too lazy to explain anything to Yi Tianqi. Even though he was talking to Yi Tianqi here nicely and explaining things, Mr. Zhou didn't take Yi Tianqi seriously from the bottom of his heart, especially Yi Tianqi's arrogant attitude. If it weren't for the wrong time, he would have turned against him and ridiculed him. However, it will be soon thinking that Yi Tianqi will pay a heavy price for his ignorance and arrogance. He can't help but want to laugh out loud. It seems this young Master Shi is no ordinary person. The eldest son of the imperial capital has come to Eastern Province to fight. What does he want to do? Is he planning to dominate here and never go back? Unfortunately, even if he is a powerful dragon, he can't just wade into the muddy waters of Eastern Province. Since Mr.Ye has already contacted him, I wonder how far this Mr. Sure has progressed. Mr. Zhou just asked casually. After all, in his opinion, even if young Master Sure was praised as a fierce dragon, it was a pipe dream for him to gain a foothold in Eastern Province in such a short period of time, or even make great progress. Mr. Zhou has been in East Province for so many years, how could he not know that these people in East Province are not easy to mess with, and few of them have good tempers. Of course, it's not that they are all difficult to deal with, but at least most of them are unwilling to submit to each other. What he thought was correct, but the problem was that with Yi Tianqi's interference on Shi Shao's side, the progress was beyond imagination. Looking at Mr. Zhou's confident expression, Yi Tianqi smiled and said, "It's not bad. If nothing unexpected happens, Mr. Zhou should be the only one who hasn't met him yet. The others seem to have reached a consensus. Well, it can be said that they have recognized Shi Shao. At least, that's what they said verbally. I don't know whether it's true or not." As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Zhou's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and he looked stunned, as if he was wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. He thought about it over and over again, but he never expected that this would be the answer. But how could this be possible? This was impossible and unrealistic. What do you mean, everyone else has reached an agreement, at least verbally agreed? What a joke, even if it's just words, even if it's fake. It's not realistic and it shouldn't be like this. Mr. Zhou swallowed his saliva. After returning from the imperial capital, he felt for the first time that things seemed to be beyond his control. He really wanted to see traces of joking on Yi Tianqi's face, but he knew very well that Yi Tianqi would probably not joke with him about such a thing. What did you say, Mr. Yi? Are you sure you're not kidding? How is this possible? Although Master Sure is the eldest son of the imperial capital, he doesn't have a very high status. Even if someone gives him face, it's not like everyone has to accept it. This kind of thing, this is impossible. If the big guys in the Eastern Province underground world are such weaklings, then why would I have to put in so much effort? Besides, if this gets out, no one will believe it. After all, this is the Eastern Province underground world, a well-known place in the entire Southeast and even the South. It's a place where good and bad people mix together, and each side is divided and no one submits to the other. How could they possibly submit to young Master Sure? Mr. Zhou couldn't believe this at all because it didn't make sense at all. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi smiled faintly and said, "Then I don't know, but as far as I know, it is indeed the case. Oh, and isn't this Mr. Sure going to meet with you, Mr. Zhou? I think they will discuss this matter. By then, you will naturally know everything clearly." Mr. Zhou fell silent, and actually felt a great fear of Mr. Sure, whom he had never met before. He couldn't help but be afraid. To be able to achieve this in such a short time, this person was definitely not an ordinary person. It would be impossible to rely solely on family background. His own ability was probably terrifying. As expected, those who come from the imperial capital are not simple, especially those who can follow Night Owl. Even though they haven't met yet, they are already extremely wary of each other. I will go meet this young Master Sure. However, Mr.Ye, what you said is probably not right. At least, among the many big bosses, Boss Bao is a very ruthless person. Now that he has come out of seclusion, it is impossible for him to surrender to others. At least, he will not surrender so easily. What method did this young Master Sure use? Also, the most unlikely person, Huasha, is an ally of the Bai family, practically equivalent to one of their own. He's definitely on the Bai family's side. Since young Master Sure has already come into conflict with the Bai family, could Huasha also submit to young Master Sure? This would be a huge joke. Mr. Zhou still wants to find the impossible point and give himself some psychological comfort, otherwise the gap will be too big. Yi Tianqi looked at Mr. Zhou, smiled slightly, and said, "Mr. Zhou, since you know that Bai Yilong has taken over the power of the Bai family, you should naturally know that as long as Mr. Bai is unwilling and Bai Shuqing still has illusions, then the affairs of the Bai family are not over yet. The Fire Snake is an ally of the Bai family, but he is not only Bai Yilong's ally, he is also Mr. Bai's ally. I put it this way, you can understand it, right? This time, it was young Master Sure who asked me to go to the Bai family. My purpose was to visit Mr. Bai as a miracle doctor and his savior. At the same time, I wanted to persuade Mr. Bai and Bai Shuqing to fight back when necessary. They agreed, so the timing is the same as before. On the day of the birthday banquet, everything will be revealed. It will be clear who will be the winner. As for Boss Bao's affairs, I'm not sure. What I know is very limited after all. I'll have to trouble Mr. Zhou to ask him himself. After hearing what Yi Tianqi said, Mr. Zhou suddenly felt that he understood. Some things that he couldn't figure out seemed to have become clear. If that was the case, then it was understandable. However, However, looking at the indifferent Yi Tianqi, Mr. Zhou suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He felt inexplicably unhappy and wanted to question him directly. Didn't Yi Tianqi help him? Why did he choose to help Shi Xiao when Shi Xiao came? He asked Yi Tianqi to do something, but Yi Tianqi tried to negotiate terms with him, even glaring at him, as if he wasn't going to listen. How come this young master Shi just said he would go to the Bai family and did whatever he was told? This made Mr. Zhou quite dissatisfied, and he even felt like he was betrayed and humiliated. 256, Chapter 256. I want to slap him. Mr.Ye, could it be that you are also afraid of this Master Shi? Otherwise, why would you work for him? Mr. Zhou still couldn't help but opened his mouth and said something very impolite. Yi Tianqi glanced at Mr. Zhou calmly, not angry at all. He just smiled meaningfully and said, I can't say I'm afraid. After all, a little thing like this isn't worth my fear, and perhaps there isn't anyone in this world who can scare me, Yi Tianqi, yet. You asked me why I chose to help him. Actually, it's very simple. It's fun. Yes, it's fun.as for why it's fun. That's my personal matter, huh? What, Mr. Zhou, do you have any opinion about me? Mr. Zhou was very dissatisfied with Yi Tianqi's answer, and Yi Tianqi's words seemed to indicate that he had some opinion about him. Why did they sound like he was trying to argue? Mr. Zhou just didn't want to fight with Yi Tianqi right now. Otherwise, he really wanted to slap Yi Tianqi in the face and tell him that he had an opinion, a very strong opinion, and what could he do about it? Unfortunately, it's just a thought. Mr.Ye, what are you talking about? We are family. How could I have any opinions about Mr. Yi? It doesn't matter. In the end, everything is still mine. So, Mr.Ye, I won't disturb you to rest. You have told me so much about Master Shi. I really want to meet him. What kind of person is he? After saying that, Mr. Zhou stood up and was about to say goodbye and leave. Yi Tianqi smiled and said, then Mr. Zhou, I won't see you off, and little wolf doesn't need to follow me. I think what he wants most right now is to be with you. He almost cried when you didn't come back. Mr. Zhou laughed heartily upon hearing this. He did not refuse and said, okay, that's it. I have arranged for people outside. If Mr.Ye needs anything, just tell him at any time, they will obey your orders. There are only 2 days left until Mr. Bai's birthday party and nothing will happen in these 2 days. So, Mr.Ye should have a good rest. I'm afraid we'll be busy during Mr. Bai's birthday party. Huh? Mr. Zhou had something to say. How could Yi Tianqi be busy during Mr. Bai's birthday party? However, since he said it, there must be something going on with Yi Tianqi. As for what it was already clear. It is hard to say what will become of Yi Tianqi at that time. After all, according to Yi Xiao's instructions, Yi Tianqi will have to wait until Yi Xiao marries Tang Xingyu before he will pay the price. Seeing his beloved woman, who had suffered for him for 10 years and waited for him for 10 years, marrying someone he didn't like, what should Yi Tianqi do? What should he do? Should I rob this marriage or not? Whether you go to this imperial capital or not, everything will be clear now. Moreover, according to Yi Xiao, it seems that he is a little impatient. The wedding may be held in advance. By then, the news will probably be announced after the birthday banquet is over. Mr. Zhou knew all this, but Yi Tianqi naturally didn't know. He really wanted to see whether Yi Tianqi could still be as arrogant and domineering as he is now. Without saying anything more, Mr. Zhou got into the car, and Xiaolang looked at Yi Tianqi, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing and left. After Yi Tianqi sent them away, he returned to his room with nothing to do. He just read a book, read a newspaper, and drank tea. Indeed, there was nothing to do in the past 2 days. He just needed to deal with what he was doing. The rest was just waiting. Waiting for the moment when the storm comes. As for how Mr. Zhou and Mr. Shi talked and what they talked about, it was not important at all to Yi Tianqi. After all, they were just some trivial matters that he looked down upon. And no matter how big the fuss was, it would not be beyond his calculation. At this moment, sitting in the car, Mr. Zhou's originally kind and smiling face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes flashed with cold light, extremely cold. That damn Yi Tianqi, if it weren't for the fact that there was still some use in keeping him alive, I would have wanted to slap him in the face. He's just a downtrodden bastard waiting to die. He really thinks he's still the noble son of the Qi family. He's completely clueless and deserves to die. You dare to speak so arrogantly to me and work for Master Shi behind my back. You're simply courting death. I needed him before, but do I need him now? He's only living 2 more days, but for him, the things he'll have to face in the future are more serious and miserable than death. It's really sad that he doesn't even realize his death is imminent, but he deserves it. When Mr. Zhou talked about Yi Tianqi, he no longer had any respect for him, he was even more arrogant than before. Moreover, what he said made Xiaolang shudder. After all, who is it that is unaware that he is about to die? Little Wolf took a deep breath, looked at Mr. Zhou, and said, He didn't seem to have done anything, boss. Why are you so angry all of a sudden? I always feel that something is different about you coming back this time. Xiaolang didn't say more bluntly. What he wanted to say was that Mr. Zhou had become even more irritable and extreme after returning from the imperial capital this time, as if he had become a different person. Mr. Zhou frowned slightly and said, Really, you're overthinking it. I'm still me. I've never changed, and I won't change. I just endured it before, but now I don't want to endure it anymore. There is another thing that Mr. Zhou did not say, let alone admit. His temper has indeed changed, and his personality has become a little extreme and even weird, especially since he was a little bit angry after returning. There is always a sense of solemnity and murderousness lingering in my heart, and a violent impulse to destroy everything. This is not normal, very abnormal. But he couldn't control it. He comforted himself that this was because after years of being a daughter-in-law, he finally became a mother-in-law and saw the light and hoped. He believed that his future would be promising, and there was no one in the eastern province that he could not afford to offend. However, reason told him that the hurt and humiliation caused by Yelung stripping him naked and throwing him at the door had never been resolved. Whether others said it or not, he would always remember this shame in his mind and could not get rid of it or forget it. Even in my dreams, I still see that humiliating scene. But he couldn't say these things, couldn't tell anyone, he could only bear them silently and wait for time to smooth them out, or in other words, when he soared to the sky, he could use his unshakable and feared identity and status to erase all the shame. At this moment, he didn't want to wait even a minute, and every second felt like a year. Little Wolf, I feel like you're feeling a bit sorry for Yi Tianqi now. I'm telling you, it's best not to have this thought, otherwise I'll be angry, understand? His fate is already determined, whoever gets close to him will not have a good outcome. Don't let your kindness bring you a tragic end. You are my confidant, so I am telling you this. Do you understand? The little wolf had no choice but to nod slightly. Mr. Zhou nodded in satisfaction and said, You don't have to go to Yi Tianqi anymore. There's no need, huh? I know you still resent him for humiliating and beating you. Don't worry, I will give you a chance to take revenge, and I will let you do it yourself. Of course, if there's an even worse end waiting for him, then you can just watch. Anyway, he's miserable, very miserable, miserable enough to make your scalp tingle. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go see Master Shirt. I want to see what kind of person he is, but no matter what kind of person he is or what his plans are, it's useless because Eastern Province is mine. He has to give it to me whether he wants to or not. 257, Chapter 257 Delayed News. Mr. Zhou, this is a rare instance of your dominance. In the underground world of Eastern Province, you have to give it whether you want or not. This domineering aura was truly extraordinary, revealing an extraordinary arrogance. Before, he wouldn't have dared to do that. How could he have the guts to say such words to someone like Shi Shao? But now, after he has experienced what happened in the imperial capital, has Night Owl's promise, and has the background of the heavenly palace, what else is he afraid of? Soon it will be time to reveal his true colors to everyone. What else does he have to be afraid of? Although Yi Shao has given him enough face now, the humiliation is still there. That kind of unforgettable shame cannot be forgotten just like that. It would be great if it were that simple. Therefore, no one is more eager than Mr. Zhou to make a big incident so that he can stand up completely and wipe out the previous shame. The underground world of Eastern Province is full of people, and it is bound to be a major event that will shock countless people. The changes that will occur at Mr. Bai's birthday party will also be the beginning of Mr. Zhou's complete transformation and his step onto the big stage. By that time, will there still be anyone who dares not to take Mr. Zhou seriously? The shame of the imperial capital must never, ever happen again. As the little wolf looked at Mr. Zhou, who was secretly fuming, the bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Mr. Zhou said that he had not changed at all, but for someone like Xiaolang who had always been by his side, the change was strong and obvious. But what could he say? Compared to these minor changes, what Xiaolang could not accept the most was Mr. Zhou's attitude towards Yi Tianqi, and the hatred and anger he seemed to have towards Yi Tianqi. This was the most deadly danger. But he could not persuade Mr. Zhou in any way. Mr. Zhou would not listen to anything he said. If Xiaolang said a few more words for Yi Tianqi, it would be considered that he was too soft-hearted, or even a betrayal. Helpless, he could only find another way and another time. At the same time, the little wolf also accepted his fate, and a trace of death began to appear in his eyes. There was really no other way, so in the end, he could only return his life to Mr. Joe as he said. He owed him his life, and since he couldn't save him, he could only pay with his life. While in the car, Mr. Joe had already contacted Sher Shao. Sher Shao also wanted to meet Mr. Joe as soon as possible, as he was the only one who could almost wipe out the underground world of East Province. The sooner you see me, the sooner you will feel at ease. In addition to this, there is another reason, that is, Sher Shao is also very curious about where this Mr. Joe got the confidence from to dare to think of clearing out the underground world of East Province. Mr. Sher is confident because of his identity and background, but what does Mr. Joe have? At this moment, Mr. Qian Wu and Mr. Sher were sitting in the living room, talking about Mr. Joe. It's not that the two of them are uninformed, but since yesterday, they have been busy with all the affairs of the underground world of Eastern Province, constantly calculating who has boarded their ship, who might get off the ship midway, and what their chances of winning are. This is no small matter. Any slight change may cause a total collapse, and this kind of defeat is something Sher Shao absolutely cannot bear to see. It's not just about revenge against the Bai family, it's also about Master Sher's abilities and means, and he can't afford to lose face. Therefore, he did not know much about the information of the outside world, nor was he interested in knowing so much. Of course, he should know a little, but he didn't think too much about it. He only knew that Mr. Zhou was punished by Yelong. Sher Shao really didn't care about what happened next. Otherwise, if he knew now that Yeshu personally saved Mr. Zhou's face and even wanted to get rid of his cousin Yelong because of this, would Sher Shao still be able to sit still? Can you still laugh here? Fifth young master, you said that Mr. Zhou is really careless. He ran to the imperial capital for no apparent reason, and I don't know how he offended young master Yelong. Now he is so embarrassed. If it were me, I would have wanted to die, but he is so good, he ran back like nothing happened. I really admire him. Sher Shao laughed heartily, his words full of disdain for Mr. Zhou. In his opinion, if Mr. Zhou had some value and usefulness before, he is now a laughingstock. It doesn't make any difference to him, Mr. Sher, whether he sees him or not, but why doesn't he see him? It would be such a waste if we didn't talk more about such an interesting person and such interesting things. Young Master Qianwu is also in high spirits now. If young Master Sher is happy, he will naturally be happy too. With things progressing smoothly in the Eastern Province, the future is promising. I used to think this Zhou guy was a big shot, but now it seems he's just a complete clown. But I have to admire him. How did he manage to act like nothing happened after such a big incident? Anyway, I can't understand it and I can't comprehend it. Master Sher, based on this point, based on the thickness of his skin, I think Mr. Zhou is really not an ordinary person. There is nothing nice about this, it's more of a mockery. Sher Shao laughed heartily and nodded, saying, Indeed, it is extraordinary to be able to achieve this. Most people cannot do it. A fifth young master, what is Mr. Zhou doing here looking for me? Is he so embarrassed that he wants to curry favor with me, or is he still ignorant of his own danger and wants to wipe out the underground world of the Eastern Province from his hands? If that is the case, then you can't blame me. The imperial capital has not embarrassed him enough. I think we can let him embarrass himself again in his own base camp. This will also add another interesting scene for everyone. It's a drama, haha. You know what, if Mr. Zhou were to experience the humiliation he suffered in the imperial capital again in his own base, Dongzhou, it would be a huge joke. It's so shameful, it's like being thrown into the ground. If he is still alive, he will become a complete laughing stock. Young Master Sher is now fearless, but Master Qianwu is still a little nervous. Although young Master Sher seems to be joking, he knows him very well, so he knows very well that if he says something wrong, young Master Sher might really do such a thing. But the problem is, this is not the imperial capital, this is Dongzhou. This is Mr. Zhou's base camp. Although the current situation is almost equivalent to young Master Sher secretly controlling most of the power in Dongzhou, these forces are actually not solid. Mr. Zhou can get to this point today, and there must be people around him who are loyal to him and willing to die for him. It is definitely not a good idea to create unnecessary complications at this time. Master Sher, I think we should first see what this Zhou guy has to say. Besides, we haven't established ourselves here yet, so we need to keep a low profile. If we can avoid making a big fuss, I think it's better not to, otherwise, we'll be laughed at. But if something unexpected happens and affects the overall situation, it won't make up for the loss. What do you think? When Shao heard this, he frowned slightly, but after thinking about it, he realized that what Mr. Chen Wu said was true. This matter really cannot be handled according to his temperament. A little impatience will ruin a big plan. At this time, he absolutely cannot allow any accidents to happen. 258, Chapter 258. He is a ruthless person. Of course, although I was stubborn and disdainful in my heart, I could not show any weakness in my words. Who is he? He is Master Shi facing Mr. Zhou, who has become a laughingstock. Can he still be weak? Then there is no need to mix with him, let alone the East Province. If the news spreads to the imperial capital, does Master Shi need to go back? Those people in Yelon are enough to make me sick to death. I think, I don't think it's necessary. Let's see how he behaves. If he's obedient and sensible, I can give him some face. After all, this is Eastern Province, and I still need him. Before, we were discussing it, but now he's begging me to be his dog. If he can't even be a good dog, then it's only natural for his master to teach him a lesson. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, just this Zhou guy. Can he really influence me? That's a huge joke. Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. Fifth young master, just wait and see. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. It's not that I have to be aggressive and laugh at others, but all of this depends on his performance. Just wait and see. It's his own destiny. Can I really decide it for him, huh? When Mr. Qian Wu heard this, he immediately started to flatter him. That's right. A clown like him must know his limits. If he doesn't even know this, then I can't stand it anymore. Not to mention you, Master Shi, that he's become such a clown, and he still dares to act like this. Don't worry, I will teach him a lesson. What's the point of being a local tyrant? In the underground world of East Province, you, young Master Shi, are the one who controls the overall situation, the one who calls the shots as Zhou. If he doesn't know, then just let him know. By then, he'll probably be scared to death. Moreover, if he knew about your relationship with Master Shao and that you have a good relationship with young Master Yilan, wouldn't he be scared to death? After saying these words, Mr. Qian Wu burst into laughter. It seemed that he had seen Mr. Zhou trembling with fear. This kind of feeling is rarely experienced by the fifth young master Chen. Even though he is the fifth young master of the Qin family, he is only the fifth young master. After all, that he does not have the final say in his family. Those big shots can give him some face, but they don't say that whatever he says is the final word. Especially, these big shots in the underground world of East Province are notorious for not obeying orders and are not easy to mess with. Now, he can finally hold his head high. Young Master Shi looked at the flattering fifth young master Qian and nodded in satisfaction, saying, Fifth young master, rest assured, just follow me and your future will be limitless. By the way, Boss Leopard, is he really that arrogant? I'm a little skeptical now. These big guys are hard to mess with, let alone make them submit. Boss Leopard, just by showing up, the problem is solved? At that time, Master Shi asked Master Qian Wu and Boss Bao to go together to persuade other giants, but to be honest, the hope was not very high. At least, the problem could be solved in a short period of time, which was something Master Shi had never thought of. After all, those big guys who can make a name for themselves in the underground world have all walked on the edge of a knife and licked blood. Even if they are not as strong as they were in the past, they still have to have the temper they should have. To be honest, going directly to someone's door and asking them to submit and do your orders is almost a kind of humiliation and suppression. Who can be without temper? Who wouldn't resist? It's unbelievable that he gave in before even fighting for 2 moves. So, although Shao was happy, he was not really at ease in his heart. He always felt uneasy and a bit like he was dreaming. Of course, if everything is true, that would be the best, but it also represents another thing, that is, Boss Leopard's ability seems to be stronger than he imagined, and this Boss Leopard is also more powerful than the legend. This is actually not a bad thing. On the contrary, everyone would like to have a useful and capable subordinate. Of course, the premise is that the subordinate is obedient and loyal enough. Obviously, Master Shi still has some self-awareness, although he is conceited, he does not think that he can subdue a strong figure like Boss Leopard by relying on his reputation. If it's a night owl, that's about right. However, just because I can't conquer him doesn't mean that Boss Leopard can't create benefits for me. For example, now, it's done because of Boss Leopard's intervention. When Mr. Qian Wu heard Mr. Shi mention Boss Bao, he immediately understood that Boss Bao's performance was too outstanding and aroused Mr. Shi's curiosity. He would not say anything nonsense, and he couldn't say anything nonsense. After all, the boss's real contributions were there. However, in the heart of Mr. Qian Wu, he was more or less reluctant to talk about Boss Bao. Just this simple contact and working together for a short period of time made Mr. Qian Wu feel quite awkward. Moreover, Boss Bao didn't seem to respect him much. Well, Mr. Sure, let me be frank, you know I would never lie to you. I have to admit that Boss Bao is indeed a talented person and extremely capable, but I always feel that I can't see through this person. It seems that he is unfathomable. I always feel that he is not an ordinary person, and he has a bad temper. Anyway, I don't want to have any contact with him. Mr. Qian Wu spoke the truth, which was quite pertinent. When Shi Shao heard this, he immediately burst into laughter. Fifth young master, it seems that although the two of you have collaborated this time and have accomplished something, your relationship isn't very pleasant. What's going on? Could it be that Boss Leopard is also treating you, the fifth young master, badly? Upon hearing this, Mr. Qian Wu laughed dryly, shook his head, and said, that's not the case. After all, I have your face, Mr. Sure. Even if this leopard boss, how can you not like me? I should at least give you some face. I just don't like his overbearing attitude. Of course, this is just my personal preference and has nothing to do with his ability. To be honest, Boss Leopard is indeed capable, as can be seen from the results. I must admit this and I must admire him. Mr. Qian Wu actually had more unpleasant things to say. Moreover, although Boss Leopard gave him face, that face was no different from not giving him any face at all. Even when Boss Leopard had his final detailed conversations with these big guys, they were all private. Mr. Qian Wu did not participate at all, so he had no idea how Boss Leopard convinced these people. But now people are willing to share the credit with him. As long as Mr. Qian Wu is not stupid, he will definitely accept it. What will happen then? Now, he also needs the credit to gain a firm foothold on Shi Shao's side and Yi Zhao's side. Therefore, he did not say these words, and if he did not say them, Shi Shao would not be able to know, let alone think about other things. Fifth young master, don't be angry. You should also know that people with ability are arrogant. These people are all weird, but they are capable, and that's enough. Take Yi Tianqi, for example, that he's a low-key doctor, yet he possesses miraculous medical skills. What can we do with such a person? Of course, we should make the best use of him. Moreover, there's an extra surprise. Look, the Bai family has been solved. It's the same with Boss Bao.So, it's okay to be wrong. As long as the big thing is done, everything else is not important. As for the grievances you have suffered, don't worry, I know what I am doing and I will definitely compensate you. 259, Chapter 259, Alternative Famous. Chapter 259, Alternative Famous. Isn't this what Mr. Qian Wu was waiting for? This is the promise he wanted, otherwise, why would he go to Mr. Sure and work like a slave? Master Sure, don't worry, I know what to do and I will definitely not hold you back. As for compensation, there's no need for that, just remember my contribution. Young Master Sure laughed heartily, patted Fifth Master Qian on the shoulder, and said, don't worry, Fifth Master, you will definitely benefit from it. Although the Qian family is nothing to Master Shao, and the East Province underground world is nothing either, Master Shao will not refuse any free benefits. When it comes to the East Province underground world, naturally, I have the final say, the Qian family must be yours. Master Shao, I have never been a stingy person. As long as you do your job well and make Master Shao happy, you will get whatever benefits you want. Ha ha ha. Shi Shao kept calling Yi Xiao Master Shao, praising him like a flower. Apart from anything else, from the perspective of being a dog, Shi Shao was indeed a qualified loyal dog. Of course, everyone was happy at the moment. As for whether he was truly loyal, it would depend on whether he would scatter like monkeys when the tree fell. Since ancient times, when have such examples become less and less common? Mr. Qian Wu showed a flattering smile, bent down and poured a cup of tea for Mr. Sure, handed it to Mr. Sure, and said with a smile, Mr. Sure, do you really plan to make an important contribution to Yi Tianqi? Upon hearing this, Shi Shao looked deeply at Master Qian Wu and said, why, you Master Wu, do you have any ideas? It doesn't matter. We are family, so just speak frankly. Master Qian Wu scratched his head. Of course he had an idea, but he didn't really want to say it now. The timing was not right. He wanted to find out what Shi Shao thought of and how he felt about Yi Tianqi, especially since Yi Tianqi had made great contributions and didn't seem to have any disrespect towards Shi Shao. As for this miracle doctor, although he didn't have any big power and could be provoked at will, the problem was that if he had nothing wrong, who would target someone who posed no threat and could potentially save his life? Master Sure, I want to ask, are you planning to introduce Yi Tianqi to Master Shao? After all, he has made great contributions, and he is also a miracle doctor. I am a little worried. What are they worried about? Of course, they are worried about revenge. Now it seems that Yi Tianqi and Lin Xingyue are still pretending to be in love, but how can Master Chen Wu not see that they are not in love at heart, and there is even indifference and even a hint of impatience in their eyes towards each other? The relationship between him and Lin Xingyue is somewhat complicated. Although there has been no substantial progress, Yi Tianqi cannot hide what is going on between the two of them. Although he has made up his mind to give Lin Xingyue to Shi Xiao, it is clear that Shi Xiao wants to use Yi Tianqi, so it is impossible for him to intervene in Lin Xingyue's affairs now. But if we wait a little longer, when the time comes to reward people for their contributions, will Night Owl care about these little episodes? He will probably only look at who is more useful to him, and then look at them differently. Mr. Qianwu had no doubt about this. Don't be fooled by the fact that Shi Xiao keeps calling Yi Xiaoyi and praising him to the hilt, as if he is the kind of good man rare in heaven and not found on earth, but in fact, is it easy to get along with a person who has such a bad reputation? They had all heard of Night Owl's deeds, his ruthless methods, and even his heartless style. What if, by some unknown bad method, Yi Tianqi was valued by Yi Xiao, then, they would all suffer the consequences. Therefore, it is impossible for Mr. Qianwu not to worry. Even if this is something that may happen in the future, he must prepare for it now. After all, everything is ready now, and only the east wind is missing. When Shi Xiao heard what Master Qianwu said, he immediately understood that there was a story behind this. In fact, there is a story. Needless to say, Mr. Qianwu has already told some of it before. You can see it just by looking at Lin Xingyue. Therefore, Master Shi can somewhat understand the concerns of Mr. Qianwu. Fifth young master, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I can clearly tell who is our friend and who is an outsider. What's more, this Yi Tianqi is not that obedient. So, don't worry too much, I know what to do and now I just need him, when I don't need him anymore. Shi Xiao didn't say what would happen after it was no longer needed, but it was hard to say what good would happen. Master Qianwu immediately felt relieved, and he no longer needed to worry about anything. Master Shi, isn't Yi Tianqi no longer necessary now? Otherwise, how about we control him first? Mr. Qianwu was afraid of the consequences. He always felt that things were a little weird and unlikely to develop in the direction he expected. Of course, it was just a feeling, but this feeling made him very uncomfortable, so he made this proposal. In particular, Master Qianwu could hardly think about Yi Tianqi's face. It seemed that he was smiling or expressionless, but in fact, every time he saw Yi Tianqi, he always felt frightened and creepy. Shi Xiao had no idea that Master Qianwu would feel this way. If he knew, he would only laugh at him for being so timid. Fifth young master, I never realized you were so timid before. You were scared by Yi Tianqi. Isn't this a bit disappointing? If you were really like this, I would really look at you with new eyes. Also, Yi Tianqi can't get into trouble right now. Don't forget that the Bai family seems to have agreed, but in reality, what is going on? We don't know what will happen in the end. Moreover, even if we do move, we'll probably still need Yi Tianqi to connect with him. So, at least before Mr. Bai's birthday party, he can't be in any trouble. Do you understand? I don't want any mistakes to happen, so, fifth young master, you'd better not do anything unnecessary. You know the consequences of getting pregnant with me. Young Master Shi's words made Mr. Qianwu sweat on his forehead. He immediately said that he would never and would not dare to ruin young Master Shi's plan. He still had a sense of the overall situation. Only then did Shi Xiao nod in satisfaction. And just at this moment, the subordinate came in and reported that it was Mr. Zhou who came to visit. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Let him in, huh? I'm also very curious about Mr. Zhou, who became famous overnight throughout the Dragon Kingdom. If anyone doesn't let me see him, I won't agree, huh?" The words were full of sarcasm. And Mr. Qianwu also followed suit with a smile. You are absolutely right. Overnight, Mr. Zhou's name became famous throughout the Dragon Country. Unfortunately, it was an ugly name and a shame. 260, Chapter 260. This is disrespectful to me. Mr. Zhou and Little Wolf were standing outside the yard, waiting for notification. Although it feels like I'm not being taken seriously, it seems that this is the only way under the current circumstances. Xiaolang, wait for me in the car. I can go in by myself in a moment. Although Mr. Zhou was sure that he had enough confidence now, he was also afraid that if something went wrong, it would not look good if the Little Wolf saw his embarrassing side. But Xiaolang was worried about letting Mr. Zhou face someone like Mr. Shi alone. He immediately shook his head and said, "I'll go with you so I can take care of you. Just let me follow you. I always feel that this Mr. Shi is not a good person." As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Zhou burst into laughter. It was certain that they were not good people, but the question was, how many good people were there among them? He knew that Xiaolang was worried about him, but Mr. Zhou actually felt that there was no need to worry. However, if he wanted to follow, then let him follow. It would be a good thing for him to regain his lost face in front of his subordinates. Okay, if you want to follow, then follow me. When you get there, don't say anything nonsense. Everything depends on my instructions. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Even if Master Shi is a little dissatisfied, he will not dare to go against Yi Zhao's wishes, not to mention the order of first come first served. If he dares, I will really look at him with new eyes. Just wait. If nothing unexpected happens, he should come out to pick me up in person. Mr. Zhou said this with full confidence. It was naturally unlikely before, but although he was humiliated by Yelong, Ye Xiao restored all his face to him. Since Shi Xiao follows Ye Xiao for a living, he should not be so ignorant. No matter how dissatisfied you are, do you really dare to show it? That's not just a show of force for yourself, that's a lack of respect for Night Owl and Master Shi. Are you that brave? Mr. Zhou definitely didn't believe it. With Yi Zhao's temper, how could he tolerate a small fry following him without even giving him face? If that were the case, young Master Shi would have died 800 times already. After all, who is Night Owl? He is a man who doesn't recognize his relatives. However, Mr. Zhou had calculated everything wrong. That is, although Mr. Shi knew that Mr. Zhou had been humiliated, he had no idea that Yi Xiao had given him face later. It seems unbelievable, but not knowing is not knowing. Because of not knowing, in Shi Xiao's eyes, Mr. Zhou is simply a clown who is not worth mentioning in his lost face. Instead of telling him to get lost, she chose to meet him because she wanted to see what this clown looked like. How could she give him any face? And this, Mr. Zhou, soon became clear. As if influenced by Master Shi's attitude, the person who went to report came back and simply looked at Mr. Zhou and Little Wolf indifferently, saying, Master Shi lets you in. That's all? Mr. Zhou frowned slightly and looked inside, thinking that even if he couldn't see Master Shi, he would at least see other people coming to pick him up, but now, he didn't see anyone, and the attitude of his subordinates was too cold. This is really outrageous. Where's Mr. Shi? Didn't he come out to pick me up? Mr. Zhou is indeed no longer the Mr. Zhou he used to be. The anger in his heart is rising sharply. In the past, he would not have been able to say such words, but now, he is really a bit unscrupulous. Upon hearing this, the subordinate sneered and looked at Mr. Zhou, saying, You came to ask to see Master Shi, and Master Shi agreed to see you. Are you still expecting Master Shi to come and pick you up personally? What good things are you thinking? Who do you think you are? Hurry up and go in. Not if you don't want to go, there's no need to go in. He spoke rudely and didn't take Mr. Zhou seriously at all. It was Master Shi who spoke, and this was just one of his subordinates. This made Mr. Zhou very angry. Little Wolf also felt something was wrong. Logically, it shouldn't be like this, but since it has come to this, there is no point arguing here. Let's go in first and see what's going on. How can this young Master Shi be so confident, or rather, so angry? He knows that you are someone respected by Yi Xiao, but he still dares to do this. I guess there must be some hidden secrets that we don't know. After hearing what Xiaolang said, Mr. Zhou finally calmed down. If you think about it, it's true. Otherwise, it would never have happened like this. If he dared to treat me like this, it could only mean that young Master Shi really had the confidence. At least, it was a confidence that Mr. Zhou didn't know about it. Otherwise, how could he do this? How could he dare to do this? As for what this confidence comes from, he is still unclear now, so he can only bear it for now and find out when they meet. At this point, neither Mr. Zhou nor Little Wolf had considered another possibility, that is, Shi Xiao had no idea about Yi Zhao's attitude towards Mr. Zhou. It's not that they can't think of it, but it's simply unrealistic. It would be fine if other people didn't know about it, but it has already spread all over the country. How could Master Shi not know about it? Especially since he is a young master from the imperial capital and a subordinate of Yi Xiao. It is understandable that others don't know about it, but it is nonsense for him not to know about it. Therefore, they never thought about this simplest question at all, because it was really unbelievable. After thinking it through, Mr. Zhou stopped worrying about it. After all, he would know when he met her. However, at this moment, he put aside some of his domineering thoughts and decided to test what basis this young Master Shi had to treat him like this. If he couldn't figure it out, he would end up hitting a wall again. Although Mr. Zhou did not think there was anything ironclad that could be stronger than Night Owl or more domineering than Heavenly Palace, Shi Xiao's attitude clearly something is wrong. How dare you do this without any confidence? With this thought in mind, Mr. Zhou quickly came to the living room where Mr. Shi was. After entering, Mr. Zhou suddenly felt unhappy again. It would have been fine if he didn't come to greet him, but he was sitting on the sofa drinking tea and chatting with another person who seemed to be Mr. Chen Wu. It was obvious that they had no business at all. That's all, you're not even willing to get up and take a few steps? This feels like a show of force. Hello, you must be Mr. Shi, huh? I heard that you looked for me, but unfortunately I was not in Dongzhou at that time, so I didn't come to visit you the first time, please forgive me. Mr. Zhou took a deep breath, smiled, and took the initiative to say hello. Master Qianwu was here too, long time no see. Upon hearing this, Master Shi and Master Qianwu looked towards the door, and saw Mr. Zhou standing there with little Wolf, waiting with a smile on his face. Based on this point alone, Shi Shao looked down on Mr. Zhou even more. However, since everyone is here, Shi Shao naturally cannot turn a blind eye. After all, garbage has its uses. So it's Mr. Zhou who's here, haha, I apologize for not welcoming you in person. Shi Shao laughed loudly and stood up, but his body did not move at all, and there was no respect in his eyes. 261, Chapter 261 I Want to Be This King. Mr. Zhou didn't know Mr. Shi's background at the moment, so he didn't say much. He took the initiative to step forward, shook Mr. Shi's hand, and said, No, it's inappropriate to visit me. I hope Mr. Shi won't take it as an offense. Master Shi, I heard you were looking for me before. I asked, there's something wrong? Upon hearing this, Shi Shao smiled and said, It's just a small matter, don't worry. Come, Mr. Zhou, please sit down. You've been traveling all the way here and you came to me as soon as possible. It shows that Mr. Zhou really respects me. Come and sit down, come and sit down. Mr. Qianwu also smiled and said, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Shi is a kind person and has no airs, please sit down and have a cup of tea first. When he heard about drinking tea, Shi Shao burst into laughter and nodded, That's right, have a cup of tea to calm your nerves. This is quite interesting. Drinking tea to calm the nerves, this first of all means that one must be frightened. Since Shi Shao said this, it is obvious that he knows what Mr. Zhou experienced in the imperial capital. If so, he can still be so arrogant, which makes Mr. Zhou even more confused. However, there is no need to hide this kind of thing. At least, in front of someone like Shi Shao, everyone knows it, so why are you still hiding it? Mr. Zhou sat on the sofa, revealing a wry smile. After taking a sip of tea, he looked at Mr. Shi and said, It seems that I, Zhou, have really become famous now. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Mr. Shi. Upon hearing this, Shi Shao immediately laughed and shook his head, saying, It's nothing. Men have to go through ups and downs. This Yelong has a bad temper, but from what I know about him, he wouldn't do something like this for no reason. This must have been instigated by a villain. It's a pity, Mr. Zhou has suffered so much. But it's okay, losing face isn't a big deal, just regaining it is enough. Later, when you recall these things, it might be another kind of gain, Mr. Zhou, don't you agree? What is going on? Comfort yourself? Mr. Zhou was a little confused. Is Mr. Shi so kind? However, although he was puzzled, he did not ask any more questions. Instead, he smiled and said, Young Master Shi is right, what happened before is in the past, I no longer care about it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about what young Master Shi meant by asking me to come here. I heard that young Master Shi wants to clean up the underground world of Eastern Province. Mr. Zhou took the initiative to enter the topic. And Shi Shao, without any hesitation, nodded directly and said, Yes, I have this idea, and it is progressing steadily. I approached Mr. Zhou with the same intention. After all, I am well aware of Mr. Zhou's influence in the underground world of Eastern Province. The underground world is full of people, so how can we do without Mr. Zhou? But, I seem to have heard that Mr. Zhou actually plans to wipe out the underground world of Eastern Province, planning to become the king of this underground world. I don't know, is this news true or false? If it's fake, then Mr. Zhou, would you be willing to join me? If it's true, I'd like to ask, Mr. Zhou, are you still planning this, or do you still want to be the king of this underground world in Eastern Province? Without any hesitation, Mr. Shi admitted his thoughts directly and asked Mr. Zhou what he meant. It would be better to say that he was questioning Mr. Zhou. He wanted everyone to understand him before, but do you still want him to understand now? Everyone knows that young Master Shi is going to be the king of the underground world of East Province. Mr. Zhou, do you still dare to compete with him? If this is true, then it is not a matter of not giving face, it is simply looking down on Master Shi. If it was the Mr. Zhou from before, he could still consider carefully whether this was a matter of some confidence, but does the current Mr. Zhou have the qualifications? Mr. Zhou also heard the hidden meaning in Shi Shao's words. It seemed that he looked down on him. It was like this before I entered the door, and it is still like this now that I am inside. I asked this Master Shi so confident. But Mr. Zhou naturally refused to back down. This matter was a matter of principle and bottom line. Yi Xiao had already spoken freely, and East Province was given to him, but Yi Xiao's men were actually being aggressive. This was simply hilarious. If Mr. Zhou backed down and really gave all the chances to Shi Xiao, then he would have no need to live in the heavenly palace. All the old and new accounts would be settled together, and he would not even know how he died. Therefore, this is not a question of giving in or not, it is a question of living or not. Master Shi, this matter, to me, is not just a problem concerning the underworld of Eastern Province, and of course, it is not a question of my personal honor or disgrace, rather, it is imperative. Young Master Shi is from the imperial capital, so why would he come to the Eastern Province to wade into trouble? I know that young Master Shi has a conflict with the Bai family, so he wants to use his own efforts to make the Bai family surrender and regain his lost faith. However, there are other ways. For example, the Eastern Province underground world is all the same. I can do it. I can help you avenge this grudge. Master Shi, you see, this is also a method, isn't it? Besides, everyone is happy. We have become friends. If anything happens in the future, we can take care of each other. Of course, Master Shi, you can rest assured. I, Zhou, have never been stingy with my friends. As long as my friends need anything, I will definitely do my best. I will also remember the kindness my friends have shown me. The heavens and the earth are my witnesses to this matter. Master Shi, you can rest assured. The heaven and earth are our witness, so you can rest assured. Whether it is Mr. Shi or Mr. Chenwu, they all want to laugh out loud now. They now understand what it means to overestimate one's own abilities and what it means to deceive oneself. Mr. Zhou is a complete idiot. What's going on? How dare you compete with Shi Xiao for control of the underground world in East Province, bar. Master Qianwu smiled, his smile was full of disdain and sarcasm. Shi Xiao also laughed out loud, as if he had heard some huge joke. This is really disrespectful, but the problem is that in the eyes of Mr. Shi and Mr. Qianwu, the one who is disrespectful is Mr. Zhou. Not only is he disrespectful, but he is simply a clown. Did he really not research everything before coming here? Or did he just not take himself seriously enough? Who is he? He is Master Shi. The young master from the imperial capital, Yi Zhao's subordinate, is the one who can drink and brag with Yi Lang when he sees him. Mr. Zhou, the dragon kingdom that was just defeated by Yi Lang has become famous, and now, you come to me and talk nonsense? Is this too much of an insult to Shi Xiao, or is it that he only remembers eating and not being beaten? Mr. Zhou, are you sure you know what you are saying? Are you sure you didn't drink before you came here, didn't say anything wrong? Before Master Shi could speak, Master Qianwu started to mock him. Mr. Zhou, looking at Master Shi and Master Qianwu who were mocking him, gritted his teeth, but his face remained expressionless. He nodded calmly and said, although I can drink quite a bit, I wouldn't drink so early in the morning. Besides, of course I know what I'm talking about. How could I dare to talk nonsense about such a big thing? 262, Chapter 262, It turns out that I don't know anything. It would be fine if there was no explanation. The more I explain, the more it sounds like a challenge. If it's not nonsense, then it's serious. He knows what he is saying and doesn't dare to talk nonsense. Does that mean he is provoking you? As Mr. Shi's vanguard, Mr. Qianwu naturally knew very well what to say at this time. If we let Shi Xiao do everything, what's the point of having him? Mr. Zhou, I think you still haven't figured out the situation. Although this is not the imperial capital, although it is Dongzhou, and although it is still your territory, Mr. Zhou, this is Dragon Country. Mr. Zhou, I heard you suffered considerable harm in the imperial capital. At the time, Master Shi, and I felt a little sorry for you and considered pleading for mercy, but now it seems our worries were unnecessary. I now understand why you were treated that way. It's hard for you to avoid offending others. Of course, considering that you've been hurt and are probably not in your right mind right now and are feeling agitated, if you apologize to Master Shi and cooperate with him, this matter will be over. Otherwise, Mr. Zhou, it would be a bit tactless. Plead? Hurt? Mr. Zhou frowned slightly. He heard something different in what Mr. Qianwu said. He was indeed hurt, but where did the request for mercy come from? Moreover, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that Master Qianwu and Master Shi did not seem to understand very well what happened afterwards. They only knew that Mr. Zhou was dealt with by Yelang, but it seemed that they were not very clear about what happened afterwards. At this moment, Mr. Zhou didn't bother to refute anything. He just wanted to know quickly whether young Master Shi was really confident or he actually had no idea how much face Yi Xiao had given him. If it was the latter, then he could understand why young Master Shi was so domineering when facing him. But at that time, Mr. Zhou had nothing to worry about. Master Qianwu, the hurt you're talking about is the hurt and humiliation I felt when I was stripped naked by Yelong in the imperial capital and left to be watched by everyone at the gate? Hearing Mr. Zhou say it himself, both Mr. Shi and Mr. Qianwu were stunned. This was of course what they were talking about, but they didn't say it so clearly. Mr. Zhou was not afraid of exposing his own scars and took the initiative to bring it up. It was really hard not to be surprised. Master Qianwu nodded and said, "Could it be that Mr. Zhou has suffered any other injuries? That's something we don't know about, but I think this is already hard to bear. Mr. Zhou, you really have a big heart." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhou spoke directly. "What is this so-called plea? What happened afterwards, including how I came back and how Yelong let me go? Don't young Master Shi and Master Qianwu know?" Upon hearing this, Master Qianwu didn't think much about it and simply smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I did want to plead for you at that time. Master Shi and I also discussed this matter. However, Master Shi has a special relationship with Master Yelong, so he knows Master Yelong best. Under the circumstances at that time, pleading for mercy might have helped you out of your predicament, but the problem is, you've already been humiliated, and there's no way to make amends. It would be better to set up a banquet later, and have you admit your mistakes to Master Yelong in person. Master Shi can persuade you, and then this matter will be over. Mr. Zhou should understand that staying alive is more important than anything else. As for face and other things, they will eventually be regained, but people are forgetful animals. After a while, they will forget everything. Profits are the most important thing. Mr. Zhou. You're fine now, aren't you? You should know that. So, if you cooperate well with Master Shi, you will definitely gain benefits, but the key is to get Master Yelong to forgive you. This is the most important thing. I think Mr. Zhou should know the difference between the two." After these words were spoken, Mr. Zhou and Little Wolf looked at each other. They finally understood what was going on. It turned out that these two people had no idea what was going on afterwards. No wonder he was so confident and arrogant. It turned out he was just ignorant. This made Mr. Zhou completely relieved. He thought that they had some trump card that could help them resist Night Owl's orders, or that Night Owl had changed his mind, but it turned out to be none of the cases. It made me worry for so long. It's really hateful. Mr. Zhou's temper flared up instantly, but he didn't explode immediately. Instead, he calmed down. Who is the joke? It will be revealed soon. Mr. Zhou sat down on the sofa slowly, poured a cup of tea, took 2 sips, and smiled. He looked more indifferent. "I see. Well, it seems I have to thank Master Shi for his kindness. However, I'm sorry, I still can't agree to the conditions. Everything in the underground world of Eastern Province still has to be done by me. This cannot be changed, and it is impossible to change. Of course, I still say that I am also kind and righteous to my friends. Master Shi can cooperate with me, and I will not let him suffer any loss." At this point, Mr. Zhou revealed a hint of a sneer, and looked at Shi Xiao meaningfully, saying, "You are right about one thing. This is not the imperial capital, this is Dongzhou. Of course, although this is Dongzhou, this is also Dragon Country. As for the underground world of Dong Province, how can I, Zhou, be so pure? Behind me, there are naturally other people standing. So, Shi Xiao, think about it carefully. You are not fighting against me, you are fighting against the people behind me. Can you really do this? Threaten? That's right, it's a threat." But before Mr. Shi could say the threat, Mr. Zhou brought it up first. He actually started threatening Shi Xiao? Whether it was Mr. Qianwu or Mr. Shi, both of them suspected that they had heard it wrong. Mr. Zhou, could he really threaten them? Moreover, he kept mentioning the person behind him, which showed that he was a person with a background. Was he using this to threaten Shi Xiao and saying that he couldn't resist? Can someone with such a strong background be stripped naked and thrown out to be humiliated? With such a great background, why not use it in the imperial capital? Young Master Shi really wanted to laugh more and more. Mr. Zhou, are you crazy? Or was he stimulated and became stupid when he was in the imperial capital? Otherwise, would he say such ignorant words? He is Shi Xiao, he has a good relationship with Yi Lang, and he is Yi Zhao's subordinate. Even if Mr. Zhou didn't know these things before, they have just been made clear. Even so, Mr. Zhou still dares to be stubborn? Is this crazy? Or is this crazy? Or is this crazy? Mr. Zhou, I think you are really drunk. Do you know what you are saying and who you are talking to? Let's not talk about anything else for now. Right now, I've already taken over most of the underground world in the entire eastern province. With just this, what can you use to compete with me? As for me, I really don't need to bully you with this, otherwise, it will really make you cry without tears. How about I simply say that if you feel it is not suitable and we can't reach an agreement, then if I, young Master Shi, don't have the face to do so, I will let young Master Yelang talk to you personally. How about that? Shi Shao spoke lightly and pulled Yelang out directly. And Yelang was the one who stripped Mr. Zhou naked and threw him out to humiliate him. But Mr. Zhou's reaction after hearing this was beyond the expectations of Mr. Shi and Mr. Qianwu. Yelang, alright, Master Shi, if you can really find Yelang to come forward, I will really kneel down and apologize to you immediately. However, I'm afraid Yelang has no time to deal with you, and you may not have the chance to see him again. Master Shi, don't you know? 263, Chapter 263. Are you guys so behind on the news? Mr. Zhou has already guessed the truth and really doesn't want to continue pampering Shi Shao. From the very beginning when I came here, he didn't give me any face at all, and now, he is even more rude and sarcastic. Now, he dragged Yelang out to humiliate himself. If you ask Mr. Zhou which name he least wants to hear now, it must be Yelang. No matter whether he has vented his anger or someone has helped him to take revenge on Yelang, he is unhappy and dissatisfied. If possible, he really wants to kill Yelang with his own hands. Only in this way can he relieve the anger in his heart. But Mr. Zhou knew very well that this was impossible. Even if Yi Shao vented his anger for the sake of the face of the Eastern King and the Heavenly Palace, and even wanted to execute Yelang, that was Yi Zhao's own business, he would never hand Yelang over to him for handling, because it also concerned the face of the Yi family and the face of his Yelang. Mr. Zhou knew it very well, so he never dared to mention it from beginning to end. After all, the fact that things had come to this point was already the biggest surprise. Shi Shao kept calling Mr. Zhou Yelang, which completely aroused the brutality in Mr. Zhou's heart. So, he spoke directly and said, if you have the ability, find Yelang. He wanted to see if Yelang was still in a condition to answer the phone. However, his attitude was seen as a provocation by Shi Shao and Qianwu Gongzi. After all, they didn't know what happened later. Young Master Shi and Mr. Qianwu were still looking at Mr. Zhou with shocked eyes, as if they had seen something incredible. Shi Shao even spoke directly, Mr. Zhou, is there something wrong with your brain due to the stimulation? Are you sure you know what you were saying? You want me to contact Yelang directly? You should know what will happen to you if I make this call. Don't think that he can't do anything to you just because you return to Dongzhou. You have to know that he is Yelang. Shi Shao felt that he needed to remind Mr. Zhou that he really felt that Mr. Zhou might have been mentally stimulated, otherwise, how could he say such words? How could he dare to say them? If this gets out, Mr. Zhou will be humiliated again. Mr. Qianwu frowned slightly at this moment. He looked at Mr. Zhou carefully, feeling that something was wrong. Mr. Zhou, are you stupid? Is there really something wrong with the brain caused by stimulation? That's not necessarily the case, it doesn't look like it. But what he said was very confusing. From the very beginning, when Shi Shao mentioned these things to him, Mr. Zhou's eyes seemed to be indifferent, even with a hint of disdain that he didn't notice it at the time, but now thinking about it, it was clearly there. Also, what did you mean by what you just said? What do you mean, if he can contact Yelang, he will immediately kneel down and apologize? What do you mean Yelang may not have time to deal with them? What do you mean, they are afraid that they will never have the chance to see Yelang? These words, in themselves, carry unusual meanings. Mr. Zhou is not a fool. He naturally knows their identities and knows that they are acquainted with Yelang.so, there is absolutely no possibility that he thinks they are bragging. But he still said that. What does that mean? There must be something wrong, they must have missed some link, otherwise, the play would not fit. Young Master Qianwu never thought from the beginning to the end that Mr. Zhou was threatening them. After all, even if he killed them, he would not be able to see Yelang. As long as Mr. Zhou was not stupid, he would know that threatening them here was useless and he could not do it. Then, there must be a problem on Yelang's side. But what could go wrong in Yelang? I have to say that Mr. Qianwu's brain was quite quick, but no matter how fast it was too late in the end. The gap in information meant that even if he remembered these things now, he had no time to investigate anything. And it seemed that he didn't need to investigate. Because Mr. Zhou has already spoken. What's the matter? Does Master Sure really think that I, Zhou, have lost my mind? Of course I know that it's Yelong, but so what? So what? He's already struggling to take care of himself, and it's hard for him to even survive. Is there any point in you mentioning him to me now? Not to mention threatening me with this dying man, Master Sure. I'm seriously starting to doubt whether you're the one with the problem. Don't you have any idea about this huge matter? As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao was stunned, and Master Qian Wu's bad premonition became stronger and stronger. Something happened, something must have happened, otherwise, Mr. Zhou, there is no need to tell such a lie that will be exposed at the slightest touch. Mr. Zhou, what do you mean? What do you mean by dying? Who are you calling mentally ill? Do you really think I can't do anything to you just because we're in Dongzhou? I'll kill you right now, believe it or not. Xiao was still angry, feeling humiliated. As for the other things, he listened and felt that there might be a problem, but he didn't dare to think about the most terrible answer. On the other hand, Master Qian Wu immediately stood up, frowning as he looked at Mr. Zhou and said, Mr. Zhou, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? We still don't know about such a big thing. What exactly happened? Mr. Zhou, please be frank. Whether we can reach an agreement or not, it has nothing to do with any hatred. We are still friends, so please speak frankly if you have anything to say. Mr. Qian Wu felt that something was wrong, so Mr. Sure could say it absolutely. But he couldn't at first. If the worst result really happens, it would be like a dumb person eating bitter herbs, with no way to express the pain. When Master Sure wanted to say something else, Master Qian Wu looked at him, shook his head, and said, Master Sure, let's listen to what Mr. Zhou has to say first. Xiao frowned, then said in a cold voice, alright, then let's hear what he has to say. If he doesn't have a convincing explanation, I'll let him explain it to Yilang himself. Then, you can't blame me. Mr. Zhou smiled faintly, as if he had already won. He looked at Xiao and said calmly, I just said that there's no way I can explain this to Yilang. He can't even protect himself, so what's there for me to explain to him? Just now I thought you knew everything. Now it seems that you are really too isolated from the news. Now it has spread throughout the entire dragon country. Don't you know? Master Sure, aren't you from the imperial capital? How could you not know? Besides, aren't you following Master Yi Xiao? How could you not know? I said Yelong couldn't protect itself. Do you think I was joking? Since you know that something happened to me and that I returned safely, have you ever thought about how I came back? Master Sure, isn't your heart a little too big? If I tell you now that the person who wants to execute Yelong is Ye Xiao, what will your reaction be? When these words were spoken, Xiao and Mr. Qian Wu were both stunned. Their hearts told themselves that this was absolutely impossible, but looking at Mr. Zhou, who was so confident, they felt an indescribable sense of unease. And the next second, Mr. Zhou's words made them completely unable to sit still. If I tell you that Yi Xiao executed Yilang because of what he did to me, would you be even less convinced? Unfortunately, this is the truth. 264, Chapter 264. The Shocking Reality. Mr. Zhou's words were like a bolt from the blue, making it hard to believe. Is it possible? How is this possible? However, with such a confident look and the answer being known with just a simple check, was there really any need for Mr. Zhou to lie? What exactly happened? Imperial capital, what on earth happened? Xiao's body trembled involuntarily. He couldn't believe it, because if this was true, it could only mean one thing: Mr. Zhou's background was much deeper than he had imagined. But why would Yelong humiliate him like this? That's right, as if he had grabbed the last straw, Xiao immediately looked at Mr. Zhou and asked, Mr. Zhou, is this kind of joke necessary? If what you said is true, then Lord Xiao is even going to punish Yilang for you, or even execute him. Not to mention how ridiculous this statement is. Even if it is true, then can you explain why you are still stripped naked and walking on the street in the imperial capital? How do you explain it? Looking at the still unyielding Xiao, Mr. Zhou shrugged calmly and said, is there anything to explain? The answer is very simple. Yelong didn't know my identity, and when I told him, he didn't believe me. So, at that time, I was isolated and helpless, and could only let him slaughter me. But, since you all know how I was treated, do you think Ye Xiao would not know? Do the forces behind me also not know? Once they found out, it goes without saying how furious they were. After all, I was their messenger, and there are only a few people in this world who would dare treat their messenger like that. So, I've told you everything that happened next. As for whether you believe it or not, why don't you just make a phone call and check? You'll know everything then. Not afraid of investigation, only if you have enough confidence will you not be afraid of investigation, and there is nothing wrong with what Mr. Zhou said. Indeed, it is not impossible for Yelong to do something impulsive without knowing the background. Young Master Shi glanced at Master Qianwu, who immediately understood what was going on and left to make a phone call to verify. During this period, Shi Shao had been observing Mr. Zhou's expression, trying to see any panic or nervousness in it, but he was disappointed. Mr. Zhou had always been very calm and not nervous at all. While he was not nervous, the one who was nervous was Shi Shao. Less than a minute later, fifth young Master Qian came over with a complicated expression, even a hint of fear. He looked at young Master Shi, nodded, and said, Mr. Zhou, you didn't lie to USI in the end. Master Shao gave him enough face, everyone involved was punished. As for Yilong, young Master Yilong's situation is unclear for now, but it seems he has been arrested. I heard that the situation is probably not good. After hearing the answer, Shi Shao's body trembled involuntarily. He didn't expect that it was actually true. Before Mr. Zhou came, he was still laughing at this clown, saying how he overestimated his own abilities and how he was adding to people's amusement. However, just a few minutes later, everything changed drastically. The clown was not Mr. Zhou, or rather, Mr. Zhou, the clown, was eventually crowned by someone else, while Mr. Shi spoke nonsense in front of Mr. Zhou, and it seemed that he was the clown. But Master Shi was no ordinary man. After taking a deep breath, his entire face was filled with a smile. He said with an active smile, it seems I am truly ignorant. I never expected Mr. Zhou to have such a profound background and to be so highly regarded by Mr. Shao. I would like to apologize to Mr. Zhou and ask for your forgiveness for my disrespect just now. Being able to bend and stretch is actually a common thing for Shi Shao. The bigger the family, the more they understand this principle. Although they are sometimes arrogant and cannot stand the existence of ordinary people, the distinction between classes is engraved in their bones. They know very well who they can provoke and who they cannot provoke. Now, Mr. Zhou has become someone that young Master Shi cannot afford to offend. What can he do? What else can he do? Shi Shao knew best the relationship between Yi Xiao and Yi Lang, but Mr. Zhou's background could actually make Yi Xiao give up Yi Lang directly and even impose the most severe punishment on Yi Lang, and it was very likely that Yi Lang would be executed. This was not just because of his powerful background. If Yilong can die, then Shi Shao can die even more easily. At this moment, Mr. Zhou looked at Mr. Shi calmly, seemingly neither angry nor furious. It's not a matter of forgiveness or non-forgiveness. In this world, respect is earned through strength. Ignorance is not blame. Now that Master Shi knows, I think we can continue our previous topic. As for what I should say, I've said it all. Master Shi is also very clear about my purpose. Whether we can be friends or not depends on what Master Shi wants. These words, when spoken just now, were excessive, exaggerated, and funny, but now that they were spoken out, Shi Shao could only hold his nose and bear it, because this was a threat. But, just because of one sentence, just because Mr. Zhou is extraordinary now, does young Master Shi have to give away everything that is already within his reach to others? All he needs to succeed is the east wind. How could he be willing to do so at this time? He gritted his teeth, thought for a while, and said, Mr. Zhou, can we discuss this matter again? It's not that I don't want to be friends with you, but the underground world of East Province is very important to me. I have become a joke in the Bai family, and I urgently need this matter to prove myself. So that Mr. Shao will look upon me with new eyes, and in exchange for my future prospects. Mr. Zhou has such a strong background. Why bother with such a small matter? Moreover, I can promise Mr. Zhou that I will not occupy the underground world of East Province for too long. Once I have shown my merits to Mr. Shao, I can give this place to Mr. Zhou. What do you think? If all else fails, we can take a step back and form a two-king situation in the underground world of East Province. Since I am not from East Continent, I will leave. So, in fact, Mr. Zhou is still the master. Is this okay? This is Mr. Shi's greatest sincerity, and it can even be said to be a compromise. As long as Mr. Zhou is not too aggressive, this condition should actually be agreed to, because no matter what, the underground world of East Province will ultimately belong to Mr. Zhou, and young Master Shi has even prepared everything for Mr. Zhou. Unfortunately, Mr. Zhou couldn't agree. Because he is no longer the Mr. Zhou before he went to the imperial capital, and Mr. Shi is not qualified to ask him to give him so-called face. Looking at Master Shi, who was looking at him earnestly, Mr. Zhou shook his head lightly and said, I'm sorry, I can't agree to this, but I still say that if Master Shi is willing to be friends with me, I can help you avenge Master Shi. So, Master Shi, you should carefully consider my suggestion. The underground world of East Province is mine, and only mine. No one can take it from me. 265, Chapter 265 The Speed of Changing Faces. Shi Shao believed that he had shown his utmost sincerity, and could even be said to have compromised and given Mr. Zhou enough face. He has said this, Mr. Zhou, you should at least consider it, right? What's the result? Mr. Zhou, without even considering it, just said it in a domineering manner, no. Moreover, these words were really too arrogant. What did he mean by that? The underground world of Eastern Province belonged to him and could only belong to him, and no one could take it away from him? Is it necessary to say this so absolutely and domineeringly? In short, Shi Shao was very unhappy after hearing this, and felt that his face had been completely torn apart by Mr. Zhou. But Master Shi is not without temper. He had already thought about it. The reason why Yi Xiao could give Mr. Zhou such a big face was naturally the face of the people behind Mr. Zhou. However, would he really pay such a huge price just to give face? There must be a deeper meaning behind this. Shi Shao is very clear about Night Owl's actions. He will not do anything that does not benefit him. Besides, who would Night Owl be afraid of? Would you be so scared that you would give up resistance without even fighting, which would be so shameful? No, absolutely not. There must be a deeper meaning. Moreover, in the imperial capital, it was Yelong who was wrong after all. But in Dongzhou, what did he, Shi Shao, do wrong? Perhaps, this is still an opportunity for Night Owl to find revenge and regain his face. Thinking of this, Shi Shao was silent for a moment, made up his mind, looked at Mr. Zhou, and decided to show his hand. Mr. Zhou, aren't you being too absolute? I know that Master Shao has given you enough face, which is why you are so fearless. However, don't forget that the face Master Shao gave you was not for you, Mr. Zhou. Similarly, it was because Yelong was wrong first that Master Shao acted like this, but now, I, young Master Shi, have done nothing wrong. If you think that you can bully me to this extent just because of the face Master Shao gave you before, then, I'm sorry, your wishful thinking is probably wrong. You may not know Master Shao very well, otherwise, I don't think you would have done this. Master Shao has never been a coward. You may not be familiar with Master Zhao's experience and methods. He gives you face, so you accept it. But if you think that you can act recklessly and not take Master Shao seriously just because he gives you face, or in other words, because he gives face to the people behind you, then you are a little too arrogant, Mr. Zhou. Shi Shao looked at Mr. Zhou with cold eyes and said these words indifferently. Here in Dongzhou, I've almost finished my work, and now you come here to pick peaches and threaten me. You're in the wrong first, and now you're bullying me. Do you think Mr. Shao will still tolerate you? I advise you to think it over carefully, otherwise, I'm afraid that the face you just regained, Mr. Zhou, will be lost the next time you turn around. That would be really ugly. According to what you said, Master Shao even executed his own cousin in order to give an explanation to the people behind you. Do you think Master Shao is angry now, at this time? Are you sure you want to take the initiative to provoke Master Shao and give him the opportunity to retaliate? After Shi Shao finished speaking, he felt that he had almost won the battle. He is not talking nonsense, this is what he believes to be the truth. Can Night Owl feel happy? After suffering such a huge loss, doesn't he want to get back at her? Of course, Mr. Zhou's background is so profound that he could make Night Owl suffer such a huge loss. It is so terrifying that one can only sigh. But, Night Owl, when have you ever been afraid? Mr. Zhou looked at Mr. Shi, was silent for a moment, and suddenly smiled. Mr. Zhou, do you dare to look down on Yi Xiao? The answer is of course no. Even though Yi Xiao gave him a lot of face, and even executed his own cousin to let the people behind him vent their anger, Mr. Zhou is not a fool. This itself has other plans. As for what they are, Mr. Zhou cannot know. He had no chance of getting involved in the game between bigwigs of this level. He dares to provoke Night Owl? To be honest, even if he had 10 times more courage, he would not dare to do it, but he dared to come here to ask Shi Shao for the control of the underground world of East Province. The reason was that this was promised by Yi Xiao himself, so how could he offend him? Master Shi, don't worry, I respect young Master Yi Xiao just as much as you do. I would never offend young Master Yi Xiao. Young Master Yi Xiao has given me such a great honor, so of course I know how to be grateful. So, what I want to tell you is that you may have misunderstood something. It's true that I, Zhou, want the Eastern Province underground world, but I, Zhou, am just an agent. I think young Master Shi should be able to guess who owns the Eastern Province underground world. Moreover, I know what young Master Shi is worried about. What if I tell you that these are all allowed by young Master Yi Xiao? He really doesn't know what you're doing in Eastern Province, but he promised me personally that I will control the underground world of Eastern Province. This is the territory of the people behind me. If young Master Shi doesn't believe this, you can ask young Master Yi Xiao in person. I won't use this matter to joke with you, and I won't falsely convey the imperial edict. After all, I can't afford this crime, and I don't dare to bear it. Oh, by the way, the reason I came to you so quickly, Master Shi, is because of what Master Yi Xiao said. He said he has a subordinate in Dongzhou and asked me to come to you if I need anything. Master Shi. Now, do you want to continue discussing this topic with me? As soon as these words came out, Shi Xiao's face turned pale. This was the situation he was most afraid of facing, but now, it has become a reality. If what Mr. Zhou said was true, no, he could already confirm that what Mr. Zhou said was indeed true, then next, he could do nothing but cooperate. He couldn't do it, after all, he didn't dare to disobey Night Owl's orders. But I'm not willing to give up. I really can't accept it. Shi Xiao smiled bitterly, shook his head somewhat sadly, and said, Mr. Zhou, there's no need to verify the truth. I believe you won't use this matter to deceive me. Since Master Xiao has given the order, I will naturally obey. I just feel a little regretful. It's a pity that I can't take revenge personally. Relax. Seeing Shi Xiao accepting his fate, Mr. Zhou laughed, stood up and patted Shi Xiao on the shoulder. At this moment, it seemed as if he was the one in power. Master Shi, why are you so depressed? Who said you won't have a chance for revenge? I've said before that I, Zhou, am a friend, although I can't hand over the underground world of East Province to you personally. Since we are friends, we have a common enemy. As a friend, how can I let him down? As for the Eastern Province underground world, at Mr. Bai's birthday banquet, you are still the boss. Of course, after you have taken revenge, this underground world will still be handed over to me. There is no other way, but I think that my friendship with the people behind me is more important than the Eastern Province underground world. Mr. Zhou's words stunned Shi Xiao for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. When there is no choice left, the current choice seems to be the best. Moreover, what Mr. Zhou said was correct. Compared with the control of the underground world of Eastern Province, the most important thing is to gain the friendship of Mr. Zhou and the people behind him. Mr. Zhou has such a strong background that even Night Owl gives him face. One can imagine how terrifying the existence behind him is. If one can gain the friendship of such a person, or even a little bit of goodwill from him, the benefits in the future will be limitless. Even if it doesn't work, the friendship with Mr. Zhou as my agent will be a great help in the future. I'm afraid Mr. Zhou's future is as promising as one can imagine. How to choose seems to be self-evident. 266, Chapter 266 Yi Tianqi's Other Identity. After thinking this through, Shi Xiao immediately stood up, extended his hand, and said with a smile, Thank you very much, Mr. Zhou. I apologize for my poor hospitality just now, please forgive me. Mr. Zhou, wait a minute, if you're not in a hurry, have something to eat here. We can eat and talk while we're drunk. He who knows the times is a hero. Mr. Zhou laughed heartily and also stretched out his hand and shook Shi Xiao's hand. Rather than having one more enemy, having one more friend is the right thing to do. What's more, this friend has a very strong background. I do want to, but the matter of the underground world in East Province has not been sorted out yet. Time is running out, and it must be resolved. I think we should wait for another day, after I have dealt with the underground world in East Province. I will come and get drunk with Master Shi again. Mr. Zhou now knew that young Master Shi had already controlled most of the underground world in East Province. But he still said this deliberately, because there were some things that could only be said by young Master Shi. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Master Shi burst into laughter and shook his head, saying, If that's the case, then there's no need to bother. Mr. Zhou, the problem has been resolved. Everything in Eastern Province is now under control. Of course, there may still be some changes at the Bai family, but even if there are, they're not a big deal. Besides, such a change may not happen. With Bai Yilong in power, old Master Bai has been deprived of his power. Bai Shuqing may not be reconciled to this, but Fire Snake will ultimately support old Master Bai. Everything is ready. We are just waiting for the birthday banquet to begin. Everything will proceed according to our pace. By that time, Mr. Zhou, you will be the king of the East Province underworld. At this moment, Master Shi no longer regarded himself as the king of the underground world of East Province, but instead praised Mr. Zhou. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhou immediately smiled and gave young Master Shi a thumbs up, saying, Young Master Shi is indeed young Master Shi. He is indeed a capable subordinate of young Master Yi Xiao. He was able to wipe out the underground world of Eastern Province in such a short time. Amazing. I admire you. Okay, in that case, let's not go home until we're drunk today. It's a good opportunity for us brothers to get closer and discuss things. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiao also laughed happily. I looked at the time and it was just past 9 and not yet 10. However, when eating and drinking, there was no need to check the time. Fifth young master, please tell the chef to prepare the banquet now. All the food and wine must be prepared to the highest standards. I got it. be ready anytime. Mr. Joe and I can have a drink together anytime. I'm so happy to be friends with Mr. Joe. It's my great honor. I can't wait to have a few more drinks. Sher Shao spoke very urgently, as if he had found a brother whom he had not seen for many years, who could not be moved by his happy look. As the saying goes, whether in business or other fields, there are never eternal friends or eternal enemies. Just now the two were at loggerheads, attacking and scheming against each other, but in the blink of an eye, they were as good as one. Let's not talk about what the two people really think, just look at their acting skills. Even if they were ordinary people, I'm afraid they would be able to get along well. The relationship between Sher Shao and Mr. Joe became much closer in an instant, and the two of them almost became good friends who could talk about anything. At this time, Sher Shao couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. What kind of person is standing behind Mr. Zhou that can make Yi Shao make such a big concession, or even compromise? Mr. Zhou, if it's too presumptuous, could you please tell me who the big man behind you is? Mr. Zhou smiled slightly and had no intention of hiding anything. In fact, he already knew everything he should know, and what he didn't know would soon be known. Master Sher, have you ever heard of the Heavenly Palace? Heavenly Palace? When these words came out, Sher Shao was stunned for a moment, and Master Chen Wu was also stunned for a moment, and then the pupils of both of them began to tremble. Others might not understand, but how could they not know that the power of Tiangong was not only well known, but also terrifying to the point of making people despair? Mr. Zhou was very satisfied with the looks from young Master Sher and Mr. Chen Wu. He nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Behind me is the most powerful person in the Heavenly Palace right now, His Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King. King of the East. The leader of the 4 heavenly kings in heaven, he is the most powerful and strongest person in heaven since the 10th king abandoned the throne and left Emperor Tian. No wonder." Sher Shao's eyes were burning with anger. He was completely convinced. No wonder Yi Shao would compromise. If it was the Eastern King of the Heavenly Palace, then it wouldn't be surprising. Although Sher Shao believed from the bottom of his heart that the King of the East might not be able to scare Yi Shao, but who would be willing to sit idle and provoke such a powerful enemy? And if they could become friends, the benefits brought would not be as simple as 1 + 1 being greater than 2. No matter who chooses, they all know how to choose. So, Mr. Zhou actually has such a great god standing behind him. No wonder. I'm so sorry, so sorry. Mr. Zhou smiled slightly and said, "Young Master Sher, we are all brothers now. There is no need to be so polite. In the future, there will be a lot of cooperation between His Excellency Dong Tianwang and young Master Yi Shao. When the time comes, it will be time for us brothers to make great plans. So, you understand?" As if he had seen the future, Sher Shao's eyes also shone with light, and he immediately nodded and said, "Then I hope Brother Zhou will give you a lot of support when the time comes." From Mr. Zhou to Brother Zhou, this simple title brought the relationship closer. Mr. Zhou laughed heartily and nodded, saying, "It's not about promoting each other, it's just helping each other. On my side, I also need Mr. Sher to say a few good words to Yi Shao. Later, when Mr. Sher reports to Yi Shao, please tell Yi Shao that I have already done what he asked me to do. It's settled. I've already passed the message to Yi Tianqi." As soon as these words were spoken, both Master Sher and Master Qian Wu became confused. What was going on? How come Yi Tianqi was dragged into this again? What does this have to do with Yi Tianqi? Moreover, what Mr. Zhou said is not simple. Yi Shao specifically instructed Mr. Zhou to pass on the message to Yi Tianqi after he came back. That means Yi Shao knows Yi Tianqi, but how is this possible? At this moment, Master Sher and Master Chen Wu looked at each other, both of them feeling inexplicably uneasy. They had been thinking of targeting Yi Tianqi before, but now Yi Tianqi had made an appointment with Yi Shao, and was even personally conveyed a message. This relationship was clearly not simple, and it seemed that they had known each other for a long time. But if Yi Tianqi and Yi Shao really had a relationship, their plan would be in vain. Not only that, what they should be thinking about now was how to ask for Yi Tianqi's forgiveness. Brother Zhou, you just mentioned Yi Tianqi, the miraculous Dr. Yi Tianqi. Does he know Master Shao? Mr. Zhou glanced at Sher Shao and chuckled. "Yes, I do know him. Sher Shao should know him too. Why, don't you know?" Sher Shao showed a bitter expression. How could he not know? Of course he knew, but could this understanding be the same as Yi Zhao's? However, before Master Sher could speak, Mr. Zhou revealed a look of sudden enlightenment and said with a smile, "Oh, I almost forgot. Master Sher might only know his identity as Yi Tianqi. Master Sher might not know his other identity yet. If I tell him, Master Sher might recognize him." As soon as these words were spoken, Master Shi and Master Chen Wu looked at each other. They had not expected that Mr. Zhou would say such a thing, and they had not expected that Yi Tianqi actually had another identity. Besides, no matter what, as soon as the other identity is revealed, young Master Shi should know, what is this? Brother Zhou, could it be that Yi Tianqi has another identity? Mr. Zhou smiled playfully, looked at Master Shi, and said, Master Shi, as the eldest son of the imperial capital, haven't you ever heard of the former noble son of the Qi family, Qi Tian, the exiled immortal? 267, Chapter 267 How could he be Qi Zixian? Not to mention the imperial capital, even among the upper-class people in the entire Dragon Kingdom, who would not have heard of the noble young master of the Qi family who created miracles. Although he seemed to have disappeared in recent years, but 10 years ago, the name of Qi Tian Qi Zixian was not only well known, but also godlike and holy. People did not even dare to envy him when they looked up to him. Master Shi, how could you not have heard of it? Not to mention him, even his entire family was probably not worthy of even being noticed by others back then. I have heard of him, but it is impossible to know him. He, young Master Shi, knows the strength of his family. However, now he heard this name again, and when Mr. Zhou said this, he mentioned Yi Tianqi's other identity. An ominous premonition instantly occupied Shi Shao's heart. I can't believe it, I can't even think about it, but it seems like it is the fact. That's true. How many people can have Night Owl deliver a message personally? The noble young master of the Qi family is definitely one of them. But, Yi Tianqi is the exiled immortal of heaven and earth. This is too unbelievable, too incredible. Not only young Master Shi, but even young Master Chen Wu couldn't help but tremble at this moment. If Yi Tianqi was just a miracle doctor, then everything would be fine, but if Yi Tianqi was actually Qi Tian, then it would be a completely different matter. One is in heaven and the other is in hell, and they cannot be compared at all. Mr. Zhou, you are saying that this Yi Tianqi is Qi Tian, the Qi Tian of the Qi family back then, right? But, how is that possible? Isn't he dead? It's been so many years, how could he still be alive? Shi Shao was a little bit unbelievable. It was hard for him not to be shocked by this matter because of Qi Tian's identity and because they had actually offended Yi Tianqi. Master Qian Wu was also trembling. If this was true, could he still survive? Stealing other people's talents. He was cuckolded, just thinking about it. He felt that it would be better to end it now, otherwise, when others had time to deal with him, he would not dare to imagine what would become of him. Young Master Chen Wu had also heard about the deeds of the noble son of the Qi family. Not only was he so talented that he overwhelmed his peers, but he was also extremely capable. The key point was that no one had ever said that the noble son of the Qi family was a kind-hearted person. Falling into his hands, especially if you have a deep hatred for him, is no different from going to hell. Mr. Zhou had expected the reactions of Mr. Shi and Mr. Chen Wu. To be honest, when he first knew that Yi Tianqi was Qi Tian, his reaction was not much better than these two. Of course, he was not very afraid at first. He actually didn't know much about Yi Tianqi's past. When he found out later, he was not too afraid. After all, behind Mr. Zhou stood the King of the East. What was there to be afraid of? But it's different for Master Shi and Master Chen Wu. These young masters from wealthy families can all be considered as Qi Tian's contemporaries. It's not just them who have been suppressed by Qi Tian 10 years ago, but even their fathers. At that time, Qi Tian was less than 20 years old. Yi Xiao is crazy enough, and Yi Xiao is also despairing enough, but if people are honest, Yi Xiao is still far from the prestige of Qi Tian. This is the fact. Mr. Zhou smiled slightly, nodded, and said, yes, Yi Tianqi is the once famous noble son of the Qi family. Why, Master Shi, Master Chen Wu, do you really need to be so scared? Now, it's not 10 years ago, this noble son of the Qi family has become the miraculous Dr. Yi Tianqi. You don't need to be so scared, do you? Mr. Zhou said it lightly, but Mr. Shi and Mr. Qian Wu were not listening. They wanted to not be afraid, but this fear seemed to be engraved in their bones, and it was difficult not to be afraid. Just like facing a natural enemy, this is their instinctive reaction, and they don't want to do it. Mr. Zhou, you don't know, forget it. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Only those who have experienced it will understand. I want to know now, what did Mr. Xiao say to him? Could it be that Mr. Xiao still intends to be friends with him? If so, I better go and apologize to him as soon as possible. From these words, it can be seen that Shi Xiao was really frightened and stunned, otherwise, it would be impossible to think about it. After all, he has followed Yi Xiao for so long. How could he not know what Yi Zhao's attitude towards Yi Tianqi is? To put it bluntly, there is clearly no deep hatred between them, but Yi Zhao just hates him to the core. He even forced Tang Qingyu to marry him for this purpose. All this was just to disgust Yi Tianqi, abuse Yi Tianqi, and step on Yi Tianqi. So, friends, is it possible? Mr. Zhou laughed when he heard it. It seems that young Master Shi, young Master Qianwu, and Yi Tianqi have some conflicts. It's true, although Yi Tianqi was once very powerful, he is now in decline, but his temper is still so bad, let alone you. I am also very angry with him. I originally wanted to save his face, but unfortunately, he insisted on seeking death. So I can't blame others. Master Shi and Master Qianwu, don't worry, Master Yi Zhao has no intention of making friends with this GUI. In fact, if it weren't for teaching Yi Tianqi an unforgettable lesson, he would have already taken action. I dare to speculate that Master Yi Zhao's intention is probably to make fun of Yi Tianqi while also achieving his own goals. However, no matter what, friends will never become friends. Please rest assured about this. Of course, since Master Yi Zhao is not taking action now, and we can't reveal his identity, so we can't do anything unnecessary. Otherwise, if we ruin young Master Yi Zhao's plan, I'm afraid we can't afford it, right? When Master Shi and Master Qianwu heard that Yi Zhao not only had no intention of becoming friends with Yetai Ningqi, but even planned to plot against Yi Tianqi, they were extremely happy. This was the best outcome, otherwise, they would not only be embarrassed. Now that Night Owl has taken action, there is no need for them to be afraid of Yi Tianqi. Of course, having said that, Night Owl is Night Owl, and they are themselves. The fear engraved in their bones still exists. Fortunately, they don't have to face Yi Tianqi now, and they don't have to reveal his identity. This is the best result, otherwise, they might not be able to act at all. Yes, Brother Zhou is right. How could we ruin Master Zhao's plan? Everything should be done according to Master Zhao's wishes. We will do whatever he says and thinks. In short, we must not ruin Master Zhao's plan. It's just right. We don't need to see Yi Tianqi these 2 days. In this way, we will just follow Brother Zhou's instructions. This way, nothing will go wrong. This is the result Mr. Zhou wants to see. Although young Master Shi and Master Qianwu had just verbally agreed to something, it was hard to say whether they were unwilling to do so, but now that Yi Tianqi's identity as Qi Tian had been revealed, young Master Shi and Master Qianwu had no time to hide, let alone think of coming forward to cause trouble. This is a big trouble. If you are not careful, people may die. Yi Tianqi is still pretending now, but if they expose him, he will be furious and will probably take action against them. It is conceivable that he must not get involved in this trouble and must not be the first to get involved. 268, Chapter 268 Life or Death, Your Choice. Young Master Shi and Mr. Qianwu wanted to find out more about this matter, although they didn't want to face it, it would never hurt to know more. Just at this moment, the chef came over and said that it was time to eat. Although they say the meal is ready, in fact, the appetizers are already prepared, but you will have to wait a while for the hot dishes. Shi Shao looked at Mr. Zhou and smiled. Brother Zhou, let's eat and talk anyway. Now that you're here, I feel more confident. You still need to give me some advice on what to do, otherwise, I'll always feel uneasy. Young Master Shi now puts himself in a very humble position. No matter whether it is Yi Zhao's face-to-face instructions, Mr. Zhou's terrifying background, or the fact that Yi Tianqi is Qi Tian, young Master Shi has no choice. He doesn't know as much as Mr. Zhou. He can only listen more. If it doesn't hurt, it will be a good thing. As for other things, I don't dare to think too much about it for the time being. Mr. Zhou, on the other hand, really enjoyed this feeling. He didn't hesitate and sat directly in the main seat, enjoying the flattery of Mr. Shi and Mr. Qianwu. The little wolf found an excuse and left temporarily. Mr. Zhou didn't mind letting Little Wolf sit and eat together, and of course, young Master Shi and Master Qianwu didn't dare to raise any objections, but since Little Wolf didn't want to, they couldn't say anything. What's more, whether it was Mr. Zhou, young Master Shi, or Master Qianwu, the concept of hierarchy in their minds had never changed. Even though Xiaolang is Mr. Zhou's trusted and beloved general, he is still a subordinate after all. It is not that a subordinate cannot sit at the same table and eat with the boss, but it depends on the occasion. At least, considering what they were going to talk about next, it wasn't appropriate for Little Wolf to stay any longer. After Xiaolang left, he walked directly to the side of the road and called Yi Tianqi immediately. Call it betrayal or selling out, Xiaolang no longer cared. It was true that he was Mr. Zhou's man, but all he could do now was to try to behave better and better so that he could have more weight in front of Yi Tianqi, or in other words, he could make Yi Tianqi show mercy and remember his kindness more. In this way, perhaps in the future, when dealing with Mr. Zhou's problems, he could handle them as appropriate, and as long as he showed a little mercy, Xiaolang would be satisfied. After receiving a call from Xiaolang, Yi Tianqi did not go anywhere. He said he was going to rest, and he really was resting. It seemed that nothing had anything to do with him. Seeing the call from Xiaolang, Yi Tianqi answered and said calmly, "At this time, if you let your Mr. Zhou know that you are in contact with me, aren't you afraid that he will be angry?" When leaving, since Mr. Zhou took Little Wolf away, he obviously felt that there was no need to be hypocritical with Yi Tianqi. It was inevitable that Little Wolf would be unhappy if he contacted him privately again. When Xiaolang heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Please stop joking. Even if Mr. Zhou is unhappy, I still have to call you. I know that I have no say in matters between you bigwigs, but I can only do what I think I can do. Mr. I want to tell you that what Mr. Zhou said to you before was all instructed by Yi Xiao, but Yi Xiao has no plans to do anything. I'm not sure what his specific plans are, but I think you can guess. Also, Mr. Zhou is currently with young Master Shi. He has also told young Master Shi and Mr. Chen Wu your identity. Of course, they won't leak any information. It seems your identity is still kept secret, and they dare not disclose it, but I always feel that the more this is the case, the more serious the conspiracy against you is, so I must remind you." For Yi Tianqi, Xiaolang's reminder was actually a fact he had guessed a long time ago, so there was nothing to be surprised about, let alone worried about. From Mr. Zhou's behavior after he went to the imperial capital and came back, he knew what Yi Xiao wanted to do. And his identity could definitely not be concealed. Of course, Night Owl did not take direct action. Obviously, he wanted to play a game of cat and mouse, or a teasing game, but it was hard to say who was the cat and who was the mouse. It was only a matter of time before Qi Tian's identity was revealed. Even if others didn't reveal it, he had no intention of keeping it secret any longer. He had already contacted the person he should contact, or rather, the person who should contact him would contact him in the next 2 days, if nothing unexpected happened. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. This is not just true for others, but also for him, Yi Tianqi. If it weren't for some special circumstances, there would be no need to go through so much trouble, but since he wants to play, then just have fun and see who will kill whom and who will drive whom crazy. Yi Tianqi was of course aware of what the little wolf was thinking, but he still couldn't promise the little wolf anything. The only thing he could do was to let the little wolf live if he didn't want to die. But if the little wolf insists on being Mr. Zhou's loyal and filial son and protecting him with his life, there is nothing we can do. Perhaps, fulfilling his wish would not be a bad thing. That's right, Yi Tianqi has never said that he is a kind person. He is a good man in the eyes of many people, but in the eyes of his enemies, Yi Tianqi is the most terrifying and cruel person. Perhaps, he had been kind before, so kind that even when facing the enemy, he left many ways of retreat. He was even so kind that he was unwilling to take anyone's life. In the end, he knew better than anyone what happened to him. Therefore, the fact that he can still stick to his original intention and not go crazy is because Yi Tianqi is sticking to his conscience and bottom line. Otherwise, the world would have been turned upside down, and the enemies of Dragon Country would not have been safe and sound. So many years have passed. Yi Tianqi sighed slightly in his heart, and said calmly to the phone, "I know all this, Xiaolang, thank you very much. As for how you make your choice, that's your business. I have said everything I can say and done everything I should do. Sometimes people's fate is predetermined by heaven. Those who commit evil will suffer. You, take care of yourself." After saying that, Yi Tianqi hung up the phone. There is nothing more to say. He can't make any promises to Xiaolang, and there is no need to make any promises to him. He, Yi Tianqi, is not that kind of pushover. At this moment, after Yi Tianqi hung up the phone, Xiaolang stood there blankly, with a trace of despair in his eyes. He knew that Mr. Zhou might not survive. Whether he could survive or not did not depend on others, but on his own thoughts. He did not blame Yi Tianqi, nor did he have the right to blame Yi Tianqi. Others had done their best for him, and had even given Mr. Zhou more than one chance. It was Mr. Zhou himself who did not cherish it. But he also knew that he could not persuade Mr. Zhou because they had different perceptions. Especially now that Mr. Zhou has established a relationship with Yi Xiao and has the support of the big tree of Tiangong, he is in high spirits and full of energy. How could he be afraid of Yi Tianqi? Even if Yi Tianqi is Qi Tian, so what? Now, it's not 10 years ago. The little wolf looked back at Mr. Zhou with a somewhat sad expression, revealing a helpless and bitter smile. It's his own fault. One decision can lead to heaven or hell. And Yi Tianqi, at this moment, is also facing a choice, or rather, waiting for a choice. 269, Chapter 269, The Horrible Violent Agency, the Secret Investigation Agency. Just when everything was slowly becoming turbulent, a certain house in the imperial capital of Dragon Country was on high alert. Various armed personnel, armed with live ammunition, set up a cordon hundreds of meters away from the house. At the same time, a large number of people were also on guard, both openly and secretly. It can be said that the security level here is beyond people's imagination. It is no exaggeration to say that not even a fly can fly in. There are only a few people in the entire Dragon Country who can possess such a high level of alert. And here is the residence of the only person in the contemporary Dragon Kingdom who can compete with the royal family, the head of the executive yuan and the Grand Secretary. At this moment, there were only 3 people sitting in the study of the mansion. One of them was an old man sitting behind the desk. He had a kind face, but was full of majesty. He was the current Minister of State. As for the other 2 people, although they were in casual clothes and their identities were unknown, one could imagine the status of those who could enter this study and communicate face to face with the Minister of State. Qi Tian has appeared. Although I always knew where he was unwilling to come out and join the army. I could do nothing about it, but now, it seems that a turning point has come. Mr. Ming, I'd like to trouble you to go and talk to him in person. The man known as Elder Ming nodded silently and said, I can go, but I'm not sure I can convince him. You know his temper very well, that he was unruly and unwilling to be tied down back then. 10 years have passed, but I still doubt he'll be willing to come out and help. Obviously, those present here all knew Qi Tian, or even had contact with Qi Tian, and otherwise, they would definitely not say such words. The Minister of Political Affairs smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, it's not 10 years ago now, but he's now using the alias Yi Tianqi. This is a new life, and he won't refuse. Of course, if he refuses, then we can find another way out. He has actually been changing over the years, and now, he needs our help, or rather, he needs the help of Dragon Country. Give him the position of Chief of the Secret Investigation Council. I think he will be satisfied. Also, promise him that neither I nor the Executive Council will restrict him. That he only needs to fulfill his duties, and everything else is up to him. The head of the Secret Investigation Institute, when the other 2 heard about this position, their faces became a little shocked. As for the others, they didn't seem that important. In fact, not many people know about the Secret Investigation Office. It can even be said that there are very few people who know about it. However, those who know about it are very clear about the scope of the Secret Investigation Office's power. A series of terrifying powers such as intelligence, interrogation, arrest, assassination, espionage, subversion, supervision, etc. are all concentrated in him. It can be said that the Secret Investigation Agency is a collection of all the dark sides of all intelligence agencies, violent agencies, spy agencies, etc. throughout history. The power is so great that it is unimaginable. It is even enough to collect intelligence on the governor and people at higher levels, to try and arrest them, and even to execute them first and report later. However, although the Secret Investigation Bureau was finally established after many twists and turns, it has always been able to handle minor matters and has been more active overseas due to the lack of a strong leader and the opposition from the royal family and many powerful people. Once the Secret Investigation Bureau is controlled by a powerful person, this terrifying monster-like violent organization will make everyone tremble in fear, and will become a sharp blade hanging over everyone's neck, ready to be cut down at any time. When the Minister of State said that the Secret Investigation Office would be handed over to Yi Tianqi, both people present knew what kind of bloody storm and turbulent waves this terrifying and violent organization would stir up. First Master, are you really going to hand over the Secret Investigation Office to him? Wouldn't that give him too much power? Moreover, once the news gets out, there will be endless voices of opposition, and all kinds of obstructions will follow. That's right, First Master, the matter of the Secret Investigation Office is of great importance. Do you really want to hand it over to him? Even its own people are opposing it, so you can imagine how huge the power of the Secret Investigation Office is. Although many people now look down on the Secret Investigation Office, which has been established for more than 10 years, and have never taken it seriously. However, when this violent organization begins to truly operate, all those who underestimate it will be crushed. The Chief Secretary smiled slightly and said softly, the Secret Investigation Office can only be handed over to him. If I hand it over to someone else, I won't be able to control it. Besides, I'm worried this organization has gone through many twists and turns since its inception. 10 years have passed, and it has almost disappeared from everyone's sight. Now is the time for it to shine as it deserves. I know what you're worried about, and I know you're afraid he'll get out of control, but I can tell you that he'll be fine. As for why, you'll understand as you watch. As for the so-called obstacles and difficulties, since the Secret Investigation Bureau has been handed over to him, then these are things he should face. If he can't even break through these difficulties and obstacles, then he is not qualified to lead the Secret Investigation Bureau. At the same time, he will not be the Chi-Tian we are familiar with. In that case, it is not worth our effort. Just do as I say. I believe that soon, the situation will be different. Besides, we don't have much time left. When they heard that time was running out, they both looked at the chief minister with sad faces. He was probably not going to be able to hold on for much longer. At the same time, there is another reason, which is about the royal family. That's right, the biggest threat to the executive yuan now is the royal family. It is true that Longhua belongs to the royal family, but the state council is also in charge of Longhua now. He controls a lot of power, but the current royal family has long been dissatisfied with this situation and has been trying every means to take power back from the executive yuan and let the imperial power completely rule the Dragon Kingdom again. This is something that the Minister of State and others do not want to see. It is not just a question of imperial power. More importantly, if the current emperor is not restrained, the consequences will be unimaginable. The chief minister sighed, waved his hand, and said, "Go ahead, get ready. There's still time, there's still time." Elder Ming and another old man bowed slightly to the chief minister and then left the room. The Minister of State, sitting at his desk, sighed softly and said, "I know you won't let me down, but I'm sorry to have you shoulder such a heavy burden, but for the sake of Dragon Country and its billions of people, I can only ask you, to continue to endure the injustice. My time is running out." Soft sighs filled the study. At this moment, in Dongzhou, Yi Tianqi was in his room. He was also waiting for the arrival of people from the State Council, waiting for the delivery of the appointment letter. He had already decided to step into this circle, and he could only step into this circle. If he had a choice, he actually didn't want to enter, but it seemed like he had no choice. This time, it is not just for himself. Also, as the old man in the study said, he cannot let go of the hundreds of millions of people in the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Tianqi sighed softly and said to himself, "The ordinary days are gone forever. Can my shoulders bear it? Mr. Qin, I want to repay your kindness, but this burden is too heavy, too heavy." 270, Chapter 270 The Unknown Secret. There are many things and many secrets that probably no one knows except the parties involved. Even if they do know, they are only a few in number. Old Qin is the current Minister of Government. The story between him and Yi Tianqi cannot be explained in just a few words. However, it is an indisputable fact that in a sense, Old Qin is Yi Tianqi's savior. It's just that outsiders don't know. Yi Tianqi, if it weren't for Old Qin's help back then, not only would he have lost his life, but he probably wouldn't have been able to get the so-called 10th throne later. These are all other matters. Therefore, Yi Tianqi was willing to repay Mr. Qin to the best of his ability, and he also wanted to repay him, but there were some things that he had not considered clearly, simply because some responsibilities were too heavy. This is not comparable to his announcement that the Heavenly Palace would not enter the Dragon Country, and even that he had protected the people of the Dragon Country abroad for many years, including doing some things for the Dragon Country. But now, Yi Tianqi seems to have no choice. Sighing softly, Yi Tianqi looked at the picture on his phone, and the content of the picture was exactly the diagnosis. The diagnosis of an incurable disease and the imminent death was given to someone who was none other than Old Qin. This was one of the important reasons why Yi Tianqi had to agree. He didn't want Mr. Qin, who had worked hard all his life, to end up unable to close his eyes. Of course, there is another reason, that is, Yi Tianqi doesn't know whether he is sure that he can help Mr. Qin cure this almost fatal disease. But how can he know if he doesn't try? He may not be sure that he can cure Old Qin, but he is actually sure that he can make Old Qin suffer less, and even extend his life for a period of time. That he is sure of this. The key to the problem is that if he doesn't agree, Mr. Qin won't let him treat him, which is very helpless. So this is one of the reasons. Then, let's give it a try. I've thought about it over the years and have made up my mind. The ordinary days have passed. It's time to meet the people I should meet and to settle some things. The Yi family, Yi Shao, the Tang family, the Qi family, and even other overt and covert forces. Since you are coming, then come together. So what if it's the royal family? Yi Tianqi seemed to have figured it out. His thoughts became clear. and he became a little different. Just as the storm was about to break out and all parties were preparing, an uninvited guest appeared in Dongzhou. The people who came were none other than Yi Tianqi's ex-mother-in-law and ex-brother-in-law. These two people have already arrived in Dongzhou, but they didn't tell anyone because they were afraid that they would not be allowed to come. But now that we are here, we can't go back. Lin Duokai looked at his mother and said, "Mom, call my sister, or call my wife. We've already arrived in Dongzhou, they can't possibly chase us away." Hearing this, Mother Lin nodded and said, "Drive me away? Impossible, that no one can drive me away, but don't call me your daughter-in-law all the time. Although we have already agreed on Sun Xiaoya, nothing is confirmed yet. We can't go too far. Although we don't need her now, we will still need her in the future. Also, it's hard to say who will be your daughter-in-law in the future. Although Sun Xiaoya is a good person, she is quite ambitious. I'm still a little worried. Whether she can be my daughter-in-law depends on her performance." Lin's mother is now very confident, even conceded. Sun Xiaoya and Lin Duokai haven't done anything yet, but she has started to find fault with them. Of course, all of this was just previous exploitation. He used Sun Xiaoya to exchange Yi Tianqi's paintings for valuable real paintings, and then took the money out. He then made a promise that as long as she was with Lin Duokai, Sun Xiaoya would be the head of Qingyue Group in the future. All this not only harmed his own daughter. Now, she felt a little regretful. This kind of person's credit or selfishness was also counted. Lin Duokai looked unhappy at the moment. Of course, he had not recovered yet, and his face still looked particularly ferocious. "Mom, what are you talking about? I don't want to. Sun Xiaoya is my wife. We have already agreed on this. Besides, you know that Sun Xiaoya knows the most about my sister's group. If she doesn't help us, no one else will. Besides, we need her for business operations. Mom, I want Sun Xiaoya. I want Sun Xiaoya." Lin Duokai is the treasure of their family. In comparison, Lin Qingyue really seems like a found child. Mother Lin looked at her disappointing son, sighed, and said, "Why did I give birth to such a disappointing thing like you? It's just a woman. As long as you have money and become the owner of Qingyue Group, are you still worried about not having a wife?" What he said was true, but Lin Duokai has been coveting Sun Xiaoya for a long time. Especially after she agreed to marry him, Lin Duokai could not sleep at night. All he could think about was Sun Xiaoya's beautiful face and hot body, especially when she was wearing a professional suit. The lines on her body made him swallow his saliva just thinking about it. "Then I don't care. I want Sun Xiaoya, Mom. Anyway, I want Sun Xiaoya. Without Sun Xiaoya, I won't get married." Lin Duokai made his mother so angry that she wanted to hit him, but she raised her hand but couldn't bear to do it. Helpless, he could only shake his head and say, all right, got it. Don't act so useless, okay? Even if I let you and Sun Xiaoya be together, you can't call her wife, at least not now. If you call her that, and your sister finds out, it will be difficult to deal with. Lin Duokai heard this and she nodded and said unhappily, "My sister is just not close to us. She gives money to outsiders instead of to us. If we take her Qingyue Group in the future, she can't blame others. This is all her own fault. And that bastard Yi Tianqi, I heard he's also in Dongzhou. But no, Mom, I want revenge. I must take revenge. I'm disfigured now. I absolutely won't let him go." When it comes to Yi Tianqi, the mother and son have reached a consensus and have the same target of hatred. "Don't worry, son, I will definitely avenge you. No one can stop me." "Well, forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Call Sun Xiaoya first. You can't call your sister directly. You must contact Sun Xiaoya first and tell her that we came to Dongzhou to seek medical treatment. Don't let anything slip. Dongzhou has a good doctor and a good secret recipe that can make you get better as soon as possible." Just based on this, I don't believe it. Does your sister dare to send us back? If she really dares to do so, I dare to slap her in the face. After saying that, Mother Lin snorted coldly, took out her cell phone and called Sun Xiaoya. 271, Chapter 271. Your mom is here. At this moment, Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya were in the presidential suite of the Bai family hotel. They also have nothing to do in the next 2 days. After that, they just need to wait for the birthday party to begin, and then everything will be back on track as they expected, and many things will be settled. But now, they didn't dare to contact Shao too much, for fear of alerting him, especially after Yi Tianqi left. The two of them could go out for a walk, but they couldn't contact anyone, as that would cause trouble. Boring for Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya, now is the most boring time. Of course, if you imagine the benefits that will come next, it will not be so boring. It feels good to imagine the future. However, However, the relationship between the two is now at a stage of being neither friend nor foe. In any case, no one trusts the other anymore. A trip to Dongzhou completely wiped out their feelings for so many years in a short period of time. At the same time, it also made both of them see each other's ambitions and indifference. Sun Xiaoya, please find the birthday gift I prepared for Mr. Bai later. I'll see if I can change it. After all, it's a painting worth over 10 million yuan and it's a bit inappropriate to give it to him now. Sun Xiaoya never expected that Lin Xingyue would say such a thing. What do you mean it's a bit out of date? It's obvious that they are reluctant to let it go. This is because he has gained a strong backer. Seeing that Master Shi and Master Chen Wu are mortal enemies with the Bai family, he thinks that he can no longer use the Bai family and that it is not worthwhile to give away the painting for more than 10 million yuan. Karen, you can't be so shameless. It doesn't matter that they change their attitude faster than turning the pages of a book, but the Bai family hasn't fallen yet. Sun Xiaoya had witnessed Lin Xingyue's shallowness and indifference, but she didn't care. After all, it wasn't her who gave the gift, and the painting was given by Lin Xingyue. Even if it was embarrassing, it had nothing to do with her. But the key issue is that this matter is now related to her. The painting, which was worth tens of millions, had been swapped before coming to Dongzhou. Moreover, it was Sun Xiaoya who had been keeping it. She had no explanation now. After all, she had already broken off with Lin Xingyue. So there was no other way, she had to persuade him no matter what. Is this necessary? Although over 10 million is not a small amount, the Bai family has helped you after all. Of course, I know what you mean, but I just think that we shouldn't go too far, just in case. Although young Master Shi and Master Chen Wu are extremely dissatisfied with Bai Yulong, they haven't concealed it from old Master Bai. Don't forget, they still need old Master Bai's internal and external support. Sun Xiaoya began to make excuses. Although they were excuses, they were actually reasonable facts. Besides, if you keep doing this, won't people look down on you? Will young Master Shi and young Master Chen Wu think you're a bit of a traitor? If that impression is left, it won't be a good one. Doesn't it make sense? No, on the contrary, what Sun Xiaoya said makes a lot of sense. That's not how it was done. Lin Xingyue's mind is not very clear now. Since coming to Dongzhou, various things have happened one after another. All her previous ideas have been overturned again and again. Now it's true that Lin Xingyue is a little bit dizzy or not very clear-headed. It's definitely the case that those who are involved are confused. But now that Sun Xiaoya said this, Lin Xingyue thought about it for a moment and realized that it was indeed inappropriate. 10 million is not a small amount, but compared to what you already have or are about to get, it is really nothing. If you create a bad impression or create complications because of it, then the gain will not make up for the loss and you will suffer a huge loss. That's right, Xiaoya, you're right this time, huh? I didn't expect you to remind me. I thought you would deliberately keep silent and laugh at me. It seems that I misunderstood you. Lin Xingyue's words came from the heart. Although she still didn't feel that Sun Xiaoya was very close to her, it was obviously not a bad intention to remind herself about such things. She just didn't know that Sun Xiaoya was afraid that the substitution would be exposed. Otherwise, she would not bother to pay attention to her and would rather she made a fool of herself. Sun Xiaoya was also extremely ashamed. She really regretted reaching an agreement with Lin's mother and Lin Duokai to swap the gifts. Otherwise, wouldn't it be bad to laugh at Lin Xingyue's joke? The more Lin Xingyue makes a fool of herself, the happier she is, and the more beneficial it is to her. Now it really doesn't make up for it. But then again, Sun Xiaoya, is not a fortune teller. How could she have predicted that the situation in Dongzhou would change so drastically? If she could have predicted that, nothing would have happened. He sighed inwardly and was about to speak when Sun Xiaoya's phone rang. When he looked at the phone, he saw that it was Lin's mother calling. His expression changed immediately. Some people really can't help but talk about it. It was my aunt who called. Sun Xiaoya was right next to Lin Xingyue, so there was no way she could hide the fact of the phone call. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyue's brows immediately frowned, and her eyes were filled with impatience. Lin Xingyue knew very well how harsh and mean her family was to her. To say that they favored boys over girls was an understatement. No one would believe that she was picked up. But what can she do? They are her biological parents after all. What can she do? She still has to support them and spend as much money as she wants. She can only hope that they will cause less trouble for her. That would be better than anything else. Why is she calling you? Go ahead and pick up the phone and see what she wants to do. Sun Xiaoya had no choice but to answer the phone. Hello, Auntie, you are looking for me. Sun Xiaoya smiled slightly, but then slowly turned into bitterness as she looked at Lin Xingyue. Lin Xingyue immediately felt that something was not right. What was going on? What's going on? What's wrong? Sun Xiaoya covered her phone and whispered, your mother, and your brother are in Dongzhou. Lin Xingyue was furious when these words came out. She shouted angrily, why come to Dongzhou? What are you doing in Dongzhou? Doesn't he know what's happening to Lin Duokai now? Why are you causing trouble for me? Don't come. Tell them, they are absolutely not allowed to come. There are already enough things going on in Dongzhou. Not only are there many things, but they are also changing rapidly. Even Lin Xingyue is beginning to feel a little confused. At this time, if Lin's mother and others come to Dongzhou, they will only add to the chaos. Maybe I could hide it from others in the past, because it would come, but now, who can I hide it from? Is she planning to let young Master Shi see who are the people in her family, or let young Master Chen Wu see, or should she let the Bai family know? Even if Lin Xingyue didn't mind being embarrassed, she was still afraid of making trouble. So you absolutely cannot come. But Sun Xiaoya looked at Lin Xingyue with a wry smile and said, it's not about whether they will come or not, but they have already arrived. They are now in Dongzhou. Her expression was bitter, but Sun Xiaoya was actually very happy in her heart. Lin's mother was indeed causing trouble, and adding Lin Duokai to the mix made things even more chaotic, but this mess was not hers, Sun Xiaoya's, but Lin Xingyue's. This has nothing to do with her. On the contrary, it allows her to watch a joke. Why should she be unhappy? Only Lin Xingyue's face turned ashen at this moment. Her hands were shaking with anger, and the anger in her eyes could not be hidden at all. Nonsense, what do they want to do? What do they want to do? Give me the phone. 272, Chapter 272. Are you going to destroy me? Lin Xingyue was so angry that her face turned blue. She never thought that even after coming to Dongzhou, her family could still cause trouble for her in just a few days, especially at such a critical moment when she dared not make any mistakes. Lin's mother on the other end of the phone seemed to have heard Lin Xingyue's roar, and her temper was much worse than Lin Xingyue's. Therefore, even without Lin Xingyue picking up the phone, Lin's mother's roaring voice had already reached the ears of Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya through the phone. You heartless girl, did I raise you for nothing? What do you mean by we want to do what we want? We came to Dongzhou for our own business. What do you mean? Dongzhou is run by your family. You can't let us come just because you say so. What do you want to do, you heartless and unfilial girl? Who doesn't have a bad temper? According to normal family relationships, Lin Xingyue is so rich and helps the family so much. Her family members may not praise her to the sky, but at least they won't cause trouble for her everywhere, and then humiliate her in all kinds of sarcastic and harsh ways. After all, although they are children, they are not young anymore. They earn so much money and give so much money to the family, they should be shown some respect. But in the end, there was no such talk in Lin Xingyue's family. Lin's father was a little better, but Lin's mother looked at Lin Xingyue as if she was not looking at her own child. All she thought about every day was taking away everything from Lin Xingyue and giving it to her son Lin Duokai. As for Lin's father, he just watched and didn't dare to say anything. As for Lin Duokai, there was no need to say more. Although he was a little afraid of Lin Xingyue, he couldn't resist the support of his parents. He wished he could take everything from Lin Xingyue in one step. Mom, it's not that I don't want you to come to Dongzhou, but shouldn't Lin Duokai be in the hospital seeing a doctor right now? Why did you all work so hard to come to Dongzhou? I've only been here for a few days, and you dare say you're not here to cause trouble for me. Go back quickly. Go back now. You just want money. Don't worry, I won't let you go short of it. After answering the phone, Lin Xingyue was helpless and had no place to vent her anger. She could only try her best to persuade Lin's mother and others to go back. But it's not that simple, and now that they are here, it's not easy to get them to go back. Lin's mother's dissatisfied voice came again. Lin Xingyue, don't give me that. What do you mean by causing trouble for you? Did we call you? We were afraid of causing trouble for you. That's why we called Sun Xiaoya, and you answered the phone. How can you treat your mother and your brother like this? What do you want to do, Lin Xingyue? You think that just because you have a few bucks, you can disrespect your parents, right? You think that just because you have some achievements, you can abandon family affection and become an ungrateful person, right? I just don't believe it. Someone like you who doesn't even take your parents and brothers seriously and doesn't respect them, how can you possibly have a good ending? Don't mess with me. If you dare mess with me, I'll shout on the street right now about how you, Lin Xingyue from Xingyue Group, are so cruel and unfilial that you even beat and scolded your parents. Believe it or not, I'll find a reporter to expose you. As she spoke, Mother Lin seemed to be afraid that Lin Xingyue would not believe her, so she yelled at her. Everyone, come and see, I gave birth to an ungrateful and unfilial child. He watched his parents and brother suffer, and he didn't do anything about it. She is willing to take the risk. Lin's mother is really willing to take the risk. This shout made Lin Qingyue's veins pop out, his eyes turned red, and his teeth were almost broken. She even wondered what sin she had committed to have such a mother. It would be fine if you didn't help, but there's no such thing as destroying someone. That's right, it's to destroy people. If no one knows about this shout, it's fine, and those who hear it don't take it seriously, but if it gets out, will Lin Qingyue's reputation be ruined? How can a person who is not filial to his own parents and doesn't care about his younger brother be a good person? Yes, Lin Qingyue can explain, but will the countless people in this world listen to her explanation? They will only listen to what they think they should listen to and see what they think they should see, instead of believing your explanation. There are many examples of such injustice nowadays. From this point of view alone, Lin Qingyue was indeed wronged. Okay, stop shouting, where are you? I'll ask Sun Xiaoya to pick you up. If you have anything to say, just say it in person. Also, don't think I'm joking with you again, this is an absolutely critical moment for me. If you mess with me and harm me at this time, not only will my future be ruined, but even the current Qingyue group will probably decline. Even if it doesn't, if you really harm me, I swear, I will directly cut off all ties with you. From now on, don't even think about getting a penny from me. After finishing speaking, Lin Qingyue handed the phone directly to Sun Xiaoya and said through gritted teeth, go and pick them up. Then, he went back to his room angrily. Sun Xiaoya was so angry that she broke out in a cold sweat. She felt lucky that she didn't have such a mother, otherwise, Sun Xiaoya, would have been forced to death sooner or later. Sun Xiaoya took the phone and didn't say much. After asking for the address, she drove directly to pick up the person. Lin Qingyue was so angry in her room that she smashed almost everything she could. She was really fed up with this helpless and devastating feeling. This trip to Dongzhou was too smooth to be true, as she even gained some extra benefits. However, it was not that smooth either. Ye Tianqi alone was enough to upset her, and now, things here were not resolved yet, and troubles at home were coming her way. It would be strange if she was not annoyed. Especially seeing what Lin's mother's behavior was like. She really wanted to ask Lin's mother if she was really brainless. What good would it bring to her if she killed Lin Qingyue? These words that make people feel uncomfortable were heard by Master Shi and Master Qianwu. How could Lin Qingyue still have any image? By then, all her plans would be in vain. This was something she absolutely could not and did not want to see. But now, she can only endure it until they come. Talk first, talk properly. If they can reach an agreement, then everything will be easy to talk about. If they can't reach an agreement, then they can just fall out. She has had enough of this family. However, she cannot be spoiled, nor can she say too much. The more she says, the more she will know how important she is to Lin Qingyue now, and the better opportunity it will be for Lin's mother to blackmail Lin Qingyue. Don't doubt it, Lin's mother will definitely do this. Lin Qingyue can imagine that scene with her toes. At this time, Lin's mother was also indignant. She looked at Lin Duokai with indignation and said dissatisfiedly, "See, this is your sister. What kind of person is she? An ungrateful bastard. I have raised her for nothing for so many years. If I had known earlier, I should have strangled her to death and not let her in." At this point, Lin's mother seemed to suddenly realize something and immediately kept silent. Lin Duokai frowned slightly, looked at his mother, and said, "Mom, what do you mean by that? I understand you want to strangle her to death. But how can you not let her in?" It's no wonder that Lin Duokai was suspicious. Who wouldn't be suspicious? That's not right. You can say you had an abortion because you were pregnant, or you can say you shouldn't have given birth to the child earlier. It's all fine, and you can explain it all, but not letting them in. It doesn't sound like the child you gave birth to after 10 months of pregnancy. Mother Lin gritted her teeth, glared at Lin Duokai, and said, "Alright, I said the wrong thing. Don't ask me anything. And don't say anything. You know what? In short, remember that everything this ungrateful person has belongs to you. This is what she owes us, and that's enough." 273, Chapter 273. Who is your wife? Lin Duokai seems to be not very smart, but this does not mean that he is stupid. If he couldn't understand such a simple meaning, especially since Lin's mother's explanation was worse than no explanation at all, it would make people think too much. If he doesn't understand this, then he is an idiot. Lin Qingyue is not his biological sister? Or at least, she definitely doesn't have the same mother as him? As for whether he is a father, I don't know. But this is enough, and it can prove many things, such as why Lin's mother has not been so friendly to Lin Qingyue since childhood, and why she dotes on him, Lin Duokai, to a level that far exceeds the level of favoring boys over girls. Outsiders feel that Lin's mother treats Lin Qingyue like a stepmother treats her stepdaughter, or the kind of vicious stepmother treats her stepdaughter. It is easy to imagine how the person involved feels. Lin Qingyue became rich and powerful, and her mother's attitude towards her improved a lot, but then what? Lin Qingyue was living a good life, but her mother kept gossiping behind her back, as if she had to force Lin Qingyue to divorce her. Then she started to plot against Lin Qingyue's property. Now, all of this finally had an explanation. It turns out that she is not Lin's mother's biological daughter, so why should she love her so much? She is just trying her best to take away everything that Lin Qingyue has and give it to her own son. No wonder. Lin Duokai didn't know how he felt now. His biological sister of many years suddenly became a different mother from his biological sister. He was a little uncomfortable with it, but to say that he was unhappy, that was not the case. On the contrary, Lin Duokai felt less guilty, and now that she was no longer his biological sister, he didn't feel any burden when taking her things. Besides, I have raised you for so many years, it's time to repay you. You don't have to pay back your life, just pay back the money. At this moment, Lin Duokai and Lin's mother had surprisingly similar thoughts. Mom, I didn't ask anything, I didn't say anything, but I know everything. Before, I thought I was being too harsh on my sister, taking all her things away. Wasn't that a bit too much? But now I think it's only right to take them away. Lin Duokai looked at Lin's mother seriously and said this. Mother Lin was stunned for a moment, then revealed a hint of a sneer and said, "Alright, just keep it a tacit understanding. Remember, don't tell her until the time comes, otherwise, she will be on guard and it will be even more difficult for us to take her property. Son, remember, everything I do is for your own good. I will never harm you." Lin Duokai has truly experienced this. His mother is so good to him that the word spoiling cannot be used to describe it. But at this time, they all forgot a saying, a loving mother often spoils her child, and spoiling her child does not mean it is really good for the child. Not long after, Sun Xiaoya drove up to them. When Sun Xiaoya was in the car, she saw the cunning looks on Lin's mother and Lin Duocai's faces, especially the scar on Lin Duocai's face which had not yet healed. She instinctively felt a little disgusted, but there was nothing she could do. Since she was already here, she couldn't just leave now. If she really left and watched Lin Qingyue make a fool of herself, she would of course be happy, but the problem now was that she really couldn't just sit there and watch Lin's mother and Lin Duokai harm Lin Qingyue. She had to wait until the time came, otherwise, she, Sun Xiaoya, would suffer as well. I sighed and had to pretend. After opening the car door and getting out, Sun Xiaoya immediately put on a smile and said, "Auntie, Duokai, why did you come to Dongzhou? Qingyue was in a bad mood just now. Don't be angry. It's because there are a lot of things going on in Dongzhou, and some things are not going well, so she is not in a good mood, please understand." Hearing this, Mother Lin smiled and nodded, saying, "Xiaoya, you still satisfy me. That damn girl Lin Qingyue is such an unfilial daughter." When her mother and brother came, instead of coming to pick them up personally, she kept asking us to go back, as if she despised us. Humph, raising a dog and expecting it to be grateful and wag its tail is such an ungrateful thing. Does this sound like something a mother would say to her daughter? Sun Xiaoya couldn't help but feel sad for Lin Qingyue. It must be difficult for her to survive with such a mother. Before Sun Xiaoya could speak, Lin Duokai walked over with a similar expression on his face and shouted happily. "Wife, you come to pick me up." As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Xiaoya's face instantly fell. Her mood was not just bad, it was extremely bad. The word wife gave her goosebumps. It was simply disgusting. What kind of person is Lin Duokai, to put it bluntly, not to mention his current injuries? Even when he was not injured, he looked just as so. Moreover, he was uneducated and just wanted to eat and wait for death. He was as bad as he could be. If it were anyone else like him, Sun Xiaoya would not even look at him. As a result, I was blind and confused at the time and agreed to some things in order to find a way out. However, promises can be made, and can I still call you my wife? If others find out, will Sun Xiaoya still be able to live? Duokai, you can't yell like that, I'm not your wife. Besides, if other people hear it, they will misunderstand. Qingyue just mentioned the painting. You'd better restrain yourself, otherwise, it will easily cause trouble. Sun Xiaoya didn't dare to break up with him for the time being, but she still had to give him a hint with words. Lin Duokai immediately became dissatisfied and said unhappily, if she's unhappy, then she's fine sooner or later, this group will be mine. Do I still need to look at her face? Ignorant, idiotic. Sun Xiaoya now felt more and more that Lin Duokai was purely harmed by his mother. How could he be so arrogant? How could he be so stupid? But the group still belongs to Qingyue, she has the final say, understand? After Sun Xiaoya finished speaking, she looked at Lin's mother and smiled bitterly, saying, Auntie, Duokai is young and doesn't understand, but you should understand that at a time like this, you should be more careful with your words and actions. The more you say, the more mistakes you make, and the less you say, the fewer mistakes you make. Otherwise, it's easy to fail. Lin's mother was a smart person. How could she not see the disgust in Sun Xiaoya's eyes? Of course, it was true that Sun Xiaoya looked down on Lin Duokai before, but she had never disdained him so much. It's interesting to see that Sun Xiaoya has changed so much during this short trip to Dongzhou. However, Mother Lin was no pushover. She looked at Sun Xiaoya and said calmly, well, I will educate my son. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble at a time like this, but you, Xiaoya, I think so highly of you, but why do I feel like you don't care about my son at all? There's no one here now, so what if you shout? Even if you can't shout, don't always have a stern face, as if you dislike my son. You have to understand clearly, this is my son, my own son, Sun Xiaoya. Whose family are you eating? Will there be a good result in the future? Do you still need me to teach you? From now on, the group belongs to my son, everything belongs to my son. You'd better remember this, otherwise, if you regret it later, it will be too late. 274, Chapter 274. It's dangerous here. Lin's mother is like this. She can look down on Sun Xiaoya and replace Sun Xiaoya at any time, but why does Sun Xiaoya look down on her son? That was her son, her own biological son. She had held him in her hands since he was young for fear of him falling, and held him in her mouth for fear of him melting. Even when she was the poorest, her precious son never went hungry. How dare you look down on a woman who begs for food under Lin Qingyue? This made Lin's mother very unhappy, extremely unhappy. If Sun Xiaoya was not still needed now, Lin's mother would have turned against her long ago. For Lin's mother, this kind of reprimand was a special favor to Sun Xiaoya. Sun Xiaoya also felt aggrieved and angry. Doesn't Lin's mother know what Lin Duokai is like? Her mother Lin had the nerve to say that. Isn't it just because she thinks the Lin family is rich now? But the problem is, all this money belongs to Lin Qingyue. What does it have to do with Lin's mother and Lin Duokai? They kept saying that the group would belong to them in the future, which showed that they didn't take Lin Qingyue seriously at all. In the past, Sun Xiaoya could still endure such grievances, but now, she is not willing to endure it at all. And not to mention that any big shot picked out from Dongzhou has much more wealth and power than Lin Qingyue. Even if these big shots look down on her, isn't Yi Tianqi 10, 100, or even 1,000 times stronger than Lin Duokai? In fact, there is no comparison at all. In the past, Sun Xiaoya just thought that Yi Tianqi was good-looking and had an attractive temperament, but now she knows clearly that Lin Qingyue's current situation is entirely due to Yi Tianqi's contribution, and Yi Tianqi himself has superb medical skills. The bigwigs all want to give him face. This is why Yi Tianqi doesn't want to make money, but if he did, wouldn't the money come rolling in? No matter how you look at it or compare, Lin Duokai is no match for others. At this time, Sun Xiaoya remembered Yi Tianqi's kindness, and she had not even forgotten that she and Yi Tianqi were nominally in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, although it was in secret. Of course, it was only temporary. She didn't listen to Yi Tianqi's warning at all. After all, what to choose and how to choose seemed to be very simple. Sun Xiaoya had already made up her mind to abandon Yi Tianqi and betray him. However, if she compared him with Lin Duokai, she didn't mind comparing him with Yi Tianqi. However, even though I thought so in my heart, I certainly couldn't say it out loud. After all, they were still in a relationship of mutual benefit. Forcing a smile, Sun Xiaoya looked at Lin's mother and said, Auntie, don't be angry. That's not what I meant. It's just that the matter is really serious now. We can't neglect any of the details, otherwise our efforts will fail. You don't know the situation in Dongzhou, otherwise, you would understand my difficulties. You may think there's no one around, but you don't know that the person walking on the side of the road might be someone's spy. Auntie, I'm not trying to scare you. Dongzhou is in turmoil right now, especially in the past few days. We need to be careful at all times. What Sun Xiaoya said was indeed true. Right now, she and Lin Qingyue might be secretly watched by someone at any time. This was not impossible. However, these words were simply fairy tales to Lin's mother, who came from a small place. They sounded like something out of a spy movie. Could she believe them? She would just think that Sun Xiaoya was trying to scare her and was bragging. Sun Xiaoya, do you think I'm stupid and easy to deceive? Mother Lin looked at Sun Xiaoya with some dissatisfaction. Sun Xiaoya also sighed, shook her head, and said, Auntie, I know you may think it's a bit exaggerated, but this is the truth really, you don't understand the situation, but if you understand it, you will know that what I said is not an exaggeration at all. This is Dongzhou, not our little place, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers here, and all kinds of big figures are here. Moreover, Mr. Bai's birthday party has become a fuse, all parties are secretly competing, Qingyue and I are now involved. It's not certain how dangerous it is for the time being, but it's not an exaggeration to say that if we are not careful, we will get into trouble or even fail. Auntie, please get in the car first. We can talk slowly about what we want to say, after all, we are all in this together. Do you still think I would harm you? If I harm you, I would be harming myself. This sentence is more effective than anything else. Indeed, in a sense, they are in the same boat. If Lin's mother is not well, she can bite Sun Xiaoya. Sun Xiaoya is clear about this, so there is no need to lie to her about this. Mother Lin snorted coldly, then nodded and said, alright, I'll trust you for now. You're so boring. If someone didn't know, they'd think you were up to something big. You're making it all out like a spy movie, so fake, huh? Son, remember this later. Don't make eye contact with Sun Xiaoya, and don't shout anything you shouldn't. At least now is not the time for your sister to find out. Do you understand? Lin Duotsai's eyes were filled with Sun Xiaoya's expression. Upon hearing this, he nodded with some disappointment and said, oh, I see. Afterwards, the two of them got in the car. After getting in, Lin's mother suddenly remembered something. She looked at Sun Xiaoya and said, didn't they say Yi Tianqi also came to Dongzhou? Did you find him? Did you avenge my son? This sudden question left Sun Xiaoya at a loss as to how to answer. If you look for it, you will definitely find it, but if you want revenge, then it is definitely not there yet. But could he tell this to Lin's mother? If he told her, her ears would probably be in for another storm. Sun Xiaoya decided not to say anything. She would not deal with Lin Qingyue's own family affairs and leave it to Sun Xiaoya to worry about. What? However, Sun Xiaoya was almost about to reveal Yi Tianqi's identity and the truth about Lin Qingyue's rise to wealth. She really wanted to see what kind of expression Lin's mother would have when she knew this. They forced the couple to divorce, sowed discord in various ways, and finally went to their homes to drive them away, treating them as trash. Now they suddenly realize that they are not trash, and it has always been these people who look down on others who are trash. Their expressions must be very interesting. However, before Sun Xiaoya could even laugh, she felt depressed. It wasn't just Lin's mother and the others, she, Sun Xiaoya, was also short-sighted. Sun Xiaoya sighed softly, shook her head, and said, Auntie, you should ask Qingyue directly about these things, I'm not very clear. It was perfunctory, absolutely perfunctory. How could Sun Xiaoya not know this since she was with Lin Qingyue every day? Sun Xiaoya, do you think I will believe you? You've been following Lin Qingyue all the time, you know everything she does, how could you not know anything? What do you want to do? You don't say anything when I ask you, are you doing this on purpose? Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoya immediately revealed an innocent expression. She looked at Mother Lin and said, Auntie, you don't know, Qingyue has been a little dissatisfied with me since we came to Dongzhou. I don't know if she heard something or discovered something, but now she's very impatient with me. Just now, before I came here, she asked me about my painting, and I had a hard time getting her to give a perfunctory answer. Tell me, why would I lie to you? You should also be careful. Qingyue is always suspicious now and doesn't trust anyone. Only after the painting was mentioned did Lin's mother let Sun Xiaoya go. After all, she couldn't escape the fact that the painting was swapped. I don't think you'd deceive me. Okay, this damn girl has been like this since she was little, suspicious and trusting no one. Just let her be. I'll ask her in person later. I want to see if she still has me, her mother, in her eyes. 275, Chapter 275. It's my money that wasted. Soon, Sun Xiaoya and the others arrived at the Bai family hotel. The Bai family hotel is considered one of the most luxurious hotels in the entire Dongzhou. There are no such luxurious hotels in the small place where Lin's mother lives, so as soon as they got out of the car, their eyes were wide open. Luxury? What luxury? But when they learned that Lin Qingyue was staying in the presidential suite and found out the price of the presidential suite, they immediately showed a look of pain on their faces, as if the room fee was paid with their own money. However, this is normal. In their eyes, all of Lin Qingyue's property belongs to them, even if it is not theirs now. it will be theirs sooner or later. If Lin Qingyue spends 1 cent, they will get 1 cent less. At least this is how they calculate it. In the elevator, Lin's mother gritted her teeth and said, "That damn girl, it's just a hotel. Why does she have to stay in such a luxurious hotel? You can just stay there, but why stay in the presidential suite? You're crazy. It's so expensive with so much money. Why not spend it on a hotel? What a waste, what a waste." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoya could only reveal a helpless expression. She had a clearer understanding of Lin's mother's selfishness and ignorance. This money has nothing to do with Lin's mother and the others, but they are already feeling sad about it. It's ridiculous. No, I'm going to ask her to change rooms immediately. Money doesn't come from the wind, so don't waste it like this. Sun Xiaoya, you'll be here later. Remember to help me persuade her. If persuasion doesn't work, then I'll just give her an order. As a mother, I wonder if I still have the final say. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoya smiled bitterly and said, "Auntie, how can I persuade Qingyue? You know, I'm not in a good position with Qingyue right now. I don't look happy at all. Even if you ask me to persuade her, I can't do it for you. I think you should just forget it. You're only going to make your relationship worse. Qingyue can still come up with this money, so don't worry too much about it. After all, this money was earned by her, and the group is now hers. If you think of the group as your own now, it might be a bit too early." This was a well-intentioned persuasion. After all, if Lin Qingyue was really angered, she would really turn against him, especially after the experiences of the recent days. Lin Qingyue seemed to have been reborn and become a different person. But the problem is that Sun Xiaoya's persuasion is useless. Lin's mother is also stubborn. She regards Lin Qingyue's property as her own, and she really regards it as her own. She can't just watch Lin Qingyue waste it. What's a hotel? It's just a place to sleep. It doesn't matter where you sleep. Why spend so much money on a presidential suite and stay there for so many days? That money is enough to buy a house in their hometown, or even less. If this isn't a waste, what is? At this time, Lin's mother would not consider at all, nor could she consider that the quality of the residence and the quality of the vehicle sometimes also affect the reputation and strength of a group. Of course, even if she considered moving, she would only think that it had nothing to do with her, but wasting her money was the most inappropriate thing to do. Seeing Sun Xiaoya say that it was a bit too early to regard the group as her own, Lin's mother became angry. "Sun Xiaoya, do you know what you're saying? This group will be mine sooner or later. Don't you know, my own property is being wasted like this, and I can't ask or intervene?" After hearing this, Sun Xiaoya lost all interest in talking to someone like Lin's mother. No matter how much she talked, it would all be nonsense. "Well, Auntie, I said the wrong thing. I just don't want to see any conflict between you and Qingyue. Of course, I may not understand your feelings. Let's put it this way. You can do whatever you want. You are her mother. You have the right to control her and talk to her. Now it's time. Just talk to her directly." As they were talking, they had already arrived at the presidential suite. The door was not closed, so Sun Xiaoya took Lin's mother and Lin Duokai directly in. As soon as they entered and saw the environment, they felt a pain in their hearts again. At this moment, Lin Qingyue was standing in the room. Seeing Lin's mother and Lin Duokai, especially the grimacing look on Lin Duocai's face, she said with a straight face, "Why did you come to Dongzhou if you didn't take care of your illness? Okay, since you're here, I won't say anything. Rest here for a while. I'll arrange a car to take you back later." The man had just walked in and hadn't even had a sip of tea when he wanted to rush people away. Lin's mother and Lin Duokai immediately became unhappy and angry. "What do you mean? Do you really not want to see them? Do you hate them?" "Lin Qingyue, how dare you talk like that? Your brother and I worked so hard to come to Dongzhou. How did we get in your way? This person hasn't even sat down or had a sip of tea, and you're already chasing him away. You're such a filial daughter. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" These words were indeed quite vicious. How could a mother curse her own child like this? But Lin's mother said it casually, and there was no regret on her face. Lin Qingyue gritted her teeth, glared at her mother, and said, "Mom, what do you want to do? Don't you know whether I am filial or not? In the past, how did you treat me? Have you forgotten? But what about me? Have I ever said anything? Even after I had money, I met all your requests, and now, what do you want me to do? Do you have to wait for my death to be happy? I'm asking you why you came to Dongzhou. Shouldn't I ask? Lin Duokai is in such a bad state now. Why did he come to Dongzhou instead of staying in the hospital to get treatment? Tell me, what do you want to do here? Do you want money? Sure, I'll give you whatever you want. If it requires money, then it must be money. How can it be possible without money? Woolen cloth. However, this is not the way to ask for money. Lin Qingyue's disgusted eyes and words that sounded like alms made Lin's mother feel extremely insulted. She felt resentful and thought that everything Lin Xingyue had should belong to her, because this was what she deserved and what she should enjoy since she had raised Lin Xingyue. Lin Xingyue, how can you talk like that? Do you think I'm a beggar or Duokai is a beggar? We want money, that's what we should want. You, Lin Xingyue, have grown up eating nothing but wind. If I hadn't raised you, would you have survived? Now that you've become successful and capable, you can look down on us, right? You think you're rich, okay, if you keep this attitude, I won't stay in Dongzhou anymore. The Bai family is your benefactor, right? Without the Bai family, you wouldn't be where you are today, right? Okay, I'll take Duokai to the Bai family now and have a good talk with them. Let them know your true colors. I don't believe they'll still cooperate with you in business after knowing that you, Lin Xingyue, are such a heartless, ungrateful bastard. After saying that, Mother Lin looked at Lin Duokai and said angrily, Duokai, come with me, let's go to the Bai family. I'm going to risk it all. I don't want this shame anymore. I don't care even if other people know about this family scandal. This was a heavy blow, hitting Lin Xingyue's vital point. If Lin's mother really made a scene at this critical moment, it would be a huge joke. 276, Chapter 276. Let's go begging together. Despite the current situation, Lin Xingyue actually does not expect to continue to be on good terms with the Bai family. After all, she has found a stronger backer, and the Bai family is no longer the same as before. She even went to the Bai family with Yi Tianqi, which harmed Bai Yulong. However, no matter what, she couldn't just watch Lin's mother and Lin Duokai go to the Bai family and talk nonsense. Who knew how harsh her words would be then, and if something happened to Bai Yulong again, she wouldn't be able to explain herself even if she was right. Not only that, young Master Shi and Master Qian Wu don't know about it yet. If they really get away, their reputation will be ruined. Lin Xingyue was now filled with hatred. How could she have such a mother? She even suspected that she had done something wrong in her past life. Who had she offended? Okay, stop it, Mom, that you've ruined me. What good will it do you? Okay, you want to go, right? Then go ahead. At worst, the group will go bankrupt, and I can just start over. Don't blame me for severing ties with you. When the time comes, you won't get anything. If you want to go ahead. Lin Xingyue looked at Lin's mother and Lin Duokai and said with gritted teeth. It was a threat, to be sure, but not all of it was a threat. After all, what she said was true. If Lin Xingyue's reputation is really ruined, everything might be ruined. Then, she will have no choice but to break off relations with him. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother paused. She was trying to scare Lin Xingyue, and was just using this method to tell her that she could not escape from her control. As long as she was her mother, Lin Xingyue had to think carefully. Otherwise, even if they really had a falling out one day, she would definitely be branded as an unfilial child just because she had raised her for so many years. Even if you say there is no impact, Lin's mother won't believe it. But then again, it's just a bluff. There's no intention to destroy Lin Xingyue, so what good would that do her? Lin Xingyue, are you trying to scare me? What, just because I go to the Bai family, can I bankrupt you? Are you kidding me? Lin Xingyue gritted her teeth, finally sighed, and looked at her mother helplessly. Your visit to the Bai family and ruining my reputation won't bankrupt me, but from now on, my Xingyue group will be in serious crisis, and it's very likely that we won't get any business in the future. So tell me, what's the difference between going bankrupt early and going bankrupt later? Besides, you have no idea what's going on right now. I've been extremely cautious these past few days, afraid of making even the slightest misstep. But the situation is truly serious and dangerous. One wrong move could lead to a complete loss. Going bankrupt would be the least of my worries, and even my life wouldn't be safe. You think I'm trying to scare you, but you have no idea. What I'm telling you now isn't an exaggeration. I'm trying to minimize the severity of the real situation. It's 100 times more terrifying than what I've said. You want to die, and I won't stop you, but do you really want to drag me down with you? I, Lin Xingyue, have paid so much, and finally caught up with a good opportunity this time. Perhaps, it will make me more than 10 times stronger than I am now, but you insist on destroying me. Fine, then, I will just consider it as a debt I owe you. Go ahead, at worst, you will have to beg on the streets from now on. After saying that, Lin Xingyue didn't stop him and just sat back on the sofa, saying nothing, and not caring about anything. At this time, Sun Xiaoya hurriedly walked up to Lin's mother and gently advised, Auntie, Xingyue really didn't lie to you. The situation in Dongzhou is very complicated right now. This is an opportunity for Xingyue, but it is also full of crises. At this time, if you really mess with Xingyue, the consequences will be unimaginable. I know you don't believe me, but I'll just tell you a few words, and maybe you'll understand. I am Dongzhou right now. If nothing else, the Bai family is the gathering place for all the powerful, and the Bai family has just completed an internal power struggle, and this is just the beginning. The giants of the East Province underground world have also begun to make their own plans. It is very likely that unimaginable horrors will happen. In the underground world, these people are murderous and ruthless, and can you imagine what kind of people are able to perform on this stage? When Lin's mother heard this, she frowned slightly. Of course she didn't understand. How could she understand these things? But it sounded scary, but she was stubborn and refused to accept it. How can it be so horrible? Your aunt, have seen a lot of things. I've seen hundreds of people fighting and breaking arms and legs. Sun Xiaoya laughed when she heard this, and Lin Xingyue also laughed disdainfully. Yes, in the eyes of ordinary people, this is indeed a grand scene, but this is Dongzhou, and it is Dongzhou where the underground world is about to be unified. Any scene here is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If it really becomes a big scene, it will be much bigger than what Lin's mother knows. Instead of a big scene, the secret contest will be bloody and terrifying beyond imagination. Sun Xiaoya sighed, glanced at Mother Lin, and said, Auntie, in our area, even the most powerful people in the underground world, such as Uncle Bao, you would be a little bit afraid of them, right? Mother Lin was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then nodded and said, this kind of desperado has powerful subordinates, although I'm not afraid of him. It's better not to provoke him if possible. What's the matter? Uncle Bao also came to Dongzhou to participate? When Sun Xiaoya heard this, she burst out laughing. Aunt, Uncle Bao did come to Dongzhou, but it was Qingyue who asked him to come. As for Uncle Bao coming to Dongzhou to participate in such a huge change, then you think too highly of Uncle Bao. As for Uncle Bao, he only showed off a little bit in our area, but when he got to Dongzhou, he had to be careful even with his breathing. Now you understand. So, it's not that Qingyue is angry now, but at this critical moment, if you take a wrong step, all the steps will be wrong. Auntie, Qingyue has fallen. Are you sure you won't be implicated? What she just said was not a lie to you at all, so, if you have anything to say, let's sit down and talk. After saying that, Sun Xiaoya pulled Lin's mother back to sit on the sofa. Lin's mother and Lin Duokai also took the opportunity to sit back down. What else could they do? They could really go out and ruin Lin Xingyue's reputation. That would be a real falling out, and it would not be good for them. Mother Lin snorted coldly, looked at Lin Xingyue, and said, for Xiaoya's sake, I won't go to the Bai family. Since you really have something important to do, I won't cause you any trouble. But now that we're here, we can't just leave. I came for your brother to see a doctor, and you want to drive us away without even asking. Lin Xingyue, you really have no conscience. Alright, I won't argue with you about this anymore. I just want to ask you one question. Where is Yi Tianqi? Where is he? You've been here for so long, and you're capable enough to be involved in such a big thing. But where is Yi Tianqi? Have you found him? Are you going to avenge me and your brother? Lin Xingyue, you have to give me an explanation for this matter. 277, Chapter 277. He is a waste? What about you? Explain? The first thing Lin's mother did was to ask Lin Xingyue to give her an explanation. She had forgotten who started the trouble first. However, now that Yi Tianqi was mentioned, Lin Xingyue had some things to say that she really couldn't help but say. Yi Tianqi is now also a thorn in Lin Xingyue's heart. If she didn't still need him, would she have suffered such great injustice from Yi Tianqi? She had to pretend to act, and had even been scolded and threatened by Yi Tianqi before. She found it unbelievable that she could endure it until now. Without waiting for Lin Xingyue to speak, Lin Duokai finally found an outlet to vent his anger. He pointed directly at his own face and said angrily, Sister, I don't care about other things, but Yi Tianqi must be punished. I want to make his life worse than death. He is a piece of trash. He beat me into such a state. Sister, you can't just ignore it. Waste? Still a waste. Calling him a waste all the time. Lin Xingyue wanted to laugh, although she had been calling Yi Tianqi a waste all the time. Even now, she was still calling Yi Tianqi a waste. However, in her heart, Lin's mother and Lin Duokai were no less annoying than Yi Tianqi, especially now that they were becoming more and more lawless and unscrupulous, which made Lin Xingyue so annoyed that she was almost angry. I've seen Yi Tianqi and was originally planning to deal with him. You can ask Uncle Bao about this. I even had him take him back from Dongzhou and put him in a mental hospital. His end was originally going to be as miserable as it could be, but now, it's no longer possible. If we want to deal with him, we have to wait, at least until after Mr. Bai's birthday party is over. I won't hide this from you. She did not hide anything, and what she said was the truth, after all, as far as Lin Xingyue knew, she had indeed sent Uncle Leopard to capture Yi Tianqi. As for whether it was true or not, at least she believed that Uncle Leopard did not lie to her. But even so, Lin's mother and Lin Duokai were somewhat dissatisfied. What's going on? Everything else needs to wait, but now he's even waiting to deal with him near Yi Tianqi. What's he trying to do? Is there still some lingering affection? Lin Xingyue, what do you mean? You've already captured Yi Tianqi, why are you letting him go? And you're saying you have to wait until after Mr. Bai's birthday party before you can deal with him? What excuses are you making? Do you need to wait so long to deal with a piece of trash? Yes, sister, a loser like Yi Tianqi, a small fry, can be easily dealt with. Why are you waiting? Tell me, after meeting him, do you feel some regret or lingering feelings for him? I don't care, sister, you must help me get revenge. Look at what he did to me. Do you still want to remarry him? Lin's mother and Lin Duokai spoke one after another, which made Lin Xingyue frown. He doesn't know anything and just knows how to give orders blindly. If things were really so simple and easy, would she, Lin Xingyue, have endured Yi Tianqi for so long? But it doesn't matter. If they don't know, then let them know. They call me trash all the time, and act superior all the time. They even look down on her, Lin Xingyue, and bully her however they want. Let them know that they are the frogs in the well who know nothing. Oh, a nobody, trash, although I no longer have any feelings for Yi Tianqi, and I am even filled with hatred and anger towards him. Why do you keep calling him trash? You took care of him without any effort, and you still dare to question me? Since you are so powerful, why don't you do it yourself? Why are you looking for me? You all know who you rely on for everything you have now, right? You also know that this family is supported by me, Lin Xingyue, right? So I advise you to think carefully about your attitude and words when you talk to me next time. Otherwise, if we really fall out, it will not only be hard for me, but you will also have a harder time than me. We're all family. Ask yourself, how much have I been wronged and bullied over the years? I won't mention it, and I haven't made a fuss about it. I've given you everything I deserve. Have I ever treated you badly? But what about you? You keep getting worse. What do you think of me, Lin Xingyue? Don't push me, please don't push me, otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you, just take care of yourself. Lin Xingyue had been holding back her anger for a long time, and now, as if she had found an outlet, she let it out directly. When you can no longer bear it, there is no need to endure it. What about your family? If you make things clear, you can still live a good life and save everyone's face, but if you continue like this, Lin Xingyue is not a kind-hearted person. Lin Xingyue's outburst confused both Lin's mother and Lin Duokai. What did they say? Nothing else was said. It was just about dealing with Yi Tianqi. Lin Xingyue, is it necessary to have such a big reaction? They had mentioned it before, but they hadn't seen this kind of reaction from Lin Xingyue. This made them think that Lin Xingyue and Yi Tianqi might have an unclear relationship again. How can this be possible? This is absolutely not possible. Lin Xingyue, what are you doing here? Your brother and I haven't said anything else. Why are you speaking on Yi Tianqi's side now? Not only that, but you are also so angry with us. Are you taking this opportunity to vent? Or are you getting involved with this loser again? I tell you, absolutely not. Don't even think about having the slightest relationship with this loser in this life, otherwise, your family will never agree. Looking at Lin's mother who didn't understand anything, Lin Xingyue sneered, you think too much, Yi Tianqi and I will never be together in this life, forget it, I tell you, you don't understand, so let it be. I know what happened. It will be resolved in a few days. If you don't want to leave, stay in the hotel for the next 2 days. I'll ask Shoya to book a room for you, but you are not allowed to go out. This was said as if they were imprisoned. Mother Lin said angrily, Lin Xingyue, who are you looking down on here? Don't give me any useless talk. I just want to ask you, why did you change your mind about such a loser? And you said you still have feelings for him, then tell me why, on what basis? Okay, you won't do it, right? Then I'll do it. I just don't believe it. How much effort can be wasted on cleaning up such a worthless piece of trash? Lin's mother's words made Lin Xingyue smile. What an arrogant person. If possible, Lin Xingyue really doesn't want to care and let them fight to the death, but, no, one move will affect the whole body, and she can't let Lin's mother ruin her plans. Okay, if you want to know, I'll let you know about it's just the right time to see what your expressions will be. Waste, ha, what if I tell you that Yi Tianqi is not someone you can just move around with your words? What if I tell you that the waste in your eyes is actually a miracle doctor with miraculous medical skills that can bring the dead back to life, known by many important people? What if I tell you that even the old man of the Bai family was cured by Yi Tianqi, and that I have achieved what I have today all these years thanks to the Bai family's gratitude to Yi Tianqi? Who do you think is the loser? 278, Chapter 278 There must be a disaster behind hiding. This may be what Lin Xingyue least wants to face, and it is also the thing that she cannot accept the most after knowing it. Her attitude towards Yi Tianqi became increasingly indifferent, angry, and full of hatred. In fact, this was most likely the reason. If Yi Tianqi was really just a waste, it would be fine, but it turned out that he was not. If he was not, then Lin Xingyue would become a joke. The person she looked down upon turned out to be the one who gave her everything. How could she accept this? The feeling of wanting to dig 3 feet into the ground and bury her head in the earth almost made her collapse. She could only use more extreme methods to force herself to forget all this. Yi Tianqi is still a waste, yes, a waste, because she, Lin Xingyue, has already far surpassed Yi Tianqi, and the Bai family, which may be Yi Tianqi's biggest backer, will soon be solved by Shi Shao. What else is there for her, Lin Xingyue, to care about? She is the one who is successful and high-ranking, not Yi Tianqi. She has achieved everything by herself, not Yi Tianqi. This is a fact, and it must be a fact. But this fact that even Lin Xingyue couldn't accept, how could Lin's mother and Lin Duokai possibly accept it? So, when Lin Xingyue said this, Lin's mother and Lin Duokai were shocked at first, and then they showed an expression of absolute impossibility. Ha, Lin Xingyue, you're really capable. You're just trying to piss off your mom, so you're saying all sorts of nonsense, right? But even if you're lying, can't you find a more reasonable lie? What is Yi Tianqi, a miracle doctor? How dare you ask that? He looks so cowardly. If he were a miracle doctor, your brother and I would be billionaires. It's ridiculous. Apart from being a lazy doctor who is honest and lives a simple life, does Yi Tianqi look like a doctor in any way? Alright, Lin Xingyue, I think you're really confused by your anger. You're bragging too much about him saving the old man of the Bai family. I can see that you're either really confused by your anger, or you still have feelings for this loser and have hooked up with him again, right? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Don't say it's not true. Even if it is true, so what? I said he was useless, and he is useless. He has been useless for so many years. He is a miracle doctor with such great abilities. Why is he hiding it? Is there something shameful? If not, why is he hiding it? Haven't you ever thought about it? It's fine if it's fake, but if it's true, then his actions can only mean one thing. His identity as a miracle doctor can't save him at all. He must be burdened with something more serious, something that's enough to cost him his life. That's why he's hiding and refusing to reveal his true abilities. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it. So, he's just a waste. Even though he's a miracle doctor, he's still a waste, and a waste who might have caused a disaster. I have to say that although Lin's mother is not clear-headed and is very selfish, she is very decisive when it comes to matters involving her own interests. She almost made it happen with just a few words. Lin Xingyue, who originally wanted to refute, was stunned for a moment after hearing what Lin's mother said, and then looked at Sun Xiaoya. Sun Xiaoya was also extremely confused. Although she didn't want to admit it, it seemed that what Lin's mother said made sense. Otherwise, why would Yi Tianqi, who has such great ability, choose to hide? This is totally unreasonable. There must be some reason that they don't know about, and Lin's mother's guess does make some sense. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. However, now is not a good time to analyze this. If there is a bigger disaster behind Yi Tianqi, that would naturally be a good thing. Let's see how he can show off his power. Of course, it seems unnecessary after all. As long as the birthday banquet begins, Yi Tianqi's good days will be over. Okay, stop analyzing. The situation is exactly as it is now. At why Yi Tianqi can't be moved now because he's still useful, but I can guarantee that as soon as Mr. Bai's birthday banquet begins and everything is arranged here, Yi Tianqi's good days will be over. By then, he will have his due and it's only a few days away. Why are you so anxious? This sounded quite pleasant to the ear, and Mother Lin nodded. Then she frowned and looked at Lin Xingyue, saying, you said Yi Tianqi is a miracle doctor. Is this true? There was nothing to hide. Lin Xingyue nodded and said, Old Master Bai had a difficult and complicated disease back then. Many so-called famous doctors were helpless. It was Yi Tianqi who cured him. This is a fact. Otherwise, why do you think Old Master Bai is grateful to him? Also, from what I know, there shouldn't be only Mr. Bai. His medical skills are indeed better than many others. What, you still want him to treat you? You're overthinking it, not to mention that you want to kill him now. I think if he sees you, he'll want to poison your medicine. Speaking of this, Lin Xingyue's eyes were a little gloomy and a little angry. The current Yi Tianqi is no longer the honest man who said nothing before. He even dared to threaten me. It can be said that we have completely torn our relationship apart. So, if you really think you can threaten him or control him, you are completely wrong. Upon hearing this, Mother Lin frowned and gritted her teeth, saying, I'm not seeing him for any serious illness. but the wound on your brother's face needs to be addressed. It was originally caused by that bastard Yi Tianqi, and there's a high probability that scars will remain. I can't say he's completely disfigured, but he'll definitely be somewhat disfigured. Your brother is still young, and I don't want him to have a face full of scars in the future, can I? You think I did we really come to Dongzhou just to cause trouble for you? I tell you, no, it's because the medical level here in Dongzhou is better than that at home, so I have to give it a try. But now, you say Yi Tianqi's medical skills are very advanced, even worthy of being called a miracle doctor. Can't you think of a solution? Let him prescribe some medicine to treat him, but he is still fine now. Isn't that the greatest tolerance for him? It can't be that he really can't do even such a small thing, or is unwilling to do it. It sounds so simple. Lin Xingyue really wants to refute Lin's mother, but she knows very well that if she refutes Lin's mother without even trying, who knows what trouble this person will cause. She is a daughter, bullshit. She is not even treated as an adopted daughter, but Lin Duokai is their biological son, the blood of their life. For Lin Duokai, Lin's mother can do anything. What's more, although Lin Xingyue hated her mother and Lin Duokai, she felt a little reluctant when she thought about how her younger brother had once been very close to her. I can't promise anything. I can only say that I will try my best. Don't get your hopes up too much. Hearing this, Mother Lin immediately smiled and said, just give it a try. I believe you have a solution. So hurry up and don't delay. The doctor said that the sooner your brother's facial injury is treated, the better the effect. If you really put it off until the end, even plastic surgery might not be very effective. Seeing Lin's mother's impatient look, Lin Xingyue knew that she couldn't delay for even a minute. Frowning, Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya and said, call Yi Tianqi and ask him to think of a solution. These words made Lin's mother stunned. Lin Xingyue didn't fight herself, but asked Sun Xiaoya to do it. What was going on? How could she know that, in name only, Sun Xiaoya was actually Yi Tianqi's woman? 279, Chapter 279. You are his lover? Why did you ask Sun Xiaoya to call Yi Tianqi? Can she convince him? I think you should make this call yourself. Otherwise, with Yi Tianqi in his current state, who knows if he will give you face? Mother Lin frowned slightly. After all, this concerned her son's injury, and she didn't want any accidents to happen. Although she looked down on Yi Tianqi and thought that even if he was a miracle doctor, he was just a man seeking fame, she actually knew that Lin Xingyue was unlikely to fool her with such things, so it was possible that Yi Tianqi really had some skills. Yes, sister, you are not angry, so you are deliberately perfunctory to me, right? You should go and talk to Yi Tianqi. If he doesn't agree, you can still threaten him and let Xiaoya make this call, but that's not enough. Looking at Lin's mother and Lin Duokai talking non-stop, Lin Xingyue sneered. It's really like two different things when you need people and when you don't. It's not their fault, because they don't know the specific situation at all, but it seems that there is nothing to keep secret. At least, in front of Lin's mother and Lin Duokai, she feels that it makes no difference whether to keep it secret or not. Besides, Xiaoya? Why did this name sound so intimate? As soon as she entered the room, Lin Xingyue had noticed that there was something wrong with the way Lin Duokai looked at Sun Xiaoya. Was there something going on that she didn't know about? You're overthinking it. Yi Tianqi and I are actually sworn enemies. We can't even talk to each other properly. We're just pretending to be nice to each other for the sake of the big things to come, but since Sun Xiaoya is calling, I'm sure Yi Tianqi will definitely give her face. She's much more powerful than I am. These words made Lin's mother and Lin Duokai confused. And no matter what, it was impossible for Sun Xiaoya to have such great strength in front of Yi Tianqi, right? These two people didn't get along well before, and now they should only dislike each other even more. Where does the question of face come from? Sun Xiaoya guessed what Lin Xingyue wanted to say at this time. Her face changed and she quickly said, Xingyue, what are you talking about? Hearing this, Lin Xingyue smiled and said, what are you afraid of? It's okay to hide it from others. After all, it's what the situation requires, but there's no need to hide it from my mother and Duokai. Besides, the fact that you and Yi Tianqi are lovers can't be hidden for a few days. As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Xiaoya hadn't noticed that Lin's mother and Lin Duokai were about to jump up as if they had heard some earth-shattering news. Moreover, their expressions were extremely ugly, especially Lin Duotsai's. His expression was so green, as if he had been betrayed by his own woman. In fact, in Lin Duotsai's view, although he has not had any formal relationship with Sun Xiaoya is already his woman. Even if she is not now, she will be soon. But now his woman has become someone else's lover? Moreover, this person is Yi Tianqi, the person he hates and despises the most. How can Lin Duokai accept this? Impossible, this is nonsense. How could Xiaoya be the lover of a loser like Yi Tianqi? He is just a loser. Even if Xiaoya was blind, she would never choose him. Lin Duokai seemed to have received a great shock. After yelling at Lin Qingyue, he looked at Sun Xiaoya with red eyes and said anxiously, Xiaoya, you say, this is not true. You can't possibly like that loser Yi Tianqi. You say, hurry up and say it, this must be fake, right? Before Sun Xiaoya could speak, Lin Qingyue frowned and sneered, Lin Duokai, what are you yelling about? Whether Sun Xiaoya is Yi Tianqi's lover or not is none of your business. Besides, you keep calling me trashed. I've already told you that Yi Tianqi is not trashed. Trashed, he's a famous miracle doctor. How can you be so embarrassed to call him trash? When Lin Qingyue called Yi Tianqi a waste, she really had no psychological burden at all. However, when she heard a man who was uneducated, idle, and waiting to die say that, she really felt that Yi Tianqi was wronged. At least, Yi Tianqi is really capable, but what do you, Lin Duokai, have? Apart from the help of my family, I have nothing else. Even so, you dare to look down on others? And these words also touched Sun Xiaoya's heart deeply. If she really had to choose, she would rather be with Yi Tianqi and absolutely would look down on Lin Duokai. There is no comparison at all. Whether it is appearance, figure, ability, or anything else, Lin Duokai is more than one level lower than Yi Tianqi. I don't know where he gets his confidence from. Of course, she could think so in her heart, but now, Sun Xiaoya didn't dare to say it directly. Seeing that Lin Duokai was so anxious that he was about to cry, Lin's mother was also in a bad mood. No matter how inferior her own son was, in her heart, he was the best. It was not someone else's turn to humiliate him, not to mention that he was someone she looked down upon. That's enough, Lin Qingyue, Sun Xiaoya, you better explain this to me clearly. I don't care if Yi Tianqi is a miracle doctor or a loser, you must give me an explanation for this matter. Sun Xiaoya, when did you start hooking up with Yi Tianqi? Don't you know what kind of person Yi Tianqi is? And you, Lin Qingyue, you're really promising. Your subordinate and best friend is your ex-husband, and your enemy is your lover, and you act like nothing happened. Should I call you stupid or a coward? Seeing that Lin's mother was getting more and more outrageous, Lin Qingyue was not angry at all. Instead, she became more and more curious. This is really a bit unreasonable. Even if Yi Tianqi and Sun Xiaoya are really together, the reactions of Lin's mother and Lin Duokai are too much. They can just laugh at them or do something else, but it seems like betrayal no matter how you look at it. Lin Qingyue narrowed her eyes slightly and revealed a hint of a sneer. Sure enough, if there is something shameful, they will hide it from me. It doesn't matter to me, but you guys, don't you think you're being too nosy? What does it have to do with you whether Sun Xiaoya and Yi Tianqi are together or not? You just want Yi Tianqi to treat Lin Duocai's injury, right? Does the rest have anything to do with you? Why do I feel something is wrong the more I look at it? Are you guys doing something behind my back that I don't know about? As soon as Lin Qingyue said this, Lin's mother and Sun Xiaoya's expressions changed immediately. Sun Xiaoya quickly said, Qingyue, don't let your imagination run wild. We don't have anything to hide from you, really. Lin's mother also felt that she had gone a bit too far. Now was not the time to fall out, otherwise, it would not do her any good to make Lin Qingyue angry and embarrassed. Don't change the subject. What's wrong with me getting angry? Isn't that normal? Can't you see that your brother likes Sun Xiaoya? Why, the woman my son likes is going to be a lover with a loser? As a mother, shouldn't I be angry? Shouldn't your brother be angry? 280, Chapter 280, The Mud That Can't Be Supported. Having said that, there is no other way to make it work even if it can't be reversed. It's because both she and Lin Duokai acted a little too much. It's obvious to anyone that there's something wrong. Lin Duocai's eyes were still red at this time. He didn't consider anything else at all and yelled at Lin Qingyue, I just like Sun Xiaoya, she is my woman, she can only be my woman, I don't care about Yi Tianqi, I don't care. After saying that, Lin Duokai actually took a step forward and was about to pull Sun Xiaoya, but unfortunately, Sun Xiaoya dodged him. This subconscious avoidance actually represented that Sun Xiaoya was extremely resistant to and annoyed with Lin Duokai in her heart, otherwise, it would not be so obvious. However, there was a problem, there was definitely a problem, but now, Lin Qingyue was too lazy to say anything more to them. If they wanted to hide it, then they could just hide it. It was just some things that were plotted against her. As to whether they can figure it out, there will be an answer sooner or later. Alright, stop it, Lin Duokai, look at your behavior. It's really embarrassing. You're yelling for a woman. Do you think Sun Xiaoya likes you? What's so good about you that makes her like you? After saying this, seeing that Lin's mother was about to open her mouth to refute, Lin Xingyue frowned and said, "That's enough. I'm not upset enough every day. I'll tell you, Sun Xiaoya and Yi Tianqi are just playing together. Their purpose is just to get revenge on Yi Tianqi, to make him feel abandoned and betrayed again, so that he would be worse than death. It's that simple. Sun Xiaoya isn't really with him. Everything is just an act, okay? No need to make a fuss, okay?" Hearing Lin Xingyue say this, Lin's mother and Sun Xiaoya both breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Lin Xingyue would keep holding on to it and insist on suspecting something. Now that Lin Xingyue explained it herself, that was the best. Only Lin Duokai looked at Sun Xiaoya foolishly, and suddenly burst into a silly smile. "So that's how it is. I was saying, Xiaoya, how could you possibly fancy a loser like Yi Tianqi? As expected, you have me in your heart. You sacrificed yourself to avenge Yi Tianqi. It must be to avenge me and help me vent my anger. I am so touched." I have to say that Lin Duotsai's inner drama is quite strong. His self-perception is more than just good, it's simply driving people crazy. Mother Lin felt that her son was embarrassed. How did they deal with Yi Tianqi? What did it have to do with you, Lin Duokai? Why are you making a fool of yourself here? Okay, Lin Duokai, shut up. After saying this, Mother Lin looked at Sun Xiaoya and said, "You know what my son is thinking anyway, you can do whatever you want. And you, Lin Xingyue, I don't care how you plan to deal with Yi Tianqi. In short, don't make things worse. Also, you know what your brother is thinking, so I won't hide it from you. You can do whatever you want." Lin Xingyue wanted to laugh after hearing this. Is this really taking advantage of her, Lin Xingyue? Or do you think that Lin Xingyue is an omnipotent god? You love your son, so be it, but you're thinking of squandering all your money, not to mention using it to subsidize that prodigal son. What's your point? Now you're even putting the prodigal son's marriage into your hands? What a good mother. Lin Xingyue didn't say anything else. She just glanced at Lin Duokai calmly and said, "I'll do whatever I want. What do you want me to do? Can I force someone to do something about their feelings?" Lin Duokai is like this. He thinks he's feeling good. If he likes someone, he'll go after them. Whether he can catch up or not is up to him. So what? Can I still help him arrange a marriage? Are you used to manipulating people's emotions? You think that because you force me to divorce, you can control all the emotions in the world? That's ridiculous. After saying that, without waiting for Lin's mother to speak, Lin Xingyue looked directly at Sun Xiaoya and said, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and make a phone call. Remember, now that you can't ask Yi Tianqi, that loser, for help, it really seems like you and him are deliberately colluding. Otherwise, how can you not persuade the relationship between lovers? And you, stop causing me trouble. Do you want to stop treating Lin Duotsai's face? Or do you not want to stay in Dongzhou anymore? You can decide for yourself." After saying that, Lin Xingyue sat directly on the sofa, ignoring Lin's mother and Lin Duokai. Sun Xiaoya didn't want to continue in this situation, so she went straight into the room to make a phone call. Lin's mother glared at Lin Duokai fiercely, then sat beside him angrily without saying a word. The atmosphere in the room instantly dropped to freezing point. A few minutes later, Sun Xiaoya finally walked out of the room, let out a long sigh, and said helplessly, "Yi Tianqi agreed, but he said that he is not free these days. He will give the prescription when we meet." Hearing this, Lin Xingyue raised her eyebrows, but didn't say anything. After all, what happened between them was more than just unpleasantness. It was good enough that the other party agreed. Could she really let him rush over and eagerly treat the person who humiliated her? Who wouldn't be angry? Is it possible? However, Lin Xingyue could understand that Lin's mother and Lin Duokai were used to being arrogant, especially when facing Yi Tianqi. They could not change their superior and condescending mentality at all. Don't say that Yi Tianqi has become a miracle doctor now, but that is useless in their eyes. What's the miracle doctor like? Isn't he still Yi Tianqi? If it's Yi Tianqi, then he is a waste, just a miracle doctor, not a great figure. Didn't you see that Lin Xingyue still dares to plot and deal with Yi Tianqi? If it's Qi, then why can't they do it? This bastard is still so arrogant. Letting him treat me is giving him face, but he still dares to make my son wait. This is simply outrageous. Sun Xiaoya, aren't you his nominal lover now? Immediately let him treat my son. Not if he can cure me. It's fine. Not if not, I will not forgive him. Lin's mother was also very rude and domineering towards Sun Xiaoya. If you didn't know her, you would think that Lin's mother was very powerful. But in fact, he was just relying on Lin Xingyue's confidence and his own selfish bad temper. In fact, it is nothing. Hearing this, Lin Xingyue frowned and said, alright? I told you to wait 2 days, so let's wait 2 days. If it doesn't work, go to the hospital and find another doctor. There are so many good doctors, why bother looking for Yi Tianqi? Isn't it too much trouble? Trouble? It would be fine if you didn't know, but now that you know, this is the trouble you want. Mother Lin sneered, I just want to find Yi Tianqi. I just want him to understand one thing. He was a waste before, and he is still a waste now. In my heart, he will always be a waste. Don't think that you can show off just because you become a miracle doctor. In my eyes, he has no qualifications. He only deserves to be humiliated. He is the one who made my son like this, so I want him to humble himself and heal me. I think Yi Tianqi is still so arrogant, and what qualifications does he have to be arrogant? I want to trample on his dignity and let him know that he will always be a useless piece of mud. 281, Chapter 281. We also want to go to the banquet. Still crazy and arrogant enough. You trample on other people's dignity and say that they are useless and can never be helped? Lin Xingyue wanted to laugh. Who gave Lin's mother the confidence to say such words? Shaking her head helplessly, not wanting to argue with Lin's mother, Lin Xingyue sighed and said, okay, whatever you want. It's just that if they don't come, I can't do anything now. You can either wait for 2 days or go find them yourself. You are so capable, and your son is so capable, there is no need for me to help you. Lin's mother is not a fool, she can say this, but why doesn't she let Lin Xingyue do it? Should she let her go find Yi Tianqi herself, or let Lin Duokai go find him? Not to mention that they simply don't have the ability to find it. Even if they did, would Yi Tianqi care about them? Just look at the injuries on their bodies now and you will know what situation they faced when they went to find Yi Tianqi alone. Lin Xingyue, what do you mean? Lin Xingyue sighed and said, I don't mean anything, I'm just really tired recently. Besides, there are so many things that I've told you. In a few days, when we have the birthday party for Mr. Bai, I will definitely give you an explanation. What else do you want? By then, I can also get Yi Tianqi's prescription. Isn't that enough? You can't wait for just 2 days? If you can't wait, then find a way on your own, but don't blame me for not reminding you about why Yi Tianqi dared to attack you back then, and now he has no scruples. Also, don't think I don't know who was right and who was wrong back then, but I don't care about that anymore. In short, you guys can do whatever you want. Either stay here and wait for 2 days, or find a way on your own. Lin Xingyue also had a lot of worries, but she had to face the nagging of Lin's mother and Lin Duokai. It would be strange if she was in a good mood. Sun Xiaoya said quickly, Auntie, wait a few days, everything will be settled in 2 days. By then, Yi Tianqi will have no chance of survival, because we are not the only ones who want to deal with him. So, he is doomed, even if he is a miracle doctor. Of course, before he dies, he will be severely humiliated, and the prescription for treating Duokai will be taken back. Don't worry. Besides, it's really not appropriate to make a big fuss recently and now everyone has quieted down, waiting for that day to come. If something really happens, or if you make some important people unhappy, Auntie, Xingyue and I can't save you. This is Dongzhou. Lin's mother is not a fool, she can still tell the truth from the false. Moreover, she also knows that there is no point in continuing to argue like this, because what she deserves has already been obtained. So, after a moment of silence, Mother Lin said, okay, I won't say anything for the next 2 days. However, I also want to go to the Bai family's old man's birthday party. I want to see with my own eyes how Yi Tianqi, that loser, was hurt and condemned. There is no room for negotiation on this. Don't tell me you can't even do such a small thing? Is the birthday party of Mr. Bai family a trivial matter? If it is really a small matter and anyone can go, then it will become a vegetable market. Even now, not everyone can go to Mr. Bai's birthday party. Just as Lin Xingyue was about to lose her temper, Sun Xiaoya quickly said, no problem, these are not big things, but Auntie, you may need to consider one thing carefully. By then, there will be important people around, and at the Bai family's birthday banquet, something big could happen, even affecting the reshuffle of the power structure of the entire eastern province. Any one of those people could be fatal, so you must not speak carelessly. As for Xingyue, this matter also concerns her future. If you cause any trouble, or say anything that embarrasses her or harms her, I'm afraid Xingyue's life will be difficult from now on. Do you understand what this means? Of course, Sun Xiaoya couldn't be doing this for Lin Xingyue's own good, but continuing to pester her would be fruitless. Besides, with Lin's mother's ignorant and fearless personality, could anyone really stop her? Besides, can you really hide it from others? It would be better to agree to it first and keep things stable. Moreover, for Sun Xiaoya, having one more time bomb may not be a bad thing. Even if we take a step back, let Lin's mother and others see the world, see the gap between them and these bigwigs, and see how terrifying these bigwigs are in the future. they will be less arrogant. No matter how insignificant she, Sun Xiaoya, is, at the birthday banquet, acquainted with many important figures, based on this point alone, is Mother Lin sure that she will still dare to boss her around and not take her seriously in the future? So, from this point of view, it may not be a bad thing. Seeing Lin Xingyue's somewhat dissatisfied expression, Sun Xiaoya immediately smiled and said, Xingyue, it may not be a bad thing for Auntie to go. At the very least, just ask Auntie to keep quiet, there will be so many people there, so there won't be any problems. Besides, such a grand event, especially one related to Yi Tianqi's fate, will make Auntie happy if she sees it. Mother Lin's eyes lit up when she heard this. Being able to participate in this birthday party would give her confidence to brag about it when she returned. She was also a person who had participated in the Bai family's birthday party. How many people like her could there be? What's more, it is said that something bigger is about to happen, so wouldn't that be even better? Participate, you must participate. Okay, it's decided. Don't worry, we will definitely not cause any more trouble. How could I not care about my daughter's big event? I just need to quietly watch what punishment Yi Tianqi will receive. That's enough. After saying that, Mother Lin looked at Lin Xingyue and said, you don't want us to go, do you? A son doesn't think his mother is ugly. Don't you think we are not presentable and will embarrass you, Bar? That's what I said. Lin Xingyue really wanted to say, yes. She just felt that Lin's mother had bad intentions and was embarrassing. Because of Lin's mother's selfishness and arrogance, Lin Xingyue didn't believe her at all. However, what Sun Xiaoya said was actually right. It might not be possible to stop them by force, and others might not be unaware of it. If they ask about it later, it would be a trouble. It would be better to keep it with you and make some rules in advance, which would be more stable. Don't you just want to see Yi Tianqi's miserable end? Then let them watch it at the same time. Let them take a good look at whether this world is as simple as they imagined. Perhaps this will make them restrain themselves and know what kind of person Lin Xingyue is and what kind of people she associates with. When someone wants to target them in the future, they will understand who is the person they really shouldn't mess with. Okay, go, you can, but you have to follow my instructions. Otherwise, let me be frank, you are my mother, and I won't argue with you. However, others won't even give me face, so your face is even less worth mentioning, and by then, everyone who can participate will be no weaker than me now, and most of them will be able to easily kill me. To them, human life is no different from grass. If you really want to die, I can't save you. I've made it clear. As for the rest, you'll have to figure it out for yourself. 282, Chapter 282. Do you have any intimate behavior? Lin Xingyue no longer wanted to stop anything. If they insisted on going, then let them go. Maybe, it's not a bad thing. For a frog in a well, the sky he sees is only as big as the well mouth. Only when he steps out of the well mouth will he understand that this world is very big, but also very dangerous. Only by understanding your own insignificance and knowing the cruelty of reality can you avoid trouble. Sun Xiaoya, take them to the room that has been prepared and tell them what to do. You can handle the rest. I'm tired and need to rest. After saying that, Lin Xingyue didn't even look at Lin's mother and Lin Duokai, and went straight back to her bedroom and closed the door. This attitude made Lin's mother a little unbearable, but since she had already made Lin Xingyue agree to a lot of things today, she didn't care about it. Otherwise, there would be no point in making a fuss, and it would not be worth it. Humph, this damn girl is not filial at all. After saying that, Mother Lin looked at Lin Xingyue and said, what room did you book for us? Is it also a presidential suite? The first thing she was concerned about was not anything else but whether she was staying in the presidential suite. Sun Xiaoya also looked helpless. Was it a waste to stay in the presidential suite as she had just agreed to? So it's a waste if Lin Xingyue lives there, but it's not a waste if you live there? However, there is definitely no presidential suite, but the room cannot be bad. Even if Lin Xingyue has no money, she will not cause trouble to her mother for such a small room fee. Compared with these, she would rather spend money to buy some peace and quiet. Auntie, the presidential suite is no longer available. However, the one we arranged for you in Duokai is not much worse than the presidential suite. It is a top-tier luxury suite. Hearing this, although Lin's mother was a little dissatisfied, she didn't say much. Afterwards, Sun Xiaoya brought Lin's mother and Lin Duokai to the room on the same floor where Lin's mother was. The fact was just as Sun Xiaoya said, although it was not as good as the presidential suite, it was obviously equally luxurious and expensive. At least, Lin's mother and Lin Duokai were satisfied. Auntie, you and Duokai should have a good rest. I'll be leaving first. By the way, you have a private butler service here. If you need anything, you can contact her directly whether it's food or drinks, the cost will be directly charged to Qingyue's room fee. Sun Xiaoya didn't want to stay with them for even a minute, so after taking them to the room and settling them down, she planned to leave quickly. It wasn't enough she wanted to leave, but Mother Lin didn't intend to let her go just like that. She had nothing to say to Lin Xingyue, and she didn't want to say anything, but when it came to Sun Xiaoya, her arrogant nature came back again. Don't go yet, I have something to ask you. You and Yi Tianqi are together, are you sure you are just acting, are you really lovers now? Hearing that this was what Lin's mother asked, Lin Duokai immediately pricked up his ears. This was the topic that interested him most at the moment. Moreover, he didn't know why, but since he came here and saw Sun Xiaoya, his heartbeat has been accelerating and his eyes can't leave Sun Xiaoya. Sun Xiaoya nodded and said, it's true, but I'm just acting. Don't worry, Auntie, everything will be over by the time of Mr. Bai's birthday party. I won't and can't make Yi Tianqi, and I do this for real. Fake becomes real? Or maybe it's half true and half false, who knows. However, Sun Xiaoya has already made a choice in her mind. It doesn't matter whether it's true or false anyway, she definitely can't be with Yi Tianqi, it's true. Mother Lin frowned slightly, nodded, and said, okay, in that case, it's up to you, but is it really necessary to make such a fuss? He has suddenly become what you call a miracle doctor, but from what you say, he is still useless and a waste. So, why not just torture him directly? Why bother with all this unnecessary trouble? Hearing this, Lin Duokai hurriedly said impatiently, yes, Xiaoya, it's just to deal with this trash, there's no need to be so troublesome, and this is too unfair to you, I can't bear it, otherwise, forget it, just deal with him directly, don't suffer the injustice. Now you have learned to be a flower protector, but you still feel distressed and wronged? Sun Xiaoya really wanted to take a mirror and look at Lin Duokai, so that he could see clearly who was the toad and who was the one who was really wronged by being with him, Lin Duokai. However, it was just a thought. For the time being, she couldn't offend him. It's okay, it's just a name. It will be over in 2 days. Besides, Auntie, it's not that we can't deal with him directly, but Xingyue seems to hate him very deeply, so it would be most satisfying to torture him both physically and mentally. Of course, there is another important reason, that is, for the time being, we really can't touch him. We need him, but once the birthday banquet starts, everything will be gone. By then, even if Xingyue doesn't deal with him, someone else will. So, Auntie, Duokai, don't worry, your revenge will definitely be avenged, and it will be a revenge that will absolutely satisfy you. Hearing Sun Xiaoya say this, Lin's mother nodded lightly and said, in that case, let's do as you wished. I hope the result will satisfy me. Okay, you can go back too. Sun Xiaoya was about to leave when Lin Duokai looked at her awkwardly and said, Xiaoya, don't leave yet, let me ask you something. You and Yi Tianqi are lovers, but nothing happened between you, right? You absolutely cannot have any intimate behavior. I don't accept it, I can't accept it. These words made Lin's mother's mouth twitch, and made Sun Xiaoya roll her eyes. What intimate acts occurred? You Yuri being so tactful. Couldn't you just ask directly whether Sun Xiaoya offered herself voluntarily? What else can't you accept? Do you even need to accept it? What the hell? No, it's just acting. I wouldn't sell myself out. Sun Xiaoya's attitude was obviously a little dissatisfied. At this time, Lin's mother also looked at Lin Duokai and said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? If you can't speak, just shut up. Lin Duokai looked at Lin's mother a little aggrieved and said, I am a little worried. After all, Xiaoya will be my woman in the future. If Yi Tianqi really takes advantage of her, how can I still want her? What the fuck? Lin's mother was so angry that she was shaking. How could she give birth to such a stupid son? Even if you have this idea, can't you wait until Sun Xiaoya leaves? This is said so directly, which woman would be happy to hear it? Moreover, they still need Sun Xiaoya now. Are they going to offend her to death? 283, Chapter 283, Who is the protagonist in each drama? Shut up, you don't need to worry about these things. Xiaoya knows better than you. Lin's mother couldn't help it, so she went straight up and hit Lin Duokai on the head, scolding him angrily. Then, he looked at Sun Xiaoya and sighed, Xiaoya, don't be angry, this silly boy really likes you, this is a good thing, right? He's just not very good at speaking or expressing himself, but he has a good heart. Don't be angry with him. Sun Xiaoya laughed dryly, shook her head, and said, don't worry, Auntie, I understand, I won't be angry. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Lin Duokai seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly said, Xiaoya, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean anything else. I'm just a little unhappy. You are my woman. How can you be wronged and be with a loser like Yi Tianqi? Even if it's fake, I'm not happy. But I know you have your own plans, so I won't stop you. However, I have a request. I hope you can tell my sister and agree to it. That is, when the Bai family's birthday banquet is over and Yi Tianqi is no longer needed, I want to have the opportunity to take revenge myself, not only for me and my mother, but also for you. At this point, Lin Duotsai's eyes were filled with anger, and he straightened his back, as if wanting to prove his boyfriend power. He's a piece of shit. He's caused you so much injustice. I can't let him go. I'm going to teach him a lesson myself. A hard lesson. Xiaoya, I know you may not show anything on the surface, but you must be feeling disgusted, uncomfortable, and painful inside. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. These words were said in a domineering manner. But these words could only move the ignorant girl. If you want to move Sun Xiaoya in this way, it would be better to directly give Sun Xiaoya millions or tens of millions of dollars. Besides, this is really a bit stupid. If you want revenge, then do it with your own ability? Why wait until Yi Tianqi has lost his effect, and when everyone starts to retaliate against Yi Tianqi and deal with him, and then ask for a chance to do it yourself? Does this also count as revenge? It's so funny. However, since it was an act, Sun Xiaoya could naturally act now. Looking at Lin Duokai, Sun Xiaoya chuckled, nodded, and said, okay, I'll talk to Qingyue about it. It shouldn't be a big problem then. If possible, I'll let you take revenge with your own hands. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. This time, no one stopped Sun Xiaoya and let her leave. After he left, Lin's mother couldn't help but scold Lin Duokai again. As for what the mother and son said, Sun Xiaoya didn't know. But Sun Xiaoya sneered and felt disgusted. Afterwards, Sun Xiaoya found a deserted place, called Yi Tianqi's cell phone, and began to explain in a wronged voice, saying how helpless she was and how she was forced to call him, asking him to treat Lin Duokai. In short, she described herself as pitiful. Yi Tianqi didn't say much, just said he understood, and then quickly hung up the phone. Still in the villa, Yi Tianqi looked at his mobile phone with a sneer on his face. It really is getting more and more interesting. He is addicted to acting, right? However, how conceited is this? He actually dared to let me treat Lin Duokai. Is he too confident in his own character, or does he not take Lin Duotsai's life seriously at all? He even suspected that this was a scheme by Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya to kill someone with a borrowed knife. After all, they knew very well that they had said that it was hard to say whether he was a miracle doctor or not, but it was not difficult for him to use some poison to make people die without knowing it, even if he didn't want to kill people, making their life worse than death. So what? Knowing all this, he still came to my house. It's hard not to think too much. But, is Lin's mother also crazy? This selfish and conceited woman loves her son the most. She is willing to give up almost everything for her son now. Does she dare to let her enemy take action? A bit funny. Boss Bao was drinking tea in front of Yi Tianqi. Seeing Yi Tianqi's playful smile, he immediately asked curiously, did something happy happen? Yi Tianqi's trust in Boss Bao was unquestionable. Upon hearing this, he immediately smiled and said, nothing. I just feel that sometimes people are so ignorant and stupid that it makes people despair and feel pity. My former mother-in-law and former brother-in-law, who don't treat people as human beings, have come to Dongzhou. Dongzhou is getting more and more lively, but they came, and unexpectedly, they found Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya and asked me to treat Lin Duotsai's facial injuries. Sigh, I really don't understand what they are thinking. When Boss Leopard heard this, he was also stunned. This train of thought was indeed very strange. Boss Leopard already knew about Yi Tianqi's original situation, including that Lin's mother and Lin Duokai were injured by Yi Tianqi. He also knew it, and it was because he knew it that he found it incredible. What a big heart this requires. Are they tired of living? However, judging from this, Lin Qingyue should have already told them about your identity as a miracle doctor. I wonder what their expressions would be? Expression? Yi Tianqi smiled faintly and said, at most, they didn't believe it, but eventually they did. As for anything else, I'm afraid there isn't anything else. Otherwise, why would they come to me arrogantly and ask me to treat Lin Duokai? Do you think they regretted it and want to reconcile with me? Definitely not. Don't forget, Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya are there. They won't say anything good about me. At most, they will say that I, a miracle doctor, am a waste that they look down upon, and given my ex-mother-in-law's personality, she will naturally believe it. In their eyes, I am still just a waste, Even if I'm not mistaken, they even mentioned that they were planning to attack me during Mr. Bai's birthday party. Look, What kind of expression can such a person have? However, I am hesitant now, you see. At Mr. Bai's birthday party, so many people are planning to laugh at me, maybe even punish me, and there's such a big scene going on. Not if I just solve all the problems so simply and crudely. Wouldn't that disappoint them too much, huh? It's no wonder that at Mr. Bai's birthday banquet, there are one big drama after another. Among them, Yi Tianqi's role seems to have been overshadowed by those power struggles and reversals, but in fact, Yi Tianqi is the biggest drama, a drama that is beyond everyone's expectations. However, until now, I am afraid that no one knows it, and only a few people know it, but Yi Tianqi's hiding is not something they can uncover. Alright, Xiaohua, it's time for the people in the imperial capital to move. You can make the arrangements. I've already received news that Elder Ming is coming. If nothing goes wrong, he'll be here tonight. 284, Chapter 284. A family full of loyal heroes. People in the capital, please move. Boss Leopard has actually been prepared for this a long time ago. From the moment Yi Tianqi planned to return to the imperial capital, he knew that many things had to be put on the agenda and many people had to take action. However, compared to this, he was more surprised by Yi Tianqi's last sentence. Mr. Ming, you are coming to visit me soon, will you come in person? It was precisely because Boss Leopard knew the identity of Mr. Ming that he felt a little surprised. In today's Dragon Kingdom, if the royal family and the executive yuan have separate powers, then naturally the chief executive has the final say in the executive yuan. However, Dragon Kingdom is so large, and the executive yuan has such enormous power, so naturally there will be other people who are famous throughout the world. Mr. Ming is one of them. Although Mr. Ming has long been retired, the reputation of this old man, who was once ranked among the top 3 in the entire executive yuan system and was ranked high in power in the entire Dragon country, is still as high as ever and awe-inspiring. What is most awe-inspiring is Mr. Ming's selflessness and open-mindedness. Without saying anything else, just one thing will make everyone understand why Master Ming has become one of the most trusted and respected people of the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, Long was facing internal and external troubles. Ming Lao went to the battlefield in person, and his 3 sons also joined the battlefield. As a result, 2 died and 1 was injured. The injured one is still lying in bed, unable to take care of himself, and his life is worse than death. The Ming family was a loyal and righteous generation who served the country and the people. How could they not inspire awe and make people believe in them? Even the opposing royal family had great respect for Master Ming. Of course, this is also related to the retirement of Mr. Ming and the extinction of the Ming family's bloodline. Yes, the Ming family's bloodline inheritance has been broken. It makes people sad and sigh. And all of this is known to everyone in Dragon Country. Ming Lao, are you coming? The Minister of State has persuaded Ming Lao to come personally and ask you to come out of retirement. Ming Lao, isn't he aloof from worldly affairs? It seems that this time they are determined to win. Zui Ran might not be the person who knows Yi Tianqi best, but as one of the Emperor's guards, Boss Bao's understanding of Yi Tianqi is far beyond that of others. Therefore, he knows very well that Yi Tianqi respects, trusts, and is close to Elder Ming. It was not only because Yi Tianqi and Master Ming were once familiar with each other, both teachers and friends, and could be called friends regardless of age difference, but also because Yi Tianqi admired Master Ming's character and breadth of mind. If Yi Tianqi felt grateful to the Minister of Government, and received favors from him, and of course trusted and admired him, then he felt a bit more friendly and familiar with Mr. Ming. Yi Tianqi sighed softly when he mentioned Master Ming. He seemed to feel a sense of sadness for this old man. I thought they were determined to win this time, but I didn't expect that they would invite Elder Ming to come based on this alone. I'm afraid the situation will be even more cruel than I imagined. But it's all right. It's time to return to the imperial capital. I have too much to do and too many problems to solve. I can't forget the Minister of State's kindness, and I can't forget Elder Ming's righteousness either, and now that they've both invited me, I can't refuse no matter what. What a pity, back then, I didn't have the ability to heal Elder Ming's only surviving child. Even if I possess extraordinary medical skills and claim to be able to bring the dead back to life, I still can't save him. Speaking of this, Yi Tianqi felt very emotional, even regretful. Old Ming was a hero all his life, and his children were also heroes who fought on the battlefield, but in the end, the Ming family bloodline was about to be cut off, and he couldn't bear it. But it's too late, really, it's too late. For so many years, Mr. Ming's child has been lying in bed for more than 10 years, his body functions have long been necrotic and even gods cannot save him. Perhaps Yi Tianqi has the ability to reduce his pain, or even get out of bed and walk, and slowly be able to take care of himself. However, having children is probably as difficult as ascending to heaven. Boss Leopard was also deeply saddened. After all, for a loyal family like Mr. Ming to end up like this, anyone with a heart would feel that God was a little unfair. Seeing Yi Tianqi sighing, Boss Bao said softly, "You have tried your best, but God's will cannot be violated. Perhaps this is the fate of the Ming family. Elder Ming will not blame you." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi sighed and said, "Ming Lao naturally won't blame me, but I do feel regretful of this time back in the imperial capital. I want to try again, even if I can't restore him to his original state, at least I can reduce his pain, which means I have done my part. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm not sure I can give people complete hope, so I'd better let it go, otherwise, it will only make those who are already desperate feel even more desperate." This is indeed the truth. People have already despaired, been sad for so many years, and accepted the cruel reality that if they are suddenly given hope, but the final result is not good, then, I am afraid that they will really be forced to walk the path of despair again. Why Yi Tianqi does not want to do such a thing. Lin Xingyue's mother and brother came to Dongzhou at this time. According to the information I have, they definitely have bad intentions. Lin Xingyue will naturally feel very angry and disgusted, but they are her mother and brother after all. And no matter what she does, she won't go too far, but I am a little unhappy, sir. How about I cause them a little trouble? Firstly, I want to vent my anger, and secondly, I want to discuss them. They are so used to being lawless that they don't know their place. I want to see if they are really that tough. Boss Leopard changed the subject, not wanting Yi Tianqi to continue to dwell on the tragedy of the Ming family, and talked about Lin Xingyue's family, which was what he was thinking. Thinking about how ungrateful Lin Xingyue's family was and how they bullied and humiliated Yi Tianqi, Boss Leopard couldn't calm down his anger. Who is Yi Tianqi? Even if without mentioning his various identities, just saying that when he was just Yi Tianqi, he was kind and gentle, and treated Lin Xingyue's family with great care and respect. What did he do wrong? He was even more affectionate and caring towards Lin Xingyue, and there were no scandals or troubles, but what was the result? Let's not talk about anything else, just look at these points. Isn't a man like Yi Tianqi the good man that others desire? He is good looking, has a good figure, a good personality, a good temper, and is affectionate and considerate. How many people want to find such a man to love but can't find one? If we must say that Yi Tianqi has no ambition, is idle all day long, and only knows how to write, paint, and fish, or even that he only knows how to hang around in the kitchen and with women, that is even more wrong. Yi Tianqi, with this identity, has never lacked money on the surface. Lin Xingyue's family is the one who is really poor. It is with Yi Tianqi's support that their lives have improved greatly. Although they are not as rich as the rich, they have no worries about food and clothing, which is much better than ordinary people. Isn't such a life enough? What's the result? Just because Lin Xingyue made money, the Lin family's standards became higher and higher, and they looked down on Yi Tianqi. They took for granted all the kindness and everything Yi Tianqi had given them, and even felt that this was as it should be. But was it really so? Just ask anyone who knows the inside story and they will know who is the ungrateful person. Even if it wasn't because of Yi Tianqi, Boss Leopard was extremely disdainful and even disgusted with what Lin Xingyue's family did. Therefore, his desire to deal with Lin Xingyue's family was not a whim, nor was it just to avenge Yi Tianqi. He really hated Lin Xingyue's family because they were ungrateful, heartless, conceited, and selfish. 285, Chapter 285, The Last Trump Card. In fact, this was not the first time that Boss Leopard had made such a request to Yi Tianqi, but Yi Tianqi had never agreed to it. However, this kind of thing is not like other things. Boss Leopard cannot interfere, because that would be disrespectful to Yi Tianqi. So, even if he has 10,000 ideas, as long as Yi Tianqi doesn't speak, he can't make his own decision. This time, Lin Xingyue's family has gone even further and has come all the way to Dongzhou. This isn't the end of it, right? Besides, they've come right to our door, so what's the point of teaching them a little lesson? However, Yi Tianqi still shook his head lightly, rejecting Boss Leopard's desire to vent his anger. No need for that. Beating and scolding people like them won't have any effect. Killing them, there's no need for that either. I, Yi Tianqi, am not a soft-hearted person, nor am I a pushover, but the punishment they deserve is not this, but something even more cruel. Beating and scolding won't solve the problem, but if you want to take revenge on someone, death isn't necessarily the worst punishment. Don't worry, in 2 days, they will reap the fruits of their labor and live in pain and regret for the rest of their lives. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, as if he had already anticipated the result. In fact, Boss Leopard could imagine this result, but he was still a little unwilling to accept it. He always felt that they were too lucky. Of course, he agreed with Yi Tianqi's words that death was not the most severe punishment. Ignoring them and letting them suffer the consequences in the end, living a life worse than death, living in hell every minute and every second, living in regret and pain, was the most terrible result. With their personalities, they are the kind that want to die but dare not die, so they can only endure it until they die. This kind of thing is actually quite satisfying. Well, if that's the case, then I won't bother with any more. So, is there anything else you need to prepare? I'll make arrangements now, whether it's the birthday party in 2 days or the return to the imperial capital. Although there won't be any accidents, I think it's better to be more cautious. After all, given your current situation, we have to be prepared for any eventuality. When mentioning this, there was some worry in Boss Leopard's eyes. In terms of security, he was actually not particularly worried. Whether it was the Imperial Guards or the arrangements made after Master Ming arrived, they all meant that Yi Tianqi would receive the greatest security and defense. However, compared to the Emperor Qi Tian who ascended to the throne single-handedly, Yi Tianqi's current physical condition is really too weak. His physical fitness is just similar to that of an ordinary person, and everything depends on combat skills and other means. Otherwise, with Yi Tianqi's power, what would he be afraid of? If it was just Mr. Bai's birthday party, and the people in the capital had already learned that Yi Xiao and the others would not take action for the time being, Boss Leopard actually didn't need to worry too much about Yi Tianqi's safety. However, there was one thing that made it impossible for Boss Leopard to relax. That is, if someone comes from the Heavenly Palace and it is Yunting Tianjun and others, Boss Leopard can still be confident in dealing with them, but what if it is the King of the East who comes in person? Facing this world-shaking force, Boss Leopard, the most powerful man in the entire Heavenly Palace except Yi Tianqi, was not completely confident. It is true that he is an Imperial Guard, and it is also true that he is one of the 18 prison lords planned by Yi Tianqi. However, his combat power is only ranked in the middle among the 18 Imperial Guards. Boss Leopard really does not have enough confidence to fight against the King of the East, one of the strongest combat forces in the Heavenly Palace. Unless the top 5 among the Imperial Guards come in person, there is still a possibility. With Yu as his surname and Pai as his name, he, the Boss Bao, is just Yu Shi. In the 18 levels of hell, he is the 11th prison lord. Above him, there are 10 prison lords guarding the prison. Yi Tianqi looked at Boss Bao's serious expression, smiled gently, and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry, there's no such thing. I know what you're worried about, but don't worry, I have arrangements. Besides, the real danger is in the imperial capital, not here. Even if someone from the Heavenly Palace comes, so what? I even hope that the King of the East will come in person. I want to take a good look at whether this powerful man who once swore allegiance to me has completely changed." The reason why he stayed here and attended Mr. Bai's birthday party, and even did not solve some problems for this, was not only because he was waiting, but also because he wanted to see with his own eyes what the Heavenly Palace had become, and what had become of the Eastern King and the others. Yi Tianqi naturally had his own information channels to know all this, but for him, facing the current situation of King Dong Tian and others, seeing is believing, which is both necessary and essential. Hearing Yi Tianqi say this, Boss Bao could only let go of the thoughts in his heart, but he still couldn't help but say, "That being said, shouldn't you let Big Brother and the others prepare as well? I haven't been able to contact Big Brother and the others over the years. You may have arranged more important things for them, but now that you are back, they should also return to their positions." The Big Brother that Boss Leopard mentioned was naturally Yue, one of the Imperial Guards. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi's eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. It seemed that he had not seen these brothers for a long time, although there was a distinction between superiors and subordinates in name. In fact, in Yi Tianqi's heart, they were all his brothers. Those people in the Heavenly Palace are his brothers, and the 18 Imperial Guards are also his brothers. Some are even more important confidants than many people in the Heavenly Palace. Yi Tianqi has 100% trust in them and can completely entrust his life to them. Wait a little longer, we'll be able to meet soon. Now is not the right time, Xiaohua. It's okay, maybe in your eyes I am powerless now, but others don't know, huh? And besides, since I dare to meet them, it means I am confident enough to protect myself. And my safety naturally cannot depend solely on whether I can scare them, or rely on their conscience and concerns to not attack me. I have my own means to ensure my own safety. Don't worry, when the moment I least want to see comes, my combat power can be temporarily restored, although it won't be restored to its peak state. Anyone who wants to kill me is dreaming. After hearing Yi Tianqi say this, Boss Leopard felt relieved. Yi Tianqi would never joke about such a thing, and this is probably Yi Tianqi's last trump card. He can recover his combat power in a short time, even if it is not at its peak. It is something that many guards cannot compare to. After all, Yi Tianqi's combat power is there. But what followed was heaviness. After several years, Yi Tianqi still hasn't recovered. Although he has such a trump card to temporarily restore his combat power, it is conceivable how difficult it is. This also means how much Yi Tianqi has to pay for it. Otherwise, if there was no price, Yi Tianqi would have recovered his fighting power long ago. The reason why it is a trump card is that it comes at a huge cost. It must not be used until the very last moment. Once it is used, what will be the consequences? I am afraid no one knows except Yi Tianqi. 286, Chapter 286, The Peak of the Emperor. The Power of the Throne. Boss Leopard was extremely hesitant at the moment. There was something that he had been holding in his heart for a long time, or rather, those who knew the inside story had actually been holding it in their hearts for a long time. However, they didn't dare to ask and didn't know what to say. But the situation is critical now. Even though Yi Tianqi seems to be downplaying it now and everything is a trivial matter, he may use his trump card. Is this still a trivial matter? Boss Leopard is a proud man. But in this situation, with Yi Tianqi's safety in danger, he cannot be proud, because he really has no confidence to face the situations that are about to happen. However, Yi Tianqi had other uses for the person he was sure of, and would rather use his own trump card than let him return, which made Boss Leopard even more anxious. If you can avoid using your trump card, then don't use it. This method of increasing your combat power in a short period of time will inevitably have an impact on your body. After gritting his teeth, Boss Leopard finally spoke. Is there really no way your body can fully recover? Boss Leopard shouldn't ask such questions, and shouldn't even think about them, because if he encounters a suspicious lord, he might think he is trying to pry into secrets. Fortunately, this is Yi Tianqi. Fortunately, Yi Tianqi trusts them 100%, even if he still has some reservations. At least, Yi Tianqi has nothing to be shy about in this matter. Not many people know that they have lost their fighting power. If Boss Leopard and the others really had second thoughts, they should have taken action long ago instead of waiting until now. Yes, maybe it's time to give them an explanation about my situation. It's better than letting my imagination run wild. However, Yi Tianqi actually didn't know what to say. After all, he was not completely sure. Looking at Boss Bao, Yi Tianqi was silent for a moment, then said, I don't want to hide it from you, nor do I want to say nice things to coax you. What I can tell you is that it's not that there's no way, but I'm afraid I can't recover for the time being. Although I can use some taboo methods to restore my combat power in a short period of time, these methods cannot be used frequently. But don't worry, I still have you by my side. Besides, it's not completely hopeless, it's just that the time has not come yet. When the time comes, my fighting power will naturally recover. Perhaps I can even make further progress and reach that legendary realm that has not been reached in nearly 100 years. When he said this, Yi Tianqi's eyes shone with brilliance, as if filled with longing and yearning. That's right, as a strong man with extremely powerful combat power, what else could they desire more than becoming stronger? From a man who was able to chop off the heads of enemy chieftains in the midst of thousands of troops, from a king who surpassed the limits of human beings, ascended the throne and ruled the world, to being reduced to an ordinary person, this kind of gap, for a strong man, is no less than becoming a useless person paralyzed in bed. Those with weak wills would probably have collapsed in despair and even committed suicide. Yi Tianqi had experienced that stage before, but he recovered and was full of hope. Even though this hope was extremely slim, it was better than waiting for death in despair. What's more, he was just an ordinary person once. What he used to create miracles was not force, but brain power. He just lost his powerful strength, but his brain was not broken, so he was still himself. For anyone who underestimated him would pay a heavy price. Yi Tianqi's optimism made Boss Leopard feel much more relaxed. Yi Tianqi was right. He used to be a truly ordinary person. In fact, at that time, Yi Tianqi's physique was not even as good as that of ordinary people. However, he had already begun to create miracles with his powerful brain power. And on his his way to the throne, on his way to becoming the abandoned emperor, he also made progress and became stronger little by little with the strength of an ordinary person. Otherwise, how could he be called an unprecedented legend? He did not challenge the throne, but became the recognized 10th throne and became the abandoned emperor who shocked the world. Yi Tianqi has been creating miracles. Although he has disappeared over the years and even lost his power, who can really say that this man who has created miracles more than once will fall and never rise again? No one dares to say this, not even the enemy. This is why, even though the heavenly palace has been on the verge of collapse for so many years, plagued by internal and external troubles, no one dares to speak out against treason because they are afraid, because they dare not. At this moment, what shocked Boss Leopard the most was Yi Tianqi's last words. He said that the combat power may not be impossible to recover, but the time is not right. As long as the time comes, Yi Tianqi's combat power can be restored. Not only can it be restored, it is more likely that he can step into the realm that no one has entered for nearly 100 years. This was one of the reasons why Boss Leopard was shocked. Boss Leopard could even confirm that as long as Yi Tianqi's words were spread, all the top powerhouses would be extremely shocked and would not dare to believe it. But they would definitely not take it lightly, because these words were said by Yi Tianqi, who had created countless miracles. So, who dares to say that he does not have this possibility? Even though everyone thinks it is unlikely, even whether the so-called strongest person in the world 100 years ago really set foot in that realm is just a legend. That is the realm of God. Boss Leopard swallowed his saliva and looked at Yi Tianqi, his body shaking involuntarily. You said that as long as you can recover your fighting strength, you may be able to enter that realm that belongs to God? Is this true? Even the strongest person back then, whether or not he had ever stepped into that realm is unknown. Are you really sure? Yi Tianqi, I can understand Boss Leopard's mood and expression of disbelief at this moment. After all, if this gets out, it will really shock everyone. However, Yi Tianqi, when has he ever boasted? Since he said it, he must be confident that he can do it. He told Boss Leopard that his fighting power could not be restored for the time being, which was true. But no one knows how he lost his fighting power and what he went through back then. It is precisely because of his personal experience, that past that may have been a disaster or an adventure, that he can find hope in despair, and it is an extreme desire. Yi Tianqi sighed softly, looked at Boss Bao, and said, the strong system starts from the Grandmaster level before entering the mainstream. Above Grandmaster is Grandmaster, and above Grandmaster is War General. War Generals are qualified to enter the rankings of various forces, and they also represent the vast majority of the powerful people active in the world. Above that, there is the King level. Many high-ranking officials in the Heavenly Palace and most of U-18 Imperial Guards are King-level powerhouses. And above the powerful is the Emperor level. The IT may seem like only one step away, but in fact, there is a world of difference. The Eastern Heavenly King, including Yu and his companions, have just entered the Emperor level. Some of the famous masters under the throne, as well as some people who have been secluded from the world, are also Emperor level. One Emperor level person can overwhelm an entire country, so they are also called the National Guardian level. The 9 thrones are all at the peak of the Imperial level, perhaps there are even more. I was also at this level back then. Peak of the Imperial level. The power of the throne. However, this time, if I really get the chance and the timing is right, I might be able to step into the legendary Emperor level, a realm no one has ever entered in 100 years. 287, Chapter 287, a land no one has entered for 100 years. The classification of the levels of the strong in this world is actually not a secret. As long as you step into this circle, you will naturally know it. Grandmaster or Grandmaster, is he weak? Of course he can't be weak. To be called a Grandmaster, he is already a little bit stronger than ordinary people, not to mention the Grandmaster. In fact, when you reach the level of War General, it is not just about relying on martial arts. Many Grandmasters are actually at the War General level, but there are also some who cannot be rated as War Generals. In addition to combat power, there are various combat data and other reasons, but there is no doubt that when you reach the level of War General, you have truly embarked on the road to becoming a strong man. For ordinary people, or ordinary well-trained adults, if they want to deal with a War General level strong man, it is not as easy as 100 or so people rushing up. And it is highly likely that these hundreds of well-trained adults will be killed by the powerful generals, while the powerful generals may only suffer minor injuries. This is the general level. As for the king level, it is unknown how much stronger it is than the general. As for the emperor level, it is an existence that countless people can only look up to even if one has just entered the emperor level. He is the emperor among the strong. One person can rule an entire country. Of course, the same emperor level is also divided into different levels. It is impossible to directly challenge the peak of the emperor level as soon as you enter the emperor level. That is a dream. But no matter how many emperor level peaks there are only 9 thrones. These 9 are the true power of the throne. Of course, now the throne has become 10 because of Yi Tianqi's existence. Or, without any challenge, he was directly recognized as the 10th throne. Now it can be imagined how powerful Yi Tianqi is. But no matter how powerful he was, that was all in the past. Today, Yi Tianqi has become a person with physical fitness similar to that of an ordinary person. But his words, emperor level, made people tremble in their hearts. An emperor level strongman or an emperor realm strongman has not appeared in the dragon country, not to mention the whole world, for 100 years. That is the real power that transcends the throne. That is the real emperor among the strong. When the emperor appears, all emperors bow down to him. It has never been an empty talk or bragging. In fact, the power of the throne since ancient times, 100 years ago, was that only the emperor level was qualified to step onto the throne, and the peak emperor level was not qualified. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, there are no more emperor level powerhouses in the world. Only the strongest among the peak emperor level are qualified to step onto the throne. Otherwise, in the past, the peak emperor level were not qualified to covet the power of the throne. Even if the throne was vacant, no emperor level powerhouse would allow the peak emperor level to sit on the same level with them. This is the truth. An emperor level powerhouse, that kind of glory has not been seen by anyone for hundreds of years. If Yi Tianqi can really step into the emperor level, he will truly step into the peak and the real throne. He can change the current situation, and even, with his own strength, he can make all non-imperial thrones come down from the altar again, and he will be the only one standing on the throne. Therefore, it was not only Yi Tianqi who was excited and full of anticipation. Boss Leopard was already so excited that his blood was boiling and he could hardly contain himself just by hearing a possibility. He is looking forward to that day very much. I believe you can do it. It's just a matter of time. I look forward to the day when you will rule the world. I only regret that I still can't touch the edge of the emperor level and break the bottleneck of the king level. I can't help you more. As Boss Leopard spoke, he sighed, and began to feel a little sorry for himself. He was already at the peak of the king realm, and only one step away from entering the emperor level and becoming a top powerhouse. However, this step has been bothering him for 6 years. This step is like a chasm that can be seen but cannot be touched or crossed. This was actually a blow to Boss Leopard. After all, at his current age, he had already reached the peak of the king realm 6 years ago. It was conceivable how old he was back then, but he had already surpassed most people and became a genius among geniuses and a strong among the strong. Unfortunately, he stopped there and made no progress in 6 years. Yi Tianqi chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry, when the time comes, you will naturally overcome the bottleneck." Xiaohua, don't worry for you, the imperial level is not far away. Back then, I asked you to cultivate your character because you were too murderous, and this was the most important factor affecting your advancement. Now, after these years of training, you have improved a lot. Therefore, the day when everything comes naturally will soon arrive. After hearing Yi Tianqi's words, Boss Leopard finally showed a relaxed smile on his face. This matter had been bothering him for a long time. He said that it was not urgent, but in fact, how could he not be anxious? How could it be possible that Boss Leopard was only at the king level? This word was not spread out. Otherwise, if others knew about it, Boss Leopard would be drowned in spit. No one would think that he was really anxious or sad. It would only say that he was showing off and mocking others. As for the powerful ones in the king realm, let alone the peak of the king realm, there are many peak generals who cannot step into the king realm alone, or even cannot step into it in their entire lives. For these people, being able to enter the realm of king means they can die without regrets. Boss Leopard is still anxious and dissatisfied. If this gets out, how can others not feel uncomfortable? However, people are like this. How can we compare people? A general wants to become a king wants to break through to become an emperor, and an emperor wants to reach the peak of the emperor level as soon as possible. Then, a peak emperor naturally wants to become the throne. As for the throne, who doesn't want to break through the limits and step into the legendary emperor level? Even Yi Tianqi has lost his power now, but in his eyes, is it enough to restore his strength? No, it is far from enough. What he wants is to become the first A person who steps into the emperor level becomes the real throne, or stands on the so-called throne now. Redrawing the throne, how terrifying. With your words, I feel completely relieved. If you say I can reach the emperor level, then I can definitely reach it, hee hee. Boss Leopard touched his head and smiled a little foolishly. If he doesn't trust Yi Tianqi, who else can he trust? Yi Tianqi is a very capable person. If he says it is possible, then it must be possible, since he has specially arranged for him to cultivate his character and prepare for advancement to the emperor level. It must mean that Boss Leopard has the qualifications and potential, otherwise, Yi Tianqi would not have needed to lie to him. Seeing Boss Bao's silly smile, Yi Tianqi smiled and shook his head, saying, "Let nature take its course and let things work out naturally, but don't be too arrogant or impatient and keep working hard. The path to becoming a strong person is one of stagnation. The emperor level may not be your limit, so keep working hard." Boss Leopard nodded heavily. Isn't the imperial level the limit? This evaluation is unexpectedly high. Of course, the emperor level as understood by Boss Leopard is not his limit. It may mean that entering the emperor level for the first time is not his limit. In the future, even if he cannot reach the peak of the emperor level, the state of perfection is still unknown. It's enough, at least, for the current leopard boss. It's enough. If he can get to that point, he will wake up with a smile in his dreams. But he forgot that before he entered the king realm, he also thought that reaching the peak of the king realm would be enough. What's the result? Aren't you still anxious and impatient now? People will never be satisfied with the status quo. 288, Chapter 288, The First Spot in Hell. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go back. I have too many spies here right now. You've been here all the time, which is obviously arousing suspicion. Yi Tianqi's current residence was arranged by Mr. Zhou, so there was no need for secret surveillance. He had spies all over the place. If Boss Bao's face was low-key before and not many people recognized him, now it was a well-known name, who wouldn't know him? Now that Mr. Zhou has returned from the imperial capital, he carries with him the promise from the King of East Heaven and the request from the Night Owl of the imperial capital. It is clear that he and Yi Tianqi have definitely fallen out, but the time has not yet come. However, he will no longer have any concerns. Everyone is just pretending now. When the relationship falls out, it's really ugly. Hearing this, Boss Bao nodded and said, "This Zhou guy is really hell's doorless recruit. If you ask me, I'd better keep him alive for now. When the time comes to build hell, it will be empty, which is not good. I will reserve the first position in my hell for him. I will treat him well." These words were said lightly, but the murderous intent in them was imaginable. The 18th level of hell was not just a combat group, but a place that was really like a prison or hell. Anyone who was imprisoned there and said that he didn't want to experience what it was like to really go to hell, was just being incompetent like Boss Leopard and the other prison lords. Now, it seems that Boss Leopard casually said that he had reserved a seat for Mr. Zhou, but as long as there is a chance, this casual remark will definitely become a fact. Also, hasn't this little wolf been begging for mercy from Zhou? Spare his life, okay? I think it's just right. Lock him up. It's quite suitable. Once he's in my place, he won't be able to die even if he wants to. He will definitely live to the end of his life. After Boss Leopard finished speaking, he burst into laughter. The saying dying of old age is certainly a good thing, but when applied to him, it is the most vicious and cruel punishment. It makes people unable to live or die. I can't even die if I want to. I have to endure different painful punishments every day and every moment. But I can't die even if I want to. This kind of despair and pain will never be understood by those who have not experienced it. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi said calmly, "We'll talk about his affairs later. As for how to deal with him, I won't make any arrangements now. However, it's not impossible to leave it to you. He chose his own path. If he keeps making mistakes, he can't blame anyone else. I don't have the kindness to give him the chance to correct his mistakes time and time again. Whether he wants to live or die is up to him." Yi Tianqi would naturally not be a good guy, and he never said that he was a good guy. How did the road to strength come about? On the road leading to the throne, how many bones are piled up on both sides, and what kind of rivers are formed by blood? Those who don't know can't imagine it. Who dares to say that such a person is a goody-goody? Even when Yi Tianqi helped the Qi family in the past, it is conceivable how many forces were involved in the Qi family's advancement. He never thought of himself as a good person, but he also never thought of himself as a bad person. The distinction between good and bad depends only on one's standpoint, on how much good the people around one person are and how much bad the enemies are. What is good in your eyes is bad in his eyes, that's the truth. Also, try to have as little contact with Mr. Zhou and young Master Shi as possible over the past 2 days. If nothing unexpected happens, they must have reached an agreement. Mr. Zhou has suffered so much injustice in the capital, I doubt he won't become a bit extreme and stubborn. So, as for young Master Shi, he can give face, but not much, but this has nothing to do with us. Just prepare for the possible situations that may occur at the birthday banquet. If they want face, give it to them when they reveal their true intentions. Let them experience what despair is. That's not bad, huh? Okay, that's about it, you can go back. I also need to make some preparations and wait for Master Ming's arrival. Upon hearing this, Boss Leopard immediately stood up and said goodbye. Next, he actually didn't have much to do, although some arrangements needed to be made in advance. Since he was in Dongzhou, it would be enough for him to just make a few phone calls. As for Yi Tianqi's safety, Boss Leopard is now completely relieved. Even if the King of the East came in person and confirmed the betrayal, what could we do? As long as Yi Tianqi can temporarily recover his strength, even if it is not his former peak, he can at least reach the realm of imperial perfection. With this strength, even if he cannot kill Dong Tianwang in seconds, it is a dream for Dong Tianwang to win. But, as I said before, this bottom line is better not to be used if possible. Who knows what kind of impact it will have on Yi Tianqi after it is used. If it really affects the recovery of strength in the future, or even affects the possibility of entering the Emperor level, then it would really be a loss. Fortunately, Boss Leopard knew very well that Yi Tianqi could not have no preparation or trump cards at all. All he had to do next was wait patiently. At the same time, Yi Tianqi was also in the room, not going anywhere. He was waiting for Master Ming to come to Dongzhou, waiting to see Master Ming, and then decide what to do next. Of course, it was impossible for him to bring Master Ming here, that would be nonsense. Wouldn't it be equivalent to telling everyone that he, Yi Tianqi, had a relationship with Master Ming? Mr. Ming, you were a big shot who was ranked among the top 10 in the entire Dragon Country back then. You were equivalent to a top force and could even influence the top forces. How many people would dare to say they don't know such a person? Even though Mr. Ming has faded away for a long time, his prestige is still there. As long as he is alive, Master Ming, no one dares to disrespect him. What Yi Xiao, what Yi family, if Yi Xiao really knew that Yi Tianqi and Old Ming had such a deep relationship, even if he wanted to go crazy, he would have to think twice before daring to go crazy. Even though he seems to be in the limelight now and is not afraid of anyone, to be frank, the Yi family is not qualified enough. What does it mean to be a big shot who ranks among the top 10 in the entire Dragon Country? This so-called entire Dragon Kingdom includes all forces such as the royal family and the executive yuan, as well as all important figures including the emperor and the chief executive, who are ranked in the top 10. This is the real all-powerful person. The Yi family is really not qualified enough. Even the so-called Prince of Dragon Kingdom behind Yi Xiao probably wouldn't dare to provoke Old Ming easily, this is the fact. However, neither Ming Lao nor Yi Tianqi planned to expose this relationship. Ming Lao came quietly and avoided people. Otherwise, if Ming Lao traveled to Dongzhou, I am afraid that all the big and small people in the entire East Province would be shocked and would have arranged for the welcome long ago. Who dares to neglect it? Yi Tianqi sighed softly, sat quietly in the tea room, sipping the tea in his hand, waiting for news from Master Ming. This old man has been glorious and hard-working for half his life, and I'm afraid he has also suffered for half his life. It is hard not to sigh at the Ming family's experience and current situation. 289, Chapter 289 Elder Ming and Emperor Lu. And right now. On the highway leading to Dongzhou, a black commercial vehicle with an ordinary license plate was speeding towards Dongzhou. If the person sitting in the car is not Mr. Ming, who else could it be? There was only one car, and besides the driver, there was only a middle-aged man in the car, a total of 3 people. How could this be the scene of Mr. Ming's travel? Not to mention his level, even when the heads of some big families in the imperial capital travel, they are always surrounded by a large number of people. They almost want to travel alone, and the number of accompanying personnel such as bodyguards, nannies, assistants, etc. can reach more than a dozen cars. Where is Mr. Ming? According to his rank and status, he can be equipped with corresponding security forces when traveling, especially when traveling across provinces. At the same time, guards must accompany him and escort him in various places along the way. But the fact is that Mr. Ming only brought one car, a driver and a middle-aged man, a total of 3 people. He is not just low-key, he is too low-key, so low-key that no one can imagine it. However, there is no problem with Mr. Ming's safety. The driver's level is absolutely fine. Although the vehicle looks ordinary, its safety is incomparable to ordinary bulletproof cars. The most important thing is that the middle-aged man sitting next to Mr. Ming is enough to block the enemies who want to attack him. Of course, there are people following in secret, for the sake of safety and privacy. Although the number of people is not large, they are definitely the elite among the elite. Emperor Lu, please accompany me on this trip to Dongzhou. Thank you for your hard work. Old Ming looked at the middle-aged man beside him with a kind look and thanked him softly. The middle-aged man quickly shook his head and looked at Elder Ming with respect, saying, Elder Ming, what are you talking about? It's my honor to be able to protect your safety. What's more, I have never been able to repay your kindness to me. You are also my old boss. Please don't be polite to me, otherwise, it will really embarrass me. The middle-aged man, Emperor Lu, had a dignified look on his face, and was intimidating without even getting angry. One could tell from his aura that he had been in a high position for a long time and was extremely powerful and majestic. However, when facing Elder Ming, he acted like a younger nephew, being extremely humble. He is Emperor Lu, but his real name is not Emperor Liu. It is the respectful title given to him by others, because he has the perfect strength of the Emperor level, and is only one step away from the peak of the Emperor level of the top powerhouses. However, whether he can cross this one step is unknown. But this is enough. With a powerful Emperor-level warrior personally guarding him, Mr. Ming's safety is naturally guaranteed. Although Emperor Lu has retired now, he was indeed once a subordinate of Master Ming. Back then, Emperor Lu was among those who participated in the battle in which almost all members of the Ming family were killed. Therefore, he knew everything and how it happened. Naturally, he could not help but admire the righteousness of Mr. Ming and the loyalty of the Ming family. Hearing this, Elder Ming shook his head slightly and said with a smile, how could I say such a great favor? I just couldn't bear to see young people with potential being framed, and now, you have achieved what you have now, proving that I was right in judging you. Emperor Lu, if I have to thank you, it should be this old bone of mine who should thank you. I want to thank you for cultivating so many talents for Dragon Country, and I want to thank you even more for stopping the powerful enemy when they entered the country. Otherwise, Dragon Country would have become a place where foreign powers could come and go as they pleased. Strong people are rare. Peerless strong men are extremely rare. Emperor-level strong men are already the world's top combat forces, and are even known as the guardians of the country. This is not just a casual remark. It is not easy for ordinary forces, or even ordinary small countries, to have a strong man who has just entered the Emperor level to take charge, let alone reaching the perfection of the Emperor level. Even in such a huge country like Dragon Country, Emperor-level powerhouses are actually extremely rare, and perfect Emperor-level ones are even more so. Each one of them is a treasure and has a high status. In addition, some strong people are only focused on pursuing the way of becoming strong and do not care about worldly affairs. Therefore, there are very few people who can or are willing to fight. Therefore, Emperor Lu's status is extremely high. Master Ming also sincerely thanks Emperor Lu. But this gratitude made Emperor Lu feel ashamed and he dared not accept it. He could have a clear conscience in front of others, but he didn't dare to do so in front of Mr. Ming. Master Ming, you are too kind. You are the true pillar of the nation. Without you, Dragon Nation would not be what it is today, and we would not have achieved what we have today. Also, please do not call me Emperor Lu, just call me Lu Si. Emperor Lu is a respectful title. In fact, it is also a recognized title. Any Emperor-level strongman is generally called Emperor to show his strength and dignity. Lu Si is the real name of Emperor Lu. Elder Ming shook his head and said softly, that won't do. Emperor Lu is Emperor Lu. Even if I treat you as a junior, I still have to show due respect. This is the respect due to an Emperor-level powerhouse. Moreover, you are an Emperor-level powerhouse who has made great contributions to the Dragon Nation. If I take the lead in disrespecting you, wouldn't people say that I, an old man, am ignorant? That won't do. Ha ha. After Mr. Ming finished speaking, he burst into laughter. His jokes revealed his open-minded and kind character. Upon hearing this, Emperor Lu could only nod helplessly and said, alright, as long as you're happy, anything is fine. Elder Ming, Dongzhou is just ahead. I understand why you've come to Dongzhou this time, but I'm a little confused. Even if this exiled immortal from the Qi family possesses extraordinary abilities, is he truly worthy of your and the Grand Chancellor's attention, to the point of personally making this trip? Emperor Lu was naturally aware of Yi Tianqi's past stories, but when Yi Tianqi really did some shocking things, Emperor Lu was not in the imperial capital, so he had only heard about the scenes of those years. What's more, for someone like Emperor Lu in his eyes, although he did not object to these people with extraordinary intelligence, in comparison, he felt that force was more important than anything else. No matter how powerful the conspiracy and intelligence are, what can they do under his immense power? Of course, this was also related to the fact that he knew too little about Yi Tianqi. However, he was still very curious about Yi Tianqi. After all, there were very few young people with such extraordinary talent. And for a peerless genius like this, besides his extraordinary brain power, doesn't he have the potential to become a powerful person? Unfortunately, he knew back then that this banished immortal from the Qi family was a young man dressed in flowing white, gentle and elegant like an immortal who had descended to earth, but he was a weak man. Now, I am probably 30 years old and no matter how amazing my talent is, it is too late to embark on the path of a strong person. Even if I force myself to do so, my achievements will be extremely limited. Therefore, Emperor Lu actually did not have much interest in Yi Tianqi. After all, they were not in the same circle. However, since Elder Ming and the others attached so much importance to it, he couldn't help but take it a little more seriously. Elder Ming could understand Emperor Lu's confusion, but he felt that this time, Emperor Lu might have been wrong. Although Ming Lao didn't know much about Yi Tianqi's experience, after all, so many years had passed, he knew that Yi Tianqi had hidden many secrets and was definitely not an ordinary person. Emperor Lu, how about we make a bet? You will be shocked after seeing this exiled immortal from the Qi family. 290, Chapter 290 Danger. Extremely dangerous. Just from Master Ming's attitude towards Yi Tianqi, it can be seen how much he thinks highly of and favors Yi Tianqi. It was natural that Emperor Lu could not fail to give face to Elder Ming, even though he did not really believe it in his heart, he could not show it on his face. A talent that Elder Ming values so highly is naturally not an ordinary person. It is very likely that he will surprise me. However, he is still a young man and needs more training. Elder Ming, it would be better to be more tactful when the time comes. Who is Emperor Lu? A powerful person who had reached the perfection of the emperor level and had experienced countless life and death struggles. What kind of young people of extraordinary talent had he not seen? Therefore, although he was interested in Yi Tianqi, it was still unknown how much interest he had and how much he valued him. After all, no matter how talented a person is, he is only considered a great person if he can make it to the end. Otherwise, what is the point of dying prematurely? After all, the emperor level has its own pride. Ming Lao was not angry at all when Emperor Lu said this. In fact, he hadn't seen Yi Tianqi for a long time, and he was not very clear about what Yi Tianqi had become, but he still believed that Yi Tianqi was still the amazing exiled immortal. Emperor Lu, you'll understand when you get there. You're right, young people need more training and growth. So, if this exiled immortal needs your help, I hope you can lend a hand. After all, you know how important he is to me, to the Grand Chancellor, and to the entire Dragon Nation. What Elder Ming said was extremely serious. He mentioned very important things to the Dragon Country. It is conceivable how important Yi Tianqi is, or how much hope Yi Tianqi carries in their hearts. How could Emperor Lu not hear it? In the car, it was difficult to salute, but Emperor Lu still looked at Elder Ming very seriously and promised, Elder Ming, don't worry. As someone who you and Elder Qin have placed such high hopes on, if there is any need for me, I will definitely do my best. Upon hearing this, Elder Ming smiled softly and said, that's good, well, we're almost there, and it's getting late. He seems to have other things to do now, and we can't let him know. So, let's go to the safe house and ask him to come over. For someone of Ming Lao's status, he would be surrounded by thousands of people wherever he went, but if he didn't want to, he could just stay like he is now, where no one would know where he was going. Of course, he cannot stay in a hotel, and he cannot go to crowded places, otherwise, his privacy will be very poor and others will probably recognize him. Once recognized, he will not be able to hide even if he wants to. Therefore, a safe house, or some private place, is particularly important. In Dongzhou, there are naturally many places to choose from, but Mr. Ming chose a farmhouse that is not luxurious but rather simple. This small courtyard had already received instructions from Master Ming and had made preparations in advance. At the same time, the unique farm dishes had also begun to be prepared. As soon as Yi Tianqi arrives, we can start eating. After receiving the address given by Master Ming, Yi Tianqi sighed softly, then slowly stood up and walked out of the room. He knew very well that as long as he saw Master Ming, even if he wanted freedom, he would not be able to do so. In other words, he will have a heavy burden on his shoulders, and even if he can still do whatever he wants and be free, he will not be the same as before after all. After walking out the door, Yi Tianqi refused other people's offers to drive him or follow him, and took a taxi and left. In the meantime, Yi Tianqi did not change his route or vehicle too much. He just arrived at a shopping mall with a large flow of people and got on a taxi that seemed to have been waiting for a long time. The spies who followed him had long been thrown off by him. After getting off the car, Yi Tianqi walked for about 5 minutes before finally arriving at the farmyard where old Ming was. During this period, even though Yi Tianqi had lost his strength, his keen senses and the perception formed by his status as a peak powerhouse allowed him to clearly feel that many people, both openly and secretly, were on guard. This is normal. If someone of Ming's status, especially if he came secretly with a mission, had no one to protect him, Yi Tianqi himself would be angry. I knocked on the door gently, and soon, the middle-aged man who originally lived here opened the door. Yi Tianqi went straight into the house, but Ming Lao was already waiting outside. After seeing Yi Tianqi, before Yi Tianqi could speak, Ming Lao smiled and said, "Mr. It's been many years since we last met, and you're still as elegant as ever." Yes, Elder Ming did not call Yi Tianqi anything else, but directly called him Mr. It can be seen that he was very clear that the relationship between Yi Tianqi and the Qi family was like water and fire. It also meant that Elder Ming knew Yi Tianqi's current identity and name. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi quickly stepped forward, looked at Elder Ming, bowed slightly, and said with some emotion, "Elder Ming, you can just call me Tianqi. I am not worthy of the title of Sir." The word Mr. has many meanings. When it is called out by different people with different identities, the meaning is also different. But Yi Tianqi knew very well that when Master Ming called out the 3 words Mr. In addition to being a normal honorific title, it also signified the true concept of Mr. Upon hearing this, Elder Ming laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, "You deserve it. If you don't, it would be a waste of my trouble to come here in person, and it would also be a waste of Elder Qin's painstaking efforts. However, I'm afraid you will suffer from this." It seems as if Yi Tianqi has already agreed to this. Have to. In other words, Ming is old. Yi Tianqi could only shake his head and smile bitterly. He didn't intend to give himself a chance to refuse at all. He had already made up his mind. But he really couldn't say much in front of Master Ming. "Okay, Tianqi, let me introduce you to a pillar of our dragon nation. From now on, you should get to know each other better. If there is anything, you can help each other. Emperor Lu, a master of the emperor level, is the top powerhouse of our dragon nation. In recent years, our dragon nation has rarely been harassed by foreign powers. Emperor Lu has made an indelible contribution." At this moment, Emperor Lu was right next to Master Ming, but he no longer cared about Master Ming's high evaluation and introduction. Instead, he kept staring at Yi Tianqi. From the moment Yi Tianqi entered the door, or even before Yi Tianqi entered the door, Emperor Lu felt an inexplicable palpitation, as if an ancient demon god was slowly walking towards him. It seems that there is a feeling that I have never seen before, but is extremely familiar with. He saw Yi Tianqi with his own eyes and realized that Yi Tianqi was now powerless, but for some reason, he felt very dangerous, extremely dangerous. This feeling was not so strong even when he was facing an enemy who was a peak emperor-level powerhouse. Therefore, Emperor Lu now instinctively has an extremely strange feeling. He could clearly strangle Yi Tianqi to death with just a raise of his hand, but the hairs on his body stood on end, and his body's instinct kept telling him, "Danger, danger, extremely danger." 291, Chapter 291 Only seen on the throne. Who is Emperor Lu? The top strong man of Dragon Country, with the perfect strength of the Emperor level, has never had such a reaction even when facing a dangerous enemy, but now, he is facing a man who looks weak and powerless, but he feels extremely dangerous. This was something he himself couldn't understand. That's right, even though Yi Tianqi's physical strength and other aspects are not inferior to those of an ordinary adult, he is still too weak for someone as powerful as Emperor Lu. Emperor Lu's extreme nervousness also made Ming Lao aware of it, although he didn't know why. Ming Lao still smiled and said, "Emperor Lu, what's wrong? After meeting Tianqi, you really didn't feel disappointed, huh? You haven't even started talking yet, but you can sense something. You are indeed a top-notch expert. The sixth sense is really effective." What Elder Ming meant was that Yi Tianqi's perceived brainpower was enough for Emperor Lu to take seriously. However, he did not expect that Emperor Lu was not only shocked, but his entire body instinctively became alert. Fortunately, Elder Ming spoke up, and Emperor Lu slowly relaxed his tense mood. He exhaled lightly, then slowly said, Master Ming is really too kind to me. Mr. must be well deserved to receive such praise from Master Ming. After saying that, Emperor Lu slowly stretched out his hand. He wanted to test whether Yi Tianqi really had no strength at all. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, looking at the hand extended by Emperor Lu, and chuckled softly, Emperor Lu, a handshake is fine, but I hope you won't test me. With the strength of an emperor, even if you just test it a little, I'm afraid my palm will be crushed by you. After finishing speaking, Yi Tianqi smiled and held Emperor Lu's hand. This made Emperor Lu, who did want to test the waters, feel a little overwhelmed for a moment. He didn't believe that a weak Yi Tianqi could pose any threat to him, especially now that Yi Tianqi was right in front of him. Even if he did have terrifying brain power, enough to plan the world, at this moment, Yi Tianqi's life was in the control of Emperor Li. As long as he wanted, he could kill Yi Tianqi anytime and anywhere. Under such circumstances, that feeling of extreme danger should never appear, so Emperor Lu didn't understand and only thought that Yi Tianqi might have hidden his strength. But thinking about it, Emperor Lu found it hard to believe. Even if Yi Tianqi had hidden his strength, what kind of strength would it take for a strong man like him to feel like he was facing a formidable enemy and extremely dangerous? He has reached the perfect level of the emperor, and is considered one of the top experts in the entire world. Even if he faces an emperor who is only a step away from him, Emperor Lu will not say that he will definitely lose. Not to mention, it made him feel so instinctively dangerous. If he had to say that there was someone in this world who could make him feel this way, then he had indeed experienced it before. He had had a brief contact with one of the thrones, a Western powerhouse with the title of Golden Lion. That time, he couldn't even muster the courage to take action, or even, he couldn't do it. The suffocating and extremely dangerous feeling was exactly the same as before. But how is that possible? That is the throne. There are only 10 thrones in the entire world now, which are the pinnacle of global combat power. Even if he does not have the courage to fight, he does not feel ashamed, and it is normal for him to feel danger. But, Yi Tianqi, why? Emperor Lu is not someone who can't keep things in his heart, but when it comes to things like this, he can't help it. Today, especially now, Master Ming is also here. He is the person he respects the most. He must ensure Master Ming's safety. Even if Master Ming says that he absolutely trusts Yi Tianqi, he dare not let his guard down. From the time they shook hands to the time they let go, Emperor Lu did not test Yi Tianqi, because just as Yi Tianqi said, there was really nothing to test. As soon as his hands touched, he knew that the man in front of him was really no different from an ordinary person. Mr. May I ask, have we met before? Also, Mr. You seem very mysterious these years. Can you tell me where you have been and what you have done? Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else, I'm just curious, so I wanted to ask. If it's difficult for you, you don't have to tell me. Emperor Lu spoke directly without beating around the bush. Upon hearing this, Elder Ming was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, Emperor Lu, you just met and you're already prying into other people's privacy. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Of course, although I'm curious. But if Tianqi really doesn't want to, you can't force him. Yi Tianqi looked at Elder Ming and Emperor Lu, chuckled, and said, I understand Elder Ming, I have nothing to hide from you. Besides, many things will be known sooner or later. As for Emperor Lu, I also know your character, and the fact that you have received such high praise from Elder Ming has already proved a lot. So, I know what you want to ask, and I can tell you. But before that, could you please invite me in for a cup of tea? It's not nice to keep chatting in the yard. Upon hearing this, Elder Ming burst into laughter and said, I had someone prepare the food before you came. Although I don't drink alcohol anymore, I'm happy today and I'll make an exception and have a couple of drinks with you. Since Emperor Lu is here too, let's have a few drinks to relax. Come on, let's go in and eat. We'll talk while we eat. In fact, Elder Ming already knew that Yi Tianqi would not refuse him. Although he had not told Yi Tianqi what arrangements he would make until now, it was obvious to Yi Tianqi that he would accept any arrangement. It's like a big stone falling to the ground. Of course, there is one thing that makes Mr. Ming feel uneasy. Yes, the Secret Investigation Institute is not any other organization or position. After all, this organization can be called the most terrifying and violent organization in the history of Dragon Country. It has been unknown to the world until now, and is sometimes even looked down upon and criticized by people. That is only because the power of this violent organization has not yet been exerted. As long as the Secret Investigation Institute welcomes its own master, the real master, it will immediately let everyone know what the Secret Investigation Institute is. Especially when the master is someone like Yi Tianqi, who has a terrifying mind and a terrifying heart, the power he will unleash will be unpredictable. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the Secret Investigation Office will become a dark cloud hanging over everyone's head, making people tremble with fear. However, it is precisely because the power of the Secret Investigation Institute is so huge and terrifying that he not only shoulders heavy responsibilities, but also becomes the head of the Secret Investigation Institute, which means that he will be an enemy of almost everyone, whether it is infamy or bad reputation. Yi Tianqi will bear it alone in the end. If possible, Mr. Ming would not be willing to give this kind of pressure to Yi Tianqi, but in fact, there is no better candidate than Yi Tianqi. Of course, he also believed that Yi Tianqi would be able to shoulder this responsibility, withstand the pressure, and do a very good job. However, he couldn't bear to let such a promising young man, like a banished immortal, a young man who could have gained great freedom, shoulder such a heavy responsibility in future, even like falling into hell. 292, Chapter 292, So what if the world is turned upside down? After sitting down, Mr. Ming did not say the words clearly right away, but instead took Yi Tianqi aside and started reminiscing about the past. After not seeing each other for so many years, Yi Tianqi still looked calm and composed, but Elder Ming knew very well that Yi Tianqi had suffered a lot, and it was the kind of suffering that he had no one to vent his suffering to and had to bear his guilt by himself. Of course, even if Yi Tianqi is willing to find someone to talk to, does he still have a home? Compared with the physical suffering, the unspeakable pain in Yi Tianqi's heart is the most heart-wrenching. Sighing softly, Elder Ming took Yi Tianqi's hand and said, Tianqi, a few years ago, we had some contact, but these years, there has been no contact at all. Although I don't know what happened, I can imagine that you must have suffered a lot. I know your character very well. You always report good news but not bad news. You always keep everything to yourself. In his words, Old Ming treated Yi Tianqi as if he were his own grandson. In fact, Old Ming had no grandson, and the Ming family had no descendants. But when he looked at Yi Tianqi, he couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness, as if Yi Tianqi was also close to him. This is certainly not just a matter of liking each other, but they both know their past selves very well, understand each other, and admire each other. Yi Tianqi smiled, shook his head gently, and said, Ming Lao, don't worry, how could you not understand me? It's nothing, for me, there is no hurdle in this world that I can't overcome, suffering or pain or just some life experiences. Without these, life would actually be boring, wouldn't it? It sounds easy, as if there is no complaint at all. However, if it is possible to live without pain, without torture, and live a good life, who would be willing to experience the wind, frost, snow, rain, ups and downs of this world? It's not that he can find joy in suffering, but Yi Tianqi has already experienced many tragedies that ordinary people cannot even understand, so he's just used to it. As for life, it is naturally just as he said, with these as seasonings, it is indeed more exciting. However, this so-called excitement may not be what others want. Similarly, it is not what Yi Tianqi wants. Of course he wanted to change, he had always wanted to change, but the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Today, Yi Tianqi's life is no longer just his own life, his good or bad, his future, concerns the lives of many people. Even if he didn't care about himself, Yi Tianqi couldn't just give up everything like that. If he could, he wouldn't be himself anymore. Besides, compared to the suffering and pain you've endured, what we've been through is nothing. Yi Tianqi looked at Master Ming and said something from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps these words were a bit exaggerated. After all, what Yi Tianqi had experienced was more miserable than many people could endure in their entire lives. However, he still believed that the one who suffered the most was Old Ming. The lineage of Master Ming was a loyal and brave family 100 years ago, and by Master Ming's generation, it has been a completely single-line lineage. So, what is the greatest pain? The lineage of Master Ming has been completely wiped out. Is there any greater pain than this? Elder Ming didn't even know how to explain to his ancestors. The suffocating despair was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Elder Ming knew what Yi Tianqi was talking about, but he smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, It's fate, there's nothing I can do about it. However, I've let it go a long time ago. As long as Dragon Country still exists, even if no one remembers us, it doesn't matter. It sounds simple, but who can't hear the loneliness between the words? This is, I have already lost all hope. And Master Ming didn't even dare to say the 3 words Hall of Valor. Not only did he not mention Valhalla, he also kept silent about the Martyr's Shrine. But isn't this the pain in Old Ming's heart? The lineage of Master Ming has no successors, and it is destined that no bloodline will remain after 100 years. However, as long as the Dragon Kingdom is still there, as long as the Hall of Heroes is still there, as long as one can move into the Hall of Heroes, they can enjoy the incense offerings of the Dragon Kingdom from generation to generation, and be remembered and worshipped forever by future generations. But Master Ming did not mention it because someone obstructed him. If no one stops him, with Master Ming's status and achievements, he is qualified enough to move into the Hall of Heroes and enjoy the incense offerings from the Dragon Kingdom. But what is the result? Not only is there no place for him in Valhalla, but even entering the Martyr's Shrine would be extremely difficult. This, in turn, involves the entanglement between the two largest forces in the Dragon Kingdom today. Although Yi Tianqi was not in the government, he had heard about these things a long time ago and was even extremely indignant. It is understandable that the two sides are fighting for power. However, Ming Lao's achievements have attracted worldwide attention and are well known to everyone. Even the royal family cannot stop the public from talking about his love. However, the royal family has more say in who can enter Valhalla and the Martyr's Shrine. Even the Minister of State can only discuss, not force progress. What's more, nowadays, the royal family is the dominant force, and on the side of the Grand Secretary, as his health is getting worse and worse and the executive Yuan has no more favorable successor, his weakness has become more and more obvious. It is conceivable that once the Minister of State and Mr. Ming pass away, the executive Yuan will probably soon become an empty shell and will no longer have much real power. And this is one of the most important reasons why the Minister of State and Mr. Ming are so anxious. So, they came and found Yi Tianqi. Moreover, the Secret Investigation Institute, which had been painstakingly established over the years but had never shown its fangs, would be handed over to Yi Tianqi. And Yi Tianqi understands everything. Seeing Elder Ming's sadness, Yi Tianqi's eyes flashed with a cold light. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't really care about these power struggles, but Elder Ming, I cannot stand what's happened to you and the Ming family. I am extremely dissatisfied with it, especially, whoever dares to stop you from entering the Hall of Heroes will be a traitor in my eyes, even the royal family is no exception. As for the loyal and brave members of the Ming family, even if they are not qualified to enter the Hall of Heroes, they are more than qualified to enter the Martyr's Shrine and enjoy the offerings and incense. How dare you stop them? Ming Lao, I, Yi Tianqi, swear to you here that I will bring back the glory that belongs to you. No one can take away the honor that belongs to the Ming family. As long as I am alive, as long as I am still here, no one can stop me, and no one can change this." Yi Tianqi made this oath directly without any hesitation. He was very clear about the consequences of these words, and he also understood how much effort it would take to achieve this, and even how many people and forces he would have to offend. But he doesn't care. Mr. Ming, you have done him a favor. Mr. Ming, you have made great contributions to the country. The Ming family is a family of loyal heroes. If they cannot get the honor they deserve, and can only be treated unfairly, and even cannot enjoy the offerings and incense they deserve after their death, then Yi Tianqi doesn't care about completely changing the world, even if it means turning the sky upside down. 293, Chapter 293, Hall of Heroes, Martyr's Shrine. Perhaps in the eyes of different people, there is a different Yi Tianqi. In the Qi family, in the imperial capital, and in the eyes of many people who know Yi Tianqi's former identity, Yi Tianqi is a mysterious man known as the Qi family's banished immortal, a man so wise that he is almost a demon. Once he starts planning something, he will do it flawlessly, leaving no one able to find a single flaw. Even if there are omissions, he will have various plans to remedy them. That he takes one step and looks at 100, or even several hundred steps ahead. Every step is unexpected, and every step is astonishing, like a god's hand. This is how many people see Yi Tianqi. Outside the country, in the eyes of many powerful people and even many forces, Yi Tianqi is a mysterious man who suddenly rose to prominence and was like a god. He is a peerless genius, one that may not appear in 100 years or even thousands of years, yet, in just a few years, he ascended to the throne and ruled the world. This is also how many people see Yi Tianqi. Similarly, Yi Tianqi, the lord of the heavenly palace and known as the abandoned emperor of heaven, is ruthless, cruel, crazy, and terrifying in the eyes of countless enemies. These are the different Yi Tianqi in everyone's eyes. But they are all the same Yi Tianqi. They are all so omnipotent, so capable that one can only marvel at them and feel ashamed of themselves. But don't forget, in the eyes of Lin Qingyue and others, Yi Tianqi, even if he is not a waste, is just an ordinary person. But in the eyes of some other people, Yi Tianqi is the best and kindest person in the world. So, who is the real Yi Tianqi? In fact, it is all true. Everyone has a different side, who says that the side they know is not true but false. Just like right now. Yi Tianqi was filled with grief and indignation. He felt sorry for Mr. Ming and felt sorry for him. He even spoke directly, demanding that Mr. Ming and the Ming family regain the glory they deserved. And how many people in the entire Dragon Country dare to say this? Even though everyone knows that both Master Ming and the Ming family have been treated unfairly, and even hostile forces will sigh for Master Ming, does anyone dare to say anything? Not to mention, doing something for Master Ming. But today, Yi Tianqi said it. Not only did he say it, he also wanted to do it, and anyone who understands him knows how much weight his words carry. Mr. Ming is one of the people who knows best. Don't make promises easily, but once you make a promise, you must keep it. This is Yi Tianqi. It seemed that he felt Yi Tianqi's innocent heart, and it also seemed that he had been feeling frustrated for so many years and had no place to vent. At this moment, the eyes of the iron-willed old Ming could not help but turn slightly red. He was trying hard to control his emotions. Tianqi, don't do this. We don't need this. Our Ming family is satisfied with being recognized by the people. We don't expect anything else. Even if it must be done, it shouldn't be you. The burden on you is already very heavy, and it will become even heavier. You shouldn't bear more responsibilities and offend more enemies for me. Yi Tianqi respects Master Ming and admires the Ming family. For Master Ming, he is willing to do things that many people cannot understand, that are not worth the cost, and may even ruin himself. And Master Ming was also thinking about Yi Tianqi. Whether it is Valhalla or the Martyr's Shrine, they are controlled by the royal power. No one knows better than them how difficult it is to get permission from them. Especially when the royal family was determined to suppress the executive yuan and take back all power, Mr. Ming became their first target and also the most important target. Valhalla and the Martyr's Shrine are just an introduction, but this introduction is the most important line from beginning to end. Whether Mr. Ming can enter the Hall of Valor and whether members of the Ming family can enter the Martyr's Shrine is the most direct manifestation of the authority of the royal family. Just based on this point, you can imagine how difficult it is. It is equivalent to declaring war on the entire royal family. Yi Tianqi, don't you know? Of course he knew it. However, compared to what he was holding on to, he had no fear. Looking at Elder Ming, Yi Tianqi shook his head slightly and said, Elder Ming, don't worry about me, and don't persuade me anymore. Instead, why not encourage me? He. As for enemies and responsibilities, I think I can no longer shirk them, can I? Moreover, even if you hadn't done these things, you know how many enemies I would have had. Now, all you need to do is wait and see. You and old Qin came to me for this, right? So, trust me and let me handle it. A lot of things really need to change. Yi Tianqi didn't say a lot, but in fact, even if Elder Ming and the Minister of Political Affairs didn't look for him, could he coexist peacefully with the royal family? It's not impossible, but there are too many things involved, and they are too complicated. Yi Tianqi also looks down on the royal family's methods and style in many things, and the pride in his bones cannot be changed. Moreover, the Yi family is a die-hard supporter of the royal family. At the same time, the Qi family and the Tang family have also surrendered to the royal family. These three forces are what Yi Tianqi must face even if he rejects Elder Ming and Elder Qin. Therefore, it is extremely difficult for him and the royal family to coexist peacefully. And at this moment, Emperor Lu, who seemed to have been holding it in for a long time, finally couldn't help but speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was full of murderous intent. Ming Lao, although I don't know what burden you will add to Mr.Yi, and I don't know whether Mr.Yi can do it, I am just an idler now, but I am also a man of blood, more or less. I have some strength. I want to say that regarding your matter, Mr.Yi said that's right, the royal family, that's too much. Emperor Lu has no factional distinctions. Even though he did a lot of things, they were all done for the Dragon Kingdom, not for the royal family or the executive yuan. Whether it is the royal family or the executive yuan, in fact, they are all dragon people. Emperor Lu knew about the affairs of Old Ming's family, so he had special respect for Old Ming. What's more, Old Ming was his former superior, and he was someone who had received Old Ming's favor. However, he didn't know that the Ming family would face such unfair treatment. Why can't Ming Lao enter the Hall of Heroes? Why can't he enter? The Hall of Heroes was originally established at the beginning of the Dragon Kingdom to commemorate the martyrs who had made great contributions to the country for 10 or 20 years. Perhaps no one would be able to enter, but Elder Ming was qualified. To date, a total of 98 ancestors have entered the Hall of Valor to enjoy the incense offerings of the Dragon Kingdom, and more than 50 of them were at the beginning of the founding of the country. In the past 30 years, no one has been able to enter the Hall of Valor. It is fair to say so, but now it is really unfair. 100 years later, Mr. Ming entered Valhalla, but was rejected? Even Ming Lao's deceased children, including Ming Lao's descendants, were denied entry to the Martyr's Shrine. This is simply ridiculous. If Elder Ming is not qualified to enter Valhalla, if Elder Ming's lineage is not qualified to enter the Martyr's Shrine, that would be a huge joke. The most terrifying thing was that when this answer was confirmed by Master Ming himself, Emperor Lu thought of a rumor he had heard before. It is said that the royal family intends to move Mr. Ming's ancestors out of the Martyr's Shrine. This is simply ridiculous. At first, Emperor Lu did not believe it and just ignored it, but now, it seems that it is not impossible. And what does this mean? As a family of loyal heroes, the Ming family cannot enter the Hall of Heroes and the Martyr's Shrine. Not to mention for now, if Ming's ancestors were to be moved out of the Martyr's Shrine as well, then it would be so tragic that it is beyond words. What is the Martyr's Shrine? What moving it out of the Martyr's Shrine represents is self-evident. This is to completely wipe out the glory of Master Ming's lineage, and even throw dirty water on it. 294, Chapter 294. If you don't draw your sword, the inner demon will arise. Emperor Lu spoke up and said bluntly that the royal family had gone too far, and his attitude was extremely indignant. This was definitely not a light matter. Emperor Lu naturally does not have any huge power and does not hold any position in Dragon Country, but don't forget that he is a powerful emperor-level master and one of the top masters in Dragon Country. Who dares to underestimate him with just one man and one sword? If he gets angry or dissatisfied, anyone would frown and think carefully. Elder Ming looked at Emperor Lu and shook his head gently, saying, if Tanchi had intervened in this matter, I could understand. After all, the situation he will face in the future is indeed one more thing and one less thing. Whether I am involved or not, he will have to confront the royal family sooner or later. However, Emperor Lu, you don't have to do this. You are a pure and powerful person. You should not be involved in such matters. As long as you remain neutral, neither the royal family nor the executive yuan will have any hostility towards you. After all, this is the treatment you deserve. No matter where you are a guest of honor. This is your honor. However, if you get involved in this matter, the royal family will be dissatisfied with you. So, let's just say these words today. Don't say anything more, especially in front of others. Don't even mention it. Elder Ming has great respect for Emperor Lu, and that is what Emperor Lu deserves. As for Emperor Lu, his status in the Dragon Kingdom is indeed very transcendent, precisely because he does not get involved in factional disputes. He only does what he should do and is wholeheartedly pursuing the way to become stronger. At the same time, he draws his sword to meet the enemy for the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, no one would have the leisure to offend such a person. But once you get involved in Mr. Ming's affairs, everything will be different. Mr. Ming is the first and most important stumbling block for the royal family to completely tear apart the executive yuan. They will never make any compromises, not to mention that the royal family now has an absolute upper hand. Emperor Lu naturally understood the protective intentions of Elder Ming, as he did not want to create such a powerful enemy for no reason. However, he could not agree to this. If it were someone else, perhaps Emperor Lu would not be willing to get involved. This had nothing to do with him, and had nothing to do with what he was pursuing. However, now, the one facing this unfair treatment was Elder Ming, and the entire Elder Ming clan. That he, Emperor Lu, could not just ignore it. If he didn't even have the courage to draw his sword for the person he respected the most, if he didn't even have the guts to cry out against injustice and demand justice for the person he admired the most, then what was the point of Emperor Lu practicing swordsmanship? What was the point of becoming stronger? What's more, if you don't know, it would be fine, but once you know, you will have demons in your heart. The most taboo thing for a strong person is to have demons in their hearts. Once there are demons and knots in their hearts that cannot be solved or removed, they become obsessions, and obsessions will ruin the path to becoming strong. By then, let alone making further progress on the road to becoming a strong man, I am afraid that even the current state of perfection at the imperial level may not be maintained. Emperor Lu knew all of this very well. So, no matter what, It is impossible to just let go and pretend that nothing happened, unless he, Emperor Lu, can change his mind. But how is that possible? Ming Lao, you don't need to persuade me anymore. When I return to the imperial capital this time, I will go to the palace first and personally seek justice for you. This is not only for you and the Ming family, but also for justice, for the sake of so many people who have sacrificed their lives for the Dragon Kingdom. I know you, Master Ming, are doing this for my own good, but there are some things you might not be aware of. If I didn't know about what happened today, it would be fine, but now that I know, I can't pretend I didn't know. This has become a knot in my heart. If I can't untie it, Lu, will probably never make any progress in this life. And this is devastating for someone who wants to reach the pinnacle of strength, so you don't need to persuade me anymore. Even if we take a step back and say that I, Lu, have received your kindness and admire you the most, if I don't even have the courage to draw my sword when my benefactor suffers such humiliation and injustice, then am I still a human being? What's the point of me becoming stronger? What's the point of practicing swordsmanship? Emperor Lu expressed his thoughts in a powerful and resolute voice. In a nutshell, there was no need to persuade Elder Ming. It would be useless to persuade him. He, Emperor Lu, would come out of his trance on behalf of Elder Ming. Emperor Lu's words moved Elder Ming. A man like Mr. Ming, who has experienced many hardships, can actually see through people's hearts a long time ago. Therefore, no matter who is telling the truth and who is lying, no matter how good their acting skills are, they cannot hide it from him. Every word Emperor Lu said came from the bottom of his heart and was sincere. The more so, the more deeply moved Elder Ming was. But, at the same time, the more this happened, the more he didn't want Emperor Lu to get involved, as it would be disadvantageous to him. And the Dragon Kingdom needs a pure strong man like Emperor Lu. However, this time, before Elder Ming could say anything, Yi Tianqi shook his head gently and said, Elder Ming, there's no need to persuade Emperor Lu anymore. What he said is true. If you don't let him seek justice for you this time, or even don't allow him to express his dissenting opinions, then it won't be a good thing for Emperor Lu. On the contrary, it will ruin his Dao heart. The path of the strong is to avoid the growth of inner demons and the failure of thoughts. Obviously, your matter has entered the heart of Emperor Lu. If he is not allowed to vent, then Emperor Lu will not only find it difficult to make further progress in the future, but may also lose his current realm. The most terrible consequence is that he will go astray and become possessed. So, Elder Ming, there is no need to persuade him anymore, otherwise, you will harm Emperor Lu. Old Ming knew about the things and taboos between the strong, but he was not very clear about them. He knew that the path to becoming strong was actually extremely difficult and dangerous, and if one was not careful, one's life would be in danger. But I still didn't expect that Yi Tianqi would say it so seriously. Is that true, Tianqi? You didn't lie to me, Emperor Lu. Is Tianqi being too serious? Elder Ming was still a little worried, so he looked at Emperor Lu and asked directly. And the look in Emperor Lu's eyes when he looked at Yi Tianqi at this moment was even more doubtful. Ordinary people don't understand these inside stories at all. Even those who have reached a certain level on the road to becoming strong may not know them so clearly. However, Yi Tianqi knows them very well. This made his already confused heart even more confused. As soon as Yi Tianqi entered the door, he felt an extreme danger, the kind of crisis he had only felt on the throne. But unfortunately, Yi Tianqi was just an ordinary person and did not have the power of a strong man. This crisis came particularly strangely. At this moment, hearing that Yi Tianqi knew so much about the inside story of the strong, his doubts deepened, and he couldn't help but want to ask. Mr. Ming, what Mr. Yi said is correct. So, if you stop me, you will really harm me. I know you're worried about me, but don't worry, I'll be fine. Besides, since Dragon Country still needs me, the royal family can't possibly not even let me make my voice heard. Emperor Lu, may not be much, but I'm also a top-tier expert who has made contributions to Dragon Country. Even if the royal family is dissatisfied, what can they really do to me? Even if they want to harm me, let me be frank, I am not a pushover. With only the few royal deities, even if their realms are higher than mine, they can't stop me if I leave. So, Elder Ming, you can rest assured. This is not bragging. Even if the royal priest is stronger than him, it is a pipe dream to keep him at the same level. However, Emperor Lu is also not sure that he can deal with the powerful royal priest. 295, Chapter 295. Seeing me is like seeing God. After saying this, Emperor Lu could no longer hold back and looked directly at Yi Tianqi. Mr. Yi, please forgive me for being so presumptuous. I'm a straightforward person. I won't beat around the bush or keep anything to myself. Please forgive me if I've offended you. Yi Tianqi had long guessed Emperor Lu's doubts. Hearing this, he nodded and chuckled. Emperor Lu, just speak frankly, you just based on your passion and understanding. I, Yi, will tell you everything I know. Upon hearing this, Emperor Lu nodded gently and said, then, let me ask, how is it that Mr.Yi knows so much about the inner workings of the powerful, even things like the growth of inner demons and the decline of realms are so clear to him? As far as I know, it would be difficult to understand without an absolute understanding of a sufficiently high realm. Even if Mr.Yi knows some powerful people at a relatively high level, I don't think anyone would be so idle as to casually talk about such things. Of course, this is just one of my questions, and the most important point is that from the moment I first saw Mr.Yi, I felt an absolute sense of danger, as if I had met my natural enemy. I could hardly even draw my sword. I've only seen this feeling with Wang Ziyu. Mr.Yi, you clearly only have an ordinary body, so why do you give me this feeling? I'd appreciate it, Mr.Yi, to help me understand. Emperor Lu finally asked. If he doesn't get an answer, he might really go crazy. It was too abnormal that an ordinary person could make Lu Huang, a top-level expert, feel a fatal crisis and even lack the courage to draw his sword. If he can't figure this out, he will probably be invaded by his inner demons sooner or later. This is no longer just a matter of curiosity, but is related to his path to becoming a strong man. Is there a big problem? And Old Ming also revealed a look of surprise at this moment. If Emperor Lu had not said this himself, he would not have known that the moment Yi Tianqi entered the door would bring such a great crisis to a strong man like Emperor Lu. This sounds incredible. This is Emperor Lu, a powerful emperor, a national guardian, who has no fear in the face of the royal family and the strong. However, when he saw Yi Tianqi, he almost lost the courage to draw his sword and even felt a fatal crisis. This is really incredible. Of course, Master Ming definitely does not underestimate Yi Tianqi. Even if countless people in this world underestimate Yi Tianqi, Master Ming will definitely not do so, because he knows Yi Tianqi best and knows just how extraordinary his intelligence is. Even Old Ming dared to assert that as long as Yi Tianqi was given enough time to plan, even an emperor-level powerful being like Emperor Lu could be killed by Yi Tianqi. Mr. Ming had no doubt about this. However, as soon as they met, he felt this fatal crisis without doing anything, and even said that he only had such a feeling when facing the throne. This is really incomprehensible. After all, Emperor Lu is standing in front of Yi Tianqi now, but if he really wants to take action, Emperor Lu can probably kill Yi Tianqi with just a breath. So where is the crisis? Emperor Lu, could this be an illusion? Although Tianqi is extremely intelligent and almost demonic, he is just an ordinary person. How could he cause you such a great crisis just by meeting him? It was only because Elder Ming spoke up that Emperor Lu would be unhappy. His words clearly showed his suspicion of him. If Emperor Lu, a powerful and perfect emperor, could confuse illusion and instinct, then it would be too shameful for him. Master Ming, I won't be wrong about this kind of thing. The sixth sense of an emperor-level perfect realm expert is extremely accurate, and this kind of premonition has helped me save a lot of trouble more than once. So, my feeling will not be wrong. After saying this, Emperor Lu looked at Yi Tianqi, frowned slightly, and said, so, Mr.Yi, can you explain to me why your presence makes me feel so threatened? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi just smiled slightly. He had no intention of hiding anything, and there was nothing to hide. Facts are facts and nothing can be hidden. Of course, if Yi Tianqi didn't want to, then from the beginning, Emperor Lu wouldn't have noticed anything unusual about him, and wouldn't have had any strong sense of crisis. It was Yi Tianqi who did it on purpose, releasing a bit of his former pressure. Otherwise, if he didn't want to, no one would be able to see any clues unless they knew who he was. He had lost his power, but that didn't mean he had lost the murderous intent and past he once had. Emperor Lu, do you still have this sense of crisis now? Yi Tianqi did not directly answer Lu Huang's question, but smiled and asked Lu Huang to feel it again. The result was that Emperor Lu frowned slightly and shook his head. No, that feeling was just fleeting now. In my eyes, facing you, there is no danger at all. It's as if I were really facing an ordinary person, but I know that it was definitely not an illusion. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi smiled and nodded, saying, it's indeed not an illusion. So, what about now? After he finished speaking, Yi Tianqi's expression remained unchanged and he did not move at all. However, an invisible aura suddenly appeared again. Old Ming was unaware of it, but when Emperor Lu saw it, his expression changed instantly. He stood up involuntarily and looked at Yi Tianqi nervously. At that moment, after Yi Tianqi finished speaking, Emperor Lu seemed to see a demon god standing tall and upright in the sea of blood and corpses, standing quietly behind Yi Tianqi, with his scarlet eyes without any emotion, looking down on all living beings, as if anyone who was his enemy would be completely killed, obliterate. This time, the feeling was even stronger than before, so strong that Emperor Lu's hands couldn't help but tremble. But fortunately, it was only a moment. In an instant, all the illusions disappeared. But at this moment, Emperor Lu was already sweating profusely, as if he had escaped death. At this moment, no matter how confused Emperor Lu was, he knew that Yi Tianqi was definitely not as simple as he appeared. Everything was not his illusion, but Yi Tianqi's deliberate control of his breath. But, how is it possible, how could it be so terrifying? The feeling just now, the illusion that almost made him collapse, was actually 3 times more frightening than the throne he had seen before. Yi Tianqi, who is he? You, who are you? You are definitely not an ordinary person. This kind of momentum is definitely not something an ordinary person can possess. Who are you? Emperor Lu did not question, but he kept raising his own questions. Even if Elder Ming didn't feel anything, his eyes were fine and he could naturally see that something must have happened between Yi Tianqi and Emperor Lu without his knowledge. As for what could make Emperor Lu become like this, one can imagine how strong the shock was to Emperor Lu. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly and spoke softly. Emperor Lu, you really don't know who I am? Although we have never met, we have had contact once. Don't you remember? 296, Chapter 296. It was you who saved me. Don't you remember? Yi Tianqi's words made Emperor Lu fall into deep confusion. Has he had contact with Yi Tianqi? The kind of contact without meeting in person? But how is this possible? Based on the pressure that Yi Tianqi just displayed, how could Emperor Lu not remember such a person? He would definitely keep it firmly in mind. How could he not remember? However, since Yi Tianqi said it, it must not be false. There is no need for him to lie to himself. So, when did he have contact with Yi Tianqi? Emperor Lu was silent for a long time and still couldn't remember. Please enlighten me, Mr. Yi, please forgive me, Lu, I really can't remember it. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, without any dissatisfaction. It was not surprising that he could not remember. After all, it was not him who showed up at the beginning. Moreover, it seems that it is difficult to connect the people and events of that time with myself now. It should be 6 or 7 years ago, in a certain country outside the country. Emperor Lu should have been at the peak of the King realm at that time, and was under siege. As soon as these words were spoken, Emperor Lu's expression changed drastically. If there are a few memories in Emperor Lu's life that must be remembered and can never be forgotten, that one is one of the most important memories. Back then, Lu Huang was at the peak of the King realm, but he was unable to break through to the Emperor realm. At the same time, he was commissioned by the Dragon country to track down a powerful person who had entered the country, but he ended up falling into an ambush and almost died. Afterwards, Emperor Lu realized that the so-called strong man's entry into the country was actually a conspiracy to force him to leave the country. There were many forces outside the country that did not want Longwei to have another emperor-level strong man, let alone someone like himself who did not belong to any force and only targeted strong men from abroad. That was not what the foreign forces wanted to see. Therefore, they planned to attack themselves before they broke through and eliminate the danger in the bud. And that time, Lu Huang's situation was so desperate that it was an exaggeration to say that he was in danger of death. It was basically a situation where there was no hope of survival, because, among the strong men who besieged him, there were no less than 5 king-level strong men, and there was also an emperor-level strong man. He had no way to escape, and he was even prepared to fight to the death. However, the final result was that he was rescued by someone. The person who rescued him was covered in a black robe, but his aura was that of an emperor-level powerhouse. It was that time that all the strong men who besieged him fled in panic, and the man in black did not accept any of his thanks. He said that he was just passing by and was asked to convey a few words to him. It was just those few words that almost made Emperor Lu see the bright moon through the clouds, and the shackles that bound him to the imperial level were instantly untied. It was on that day that Emperor Lu stepped into the imperial level. He escaped death from a situation where he was certain to die, and his life was saved. This was already a great favor that had to be repaid and could never be forgotten. In the end, helping him break through the realm and stand at the emperor level was a grace of rebirth that was beyond words. It can be said that without the kindness shown back then, there would be no Emperor Lu today. Afterwards, Emperor Lu tried to find out from many sources, but he still couldn't find out who had helped and saved him. But this incident took root in his heart and he would never forget it. Now, Yi Tianqi actually brought up that matter. How could Emperor Lu not be extremely excited and upset? Yi, Mr.Ye, are you the one who saved me? No, the aura is wrong, but the person who saved me was arranged by you, right? Mr.Ye, is that you? Emperor Lu asked excitedly, wanting to get the answer from Yi Tianqi himself. Yi Tianqi looked at Emperor Lu and chuckled. I've heard of Emperor Lu's great name before. I know you're a pure warrior, and you care about your country and the world. So, when we meet by chance, I can't just stand by and watch. Yi Tianqi admitted it himself. He admitted it himself. It was his arrangement. He is the savior of Emperor Lu and the one who helped him advance to the emperor level. This is a favor that Emperor Lu cannot repay even with his life. At this moment, the benefactor that Emperor Lu had been searching for so long was right before his eyes. He could no longer contain himself and his eyes turned red with excitement. At the same time, Emperor Lu made a move that surprised everyone. He actually knelt on one knee in front of Yi Tianqi and began to pay homage to him. If this gets out, it will surprise everyone. This is Emperor Lu, a powerful and perfect emperor. Such a powerful person will not submit to heaven or earth in this life. He can be killed but cannot be humiliated. Emperor Lu's temper was extremely stubborn, forcing him to kneel. It would be easier to just kill him directly. But at this moment, Emperor Lu willingly knelt at Yi Tianqi's feet. Mr. Ming was also frightened by this scene and quickly asked, "What are you doing, Emperor Lu? What on earth happened between you two?" Yi Tianqi also shook his head slightly, holding Emperor Lu's shoulder, and said, "It was just a small favor at the time. Why did Emperor Lu have to be so polite? Please stand up quickly, otherwise I will not be able to sit still." It was just a piece of cake, and it was done easily. Yi Tianqi said it easily, and it was even very likely to be the truth. However, for Emperor Lu, if it weren't for Yi Tianqi's little help, let alone the so-called Emperor Lu today, he would have been dead for many years. Yi Tianqi could ignore this favor and didn't mind whether he repaid it or not, but Emperor Lu could not pretend to be stupid. However, in the end, Emperor Lu still couldn't persuade Yi Tianqi and stood up. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Tianqi was no longer as indifferent as before, only respect and gratitude. Seeing that Elder Ming still didn't know what happened, Emperor Lu did not hide anything and told him what happened that year, told Mr. Ming. In fact, Master Ming also knew it, but he didn't know that the person who saved Emperor Lu and made him successful was actually Yi Tianqi. This is certainly a good thing, a huge good thing. Why didn't he, Master Ming, finally refuse Emperor Lu's request to come and escort him to Dongzhou? The most important purpose is to introduce Yi Tianqi to Emperor Lu, even if it is just to make him familiar and make friends in the future. If he encounters difficulties, he hopes that Emperor Lu can help Yi Tianqi. After all, what Yi Tianqi is going to do will offend too many people in the future, and no one knows what means those people will use to deal with Yi Tianqi. With one more helper and one more support, Yi Tianqi's safety will be more guaranteed. But now it seems that there is no need for him to act as a matchmaker or say anything more. Just because Yi Tianqi is Emperor Lu's benefactor, and just because Emperor Lu is a person who repays favors, from now on, Emperor Lu will unconditionally do whatever Yi Tianqi says. It is even more impossible to allow anyone to hurt Yi Tianqi. So, Mr. Ming, how can you not be happy? How can you not be happy? And it was at this moment that Elder Ming suddenly realized something. Yi Tianqi seemed even more unfathomable than he had imagined. Back then, when Emperor Lu was at the peak of the King realm, he was besieged by 6 powerful men including an Emperor realm expert. Yi Tianqi was able to rescue him safely and even helped Emperor Lu break through the realm with just a few words. Could this be done by an ordinary person? 297, Chapter 297 The Fallen King. Although I have long known that Yi Tianqi is no ordinary person and is definitely not as ordinary as he is now, but when I think about it carefully, I still find it incredible. 10 years ago, Yi Tianqi was like a stray dog, forced to leave the imperial capital, disheartened and even having thoughts of death. However, within just a few years, Yi Tianqi was able to command emperor-level powerhouses. This was simply incredible. No one knows better than these people what an emperor-level strongman means. The title of a national-level strongman is not just said casually. It means that he truly possesses devastating killing power. Mr. Ming could no longer hold back and spoke directly. Tianqi, I know a little bit about what happened to Emperor Lu, but I never thought that you would be his benefactor. However, now that we have come to this, there are some things I have to ask. That Emperor-level expert who saved Emperor Lu back then, was he your subordinate or your friend? What have you been through in these years? As soon as these words were spoken, Emperor Lu also pricked up his ears. After all, since it was a matter concerning an emperor-level powerhouse, it was impossible for him not to be curious and want to know. Yi Tianqi had no intention of hiding anything from Ming Lao. He truly treated Ming Lao as his elder, and he also knew Ming Lao's character very well. If he wanted to harm him, he wouldn't have to do so many things. What's more, his identity, Yi Tianqi, will probably be revealed soon, and it will be impossible to hide it. Looking at Elder Ming and Emperor Lu, Yi Tianqi spoke softly. The man who saved Emperor Lu back then was one of my men, and of course, also my brother. His name is Yui, and he had just entered the Emperor level not long ago. Now, he should have made a further step forward. Yi Tianqi did not say with too much certainty what realm Yui was at. After all, in fact, he had not seen Yui for many years. However, what was certain was that according to Yui's current qualifications, even if he could not reach the peak of the Emperor level, reaching perfection should not be a problem. As for who is stronger now, him or Emperor Lu, it is hard to say. After all, even if they are at the same level, once a life and death battle begins, many times, no one can tell who will win or lose until the very end, and at the same level, there may be huge differences in combat effectiveness. Similarly, he could not be sure of Yui's realm. In fact, he could not be sure of Dong Tianwang's realm either, but he was very clear that among the many subordinates he had back then, there were only a few with outstanding talents, and Dong Tianwang and Yui must be the best among them. Even if he didn't ask anything, he knew that they could not stop moving forward. Yi Tianqi said these words lightly, but to the ears of Elder Ming and Emperor Lu, they were extremely shocking. How many Emperor-level masters are there in the entire Dragon Kingdom? But Yi Tianqi said that he has one under his command. How can this not shock people? What's more, is it really possible that Yi Tianqi is just an ordinary person, who can subdue such a person as his subordinate? Thinking of the pressure that Yi Tianqi had just brought to him, which was no less than that of the throne, Emperor Lu could no longer see through Yi Tianqi. Elder Ming looked at Yi Tianqi deeply and said, "It seems that Tianqi, you have really kept many secrets over the years. I was right about you. And no matter where you are, you can become a giant dragon soaring in the sky." Emperor Lu couldn't help but ask, "Yui, benefactor, why have I never seen this name on any list? I've never even heard of it before." Not to mention that according to your calculations, he is now at least at the Emperor level. Even back then, he should have been famous. In this world, every Emperor level expert is famous. Is he using a fake name? Emperor Lu was indeed very curious. He had never heard of the name Yui, but the problem was that something was wrong. Of course, in this world, many powerful people are not actually on the list, but that is all deliberately hidden. There are not many such people, and there are various reasons, but Yui was not very old at the time, and it was the time for him to become famous. How could he hide his identity, unless he used a pseudonym? In response to this, Yi Tianqi shook his head slightly and said, Yui can be said to be his real name, because in this world, he is indeed not well known and hides in the dark. This is related to some of my situations back then. If I hadn't had my health problems back then, Yui and the others would have been world-renowned by now. Unfortunately, because of me, they have to remain in hiding until the future. But it will be soon. It won't be long before they can take back the glory that belongs to them. After hearing Yi Tianqi's words, although Elder Ming and Emperor Lu didn't know what had happened, it was obviously directly related to Yi Tianqi. However, they also heard a sentence from it that they could not ignore. Because Yi Tianqi had a health problem, they were forced to continue hiding? Yi Tianqi, is there something wrong with his body? What's the situation? Elder Ming just thought that Yi Tianqi was not feeling well, so he asked directly. Emperor Lu seemed to have thought of something, and his whole body trembled inexplicably. He looked at Yi Tianqi in disbelief. Yi Tianqi looked at Elder Ming and said with a smile, Elder Ming, do you think there's something wrong with my body? Don't worry, I'm much stronger than an average adult. Upon hearing this, Elder Ming nodded slightly, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, that's true. Compared to back then, you're much stronger now that you're no longer as frail as you were back then. Yi Tianqi laughed when he heard this. If he didn't mention it, he would have forgotten it. Back then, when he was still in the Qi family, he was indeed a little weak. Yes, he was weak. It was as if God had given all the good things to him through his intelligence, but instead, forgot to give him a healthy body. To say that he is weak and sickly is not an exaggeration at all. At the beginning, the physical condition of Yi Tianqi, the exiled immortal of the Qi family, was also a topic of sighs for many people. They always felt that God did not want this man with great wisdom and almost demonic nature to live too long. And this is what is called fairness and balance in the world. And now, seeing that Yi Tianqi was so healthy, Mr. Ming naturally didn't think there was anything wrong. On the contrary, I feel very relieved. However, Emperor Lu heard something extraordinary from Yi Tianqi's mouth and had his own guess. It was precisely because this guess was too horrifying that Emperor Lu was shocked, speechless and filled with an incomparable sadness and loneliness. However, he could not even empathize with Yi Tianqi. However, as long as he thought about it, if Yi Tianqi's situation was changed to his own, Emperor Lu would probably not even have the courage to live. "My benefactor, are you really okay?" Emperor Lu couldn't help but speak, his eyes slightly red. Yi Tianqi knew that he could hide it from Master Ming, but he could not hide it from Emperor Lu. His words just now had revealed too much. Looking at Emperor Lu, Yi Tianqi shook his head gently and said, "If you still remember the help I gave you back then, there's no need to mention the word benefactor, just call me Tianqi or Emr.Ye. As for whether I'm okay, you've already seen it. I'm fine now, I'm healthy. What's wrong with me, ha?" Yi Tianqi was laughing, and laughing very happily. But in Lu Huang's eyes, he seemed to be able to feel Yi Tianqi's loneliness and pain. He is very good, but what is good about him? A man who once stood at the top of the world, suddenly became an ordinary person. Is this okay? This is the greatest pain in this world. 298, Chapter 298 The Legend of Yi Tianqi. Emperor Lu did have some guesses about Yi Tianqi's identity, but in fact, even if his guess was not accurate, so what? Yi Tianqi can release a pressure that is no weaker than that of the throne. One can imagine how strong he was back then, before his body got into trouble. At the very least, he was at the peak of the emperor level. The peak of the emperor level, that is the strength that is qualified to compete for the throne. And how old was Yi Tianqi back then? What's more, Elder Ming has already said that 10 years ago, Yi Tianqi was not even very healthy, and was even weak and fragile. As a result, in just a few years, Yi Tianqi had no idea what opportunity it was, but he went all the way from an ordinary person to a peak emperor-level powerhouse. This was simply the most incredible thing in the world. This is a miracle. When the word miracle flashed in Lu Huang's mind, it completely overlapped with a figure. In today's world, especially the world of the strong, if there is really a miracle, a so-called legend, then there is only one that is recognized by the world. Even its enemies have to admire it. It is a true legend. The Lord of the Heavenly Palace, the 10th throne, the abandoned Emperor of Heaven. Qi Tian, Tianqi. At this moment, Emperor Lu's mind seemed to have opened up, and he connected everything together at once, and they were all facts. But the more this happened, the more uncomfortable Emperor Lu felt. If it was just abandoning the Emperor of Heaven, it would be fine. But he is still Yi Tianqi, the benefactor who saved his life and gave him a new life. He, Emperor Qi Tian, is the greatest legend in this world over the years, perhaps even the only legend. He should have ruled the world, high above everyone else, and possessed supreme glory. How could it have come to this? He couldn't accept it. Especially when he looked at Yi Tianqi, smiled, told old Ming that he was fine, he was doing well, his heart couldn't help but tremble. It's not that Emperor Lu is sentimental, it's just that Yi Tianqi has fallen to this point, which is worse than death. Emperor Lu's emotions obviously aroused Elder Ming's suspicion. In Master Ming's impression, Emperor Lu was a man of iron will, a powerful man who could reach the perfect realm of the emperor. He was decisive in killing and his firm mind was unimaginable. But now, looking at Yi Tianqi, Emperor Lu's eyes were not only red, but his expression was hesitant to speak, full of disbelief and trembling. How could he possibly hide it from Elder Ming? There must be something he doesn't know or understand, otherwise, it would never be like this. Elder Ming also began to feel worried. Could it be that there is really a serious problem with Yi Tianqi's physical condition? Tianqi, tell me, what's wrong with you, what's wrong with your body? After saying this, Elder Ming looked at Emperor Lu again and said directly, Emperor Lu, you can't hide this from me. What happened to Tianqi? Is there really a serious problem with his body? I think he is indeed much stronger than before. Could it be that I am seeing things? Yi Tianqi was helpless, however, it was something that could not be concealed. As long as his identity as the abandoned emperor was exposed, someone would always find out what had happened to him. However, Yi Tianqi had his own way to solve it. Perhaps he would be able to recover his strength soon. But now, Mr. Ming is worried, and he has no choice but to explain. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, revealing a smile that reassured Elder Ming, and said, "Elder Ming, you are not mistaken. My current physical fitness is indeed better than that of ordinary people. At least, it is much better than when you first met me. I am not lying to you about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask Emperor Lu. A strong man like him can see my physical fitness very accurately." This is not a lie to Master Ming. After all, Yi Tianqi's current physical fitness is not much stronger than that of ordinary people, but it is not weaker than ordinary people. Compared with the sickly person he used to be, he is indeed much healthier. But the problem is, that's not how it's said, and that's not how it's calculated. Emperor Lu was helpless and could only look at Elder Ming and said, "Elder Ming, Yi did not lie to you. His current physical fitness is indeed better than that of ordinary people." Yes, it's better than ordinary people. That's all Emperor Lu can say. But this time, it is impossible for Master Ming to completely trust Emperor Lu. He should be happy that he has better physical fitness than ordinary people. Why does Emperor Lu have such an expression? This is clearly abnormal. Frowning, Elder Ming looked at Emperor Lu, gritted his teeth, and said, "Emperor Lu, if you still respect this old man of mine, tell me the truth. The truth is definitely not as simple as you said. Tianqi's body is better than that of an ordinary person, which is a good thing. You can't show that kind of extreme pain. I can understand that look. Also, what does it mean when they keep talking about having better physical fitness than ordinary people? Why do you keep saying the word ordinary people? Emperor Lu, tell me the truth." Master Ming is Master Ming. It would be fine if he couldn't find any clues, but once he found them, he could get some answers by unraveling the mystery. Emperor Lu looked at Yi Tianqi helplessly. He didn't know whether he should say it or whether he could say it. Yi Tianqi sighed softly, looked at Emperor Lu and smiled, "Let me tell you." After saying this, Yi Tianqi looked at Elder Ming and said, "Elder Ming, I wasn't lying to you. My health is indeed much better than before. As for Emperor Lu's expression, I can guess why. He must have guessed who I am, so seeing me now, he just felt some pity." Mercy, Yi Tian used the word mercy. Ming Lao heard it and knew immediately as he thought, things were not that simple. Yi Tianqi didn't wait for Elder Ming to ask, and chuckled, "First of all, Elder Ming, I want to tell you something. With this as a foundation, you will know that I am actually fine. As for me, I do have some health issues, but I'm not seriously ill. Furthermore, my physical condition is much better than before. I can say I'm very healthy, very healthy. I'm not lying to you about this, you can trust me." After hearing this, Mr. Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since Yi Tianqi said that he would not lie to him about this, then he definitely would not lie, and it would be best if there were no major problems with his health. Everything else could not be any worse. Yi Tianqi picked up the wine pot, poured a glass of wine for Elder Ming, and chuckled, "This matter is related to some of my experiences in the past few years, which happened after I left the imperial capital. I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly in a few words. After all, it's a very long story, but to put it simply, 2 sentences will tell you the answer. Master Ming, you should have heard of the Heavenly Palace. Then you must have heard of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, the abandoned emperor, who is known as the contemporary legend and the man of the 10th throne." 299, Chapter 299. The truth of that year. Yi Tianqi felt that these words were a bit pretentious. After all, this is not praising others, but talking about himself. But what can he do? After all, this is the evaluation given to him by outsiders. It can't be said that he is praising himself. The reason I described it this way is that I was afraid that Mr. Ming might not understand it clearly, so I said a little more. But, Mr. Ming, how could you not know? Although Mr. Ming had already handed over everything and was no longer involved in any matter, only staying at home to accompany his son on his sickbed, it did not mean that he really knew nothing. What's more, the name of Tiangong is really well known. Moreover, although Tiangong does not enter the Dragon Kingdom, it has secretly helped the Dragon Kingdom solve some difficult problems, and will even lend a hand when the people of the Dragon Kingdom are in trouble. Therefore, Tiangong actually has quite a bit of prestige among the upper echelons of Dragon Country. This prestige is not only due to the Tiangong's awe-inspiring strength, but also includes its special favor for the Dragon Kingdom. As for the 10th throne, Emperor Qi Tian, he is even more well known, and it is hard not to have heard of him. He can be called the only legend of the contemporary era, a living miracle. In a short period of time, Emperor Qi Tian rose rapidly, and not only did he create the heavenly palace that shocked the world, but his strength also soared. He had no direct challenge and was recognized as the 10th throne. This already represents the prestige and strength of Emperor Qi Tian. It's a pity that Emperor Qi Tian has disappeared for many years, and the heavenly palace is no longer as good as before. As for the heavenly palace, at least it still exists in this world, although it has lost the leadership of Emperor Qi Tian, making it less powerful than before. The foundation of the heavenly palace is still there, and it is still the behemoth that countless people can only look up to. As for the legendary Emperor Qi Tian, whether he was dead or what happened, people were discussing it, but no one had the answer. However, at this moment, whether it was Elder Ming or Emperor Lu, they all seemed to know the answer, and they also knew where the dignified Emperor Qi Tian had gone. Elder Ming looked at Yi Tianqi in disbelief. He could never have imagined that this exiled immortal of the Qi family, who was once so wise as to be almost a demon but weak and sickly, would suddenly transform into the famous lord of the heavenly palace and even become the 10th throne with terrifying power that shook the world. How can one imagine this? However, if you think carefully about the actions of the heavenly palace and some of the behaviors of Emperor Qi Tian, you will know that it was indeed Yi Tianqi. What made people feel confused was what Yi Tianqi did for the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, the name seemed to have already explained who Emperor Qi Tian was, but no one thought much about it. Elder Ming looked at Yi Tianqi and said excitedly, "Tianqi, you are actually the living legend, the 10th throne abandoned emperor. How can this be imagined? But, this is right. I knew long ago that you would never be discouraged. And no matter where you are, you will definitely be the most dazzling one. I was not wrong. Mr. Ming was very excited. How could he not be excited? Yi Tianqi is Emperor Qi Tian. This not only means that the Dragon Kingdom has gained one of its top-notch warriors, but also represents that the situation where no one has ascended the throne in the Dragon Kingdom for 100 years has been completely broken. The throne, the 10th throne, this is no joke. It is not only an honor, nor is it just status, but also a representation. The person on the throne is qualified to participate in and make rules. These rules can protect many things to a large extent, but they can also destroy many things. The Dragon Kingdom has been without a throne for 100 years. This is the pain of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, who dares to say that the Dragon Kingdom has no throne? Whoever dares to say this must first consider how to face the 10th throne and abandon the Emperor of Heaven. Moreover, at least there is one visible benefit, that is, in a country with a throne, few hostile strongmen dare to come and bully others. That is a contempt and provocation to the throne and could result in death. However, before Mr. Ming could get over his excitement, he noticed something was wrong. Emperor Lu's expression became increasingly sad, and Yi Tianqi said that there was something wrong with his body. So, what does it mean for a throne to have a problem with its body? Yi Tianqi has always said that his health is better than that of ordinary people. When he didn't know this at the beginning, old Ming was naturally happy. After all, Yi Tianqi used to be weak and sickly. But how could the physical fitness of the throne be only slightly better than that of ordinary people? There is simply no comparison. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a man of steel. At the same time, Elder Ming couldn't help but recall what Emperor Lu had said before. Yi Tianqi had no power but possessed a terrifying aura of oppression. A bad premonition made Elder Ming feel a little suffocated. Tianqi, you said there's something wrong with your body. Have you lost your strength? Mr. Ming finally asked. Yi Tianqi did not hide anything and said softly, "This is what I am going to say next. You already know that I am the 10th throne, the legendary abandoned heaven emperor. So, a throne should rule the world, suppress everything with force, and possess superpower. However, I have disappeared for so many years. This is very abnormal. In fact, my body did have problems back then. When I was full of vigor and energy, I explored a secret realm. So, I expended a great deal of energy and was at my weakest. However, it was at this time that I was besieged by 3 throne masters and more than 10 emperor-level powerhouses. I was seriously injured and fell off a cliff. I almost lost my life." When mentioning this matter, Yi Tianqi no longer had the initial anger and irritability, but the deep hatred and coldness in his eyes were real, and it was obvious that he had never forgotten this incident, but he knew that he was not yet able to take revenge. Otherwise, he would have gone to the enemy's house long ago. However, Yi Tianqi has never been a kind-hearted person who repays evil with kindness. He will take revenge sooner or later, and no one will escape. What hurt him the most, and what he was most unwilling to accept, was not that he was ambushed and besieged by someone who wanted to kill him, but that the reason he was found and besieged that time, and the timing was so precise, was probably because a traitor had betrayed him. This is what Yi Tianqi cannot accept and cannot forgive. Yi Tianqi even had a guess, but for the time being, he could only keep all of this in his heart. However, Yi Tianqi can only say one thing now: every sip and every bite is determined by fate. That secret realm was snatched away by those who were besieging his throne, but Yi Tianqi, who fell off the cliff, encountered the real secret realm by chance. The one he found before, although also a secret realm, was more like a fake secret realm in disguise compared to the one he entered. Of course, there were definitely benefits, but it was definitely not as good as the one Yi Tianqi found. However, it is also a pity that Yi Tianqi can only obtain many benefits after he recovers or even breaks through. There is no construction without destruction. He is actually in such a state now. However, Master Ming didn't know about all this, and Emperor Lu also didn't know about it. They only knew that Yi Tianqi was surrounded and killed, and then lost his power. 300, Chapter 300, Keep walking until no one dares to look at you. Old Ming's body was trembling a little, looking at Yi Tianqi. He simply couldn't imagine what he had experienced back then. It is difficult to describe the difficulty and pain involved in just a few words. It's easy to say, but how difficult it is to survive. One emperor-level strongman is enough to make people despair, but what Yi Tianqi faced back then were 10 emperor-level strongmen, plus 3 kings standing on the throne of the world's pinnacle. This power is enough to change many things in this world. Its combined power is even enough to change the entire world pattern, but it is all used to deal with Yi Tianqi alone. This is enough to show what heights Yi Tianqi had reached back then and to what extent people were afraid of him. Otherwise, how could this be possible? Yes, now think carefully about Yi Tianqi's past experience. The word legend is not only well-deserved, but it is actually tailor-made for Yi Tianqi. In just a few years, he went from a frail and sickly person to the throne, standing at the top. Even before challenging the throne, he has been recognized as the 10th throne. This is something that has never happened before. This also means that the other thrones do not need Yi Tianqi to challenge at all, or they already know that they are not very confident when facing Yi Tianqi, and if such a young genius is given time, how far he will develop is unimaginable to anyone. There might be other unknown reasons why they targeted Yi Tianqi, but based on what Ming Lao had judged, he knew that even if there were no other unknown reasons, sooner or later, they would still target Yi Tianqi, because he was too powerful and his future was too limitless. When a person has the potential and ability to break the pattern, the vested interests are the most unhappy. However, what made old Ming tremble for Yi Tianqi and feel sad the most was not the enemy's siege and targeting, but how could such a secret matter be discovered at such a coincidental time and in such a precise location? Who would believe that there was no betrayal from within? Yi Tianqi didn't say it, but Elder Ming could guess it. But at this moment, what's the point of talking about sad things again? He finally understood why Emperor Lu showed such pity and grief in his eyes. Yes, a king who has clearly stood at the top of the world and can even go several steps further, leading the way and leaving everyone else far behind, originally possessed the power to destroy the world. With a wave of his hand, it would be easy for him to take the heads of enemy generals from among thousands of soldiers, but unfortunately, his body had problems and he lost all his strength. This kind of pain, this kind of sorrow, makes people feel despair just thinking about it. Yi Tianqi is still alive and can laugh, which is already a great thing, but how much pain he is feeling in his heart, I am afraid, no one except Yi Tianqi can understand it, let alone know it. Thinking again that Yi Tianqi was already in this state, and yet he and old Qin were going to add an extremely heavy burden to him, and this burden might even make Yi Tianqi face a situation where the whole world was his enemy, old Ming felt a little reluctant. Looking at Yi Tianqi, old Ming's eyes were full of heartache. Tianqi, I didn't expect that you would go through so much and your physical condition would become like this. I don't know what I can do for you, but I have made a decision now. You don't have to worry about the situation in Longwood, just do what you want to do, take good care of your injuries, and strive to recover as soon as possible. You should be a mighty dragon soaring in the sky. You shouldn't be bound by the mundane world, nor constrained by favors and responsibilities. You shouldn't bear things that you shouldn't bear. I will explain the situation to Elder Qin. If it really doesn't work out, my old bones can still toss and turn for a while. I can still hold on for a while longer. If I really can't bear it anymore, that's fate. However, We must not let you get involved again. Elder Ming and Elder Qin had great hopes for Yi Tianqi. They certainly knew how much pressure Yi Tianqi would bear once the Secret Investigation Institute was handed over to him. However, for the sake of Longhua and its people, they had to do so. After all, the Secret Investigation Institute had waited for so many years, but still had not waited for a suitable master, except for Yi Tianqi. No one could be qualified for this position, and no one could take on this responsibility. But now, Yi Tianqi has become so miserable and suffered so much, Elder Ming really can't bear it. Yi Tianqi was stunned for a moment. He never expected that after Master Ming knew about his situation, he would change his mind and make such a decision. Of course he had no objection, but he also knew that since Elder Ming and Elder Qin were so eager to find him, it was obvious that things had reached a critical juncture. What's more, Elder Ming himself said that if Yi Tianqi didn't come out, he would have to take on the responsibility himself, but he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. As for his future fate, that really depended on fate. It can be seen that neither Mr. Ming nor Mr. Qin is very optimistic. In fact, Yi Tianqi was somewhat clear about the situation that Elder Qin and Elder Ming were facing. It was indeed not optimistic. It's not just because both of them are old, there are also various problems that have accumulated. For these, whether it's Elder Ming or Elder Qin, or even the other people in their lineage, I'm afraid they are no longer able to make a big move. Only you can do it. Looking at Elder Ming, Yi Tianqi shook his head gently and said, "It's okay, Elder Ming, I just lost my strength, but my body is still very healthy. Moreover, even if I lose my strength, it doesn't mean that I can't get it back. What's more, you and Elder Qin didn't know my specific situation from the beginning. What you saw was not the me in the past, when I was weak and sick, but you all saw me. What's more, I am in good health now. Please don't feel sorry for me. Don't worry, I'm fine. Besides, since I didn't refuse this time, it means that I also need this platform and this support to do something. If you don't give me this opportunity, then you are not helping me, but disappointing me." This statement is not entirely true, but it is not a complete lie either. Elder Ming looked at Yi Tianqi's persistence, but he still felt a little reluctant in his heart. In the end, he couldn't persuade Yi Tianqi, so he could only nod helplessly and said, "Okay, but, Tianqi, once you set foot on this road, you really can't turn back, and others won't let you turn back, so I still hope you will think it over carefully." Indeed, once the Secret Investigation Bureau takes over, many things, once started, will be a road of no return. Even if he is willing, his enemies will not be willing. But how could these possibly scare Yi Tianqi? Looking at Elder Ming, Yi Tianqi smiled and said, "Elder Ming, if I turn back, no one can stop me. Besides, why should I turn back? I just need to follow this path to the end, to the top, until no one dares to look me in the eye. Then, let alone turning back, even if I tear down the entire path, who would dare to say anything?" "You said so, right? This is so domineering." At this moment, both Elder Ming and Emperor Lu finally saw a glimpse of the shadow of Emperor Qi Tian, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace.